Thunder rumbled. Lightning split the dark sky, lighting up the lake where Shen Yao struggled helplessly in the water. The shock of choking on water made her mind clear for a moment. She had fallen into the lake. At once, Shen Yao began to save herself. But the next second, someone grabbed her hand and pulled her hard into a strong embrace. A man's angry voice growled beside her ear. "Shen Yao, do you really prefer death over marrying me?" His strength was astonishing. He dragged her toward the shore with powerful strokes. She could swim. She didn't need such rough help. Shen Yao tried to struggle, but the water rushed into her nose and mouth, making her cough and slap his arm in protest. Her resistance only made him hold her tighter, his grip so strong it hurt her ribs. When they finally reached the shallow shore, Shen Yao suddenly realized something was wrong. It had clearly been daytime just now. And wasn't she in Tibet doing medical aid work when she was knocked down by a yak? Where was the yak? Where were the people? Everything around her was pitch black and silent. Confused, Shen Yao looked around, only to meet a pair of deep, cold eyes staring straight at her. Seeing her gaze, the man spoke again, his voice so cold it made her chest tighten. "From this day on, the engagement between our families is cancelled. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." She stared at him blankly as he continued, each word sharp and heavy. "Shen Yao, you would rather marry another man as his concubine than be my wife. The humiliation you gave me today, I will repay 100-fold." The open threat made goosebumps rise all over her skin. Because they were so close, she could see his face clearly, his hair tied high, his straight nose, his handsome face dripping with water. His dark eyes burned with anger, as if he could swallow her whole.
Wait, what?
Was this man dressed like someone from ancient times? And why did he look at her like that? What on earth was going on? Big brother. Maybe there's been some misunderstanding. Her voice was hoarse and soft, carrying an unintentional sweetness. But when Xiao Shan heard her call him that, his expression changed instantly, filled with sorrow. "In the past, to repay a favor, I agreed to recognize your father as my godfather and become part of your family as your sworn brother. But your family refused and insisted I marry into your household instead. Now that I'm injured and disabled, you want to break off the engagement and marry someone else, yet you suddenly call me big brother? With such shameless behavior, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes." After saying this, Xiao Shan let go of her hand, allowing Shen Yao to fall into the shallow water without another glance. There was such deep sorrow in his eyes that even Shen Yao felt a pang of emotion. But something about his words sounded strangely familiar to her. Where had she heard them before? And calling him big brother wasn't wrong, was it? Wasn't it? Shen Yao wanted to explain, but after swallowing water, her chest hurt so badly that she couldn't stop coughing. Then, countless memories rushed into her mind. Just before losing consciousness, Shen Yao suddenly realized why his words sounded familiar. She had somehow entered the very book she had just been reading. She had become the unlucky supporting character in an ancient romance story. Oh no! Now her identity was that of the heroine's stepsister, a shallow girl who looked down on her disabled fiancé and insisted on breaking off the engagement to become a rich man's concubine. In the story, she got what she wanted, but the male lead later had a great venture, returned in glory, and completely humiliated her. In the end, she was abandoned and died miserably. Meanwhile, the heroine and the male lead lived happily ever after. From beginning to end, Shen Yao's role was only to make the male lead's transformation and the couple's love story more dramatic. And the moment she arrived in this world was exactly when the original Shen Yao had arranged to meet the male lead by the river at midnight, pretending to threaten him with her life to force a breakup. Who would have thought that the fake death would turn real, and she would end up here? What a ridiculous twist of fate. Lying on the bed, Shen Yao couldn't accept this reality. It was bad enough to end up inside a book, but to start off by offending the male lead? When he returned in glory, her only fate would be death. Didn't Xiao Shan say it himself? The humiliation of today would be repaid in the future. Oh no, What a headache. As Shen Yao was lost in thought, someone knocked on the door. She quickly sat up and looked toward the worn-out doorway. Big sister, are you awake? Mother secretly saved you a bun. Eat it quickly, or you'll have no strength to work tomorrow, and Grandma will scold you again. Even though you've broken off the engagement with Xiao Shan, he was supposed to marry into our family. We must get the betrothal gift back. I'll go with you later. We can't let the Xiao family take advantage of us, her mother said. Shen Yao's eyes flickered as she suddenly remembered the plot of the novel. There was a similar scene, 20 Tales of Silver. Xiao Shan's mother, forced by debt, sold her 13-year-old daughter to a wealthy family in town as a servant. That event was what drove the male lead to despair and leave his hometown. Shen Yao sat still, looking at the dark, rough bun placed before her. It was something no one in the Fong family would eat, yet Yangshi offered it to her as if it were a delicacy. Her father had died of illness, and half a year later, her mother, Yangshi, remarried. She insisted on taking 13-year-old Shen Yao with her, while sending Shen Yao's 6-year-old brother, Shen Nan, to live with their uncle's family. If her mother had done this out of fear that her daughter would be mistreated, Shen Yao would have understood. But life in the Fong family was worse than that of a servant. She lived in the woodshed, and now that autumn had come, her blanket was thin. Apart from a change of clothes, she had nothing else. There was endless work waiting for her every day, far more than she had ever done before. Shen Yao couldn't help but suspect that her mother hadn't brought her along out of love, but simply to make her a servant in the Fong household. She frowned and looked at Yangshi with displeasure. Mother, the Xiao family has no money. If they did, Xiao Shan wouldn't have married into our family in the first place. Yangshi looked at her daughter in confusion. Wasn't she always the one who disliked Xiao Shan? Had she lost her mind? Silly girl, what are you talking about? It's only right to return the engagement and ask for the silver back. That's 20 taels. Your grandmother said that if we get the money, she'll buy you a new dress, so you can look your best when you go to Master Lu's house. Shen Yao didn't move. The cold wind blowing through the open door made her shiver. She studied Yangshi's face carefully, hoping to see some sign of reluctance or guilt. There was none, not even a trace. When Yangshi spoke of sending her daughter to be a concubine, her eyes even showed a hint of excitement. In this rural village, daughters from decent families rarely became concubines. Even if she agreed, it would still be embarrassing. How could she be as eager as Madame Yang seemed to be? Thinking of this, Shen Yao's tone grew colder, and her expression became serious. Mother, even if we get that silver back, it belongs to the Shen family. Why should it be kept by the Fong family's old lady? Madame Yang looked at her daughter as if she had lost her mind. Shocked, she even reached out to touch Shen Yao's forehead. When Shen Yao avoided her hand, she said without thinking, "Are you silly? I'm already married into the Fong family, so I'm part of the Fong family now. You came with me, so you're also part of the Fong family. That old lady is your grandmother. Your marriage will be decided by your grandmother. Once you marry into the Lu family, our Fong family will support you. Haven't you always wanted a dress made of flowered cloth? Once we get the silver, I'll take you to town to buy one." As Madame Yang spoke excitedly, she grabbed Shen Yao's hand. 20 taels of silver for a single dress? Either Shen Yao had lost her senses, or they thought she was easy to fool. In the original story, Shen Yao was only briefly mentioned as shallow and foolish, always trying to climb higher. Maybe the author had written her that way on purpose, but now that someone else was in her place, she would no longer be led around so easily. Shen Yao quickly pulled her hand back and said coldly, "Mother, I won't ask for that silver, and even if I did, I wouldn't give it to the Fong family's old lady. And I will never marry into the Lu family as a concubine. Don't bring this up again. The Shen family and the Xiao family are finished with each other." Madame Yang froze, staring in disbelief as she stood up. "What did you say?" Shen Yao narrowed her eyes, glanced at the shadow by the window, and raised her voice as if afraid others might not hear. Her tone was firm. "I said I won't go to the Xiao family for the silver, and I won't marry anyone as a concubine. I am my father's daughter. My surname is Shen, not Fong. I'm going back to the Shen family. I won't stay here any longer." Her words were like a drop of water falling into hot oil. Before Madame Yang could speak, the main door was kicked open with a loud bang. The Fong family's old lady stood at the doorway, her face twisted with anger. Madame Fong was only about 50, still strong and healthy. She saw herself as the matriarch of the family, controlling everything in the household. The 3 branches of the Fong family were all under her command, and no one dared to go against her. She had clearly heard Shen Yao's firm words just now. Her wrinkled face was filled with harshness, and her sharp eyes glared at Shen Yao with a fierce look. She looked nothing like the kind and gentle old lady described in the original story, who doted on the heroine and enjoyed a life of wealth and peace in her later years. "What did you say? You eat and live off the Fong family, yet you still think about your Shen family? Yang, is this how you taught your daughter? You were the one who begged me to let you bring this girl into my house. You said her marriage would be decided by me, and that she was already 13 and could work as a servant. Otherwise, why would I have pitied you and given you food and shelter? You should have gone back to your Shen family and let your relatives deal with you. Such ungrateful people, disgraceful." Shen Yao sneered. So that was the real reason. They had only taken her in to have an extra servant. She hadn't expected that even her marriage had been used as a bargaining chip by Yang when joining the Fong family. Shen Yao turned to Yang with a look of disbelief. "Mother, did you plan from the start to break off my engagement with Xiao Shan? Nonsense. Your mother said those 20 taels of silver were her gift for joining the Fong family. Do you think we wanted a woman who can't even bear children? If you don't break off the engagement, where would the 20 taels come from? My son works at a restaurant in town. He's seen plenty of women. There are many girls who want to marry into our family. You two are just burdens. I'm telling you, those 20 taels must be returned, and you, girl, must marry into the Liu family. If we don't get the money back, Yang, you and your daughter can leave my house." These details had never been mentioned in the original story. Hearing them now, Shen Yao was stunned. So this was why Yang had been allowed to marry into the Fong family, and it was all because of those 20 taels of silver. Even though she wasn't the original Shen Yao, she still felt as if she had fallen into an icy pit, her whole body cold and trembling. "What a clever plan, mother. You brought me here to work as a servant and even arranged my marriage. Do you think father would be proud of what you've done?"
Madame Yang loket troublet.
She glanced nervously at Shen Yao, then fearfully at her mother-in-law. Her life felt so hard. How could a woman live without a man's support? Besides, what was wrong with the Fong family? Fong Daquai worked at a restaurant in town, which gave them some respect, and at least they wouldn't go hungry. The food might not be great, but it was enough to fill their stomachs. And what was wrong with doing chores? Every young woman had to learn housework from an early age. As for that man, Xiao Shan, now that he had an injured leg, how could that be a good match? If it were a normal marriage, it might still be acceptable, but Shen Yao's father had insisted that the man marry into their family. Now that she had remarried and brought Shen Yao with her, it was impossible for Xiao Shan to marry into the Fong family. So it was better to end that engagement. They could even get the betrothal money back, which would give her more confidence in the Fong household. Besides, her husband had already asked someone to arrange a match for Shen Yao with the wealthy innkeeper, Master Liu. Even if she would only be a secondary wife, the Liu family was rich, and Shen Yao would live comfortably. Madame Yang felt she had already done her best for her daughter. But Shen Yao was still so disobedient, making her lose face in front of her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. Thinking of this, Madame Yang's expression darkened. She glared at Shen Yao and scolded loudly. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm now a daughter-in-law of the Fong family, not the Shen family. You came with me, so you're part of the Fong family too. I left your father a son, Shen Nan. He has an heir, so I've done my duty to him. Now apologize to your grandmother. Tomorrow morning, we'll go get the money back, or you'll suffer for it. If you don't listen, I'll throw you out."
Let's see what you'll do then.
Shen Yao looked at the woman who always acted timid in front of the Fong family, but dared to raise her voice only at her. A cold smile appeared on her face. Before she could speak, the second daughter-in-law, Madame Zhang, who stood behind the old lady, let out a mocking laugh. Her skin was dark and rough, her hair messy, like dry grass tied into a loose bun. She had probably come out in the middle of the night to watch the commotion. Now, she sneered and said, "Such a temper, and she's not even married yet. What will happen once she actually becomes a wife? Sister-in-law, maybe one day she won't even respect you as her mother." Madame Yang was a stepmother, and she already didn't get along well with her sisters-in-law. Now that they were mocking her, she grew even more upset. Sister-in-law, children need discipline. If you don't teach her now, what will happen when she gets married and forgets her family? Madame Zhang spoke with a sly look, her tone full of provocation. She knew that the third brother had already arranged a marriage with the Liu family, and the bride price of 30 taels had been accepted. Everything was ready for Shen Yao to marry into that family. Her own 2 sons were also of marrying age, and they were counting on that silver to arrange their matches. Now, they wanted to go back on the deal? Let the duck fly away after it was caught?
Impossible.
So, Shen Yao must marry into the Liu family as planned. If she dared to resist now, she needed to be taught a lesson. Once she was disciplined, she would obey. Provoked by Zhang's words, Madame Yang looked at Shen Yao's stubborn face, gritted her teeth, and raised her hand to slap her. But the slap never landed. Shen Yao caught Madame Yang's hand and pushed it away. Madame Yang stumbled and almost fell. Shen Yao got off the bed and looked coldly at the women before her. "So you want to throw me out?
Fine.
I don't care. I have my own home, I'll go back to the Shen family." Her words didn't frighten them. Instead, the old woman, Fang, laughed loudly. "How foolish. Your family's land and property were all taken by your uncle's family after your mother remarried. Go back if you want. There's only a small hut by your father's grave left. You can live there if you don't mind freezing to death."
Madame Yang hesitated.
Hearing this, she felt uneasy, especially when they mentioned Shen Yao's father's grave. Her eyes filled with tears as she said, half pleading and half threatening, "Yao Yao, apologize quickly, or I won't recognize you as my daughter anymore." Usually, when she raised her voice like this, Shen Yao would obey. She thought this time would be no different. Even Fong looked smug, certain that Shen Yao wouldn't dare defy them. But Shen Yao grew even angrier. "So, what if I live in a hut? As long as you're not afraid of my father's spirit visiting you at night, I have nothing to fear. I've done nothing wrong." After Shen Yao finished speaking, she opened the wooden door and left without looking back. Shen Yao was really gone. Yang, realizing it too late, wanted to chase after her, but Madame Fong slapped her hard across the face. "Useless woman. You can't even teach your daughter properly. I'm telling you, if you don't get those 20 taels of silver back, you and your daughter can both go live in the shed." Madame Fong stomped out, and Zhang quickly followed. She had wanted to stop Shen Yao earlier, but the girl's words had frightened her, talking about the dead coming back to life. What nonsense. Still, as she reached the door, Zhang deliberately raised her voice and said to Yang, "Sister-in-law, don't say I didn't warn you. Master Liu is your third brother's employer, and the betrothal gift has already been accepted. If Shen Yao refuses to marry and ruins your brother's job, be careful, he might send you away. You're already a widow who remarried once. If you get sent away again, how will you face anyone?" Yang's face turned pale with fear. Hearing this, Madame Fong slowed her steps. Yes, the betrothal gift. 30 taels of silver. She would never give that back. And her younger son's job was tied to this marriage. It was a respectable position in the village, earning 3 strings of coins a month, sometimes with extra tips from generous customers. If all that was lost, she would be furious. No matter what, Shen Yao must marry. She had thought the girl was easy to control, obedient, quiet, always doing as told. She even went to break off the engagement when told to. But now, after returning, she seemed completely different. Could she be planning something? Madame Fong thought of the 20 taels again. Could that girl be after a share of the money? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If that was the case, Madame Fong wasn't too worried. Shen Yao had no home of her own. Where else could she go? Surely she was just being stubborn, hoping to get some benefit. Thinking this, Madame Fong's eyes narrowed. She needed Shen Yao to come back, but she couldn't let her take any money. So she shouted loudly on purpose. When she first came to our house, she was as thin as a bean sprout. Now that she's been fed and clothed, she dares to make trouble. Our Fong family may not be rich, but we've raised her for half a year. A weak little girl like her, if she stays out there, she'll either be bullied by bad people or get taken by wolves from the mountain. You ungrateful girl. Let her go. If she doesn't kneel and apologize, she'll never step into the Fong family's house again. Madame Yang heard this and looked toward the gate with a mix of gratitude and fear. Finally, she gritted her teeth and ran in the direction Shen Yao had gone. After leaving, Shen Yao didn't know where to go. She had acted purely out of anger. She had just fallen into the water, and now that it was autumn, the night air was freezing. After walking only a few steps, her body felt feverish, but she absolutely couldn't go back. That place was like a den of wolves. If they really sold her off as a concubine, she'd rather die again. Maybe she could even return to her old life. But if she didn't go back, where could she go? The Shen family was gone, and she had offended the future powerful man. Wait, maybe not completely. After all, she hadn't agreed to take the money, so the Xiao family wouldn't sell their daughter. So, maybe there was still a chance to fix things? Thinking this through, Shen Yao made up her mind and ran toward the Xiao family's home halfway up the mountain, following her memory. But just as she reached the foot of the mountain, a furious voice shouted behind her, "What are you doing here again?" Shen Yao had just been thinking that climbing a mountain in the dark was dangerous enough to cost her life. She didn't expect that heaven would answer her thoughts so quickly. The male lead appeared out of nowhere. Her eyes lit up, which only made Xiao Shan more suspicious. He thought she must have some hidden motive and looked at her warily. Shen Yao didn't want to offend this future influential man, so she quickly explained her purpose. "I came to tell you that if my mother asks you for 20 taels of silver as a bride price, you don't need to give it. It's my fault for breaking off the engagement, not yours." Shen Yao thought, after I say this, he'll surely let go of his anger, right? But who would have thought? The next second, Xiao Shan roared in fury. Instead of being grateful, his eyes turned red with anger as he glared at her. "So you came to ask for silver?"
What?
Did she not make herself clear? She was saying she didn't want the money. Why couldn't he understand plain words? Why did this always happen? "I said I'm not. She's here for the silver." Madame Yang suddenly appeared, her voice trembling. "Yao Yao, I knew you still cared about your mother. You're such a good daughter. With 20 taels, I can prepare your dowry, so you can marry with pride. I'll also be able to stand firm in the Fong family, and you'll have strong support in the future." How wonderful! My Yao Yao is so sensible. Shen Yao was speechless. Why did all these ridiculous things keep happening to her?
Why?
Fine, 20 taels, not a single coin less. I'll give it to you. Now, leave. After speaking, Xiao Shan turned and ran up the mountain, disappearing into the darkness before Shen Yao could even react. It was over. Completely over. She had offended someone powerful, truly offended them. "Yao Yao, since he said he'll give us the money, we should go early tomorrow to make sure he doesn't change his mind. The Xiao family is so poor that none of the 4 sons can afford to marry, and even their only daughter has no suitors. Everyone in the village knows their family is unlucky. I still don't understand what your father was thinking when he insisted on marrying into that family." Listening to her mother's endless chatter, Shen Yao suddenly turned around, anger burning in her eyes. If this woman weren't her birth mother, she would have ticked her away long ago. "You know they're poor, yet you still want money from them? Do you have any conscience? Father's health has been bad for years, and the Xiao family has always helped us, chopping wood, carrying water, gathering herbs. Haven't they done enough? Yes, they owe us some silver, but after all these years of helping us, shouldn't that debt be evened out? Now you're asking for 20 taels. Aren't you forcing them into despair? What was father thinking? I really want to ask him why he ever married you." Her words were sharp, and even Yang could hear the resentment in them. "Yao Yao, are you blaming your mother? Should I be thanking you instead?" "Yes, I should thank you for bringing me into this world, and for sending me to the Fong family to work like a servant." The more Shen Yao spoke, the angrier she became, her head throbbing painfully. But she refused to show weakness, not in front of Yang. You ungrateful child. I'm your mother. I did all this for your future, to take you away from that miserable Shen family. Instead of being thankful, you blame me."
Fine.
"If you're so capable, go back to your Shen family. But don't come crying to me later." "Fine, I'll go back then." After saying that, Shen Yao turned and left. Madame Yang grew even angrier as she watched her daughter walk away. It was one thing for Shen Yao to be treated unfairly by her husband's family, after all, which woman didn't face some trouble with her in-laws? And truthfully, Shen Yao hadn't handled things well herself. But Yang had always acted for her daughter's sake, and now Shen Yao was blaming her. She was Shen Yao's mother. How could she allow her own daughter to defy her like this? Determined to teach her daughter a lesson, Yang raised her voice and shouted, "If you dare to leave today, don't ever come back. And that 20 taels of silver, I'll get it back tomorrow no matter what. I'm your mother, and I have the right to decide for you." Shen Yao stopped for a moment, but didn't turn around. A heavy feeling filled her heart. She couldn't tell if it came from the original owner of this body or from her own sympathy for that person's suffering. She had wanted to argue more, but Yang was right about one thing. She was her mother. That was a fact that couldn't be changed or denied. In a time when filial duty was everything, Yang could always use that to control her, unless she wasn't really her mother. But could that be possible? Yes, it could. At that moment, Shen Yao's stubbornness flared up. She turned cold and said sharply, "I'd rather die than go back. If you take back that 20 taels, then you're no longer my mother."
I mean what I say.
After speaking, Shen Yao felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her chest, as though she had finally spoken the words the original Shen Yao had longed to say. Yang staggered, almost losing her balance. Watching her daughter walk away without looking back, she suddenly felt as if something precious was slipping away, something she could never hold onto again. In a panic, she called out, "Where are you going?" "Of course, to my father's grave."
Why?
"Do you want to come too? You can tell him yourself how you've treated his daughter." You're out of your mind. Completely out of your mind." Yang didn't dare chase after her anymore. She could only watch as Shen Yao disappeared into the night. Autumn had come, and the nights were growing cold. Xiaoan village was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, nestled in a quiet valley. Shen Yao's father was buried at the foot of the eastern hill. The countryside at night was deeply silent, just like the grasslands she remembered, though without the countless stars scattered across the sky. The closer she got to the foot of the mountain, the fewer houses there were. Luckily, safety in ancient times wasn't too bad. Most people were already asleep, and she was the only one walking on this quiet night road, feeling a strange sadness. She had always been tough. Years ago, when a great earthquake buried her whole family under the mountain, she survived only because she had caught a cold and was staying in the town hospital. Later, with the help of kind people, she finished medical school and studied under a famous doctor. Over the years, she became one of the hospital's well-known physicians, especially skilled in traditional medicine. This time, she had joined a medical aid team to Tibet, but somehow ended up being knocked into this place by a yak. It seemed she couldn't go back. If she wanted to live here, passion alone wouldn't be enough. First of all, she was a woman. In ancient times, women were expected to follow their fathers before marriage, their husbands after marriage, and their sons after their husbands passed away. But she had no father, no husband, and no son. So, to survive and stand on her own, she had only one choice: her younger brother, Shen Nan, the little brother who was only 6 years old. She would register as an independent woman and raise her brother herself. That made sense anywhere. Still, it might cause trouble when it came to marriage in the future. But Shen Yao didn't want to marry anyone. In modern times, she was already in her 30s and had never thought about relationships, let alone now, when her new body was only 13, a young girl. Besides, since she was now living in this body, raising the original girl's brother would be a way to repay that debt and make things right. So, setting up her own household and raising her brother became Shen Yao's most urgent task. As she walked and thought, she followed the memories in her mind and soon found a small hut near her father's grave. It was only about 7 or 8 square meters, with a wobbly wooden table and a broken bed covered with dry straw. At least it was a place to rest. Shen Yao's whole body felt hot and weak, and her stomach growled with hunger. But she had no strength left. She used some branches to block the doorway, then collapsed onto the bed and fainted. Her throat burned with thirst. Water. She wanted water. She felt like she was going to die of thirst. Suddenly, a cool stream of water touched her lips. She swallowed instinctively. It felt wonderful, like drinking a cold soda on a hot summer day. Every pore in her body seemed to relax in comfort. Shen Yao's expression softened as she slowly opened her eyes. She saw a child, about 4 or 5 years old, holding a leaf filled with water to her lips, looking at her with worry. But the moment he saw her wake up, the boy's face first lit up with joy, then quickly turned cold. He threw the leaf aside angrily and turned to leave. It was him. Shen Nan, don't go. Shen Nan, why do you walk away when you see your sister? Shen Yao still felt weak, partly from hunger and partly because she had caught a chill. She needed medicine to recover, but she didn't have a single coin on her. If the boy hadn't given her water just now, her illness might have worsened. Looking at the child, who was already 6 but looked no older than 4, Shen Yao felt a pang in her heart. His head seemed too big for his thin body, clearly a sign of poor nutrition. Shen Nan had delicate features, just like Shen Yao. Both had beautiful double-lidded eyes. In fact, they resembled their mother, Madame Yang, quite a bit. Yang had a fine appearance, a slender face, thick brows, and bright eyes. Otherwise, she might never have caught the attention of Shen Yao's stepfather, a man who worked at an inn and had seen many beautiful women in town. Now, seeing the little boy's angry face, Shen Yao knew that if she wanted to win him back, the two of them had to stand together as siblings. You're not my sister. You went away with that woman when she remarried. You're not my sister anymore. He was only 6, yet his mother had left him behind, taking only his sister when she remarried. He had been given to his uncle's family. If they had no sons, perhaps he would have been treated well, but his uncle already had 3 boys. There was no place for him. In the original story, Shen Nan had fallen ill and passed away before Shen Yao's return to Xiao Shan. Looking at the frail, undernourished child before her, Shen Yao felt deeply saddened. It was wrong of me to leave with mother, she said softly. But I know my mistake now. I won't go with her again. I'm father's daughter, and I always will be.
See?
I haven't even changed my surname. I'm still Shen. Though young, Shen Nan had already learned to be strong. After losing his father, being left behind by his mother, and nearly forgotten by everyone, his heart had become sensitive and fragile. I don't believe you. Everyone says you broke off your engagement with Brother Xiao Shan on purpose, so you could marry into a rich family. That woman even went to Brother Xiao Shan's house this morning to ask for the betrothal money back. She forced Aunt Xiao to sell Sister Xiaoya. None of you are good people. Shen Yao gasped. Had that girl really been sold already? She looked outside in disbelief. What time is it now? Almost noon.
Why?
Did you hear that woman got 20 taels of silver, and now you want to go back? I knew you were all liars. This child was indeed very sensitive. Shen Yao couldn't let the fragile trust between them fall apart completely. She hurriedly got out of bed, but her legs were weak, and she fell straight to the ground.
Ouch.
Shen Nan instinctively wanted to help her, but something held him back. He pressed his lips together stubbornly and stayed where he was. Shen Nan, your sister has no strength. Can you help me up? We're brother and sister after all.
Please listen to me.
I really have my reasons. Shen Nan hesitated. He wanted to help her, but when he thought about how they had abandoned him and caused trouble for brother Xiao Shan's family and sister Xiaoya, anger filled his heart. Now everyone in the village called them ungrateful. They even said that if their father knew, he would be so angry he'd come back from the grave. The only reason Shen Nan came here today was because he was afraid that might actually happen. Part of him even wished it would. Then he would have a home again, instead of living with his uncle's family, always hungry and overworked. He missed his father, his home, and even that woman. And though the sister before him had never been very kind, she had never truly hurt him either. I'm only helping you because you fell. I'd help anyone in the village who fell. This boy, stubborn on the outside, soft-hearted inside. He really had a good nature. Shen Yao hadn't truly needed his help. His small frame couldn't support her anyway. But she still leaned on him a little, steadied herself, and then took his hand. Shen Nan, please believe me. I was tricked by Mother too. I didn't know she agreed to so many conditions when she remarried into the Fong family. She sent me to the Fong family to work as a servant, not to enjoy an easy life. So, sister truly didn't abandon you. She really didn't. A servant? You mean a maid in a rich family? A household worker? Shen Yao nodded quickly. The words felt awkward to say, so she reminded herself to be more careful next time. Yes, they treated me like a servant. I lived in the woodshed, ate coarse bread, and sometimes they didn't even give me food. But there was always endless work to do. I woke earlier than the roosters, slept later than the dogs, worked harder than the donkeys, and ate worse than the pigs. Shen Nan, I missed you so much, but I had no way to come find you. What Shen Yao said was exactly the truth of her past life, without a single lie. It was so simple and clear that Shen Nan understood right away. He even felt that his own life had been just the same, waking earlier than the roosters, sleeping later than the dogs, working harder than the donkeys, and eating worse than the pigs. Had they both really lived such hard lives? Shen Nan's expression softened, and Shen Yao, seeing this, took a quiet breath of relief and continued. As for breaking off the engagement, yes, I was the one who told brother Xiao Shan. As expected, the moment she said that, his face tightened again. Shen Nan looked at Shen Yao with both sadness and blame. I knew it, you lied to me. No, I didn't lie to you, Shen Nan. Do you understand what it means when parents arrange a marriage? You mean it was Mother who told you to end the engagement? This child was truly smart, he understood right away. Shen Yao nodded. It was indeed the truth.
Yes.
Mother wanted to please the Fong family. She asked them to send me to a wealthy household as a concubine, so she could get 20 taels of silver to give to the Fong family's old lady and secure her place there. Sister was sold by Mother. Yesterday, when I fell into the water, maybe Father's spirit in heaven helped me wake up. Otherwise, I would still be fooled, thinking Mother did it for my own good. But in truth, she's already remarried. She's no longer part of the Shen family. She's part of the Fong family now. She's Madame Fong Yang. For a child, being sold was the most terrible thing imaginable. Shen Nan's anger flared up again, and he said fiercely, that woman is awful. They said once she remarried, she's no longer my mother, and she's not your mother either. She wanted to sell you. You shouldn't call her mother anymore. Shen Yao pretended to wipe her tears. Although she had made Madame Yang take the blame, she hadn't actually lied. What she said was true. Anyway, since things had already turned ugly, there was no need to pretend to be innocent anymore. Sometimes, acting a little cunning wasn't such a big deal. Yes, so I've decided to return to the Shen family and never go back to the Fong family. Shen Nan, will you come with me? I promise I'll work hard and earn money to take care of you. Shen Nan's face lit up with joy, but soon he lowered his head in disappointment. I've already been adopted by Uncle. Our house and land were taken by him too. We don't have a home anymore. Shen Nan's nose twitched as he tried not to cry. His clothes were torn and wrinkled, his body dirty, and his hair stuck together in messy clumps. With his tear-streaked face, he looked just like a little beggar. Shen Yao truly felt sorry for the boy. He had suffered far more than most children. Even though she had seen many orphans before, Shen Nan's situation, having a living mother yet living like an orphan, was even sadder. No, we still have a home. Wherever your sister is, that's home. Even if we don't have the big tiled house anymore, we can live in this little thatched hut. We'll earn money bit by bit, and life will get better. Shen Nan, do you not want to stay here? I know winter is coming, and it'll be hard to live in this place. It could even be dangerous. If you don't want to stay, that's fine. I can live here alone. She was testing him, knowing how to make him choose. Sure enough, Shen Nan quickly said, I want to stay. As long as I can be with you, I don't mind. I'm not afraid of living in a thatched hut. Even if I had to face danger, I'd still want to stay with you. His words made Shen Yao's eyes sting with emotion. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you. I'll make sure you live safely and happily. Shen Nan's eyes sparkled with hope, but then he hesitated.
But
will they agree? Shen Yao gently patted his greasy hair, not minding it at all, and said firmly, they will. I'm going to register as an independent woman. That way, no one can stop me from taking care of you. At that moment, someone standing outside the door happened to hear her last sentence. The person froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. So this was the real reason she wanted to break off the engagement, to become independent and raise her younger brother? Xiao Shan came here to find Shen Nan. He was ready to take a big risk. Although Shen Yao had wronged him, Shen Nan was a good boy. Years ago, Dr. Shen had saved his father's life. Without that kindness, Xiao Shan would never have agreed to marry into their family. At that time, they still owed Dr. Shen 20 taels for medicine, but the doctor later said it could count as a dowry and didn't ask them to repay it. Xiao Shan never forgot that favor. Now that they wanted the 20 taels back to cut ties completely, Xiao Shan knew it was fair. After all, it was his own fault for being unable to earn money. But what should never have happened was his sister being sold. He remembered how Madame Yang and the Fong family had shouted at their door that morning, accusing them of being heartless and saying that if they had any pride, they should sell their children to pay their debts. After all, paying what you owe is only right. Otherwise, he would never have thought of selling himself as a servant. But just after he left, his mother secretly sold his sister. By the time he came back, it was already too late. That made Xiao Shan hate Shen Yao deeply. After all, his injured leg was also because of her. He had heard rumors that the Fong family was forcing Shen Yao to become a concubine, so he went to defend her and was beaten badly. But who would have thought that Shen Yao had agreed to it willingly? When she learned about his injury, she even insisted on breaking off the engagement. Better to be a rich man's concubine than a poor man's wife. Yes, that was Shen Yao. Still, Xiao Shan would not blame the innocent. Shen Yao was Shen Yao, and Shen Nan was Shen Nan. Just now, he had almost believed her words. But after all these years, he knew her nature well. She was never that honest or straightforward. She was cautious but proud. If not for Dr. Shen's guidance, she would never have looked at him kindly, neither before nor now. Now, Shen Yao had just told her mother to ask for the silver back, and then she came to find her brother. Who knew what new scheme she was planning? No, he couldn't just leave. He couldn't let Shen Yao harm Dr. Shen's only child. Fairness was one thing, but he had to stay and watch her to see what tricks she was up to this time. Setting up a household under a woman's name was no simple matter. One had to speak with the village head and the clan elders. Back then, the property and farmland left by Father Shen were the best in Xiaohe village. People said Madame Yang was truly foolish. She had a house and land, and life could have been comfortable. When Shen Nan grew up and married, she would have lived a good life. But she insisted on remarrying. That would have been fine, except she even gave her son away to another family. No one had ever seen such a foolish woman. All those possessions were taken by the eldest uncle's family. If they had treated Shen Nan well, Shen Yao might not have cared about those things. But seeing Shen Nan's thin, malnourished face, looking almost like a beggar, Shen Yao couldn't swallow her anger. So, she decided she would take back what belonged to them. How to do it and how much to take would depend on her next moves. After comforting Shen Nan and sending him back to his uncle's house for now, Shen Yao got up and prepared to go to the mountain. Setting up her own household couldn't be rushed. It would take time. But there was one urgent matter she had to handle first: redeeming Xiaoya, the younger sister who had been sold. In the original story, that girl didn't have a good ending. She was later taken in by a wealthy family as a servant. Xiaoya was gentle and innocent, but before long, she was dismissed and sold again to a traveling merchant. Sadly, she lost her life on the road when bandits attacked. All these tragedies were closely tied to the original Shen Yao. Those 20 taels of silver had brought disaster to many people. Though 20 taels didn't seem like much, for the penniless Shen Yao, it was a huge sum. To gather that money, she would have to return to her old trade. Winter had come, and herbs were becoming scarce. The mountains surrounding Xiaohe village were full of treasures. With no modern development or pollution, she could find herbs, sell them to the pharmacy in town, and slowly earn enough silver. Maybe she could even have some left over. Then she could bring Shen Nan back, and the siblings would no longer have to worry about their lives. The more Shen Yao thought about it, the more hopeful she felt. Smiling to herself, she ignored her hunger and walked out of the thatched hut toward the forest. Hidden behind the grass hut, Xiao Shan had been watching her. When he saw Shen Nan leave and noticed the calculating smile on Shen Yao's face, he became even more certain that she was up to no good. That woman must be planning something involving Shen Nan. This woman was getting worse and worse. No, he had to confront her and warn her not to harm Shen Nan, or he would never let her go. Fishment. Shen Yao had only walked a short distance before hunger made her dizzy. When she spotted the fishment, she became excited, quickly dug up a few plants, wiped them off as best she could, and eagerly put some in her mouth. This was a real treat, something that only grew in late autumn, known for clearing heat, detoxifying, and reducing swelling. Many people disliked its strong smell, but Shen Yao loved it. People from Shu had grown up eating it. She still wasn't sure where this small river village was, but seeing so much fish mint growing untouched around her and feeling the damp chill in the air, she guessed it must be somewhere similar to Shu. Behind her, Xiao Shan was stunned when he saw Shen Yao digging up and eating the wild herb by the roadside. Even pigs wouldn't eat that stuff. Yet she was? Was she really that hungry? The last time he'd seen her, she had bragged about living well with the Fong family, eating meat every day, sometimes even enjoying dishes from fancy restaurants, living far better than she ever had with the Shen family. So what was this supposed to mean? Xiao Shan stopped in his tracks, deciding to watch and see what she was up to. But he had overestimated himself. His leg injury hadn't healed, and after being soaked in water yesterday, it had become inflamed. He had been walking all morning, and now the wound had split open again, blood seeping through his pants. Every step made him break out in a cold sweat. He had no choice but to rest under a nearby tree. He also thought that no matter how bold Shen Yao was, she wouldn't dare go deep into the mountains. So he decided to wait there and talk to her when she came back. Shen Yao had no idea Xiao Shan was following her. But just as he thought, she didn't plan to go deep into the forest. This was ancient times. If something happened in the mountains, no one would be able to help her. Along the way, she ate some more fish mint and wild greens. With something in her stomach, she finally felt a bit better. Near the foot of the mountain, there were hardly any useful herbs. Aside from one yellow vitex bush, which could help with detoxifying and cooling the body, there was only a large patch of fish mint. She felt a little disappointed. The pharmacy might not even buy that single yellow vitex plant, so she decided to just collect fish mint for now and leave the vitex for later. Next time, she would come better prepared to go deeper into the mountains. Not long after she started heading back, she saw Xiao Shan sitting under a tree, waiting for her. Looking at the future male lead, she couldn't help feeling a bit afraid. Especially now, when things had reached this point in the story, no amount of explanation would help. The only thing she could do was help redeem the little girl. Maybe then, Xiao Shan wouldn't be so angry. At least, when he became successful, he wouldn't come back to take revenge on her. Shen Yao thought for a moment, and, decided it was better to go over and say something. But just as she lifted her foot, she froze. A green bamboo snake, as thick as a thumb, was slithering down from the tree above Xiao Shan's head, its tongue flicking in and out. It was less than a meter away. If he moved even a little, the snake would definitely bite him. Oh no, it's almost winter. Where did this thing come from? Why did every meeting between her and the male lead have to be so dangerous? Hey, big brother, there's a snake above your head. Xiao Shan didn't expect her to start lying the moment she opened her mouth. A snake? In the middle of winter?
Impossible.
He stood up angrily, but as soon as he moved, a bad feeling hit him. He instinctively turned his head to the side, and a flash of green swept past him. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder. In that instant, Xiao Shan grabbed the snake by its neck, yanked it hard, and slammed it against the tree. The snake went limp, but his shoulder had already been bitten. The bamboo snake was highly poisonous. Xiao Shan quickly began to feel dizzy. Seeing his condition, Shen Yao was terrified. She immediately turned and ran toward the spot where she had seen some herbs earlier. Before losing consciousness, Xiao Shan saw her running away. A trace of sorrow flashed in his eyes. Shen Yao, you really do hate me. Not only did you not help, but you ran faster than a rabbit when danger appeared. Forget it. Looks like I'll die here today. I told you there was a snake, but you didn't believe me. Serves you right for getting bitten. Shen Yao looked at the unconscious Xiao Shan. She had already sucked out the poison, and the herb she found seemed perfect for him. She crushed some of it with a stone and applied it to his wound. Just as she finished, she noticed his left leg, soaked with blood. It's infected? Did it get wet yesterday? The wound was as long as an adult's hand, stretching from his thigh to his knee, deep enough to see the bone. What a miracle he's still alive. If the cut had been just a little deeper, it would have hit an artery and he would have bled to death. His luck was really something. Wait, a knife wound? How could Xiao Shan have such a serious knife wound, and in such a dangerous spot? His knee was also shattered. Walking would definitely be difficult in the future. Who could have hurt him so badly? I don't think you should kill me. You should thank me instead. I'm your savior, really. Without thinking too much, Shen Yao tore open his pant leg. The wound was indeed inflamed and bleeding slightly. As for the knee, Shen Yao didn't think it was too serious. In the book, he was healed by a great doctor. How could the main character stay disabled? Even if he was injured, he would surely recover, and it would definitely have something to do with the heroine. After all, that was the key event that brought the hero and heroine together later. Of course, the most important thing was that setting the bone again could easily reopen the wound, so the external injury had to be treated first. After finishing everything and checking his pulse to make sure he was fine, Shen Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked around. Other than the dead bamboo viper he had killed, there was nothing else nearby. Still, it wasn't too bad. The viper's gall was a rare medicine, and even its body could be used to make medicinal wine to ease pain and improve circulation. It was truly valuable. Brother, remember this. I saved your life today, Shen Yao said to herself. She picked up the viper and quickly headed down the mountain, planning to sell it at the town's pharmacy before dark. What she didn't know was that just after she left, a girl carrying a basket happened to pass by. She immediately saw Xiao Shan lying unconscious by the tree. By coincidence, Xiao Shan slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a young woman kneeling in front of him, her face full of worry. The heroine, Fong Zidong. Did you save me? He asked. Fong Zidong could hardly believe it. She had been reborn. She had just lived long enough to see Xiao Shan pass away and had become the respected matriarch of the family. But now, she had somehow returned to her younger, unmarried self. She had only gone out to clear her mind and figure out what was happening, but unexpectedly, she found her late husband from her past life, Xiao Shan, lying injured in the forest, his shoulder and leg badly hurt. She remembered Xiao Shan once telling her that he had been seriously injured and fainted in the mountains, saved by someone he could never find again. It had been his lifelong regret. But Fong Zidong knew who had saved him, Shen Yao. She just didn't understand why Shen Yao never told Xiao Shan, not even before she passed away. Since Xiao Shan didn't know who a savior was, then if he thought it was her, so be it. Xiao Shan was a man who always repaid kindness and never forgot grudges. With this debt of gratitude, he would never escape from her grasp. Facing Xiao Shan's question, Fong Zidong spoke without thinking. "It's just you and me here. What do you think?" Fong Zidong had spent a lifetime with Xiao Shan. She knew his personality well and knew how successful he would become later. She had shared a life of wealth and comfort with him, but it was only wealth and comfort. Xiao Shan was stubborn and clear about right and wrong. Their early days were sweet, but after he learned what her family had done to the Shin family, her life became bitter. For the rest of their lives, they were like strangers. In public, he treated her with respect and stayed loyal to her, but many nights, she was left alone. The Shin family's downfall was deeply connected to her own family. Later, Xiao Shan even forced Shen Yao into despair. He could never forgive himself, and while he seemed to punish himself, he was also punishing her. Even when their children and grandchildren grew up, Fong Zidong remained lonely, though everyone thought she was living a happy life. Living with such a man, she was the one who suffered the most. If she could live again, Fong Zidong would never marry Xiao Shan. Unexpectedly, the moment she made that wish, she opened her eyes and truly returned to the past. Looking at the young, not yet successful Xiao Shan, a trace of resentment flashed in her heart. She didn't want to marry him, didn't want him to succeed, and didn't want him to take revenge on her family. Since she had been given another chance, she would protect her loving family and start over. She would find someone stronger than Xiao Shan, someone who truly cared for her, and live a peaceful, happy life. Now that they were from the same village, and since he already believed she was his savior, she might as well continue the act. "Let me help you back home." "No need. Thank you, Miss Fong. You saved my life, and I, Xiao Shan, will never forget it. But if you keep helping me, it might harm your reputation. I truly appreciate your kindness." Fong Zidong didn't insist on helping him anymore. She knew he was a man who valued propriety, so after hearing his words, she simply stood up, picked up her basket, and turned to leave. Xiao Shan watched her back thoughtfully. Then he looked down at the wounds on his leg and shoulder. The injuries were in hidden places, and the wooden splint on his knee was tied in a clever way that kept him from hurting the bone while walking. Her method was truly skillful. Reputation? So just now, Miss Fong. For an unmarried young woman to treat him like that, Xiao Shan was deeply moved. Compared to Shen Yao, who had run away the moment she saw him injured, his heart filled with quiet resentment. Shen Yao. Shen Yao. At that moment, Shen Yao, the one he kept thinking about, had already reached a town 30 miles away, carrying a bundle wrapped in leaves. It was her first time seeing an ancient town, and she felt a bit disappointed. It wasn't as lively as she had imagined. Perhaps because it was already late afternoon, there weren't many people around. Shops lined both sides of the street, selling all kinds of goods. Shen Yao wanted to buy everything she saw, but her pockets were empty. She didn't even have a single coin. Her stomach growled with hunger. She carried the leaf-wrapped bundle to the largest pharmacy in town. "Miss, are you here to see a doctor or to buy medicine?" the shop assistant asked. "Excuse me, do you buy medicinal ingredients here?" Shen Yao replied. The assistant looked at her, thinking she seemed familiar, but he met so many people every day that he didn't dwell on it. He noticed the bundle in her hands and caught a faint scent of blood, which puzzled him. "What are you selling, miss?" Shen Yao lifted the bundle slightly and said, "A snake." The assistant's eyes widened in surprise. Snakes were rare in the season, and even if someone caught one, few would bring it to a pharmacy to sell. Having worked there for a long time, he knew that if it was a useful kind of snake, every part of it could be valuable. Without delay, he hurried to the back to call the doctor. Shen Yao waited at the entrance, looking around the old-style pharmacy. At the front stood a wide table and a chair, likely for the doctor to use during consultations. Behind the table was a large wall of drawers labeled with the names of herbs. Shen Yao could read all the characters, and she let out a small sigh of relief. Being able to understand the writing would make her life much easier from now on. She was worried that she might not recognize the words here, but luckily, her luck was good. As Shen Yao carefully looked around, the doctor came out from the back. When he saw her, he looked a little surprised and said, "Shen Yao, why are you here? My assistant said you have a snake to sell? Is it your father's pit viper?
Take it out and let me see."
I told your father before to sell it earlier, but he wouldn't listen. Now that he's gone, the snake still has to be sold. If he had brought it earlier, he wouldn't have gotten into that trouble, been injured, and lost his life. What a pity.
Huh? What did he mean by that?
The old doctor's words made Shen Yao realize there might be something she didn't know about her father's death. She looked at the doctor, her eyes filled with worry and confusion. "Sir, you knew my father?
What did you mean just now?"
Dr. Liu was about 60 years old, with white hair and beard. His hair was tied up with a peachwood hairpin, and his face looked healthy and bright, almost like an old immortal. When he heard Shen Yao's question, he glanced at the leaves in her hand and asked in confusion, "This isn't a pit viper." "No, it's a green bamboo snake I found." After speaking, Shen Yao tore open the leaves, revealing a shiny green bamboo snake. A trace of disappointment flashed across Dr. Liu's face, but he quickly nodded and said, The gallbladder isn't damaged, and the snake is fresh. I'll take it. Go get 5 taels of silver." The young assistant took the snake from Shen Yao and looked at her again. So she was Dr. Shen's daughter. No wonder she looked so familiar. 5 taels? Dr. Liu was being generous. That was more than the usual price. "Dr. Liu, isn't that too much?" Shen Yao wasn't a naive girl. She had been an orphan since childhood and had long learned how to read people's expressions. When she heard the price, she noticed the assistant's surprised look. Clearly, Dr. Liu knew her father well and was giving her a friendly price. As expected, Dr. Liu shook his head and said casually, "If I hadn't gone out of town that day to treat a patient and delayed saving your father, he wouldn't have passed away so soon. Your father was a skilled doctor, but doctors can't always heal themselves, alas." Something was definitely wrong. Shen Yao asked again, "Dr. Liu, what really happened back then?"
"My father,
Your father was a good man, but good people don't always have good fortune." The more she heard, the more confused she became. Shen Yao decided to speak directly. "Dr. Liu, I may be young, but I know my father always helped people and never made enemies. You just mentioned a 5-step snake. I've never heard of it. Could you please tell me clearly what happened?" Dr. Liu was not a talkative man, but when he saw Shen Yao's thin, shabby clothes and her pale, sunken face, he could tell she had been living a hard life. More importantly, he had heard certain rumors. No matter what, he couldn't just watch a good girl walk into danger. After thinking for a moment, he took Shen Yao aside and spoke carefully. "I don't know if it was luck or misfortune. Early in spring, your father went into the mountains and somehow caught a 5-step snake. It's extremely poisonous, but also a rare and valuable medicine. Coincidentally, the old master of the Liu family was seriously ill with lung disease and urgently needed that snake for treatment. They had searched all the nearby towns but couldn't find one. Somehow, Master Liu heard that your father had caught one, so he came to ask for it. At that time, I was treating a wealthy family in the neighboring county. It took at least 5 days to travel back and forth. When I heard the news, I was told your father refused to hand over the snake. He said the old master's illness didn't require it, which led to an argument. But since your father was highly skilled, they still invited him to treat the old master. Unfortunately, that very night, the old master passed away. Your father was beaten and thrown out. Dr. Zhang from the next street, who had treated him before, said your father had internal injuries and needed rest. He already had a lung condition, and delaying treatment was dangerous. No one expected that the next day, he would cough up blood and die. So, your father never gave up the 5-step snake, even until his death. I once thought he had soaked it in wine for medicine. I thought you came to sell that snake wine, but it turns out it's just bamboo leaf liquor. Later, when I asked Dr. Zhang again, he firmly denied that your father had any internal injuries. He only said it was caused by a lung illness. So, what really happened? Sigh. It's hard to find out now. Shen Yao had searched too many of these keywords before and fell into deep thought. From her limited memories, she remembered that one night her father was indeed taken out for a consultation. Not long after he returned, he started coughing up blood. Her mother said it was a sudden attack of his illness, so sudden that even the doctor couldn't make it in time. She also mentioned that doctors cannot treat themselves. Shen Yao had no idea about the truth, so she naturally believed her father had died from illness. As for the five-step snake, Shen Yao had never seen or even heard of it. What was really hidden behind all this? Who was hiding the truth? Her mother? Could it be her? It was quite a coincidence that it all involved the Liu family. Her mother's new husband, Fong Daquai, worked as a waiter at the Liu family's restaurant. And now, they wanted to send Shen Yao to the Liu family as a concubine. Was all this really just coincidence? Or was someone secretly controlling everything? Shen Yao didn't want to think about it, but she couldn't stop herself. She had to find out the truth. If her father's death had anything to do with the Liu family, she would make them pay for it. And if her mother or the Fong family were involved, she would never let them go unpunished. Shen Yao felt uneasy, her mind full of worries. After thanking Dr. Liu for the 5 taels of silver, she left the pharmacy. As soon as she left, the young apprentice looked at Dr. Liu in confusion and asked, "Dr. Liu, you never get involved in other people's business. Why did you tell Miss Shen about her father's matter? A young woman can't do much even if she knows." Dr. Liu sighed and said helplessly, "Dr. Shen saved countless lives and had a kind heart. If he knew his daughter was about to be sold off as a concubine, he wouldn't rest in peace. I just hope this girl is wise enough to choose a better path. Even marrying a poor man as a proper wife is far better than being someone's servant or secondary wife." The apprentice was stunned for a moment before realizing, "You mean the Liu family's new concubine is supposed to be Miss Shen?" Dr. Liu looked at Shen Yao's fading figure. He neither nodded nor shook his head. Fate would decide. Dr. Shen had once arranged a marriage for her. If she didn't lose her way, she could still live a good life. Let's not talk about this anymore. The young apprentice was also shocked, but he knew that a healer should not speak too much, so he kept quiet. Still, as he watched Shen Yao walk away, he hoped that clever girl would be safe and well. On the road, Shen Yao slowly calmed herself. Everything that had happened came rushing back, and she needed time to process it all. Fortunately, she was not truly the original Shen Yao, so she could look at the situation more rationally. She knew that the key to everything was Madame Yang. Madame Yang was Shen's father's wife, and from the time of his accident to her remarriage, everything had been decided by her alone. Shen Yao and Shen Nan were only informed afterward. So, the only way to uncover the truth was to start with Madame Yang. But clearly, now is not the right time to investigate. Her plan to establish her own household had not yet been approved, and acting rashly would only alert others. Steadying her thoughts, Shen Yao looked at the silver in her hand. The first thing she needed was a full stomach. When she arrived earlier, she had noticed a stall at the corner selling freshly steamed meat buns. The aroma was rich, the skin thin, and the filling generous. Everything here was natural and pure, and the buns were juicy and delicious. Her appetite was small, so after eating 2 buns and a bowl of soup, she was already full. Each bun cost 3 copper coins, while a plain steamed bun cost 1. Based on the current prices, a pound of white rice was 10 copper coins, brown rice 6, and cornmeal about the same. The finer polished rice was even more expensive. Shen Yao thought for a moment. The prices here were quite similar to those during the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. The people's clothing also resembled that era. Occasionally, she saw village women carrying vegetables to sell, which showed that women were still allowed to go out and work. After walking around a bit more, she bought 4 kinds of pastries from a bakery and some coarse cotton cloth. Altogether, she spent 1 string of coins. When she returned to the village, the sky was already growing dim, but Shen Yao went straight to the home of the village head, her clan uncle, whom she called 4th uncle, Shen Ping'an. She wanted to reclaim what belonged to the Shen family, and her uncle, as both clan elder and village head, was the key. Trying to get something for nothing?
Impossible.
Some travelers from other worlds might manage that, but she knew her own limits. She only had the lessons she'd learned from life experience. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Carrying her generous gifts, Shen Yao stepped through the gate of her fourth uncle's house. What did you say? You want to set up a household under your own name? Before Shen Ping'an could speak, his wife, Madame Wang, cried out in surprise. Shen Yao smiled and looked at her. Fourth aunt. Only by having my own household can I take care of Shen Nan, so I must do it. Fourth Uncle Shen, sitting by the door, looked at Shen Yao with some surprise. He wasn't as shocked as his wife, but her words still caught him off guard. Still, he thought this girl from the Shen family has a good heart. At least, she hasn't brought shame to her late father. The second branch of the Shen family should at least have one descendant left. However, when Madame Yang remarried, she had Shen Nan adopted out, and most of what the second branch owned was taken by the eldest brother. With their kind of temper, would they ever willingly give it back? Not likely. As the evening light dimmed, fourth Uncle Shen glanced at Shen Yao, who was now a grown young woman sitting beside his wife, and said with some concern, "The land and property your father left behind were already taken by your eldest uncle."
You.
Before he could finish, Madame Wang, who had been eyeing the fine gifts on the table, a piece of flowered cloth and 4 kinds of pastries, quickly added, "Of course she should take them back. Shen Nan is a boy. Since he's no longer adopted out, how can they keep those things?" Fourth Uncle Shen knew she was right in principle, but the matter had already been settled before. Now that things had changed, it would be hard to explain. Shen Yao had already thought this through, so she said calmly, "I came today to discuss this with you, fourth uncle. When my mother remarried, she took me with her but left Shen Nan here. If it weren't for my eldest uncle's help, Shen Nan wouldn't have survived at such a young age. My father left behind 10 acres of good farmland, 5 acres of medium land, 5 acres of sandy land near the hills, a small slope to the south, and 20 taels of silver. So I was thinking, we'll take back the house, the small slope, and 4 acres of good farmland. The remaining 1 acre and the 20 taels of silver can be considered payment for Shen Nan's food and lodging over the past half year. After all, my eldest uncle and aunt have taken care of him with much effort. This is our way of showing respect." As soon as Shen Yao finished speaking, fourth Aunt Wang gasped, "What? Your father left more than 20 taels of silver?" "I'm not sure if it's more than 20 taels, but there's definitely silver. Even if I don't have enough, I'll find a way to make it up to 20 taels. It should be worth more than that. Uncle, aunt, you both know my father was a doctor. When my mother married into the Fong family, she only took the clothes she was wearing. My uncle's family didn't let her take anything else." That was true. Back then, Aunt Shen said that since her mother was remarrying, she couldn't take anything from the Shen family because she was no longer one of them. So, the things from the Shen family were definitely worth more than 20 taels. "You're really that generous, girl? A good acre of farmland is worth 10 taels of silver. It's not about being generous. We still have to live in this village and rely on everyone's help. We see each other every day. Shen Nan is only 6 and I'm just 13. For us to grow up safely, we'll need the care of our relatives and neighbors. I was thinking, once we get the land back, we can rent it out to the villagers at 30% less than usual." "Uncle, aunt, don't you think that's fair?" Shen Ping'an's wife kept giving him meaningful looks. This was a great offer. The girl used to seem quiet and timid, just like her mother, but now that something serious happened, she was handling it well. She was being generous and thoughtful. A 30% discount on rent was no small thing. With that, everyone in the village would look out for them. It might seem like a small favor, but it was actually a big gain. Shen Nan was only 6. It would be at least 10 years before he grew up and got married. Shen Yao had also broken off her engagement with the Xiao family. A young girl living with a small child could easily face trouble if someone with bad intentions came around. This way, by giving everyone some benefit, no one would gossip or cause trouble later. This plan sounds fine. But once you register as the head of your own household, your future marriage might be difficult. If you hadn't broken off the engagement with the Xiao family, it would have been perfect for Xiao Shan to marry into your family. But now that things have ended between you two, your future, uncle, aunt, the engagement is already broken. That's in the past. Since I've decided to register as an independent household, I don't plan to marry. When Shen Nan grows up and starts his own family, if he's willing, I'll live with him. If not, I'll build a small house near my father's grave and live there. My mind is made up, uncle, aunt. We'll talk about the future when it comes. As for marriage, that can wait until Shen Nan is old enough to understand. Uncle Shinsi saw that Shen Yao had thought everything through carefully. Remembering that Shen Lauer should also have a descendant, he finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll talk to the elders in the village and make an announcement tomorrow. Shen Yao thanked him again and again, knowing that half the matter was now settled. The other half would depend on what her eldest uncle said. Thinking of the meat buns she had brought for Shen Nan that day, Shen Yao couldn't wait to share the good news with him. After leaving Uncle Shinsi's house, she went straight to the old Shen home to find Shen Nan. But just as she reached the door, she heard harsh shouting from inside. You troublemaker! How dare you steal eggs? I'll teach you a lesson. Shen Nan's weak voice came through. My sister is sick. I just wanted to give her something to eat. Auntie, please, I won't eat for the next 2 days. Just let me give this egg to my sister, please. Hearing this, Shen Yao froze. Without thinking, she kicked the door open. Shen Nan was lying on the ground, clutching an egg tightly in his hands, while Aunt Huang was hitting him with a stick. His small body was covered in bruises, and he was barely conscious. Before, Shen Yao had only wanted to rely on Shen Nan to escape from the Fong family. But now, hearing why he had been beaten, she truly felt affection for him. Even when he was hurt so badly, he still held on to that egg for her. That kind of care and sincerity moved Shen Yao deeply, and her heart ached for him. She too was an orphan and knew how precious family love was. Since Shen Nan treated her as family, she would do the same for him. With a loud bang, Shen Yao kicked the door open again. Shen Nan lay motionless on the ground. Shen Yao's mind went blank, and it felt as if something inside her snapped. Shen Nan. She rushed forward with all her strength, pushing Aunt Huang aside. Seeing Shen Nan lying there, she quickly lifted his small, light body into her arms. He was so thin and hurt that she didn't even dare to move him too much. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Shen Nan's clothes were already torn, with many black marks from the burning stick. His skin was bruised and purple in places. What Shen Yao found hardest to accept was that, despite wearing a thick cotton coat, it was filled with straw inside. At this moment, Shen Nan, faint and groggy, slightly opened his eyes. He looked at Shen Yao, took out the egg he had been protecting fiercely, and tried to crack a smile that looked worse than crying. Big sister, eat the egg. If you eat it, you'll get better. Tears finally couldn't be held back, mixing with guilt and sadness, and flowed freely. Shen Nan, it's all my fault. It's because of me. I should have come earlier. It's all my fault. She was too careless. She knew Shen Nan was not yet an adult and had died from illness, but she never thought that maybe he didn't die from sickness at all. Maybe he was beaten to death by her uncle's family. She had foolishly believed that life could go on slowly, without rushing. If she had arrived just a little earlier, would Shen Nan have been beaten to death right there? Are these people animals? He's just a child. Shen Nan's body was burning hot, and he had already fainted. His injuries were swollen and red, with old scars all over. Shen Yao couldn't bear to look anymore. Having seen many patients, Shen Nan was the most heartbreaking. Shen Yao didn't hesitate. She hugged Shen Nan and tried to leave. But just as she stood up, her aunt, who had been pushed to the ground earlier, also got up. She looked at Shen Yao in shock and shouted, Shen Yao? It's you? What are you doing here? Where are you taking Shen Nan? Aunt Wang Xiaoji rushed forward to try to snatch Shen Nan from Shen Yao, but Shen Yao slapped her hard across the face. Her blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Wang Xiaoji, stunning her completely. She was stunned for a long time, unable to react. Get out of the way. With a loud shout, the usually gentle and beautiful girl now looked like a fierce demon, standing there fiercely, making others afraid to approach. When she finally reacted, Shen Yao had already carried Shen Nan outside the door. Wang Xiaoji couldn't let Shen Yao take him away. She had just beaten Shen Nan badly, intending to kill him so that everything in the house would belong to them in the future. But unexpectedly, someone appeared out of nowhere. It had been over half a year since Shen Yao's mother and daughter last visited. Now, Shen Yao was fighting hard and she was caught red-handed. Head of the family, come quickly. Shen Nan has been taken away and I might be beaten to death. Shen Dalong was drinking in the main hall. He clearly heard the commotion outside. He had 3 sons, and he didn't care much for the one adopted from his second brother. Getting hit was fine. If something bad happened, it was just because that boy had bad luck. After all, boys from farming families grow up getting hit. He didn't blame them. But now, hearing his wife calling out, he hurried out without even dressing properly. When he saw Shen Yao holding Shen Nan and leaving through the door, he thought, this is bad. I can't let these siblings leave. Shen Yao, what are you doing? Give Shen Nan back to me. After saying that, Shen Dalong tried to rush forward to take Shen Nan back. But Shen Yao kicked him hard in the knee, causing him to stumble and kneel. Get out of the way. This is outrageous.
How dare you hit me?
I am your uncle. I will beat you to death, you brat. Shen Dalong stood up quickly and charged at Shen Yao. Shen Yao, holding Shen Nan who couldn't walk well, was slapped by Shen Dalong. Her face immediately swelled, but she refused to let go, protecting Shen Nan with all her strength. She couldn't let Shen Dalong pull her into the house. If that happened, Shen Nan would be in danger, and she wouldn't have a good night either. So, Shen Yao shouted loudly, "There's a fire! Fire! Come quickly! There's a fire!" Shen Dalong paused, confused. A fire? This clever girl was too sneaky. Now, wouldn't she wake up the whole village? He quickly grabbed Shen Yao and tried to drag her into the house. This had to be kept secret. Why are you just standing there? Come and cover that girl's mouth. Do you want the whole village to find out? Wang Xiaoji woke up suddenly and ran over to help Shen Dalong pull Shen Yao away. Shen Yao, exhausted, could only squat down holding Shen Nan while shouting desperately, "There's a fire! Fire!" The village was silent at night, but the screams woke everyone up. When the bell rang, Shen Dalong's heart sank. This is bad. Where's the fire? Where? Oh my. What's going on? What's wrong with Shen Nan? Yes, isn't that Shen Yao? Did he not remarry with his mother and move to Fang's family? Why is he here now? Shen Yao finally saw the villagers arrive. She was being dragged, half of her body pulled inside the gate, but she still held Shen Nan tightly without letting go. Uncle, Auntie, please help save Shen Nan. My brother is about to be beaten to death by the eldest uncle and aunt. Please help him. Shen Nan looked terrible at this moment, with an unusual blush on his face and bruises and marks all over his body that looked very frightening. Because Shen Yao shouted about a fire, almost everyone in the village rushed over quickly. Even Uncle Shen, wearing slippers and a coat, hurried here. Seeing this scene, Shen Yao's tears fell. Her face was swollen from being hit, and she knelt suddenly in front of Uncle Shen, holding Shen Nan. Uncle, please save Shen Nan. He's about to be beaten to death by the eldest aunt. Uncle Shen didn't expect that Shen Yao, who had just left his house less than half an hour ago, would appear in such a sorry state. Looking at Shen Nan, who seemed to have been beaten badly, he was immediately alarmed. What happened? What's wrong with Shen Nan?
Madajao. Did Madajao come?
Quickly, check on that child. Ma Dajiao was the only barefoot doctor in the village besides Shen's father. He could treat minor illnesses, but seeing Shen Nan's condition, he also thought it was serious. He immediately went over to examine Shen Nan. However, as he moved, Annie Shen rushed forward to stop him and said, "Why look? This kid stole something from our house. I only scolded him a few times. I didn't mean to beat him to death. I'm just curious. Shen Yao, that stubborn girl, clearly moved away with her mother after remarrying. So why did she come to our house?" Wang Xiaoji stood there fiercely, blocking Ma Dajiao's view. Since the boy had already been beaten and looked badly hurt, she decided to push the matter to the extreme. Better if he died. Wang Xiaoji harbored ill will and naturally didn't want anyone to treat Shen Nan. Shen Yao saw through her plan immediately. She couldn't believe how cheap human life was in this ancient time. Furious, she hugged Shen Nan and rushed in front of Ma Dajiao, ignoring Wang Xiaoji falling backward from being bumped. "Dr. Ma, please help my brother. Just take a look first." Bigfoot frowned, grabbed Shen Nan's wrist to check his pulse, then lifted his eyelids to look at him. His heart sank, and he shook his head repeatedly. "This is a case of sudden convulsions. We must rush him to town quickly. There might still be a chance. If we delay, he might not survive." "How could this happen?" Uncle Shen said in disbelief. "Bigfoot, are you sure it's a sudden convulsion? This could be deadly." Next door, the lonely old lady, Granny Wang, had long been annoyed by the Shen Lang family's actions. She had watched Shen Nan grow up. Before, she had tried to stop him when he was beaten, but Wang Xiaoji, the wife, had yelled at her, saying she was meddling just to get benefits for Shen Lang. Granny Wang had lived an honest life and couldn't stand such gossip, so she stopped interfering. But now, seeing that the boy was clearly not going to survive, she couldn't hold back and spoke out honestly. "This is a very young child, always hungry and cold. He gets up before dawn every day to work hard, exhausting himself. He's not even 6 years old, and he's been beaten like this. Of course he won't recover. Look at the child's clothes. Are they cotton? No, they are made of reed flowers. They look thick but can't keep him warm through winter. It's a crime." The villagers gasped in shock. When they saw Shen Nan's torn cotton-padded jacket, their faces turned pale. They couldn't believe it. They had once promised in front of the whole village to take good care of the only child of Uncle Shen's family, but now they saw how cruel they had become. Everyone looked angrily at Wang Xiaoji and Shen Lang. Were they crazy? Wang Xiaoji's face turned pale. She suddenly remembered something and looked at Shen Nan's clothes in panic. She looked around nervously, as if calculating something. Just when Shen Yao thought she had no way to escape, suddenly, smack. A loud slap stunned everyone. At this moment, Uncle Shen raised his hand and looked at Wang Xiaoji with shock and disappointment. Shen Yao thought something was wrong. Sure enough, she heard Uncle Shen pointing at Wang Xiaoji and saying with disbelief, "Is this how you treat Shen Nan? I entrusted the family to you to take good care of my only nephew, and this is how you do it behind my back. How can I face my late second brother? You wicked woman, I want to divorce you." Shen Yao gasped in shock. She had never expected such cunning and scheming in these ancient times. Uncle Shen is indeed not easy to get along with. Others' expressions also improved a bit, especially Uncle Shen IV, who said, "De Lang, you should take more care of the family. You can't leave everything to your wife." When Shen Erlang left, he left quite a few things for Shen Nan, enough for him to grow up safely. "You must not let people down." Oh no. Hearing Uncle Shen IV's words, Shen Yao was worried that the plans they had made might change. Uncle Shen really was bold enough to even mention divorce, which was a very serious matter in ancient times. No, he must not be allowed to be upset. But just as Shen Yao was about to confront them, Shen Nan in her arms suddenly started to convulse. His face, which was normally red, turned pale. Seeing this, Ma Dajiao exclaimed, "Oh no, he's having a seizure. Open his mouth. Open it." Without thinking, Shen Yao immediately placed her hand near Shen Nan's mouth. Sharp pain suddenly struck her. "No, it's no good. If we send him to the town, it might be too late." Ma Dajiao checked his pulse and shook his head helplessly. Shen Yao looked terrified and in disbelief. The villagers around also looked surprised and sad. Tears welled up in Shen Yao's eyes as she watched Shen Nan go from convulsing to slowly calming down. She gritted her teeth and said to Ma Dajiao, "Dr. Ma, please lend me your silver needle. My father once taught me a trick, a simple technique. Let me try." "I want to try." Ma Dajiao looked at Shen Yao with confusion. She had never heard of this girl learning medicine from her father. If she had, Shen Dafu wouldn't have died so early. "Child, these silver needles are not toys. If you prick the wrong place, it could be dangerous. Yes, Shen Yao, you've done your best. Look at your hand, bitten like that. Your brother wouldn't blame you if he knew. That's right, girl. Stop fussing. Let your brother go in peace. Shen Yao knew these people didn't believe her. She simply snatched the needle case from Ma Dajiao's waist, which was her essential tool for practicing medicine, something she always carried, even in a fire. She took it quickly, and before Ma Dajiao could react, she held 3 silver needles and aimed them all at Shen Nan's head, stabbing them in. Wow, look. He's opening his eyes. Shen Nan is awake. I didn't expect this girl to have some skill. Yes, I can't believe he survived. This is the first time I've seen someone recover from a sudden illness like that. It seems Shen Yao has inherited some of her father's skills. People around kept talking, but Shen Yao only focused on Shen Nan's pulse, which was gradually calming. When she confirmed he was truly better, she let out a small sigh of relief. His pulse is steady now. You really learned some of your father's skills, girl. But this child was hurt badly at the start. If he doesn't rest properly, he might not make it. The villagers, who had just relaxed, now looked worried again. Shen Yao knew Shen Nan was mostly okay now, so she didn't want to give Shinda and the others another chance to interfere. She knelt down, holding Shen Nan, and said to Uncle Shen, "Uncle Shen, everyone, please help me. I want to take Shen Nan home to care for him myself. I want to register as his guardian. I can't let my brother be in danger again." Her words caused a big shock among the crowd. Guardian? Is this girl crazy? Shen Yao, you can't say such things carelessly. You're not married yet. After becoming a guardian, how will you get married? Yes, Shen Yao. Your eldest uncle already knows that your aunt mistreated Shen Nan. She will treat him well in the future. Don't cause trouble. That's right, Shen Yao. You've already remarried with your mother. According to the rules, you're considered part of the Fong family now. What will your mother think if you do this? The villagers' words were expected by Shen Yao. She looked at everyone, feeling uneasy and scared, tightly hugging the child in her arms. The child's appearance was so pitiful. Even though Shen Nan had woken up, his small hands clenched Shen Yao's braid tightly, with a face full of fear and anxiety, as if he was afraid Shen Yao would leave if she let go. Seeing Shen Nan like this, Shen Yao gave him a comforting look and continued to plead with the crowd. Everyone, I know you're doing this for our good. But Shen Nan is my brother, my real brother. My father only left us 2 siblings. Although I remarried with my mother, I still carry the Shen surname. I have never changed my family name. I am still my father's daughter. I used to be naive, thinking my brother would grow up well. But now, seeing him live a life worse than animals, I absolutely cannot let him continue like this. It doesn't matter whether I marry or not. As long as I raise my younger brother to adulthood and settle things with my father and brother, I will have no regrets in life. I ask all the uncles and aunts to allow me to establish a household for my daughter and personally raise my brother. Shen Yao's words moved everyone deeply, especially Uncle Shen, who was tugging at his wife's sleeve, remembered what he had said before. Since he had already received a gift, he cleared his throat and said, "Think carefully. If you really establish a household for your daughter, it will be hard to change later. If you don't find a son-in-law to marry in, you won't be able to marry anyone. Remember, you just broke off your engagement with the Xiao family. And if you establish a household for your daughter, will the Fong family agree?" Shen Yao had already made up her mind and wouldn't change it. "I've thought it through, Uncle Shen and all the uncles. I've made my decision. As for my mother, she has remarried. Her name is Fong Yang, not Shen Yang. I will decide my own family matters." Everyone was moved. It wasn't uncommon for a sister to raise her younger brother in their village, but usually the girl would pass away soon after her brother got married due to hardships. So, the village was quite caring towards girls who wanted to establish a household. Seeing that the girl was determined, some people started to feel sympathetic. Just as Uncle Shen was about to speak, Uncle Shinda, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped forward. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, he knelt down suddenly and cried out, "Yao Yao, I'm sorry to you and your brother. Please don't talk about establishing a household for your daughter anymore. You're going to ruin your uncle Da. It's my fault, my mistake. Everyone was stunned. The eldest uncle kneeling before his niece and nephew? Even Xia and Wang Chao had probably never seen this before. Shen Yao's heart sank. This Shindalang was truly cruel. What should I do now? What can I do? Big uncle spared us, he spared us. Bang, bang. Shen Yao's head kept hitting the ground loudly. Seeing his sister like this, Shen Nan also struggled to get up from his embrace, but Shen Yao tightly held him back, not letting him move. The villagers, who were shocked just now, all reacted now. Yes, where would Big Uncle kneel for his nephew and niece? If he did that, it would give them a bad reputation. Shen Dalong didn't expect that the usually easygoing girl would become so clever today, and she was also quite stubborn. He had done it on purpose, but he didn't expect her to see through him. Shen Dalong didn't want this girl to have a good life. Today, he wanted them to be branded as unfilial, and they wouldn't be able to escape that.
Hey.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Just as Shen Dalong was planning to continue scolding Shen Yao and his sister to make them afraid, suddenly someone grabbed his arm and pulled him up forcefully from the ground. Xiao Shan? Why is Xiao Shan here? Wow, Xiao Shan actually came. He and Shen Yao only just broke off their engagement this morning. Is he here to cause trouble now? Who would have known? The girl was sold by her mother. Shen Yao's actions were truly sinful. She wanted to get back 20 taels of silver. If the Xiao family had money, they wouldn't have needed Xiao Shan to marry into the family back then. Exactly. Now Xiao Shan is already 20 and still unmarried. I remember Xiao Shan is 7 years older than Shen Yao.
Oh well.
Once Dr. Shen left, his wife ran away, and his daughter was gone. Now almost his son is also gone. The villagers kept talking, and Shen Yao looked at the man who suddenly appeared. Why did he come? Did he come to help Shen Dalong's family? Shen Yao glanced at his foot, which was still fixed with a wooden stick, then looked at his shoulder. He seemed to be in good spirits, obviously not seriously hurt. The male lead recovers much faster than ordinary people. Xiao Shan saw Shen Yao observing him and didn't try to hide. He directly said, "Now that you're Shen Nan's father, kneeling to Shen Nan is just hurting him. You're making him carry the shame of being unfilial, big uncle. You're not asking for forgiveness. You're harming Shen Nan." Hearing Xiao Shan say this, the people around realized that Shen Dalong's actions were indeed a bit too much. After all, Shen Nan was adopted by Shen Dalong now. Even Shen Ya began to feel moved by Xiao Shan's willingness to forgive past wrongs and help them at this time. However, just as she started to feel touched, Xiao Shan suddenly said something that slammed her face to the ground, holding her down so she couldn't lift her head. Because Xiao Shan continued, "And someone like Shen Yao, who is unkind, unfaithful, disloyal, and unfilial, whether you kneel to her or not, she won't care. No one knows what her real purpose is in suddenly defending Shen Nan so fiercely. Are they planning to establish a household for Shen Nan? I don't believe that for a second. Shen Yao never expected that the first person to openly oppose her and do so harshly would be Xiao Shan. Damn it, she really did offend him, but this situation is completely different. Does that mean if her sister is harmed and sold, her brother must be tortured to death? She knows the male lead is vengeful, but damn it, can he choose a better time to retaliate? Besides, the wrongdoer is the original owner, not her. It's not her fault." Shen Yao's impression of Xiao Shan instantly plummeted. She looked at him with anger and retorted very bluntly, "Big brother Xiao, do you know the full story? Shen Nan was about to be beaten to death. Why can't I take him back and raise him myself? If you have eyes, you should see clearly what Shen Nan's situation is now." Xiao Shan glanced lightly and sneered. "Isn't Shen Nan being harmed because of you? He was beaten so badly just to get eggs for you." Shen Yao was so angry she decided to go all out. Since she had already offended him, she wasn't afraid of a few more offenses. In the original story, just the previous incidents were enough for him to kill her. Adding 1 or 2 more wouldn't change her fate. Yes, Shen Nan is like that because of me. But we are siblings, born of the same parents. Your sister Xiao Shan is willing to sell herself for you, so what about us siblings? Can't we even share an egg? Mentioning this made Xiao Shan very angry, especially about his sister. It was a sore spot he couldn't get past. His eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Shen Yao. His tone became even colder. Other siblings might act like that, but you, Shen Yao? Humph. I've been in the Shen family long enough to see how you usually treat Shen Nan. Eggs are precious. And yes, you like to eat them, but only you like to eat them. I once saw Shen Nan eat a little bit of the egg residue you left behind, and you scolded him harshly, even secretly hit him. At that time, he was only 3 years old. Shen Yao, honestly ask yourself, do you really want to take Shen Nan back just for him? Your real goal is probably to get the money that Dr. Shen left behind, so you can marry into Lu's family. I heard that you, Shen Yao, and the Lu family have already exchanged marriage tokens. You're just waiting to be carried in a sedan chair and become a concubine. Shen Yao, I've seen many mean women, but you are so heartless that you don't even care about your own brother's life or death. You don't deserve to be first. If only I could spit out some old blood, Shen Yao, I swear you'd be stunned. That Xiao Shan is just a troublemaker. I shouldn't have saved him. I shouldn't. Is what he said true? Shen Yao, have you really exchanged marriage tokens with Lu's family? Is your plan to pretend to be a daughter-in-law, or is it to take your father's money? Uncle Shen looked at Shen Yao seriously, with a rare solemn expression. Shen Yao was speechless. How could she know about the exchange of marriage tokens? If it's true, it must be Yang's doing. She doesn't know anything about this. She absolutely cannot admit it. Never. Uncle, I didn't mean that. This is all Xiao Shan's guesswork. He hates me, so he's talking nonsense. You hate me? Yes, I do hate you. But the fact is, your marriage token has already been sent to Lu's family. If you're lying, just ask Lu's family or your mother and you'll find out. Her hair, which had been tightly held, was suddenly loosened. Shen Yao looked down at Shen Nan, whose expression was gradually turning disappointed and hopeless. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly, painfully overwhelmed. She was most afraid that Shen Nan wouldn't believe her. She hugged Shen Nan tightly. Even though she could feel his struggles, she still whispered hurriedly into his ear, Shen Nan, believe sister. If sister really has the heart Xiao Shan said, sister would be struck by lightning and haunted by vengeful spirits every day. Father would come to seek revenge on me. So, Shen Nan, trust sister. Please, trust sister. He has indeed lost all hope of survival. If even his only sister betrays him, his only choice is death. Shen Yao held his hand tightly, her expression showing unwavering determination. Don't worry, if I can't protect you, I'll die with you. When Shen Nan heard this and saw her firm, fearless eyes, he finally relaxed a little. Seeing her like this, Shen Yao knew her responsibility was even greater. Thinking of this, Shen Yao decided to speak openly to Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan, you really understand things clearly. If I don't break off the engagement, then the property belonging to the Shen family might also fall into your hands. You are the son-in-law my father personally chose. If I lose you and my brother gets nothing, I wouldn't dare say anything, right? Since you understand everything so well, isn't your goal also to get what my father left behind? Xiao Shan was furious and shouted at Shen Yao. You're talking nonsense. I've never had such bad intentions. People's hearts are hard to read. Who knows what you're really thinking? Since you're targeting me now and know so much about my affairs, isn't it because you're still angry about the broken engagement? Otherwise, why would you go snooping into my matters? Honestly, I'm glad we broke off the engagement. Otherwise, the Shen family might be completely ruined by you. Xiao Shan's eyes flashed with anger, as if he wanted to devour her alive. When did he ever have such dirty thoughts? But Shen Yao was not finished. Since things had already come to this point, she wasn't afraid of making it worse. She continued, So, Xiao Shan, you're also greedy for money, greedy for the Shen family's wealth. Your Xiao family is so poor, barely able to get by, or you wouldn't have sold your daughter to fill your family's gaps. Xiao Shan was shaken by Shen Yao's words and took a step back. He finally loosened his grip on Shen Dalong's hand. Shen Dalong, once released, staggered. If Yang Xiaoji hadn't stepped forward to catch him, he might have fallen to the ground. Are you okay, sir? See, I told you. That girl was doing well at the Fong family. Why did she come here? It's all about money.
I admiti hit Shen Nan.
I haven't been very kind to him lately, but I didn't let the boy sleep on the street. I gave him food to eat and clothes to wear. All the children in our family were raised this way. I didn't mean to hurt him badly. I feel wronged, very wronged. At this moment, Wang Xiaoji's mind was clear. If she was truly accused of mistreating her nephew, she would lose face in the village. She immediately started crying and shouting to defend herself. Shen Yao looked at these people coldly. They were shouting so loudly just for the things Shen father left behind, right? Fine. Shen Yao thought, I've suffered so much today. If they don't pay me back with interest someday, I will write their names backwards. She looked around at everyone and saw Uncle Shen speak firmly. Please, Uncle Shen, help me. Let me register as a daughter to support my brother. Uncle Shen didn't know who to believe anymore. He looked at Shen Yao, feeling confused and uneasy. What about your marriage with the Liu family? If I register as a daughter today, I will cut all ties with Yang Hui. Also, I will donate all the money my father left me to the village. I want nothing from it. I only want Shen Nan, only Shen Nan. This statement caused a big shock. Everyone in the village looked at Shen Yao. Shen Yao, do you know what you just said? I know. I will give all my father's belongings to the village, not a penny for myself. I only want Shen Nan. I want to register as a daughter. And about marrying into the Liu family? Uncle Shen, I am still a Shen. I haven't changed my surname. My marriage is not up to the Fangs. Shen Yao's words were like a thunderclap, making all the villagers' hair stand on end. They already knew Shinda Fu had left quite a bit of property, including farmland, which was the best in the village. If the villagers divided it, they would gain many benefits. Everyone looked at Uncle Shen with excited eyes. Only Shen Dalong and his wife looked surprised and worried, standing there nervously. No, this can't happen. The child has already been adopted by us. There's no reason to send him back. I don't agree. I don't agree. I do not agree. Shen Yao, I know you blame Uncle, and Uncle was truly wrong. Uncle kneels to you. Don't kneel. If you kneel, you'll only hurt me. So, instead of letting you hurt me, I choose to save myself. Shen Dalong was very angry. This stubborn girl just wouldn't listen. It's really frustrating, really frustrating. Uncle, as an elder, you shouldn't kneel to the younger generation. That's not how things are done in our village. I think Shen Yao is really determined to establish herself as the head of the family.
She's right.
As long as she keeps the Shen surname, she's part of the Shen family. How can the Fong family decide her marriage? As for the things left by Dr. Shen, I think it's not good to give everything to the village. After all, these are 2 teenagers. Maybe we should give them the house Dr. Shen left and a nearby piece of land. That way, the children will have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. 1 piece of land is enough for both of them to use. They probably can't handle more. At this critical moment, Aunt Shen also spoke. Her words made everyone nod in agreement. The elders who had been silent until now also agreed. Yes, the house should be kept for the 2 children and a share of the land as well. Dr. Shen helped the village a lot when he was alive. If Shen Yao is determined to establish herself as the head of the family, then let's do it this way. We can't just watch these 2 children be worn out and exhausted, can we? This is reality. Money can influence everything. In rural ancient times, land was everything. Shen Yao is willing to give up almost all her possessions. I don't believe she won't get Shen Nan back. After all, from the beginning, what she wanted was also for Shen Nan. Now, even though she has lost everything, she has the ability to create a new future for Shen Nan. Moreover, she is confident she can earn back what she lost, doubled. What does it mean when the tide is turned? It means Shen Dalong, no matter how clever and capable, now understands that he can't control this anymore. He never expected that Shen Yao would be so blinded by her desire, giving up so much for a child who seems to be near death. Is that possible? If it was considered impossible before, now Shen Dalong realizes it might be. He stood there, watching everyone discuss how to divide the land, feeling an indescribable emotion inside. "Master, please say something." Wang Xiaoji didn't expect this dead girl to be so cruel, refusing everything and donating it all. It was unheard of. She wished she could rush forward and tear her apart. But now, no matter how she shook, Shen Dalong couldn't do anything. Even if he was very strong, he couldn't go against the whole village. Smack. "It's all your fault, you fool. If you hadn't hit him, today wouldn't have turned out like this." Wang Xiaoji felt wronged and wanted to argue, but she didn't know what to say. She could only cover her face and stand aside, watching this shameless girl and the villagers cry uncontrollably. While the villagers were talking among themselves, someone took advantage of the night to disappear into the crowd. By the time Shen Yao reacted, Xiao Shan was gone. She thought that after today, the two of them would be completely at odds, no turning back. There was no need for Shen Yao to think about how to divide the property anymore. She was now walking slowly back to the grass hut, carrying Shen Nan. But just as she reached the edge of the hut, she saw someone standing nearby. When she got closer, she realized it was her, female lead Fong Zidong. "Why are you here, Shen Yao? You're finally back. I came especially to pick you up. Come back with me quickly. Lu Jiaming will come to pick you up early tomorrow morning." Fong Zidong had a very charming face, especially with two dimples. Her smile made people feel happy. She had big eyes, a high nose bridge, and small, tempting lips. Although she was the same age as Shen Yao, she was well taken care of. By just 13, her figure was already noticeable. Compared to Shen Yao's thin, flat body, she was definitely much more attractive. In modern terms, she looked like a cute girl with the body of a mature woman. She wore a pink short jacket and a brown skirt, with a simple silver hairpin holding her hair, leaving a long strand draped over her right shoulder. Such an outfit wouldn't be easily mistaken for a rural girl. But that was the truth. Fong Zidong was very favored in the Fang family. It was said that her mother had a dream when she was born. A goldfish jumped into her arms, and Lady Fong was instantly awakened. Soon after, Fong Zidong was born. Coincidentally, someone came to bring good news. Fong's eldest son, Fong Wunan, who had failed the exam many times, finally passed as a scholar. Not long after, her father, Fong Daquai, also went to town for some official work. From then on, the elderly lady completely regarded Fong Zidong as the family's lucky star. Her favor was just as great as that of Fong's eldest grandson. Knowing from novels, Shen Yao understood that Fong Zidong's good fortune was not only this. Especially after she married Xiao Shan, her biological mother appeared, which was truly her moment of great luck. Who would have thought that a woman who was divorced could become a princess? And no one expected that the prince, who couldn't have children, would treat the princess's only daughter as his own. Of course, that's a story for later. Overall, Fong Zidong's life was incredibly lucky. Compared to her, Shen Yao was like heaven and earth. Now, seeing this young lady personally come to visit was quite rare. TSK, remember, Shen Yao had been at Fong's house for half a year, but Fong Zidong never spoke a full sentence to her. Even if Shen Yao flattered or fawned on her, acting as a little servant, Fong Zidong never paid her any attention. Now, she suddenly came to talk about going to Lu's family for a marriage? What does that have to do with her? I won't go back. I am Shen's daughter, not a servant of your Fong family, and I definitely won't marry into Lu's family. Fong Zidong didn't expect Shen Yao to refuse. In her previous life, Shen Yao was eager to marry and successfully married into Lu's family, even giving birth to a daughter. Later, that daughter was married to Xiao Shan's crazy son as a daughter-in-law. She disliked her entire life. Now, this woman didn't want to marry? Where did things go wrong? Could it be that Shen Yao was also reborn? With this thought, Fong Zidong took a step back, staring at her in disbelief. Half in suspicion, half intentionally, she asked, Lu's family is so rich. If you marry into them, you'll enjoy a good life, with servants to wait on you. Weren't you always longing for that kind of life before? Shen Yao pushed Shen Nan gently. Shen Nan had just recovered and needed to rest now. This woman was very noisy. I just wanted to get rid of her quickly, so I said very bluntly, that kind of life is what you all dream of, not me. So, if you want to marry him, I won't. Please move aside. My brother needs to rest. After saying that, Shen Yao walked away from Fong Zidong. Fong Zidong stared in shock at Shen Yao's back. No, this is completely wrong. The original Shen Yao is not like this. Not at all. Shen Yao has shallow eyes and is vain. When she married into the Liu family and returned home, she still showed off in front of us. I remember that time clearly. Shen Yao even wore a silk dress, walking carefully to avoid snagging it. But she still got it dirty when she got out of the carriage, and she was furious. Her mother, Yang, was even beaten by her grandmother. So, this person is nothing like the Shen Yao I remember. At this moment, Fong Zidong had a crazy thought. She is not Shen Yao. She is not Shen Yao. What did you say? That girl really said that. Fong Posey didn't expect that her precious granddaughter personally went to pick her up, yet that girl still didn't come back. And she even said she was a daughter of the Shen family, so the Fong family had no right to decide her marriage? Nonsense. They had already received the bride price. Now, they say they have no right to decide?
Dream on.
She had taken her dowry and gone to Fong's house. That makes her part of the Fong family. Now, she wants to back out? She would tear her skin off. Second brother's family, go ask Young about it. I want to know how this mother raised her daughter to produce such a selfish girl. Fong Posey was furious. Zhang Shi was also unhappy. The money they had from 2 sons in the second house was useful. They couldn't just watch a good thing fly away. She immediately went to call Yang. Only Fong Zidong looked at her grandmother with some worry and said, Grandma, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Fong Posey was almost always eager to help her granddaughter. After all, she was a naturally lucky girl. Hearing this, she immediately asked, There's nothing to hide from Grandma.
Just say it.
What's the matter, Grandma? Have you noticed that Shen Yao has been a bit different since she fell into the water? She used to be much more obedient before. The old lady paused, confused, and said, Yes, she's a bit different now. In the past, she was a little mischievous, but we could control her easily. Now, she seems to have become rebellious. Hearing this, Fong Zidong's heart sank even more. She spoke with a hint of meaning. Grandma, do you think Shen Yao is like a different person? The old lady was stunned at first, then suddenly looked alarmed, as if she remembered something. Oh no, could she be possessed by a water spirit? My goodness, if that's the case, what should we do? A water spirit? Fong Zidong suddenly realized, how could she not have thought of this? Yes, only if Shen Yao is possessed by a water spirit could all her changes be explained. Grandma, what should we do? Lu's family is coming to pick her up tomorrow. Shen Yao is determined not to get married. How can we explain this to Lu's family? The old woman's heart trembled, and she stood up quickly, looking toward the door. No, we can't let the water spirit cause trouble. I'll find a fortune-teller to help us think of a way to save Shen Yao. After saying this, she got up and left the house. Just then, she bumped into Zhang's wife and Yang's wife at the door. The old woman looked at these 2 daughters-in-law, especially Yang's wife. She quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her outside, saying, Shen Yao is possessed by a water spirit. We need to find a fortune-teller to save her. Lu's family is coming tomorrow. Both Yang's wife and Zhang's wife were stunned. Possessed by a water spirit? This. Oh dear, I always wondered why that obedient girl suddenly changed. Now I understand. Sister-in-law, you're Shen Yao's mother. You really need to take charge of this. Let's go quickly and find a fortune-teller to get rid of this evil spirit. Yang's wife didn't get a chance to speak. Her mind was already filled with their words. Yes, that obedient girl suddenly turning rebellious. Now it all makes sense. Shen Yao is possessed by a spirit. No, she must save Shen Yao, her daughter. Shen Nan was sleeping. As soon as he entered the grass hut, Shen Yao laid him on the bed. They could only wait until tomorrow to reclaim the house, so tonight they could only stay here temporarily. As soon as Shen Yao put Shen Nan down, she saw a blanket at the foot of the bed. It looked old and thin, but it was very clean and neatly folded. Who left it there? Shen Yao looked at the blanket from side to side. There was no one around. It couldn't be Fong Zidong, who was still trying to persuade her to return to Fang's family. She wouldn't have prepared a blanket for her, and Shen Yao's blankets at Fang's house weren't this thick. So, who brought the blanket? Never mind. Whoever it was, they probably had no bad intentions. Elsewhere, second brother, you're so big, yet you still want to squeeze with me. Why don't you sleep with the younger brother? Xiao Shan glanced at his third brother, said nothing, and moved slightly to the side to avoid touching him. Then he said, I'm a bit cold, and if I don't cover myself tightly, I might not sleep well. This little kid can't take my place. Shaolin, hiding in the shadows, pouted and said, Our brothers only have one blanket each for winter. If the sun dries the blanket, it will be lost. How are we supposed to get through the winter? Xiao Shan didn't reply. Instead, he looked at the shabby, broken roof. The house was empty, and the meals were scarce. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold their daughter to fill Xiao Shan's hole. Those words echoed in his mind, making him feel both pained and ashamed. He clenched his teeth secretly and made a decision. Don't worry. Tomorrow, I will go northwest with Master Hong, who delivers messages. I will work hard for a few years, earn enough money to buy back my sister's freedom, and then come back. Outside, the light rain was falling slowly. They say that after a rainy autumn day, it gets colder. Shen Yao wrapped her thin clothes tighter, took the warm herbal medicine and steamed buns into the house, and handed them to Shen Nan. Hurry and drink the medicine while it's hot, and eat this bun. It's really delicious. I wanted to give it to you yesterday, but I missed it. Luckily, I heated it up today, and you can still eat it. Shen Nan was already awake. He obediently looked at the broken bowl Shen Yao handed him, pointed at the bun, swallowed his saliva, and tried to hold back his hunger as he said, Eat, sister. You eat the egg too. I'll give you everything. After saying that, Shen Nan took out a cold, squished egg from his pocket. Shen Yao felt a mix of emotions. Foolish child, don't do that anymore. Sister doesn't eat eggs. She doesn't like eggs at all. No, sister likes to eat them. I know she likes them. If she eats, she'll get better. Shen Yao smiled, patted Shen Nan's head, and finally took the broken egg.
Here, sister will eat this.
Would you like to eat this too? Shen Nan thought for a moment, then quickly split a bun in half and handed one piece to Shen Yao. One half for each of us. This little boy really makes it hard to know how to feel sorry for him. Eat quickly. After you finish, rest at home for a while. I still need to find Uncle C for help. It's raining again today, and the weather is getting colder. If we don't get the house back, we'll suffer through the winter. I want to go with sister. Foolish child, your body isn't fully recovered yet. Dr. Ma's herbal medicine is good. If you drink it, you'll get better quickly. Leave the other things to sister. Sister, I'm sorry. Shen Nan looked at Shen Yao with a guilty expression and lowered his head. What's wrong? Why are you saying sorry for no reason? I almost didn't believe in sister yesterday. So that's what it was. Shen Yao didn't take it to heart. She smiled and said, Silly boy, I don't blame you. Just don't blame me for giving the things left by Dad to the villagers. Later, you might have to suffer with me, but I promise I will earn back those things for you. Hearing this, Shen Nan immediately shook his head. I won't blame sister. At Uncle's house, I couldn't get anything anyway. I understand that. He's such a smart child. Shen Yao nodded. Yes, at Uncle's house, Shen Nan really can't get anything, not even his life might be at risk there. Especially when Shen Yao looked at Shen Nan's cotton coat made of reed flowers, she thought Uncle Shen's family was truly cruel. Drink this and then lie down to rest. Keep warm on the bed. I'll handle the rest. Shen Nan drank the medicine, holding half a bun and eating it small bite by small bite, as if he was eating some delicious treat. Watching him, Shen Yao felt her stomach rumbling with hunger. She didn't hold back either. She took a bite of the bun, which, although not as delicious as when it was freshly baked yesterday, still had a rich and flavorful juice. The small cottage was warm and cozy, but outside, a scream broke the peace. Shen Yao, mother is here. Come out quickly. I'm here to take you home. This never seems to end. Shen Yao looked annoyed as she glanced at the door. Mrs. Yang really doesn't give up easily. Big sister, it's mother. Yes, I know it's her. Don't worry, stay here and rest. Don't go anywhere. I'll go see what's happening. Big sister, don't go back with them. I will take care of you when I grow up. When I become an adult, I will support you. This silly little boy seemed to have heard what those people said yesterday. All right, from now on, big sister won't marry anyone. Let Xiao Nan take care of you. But now you need to get healthy first. How can you support me if you're not well? Shen Nan nodded thoughtfully, but still looked worriedly at the door. Shen Yao tucked him in, took a deep breath, and stepped outside to face another challenge. But she didn't expect that as soon as she stepped out of the thatched hut, a pot of bright red liquid was poured over her. Fortunately, Shen Yao was used to exercising regularly, so she reacted quickly and dodged. Besides some bloodstains on her shoes, her clothes remained relatively clean. Useless thing. How did you pour it? Wasting a whole bowl of black dog blood, Mrs. Yang shrank back, holding the basin that was still dripping blood. Black dog blood? What are you doing? You evil ghost, get out of Shen Yao's body now. Otherwise, we'll have the fortune teller take you away. Zhang was also shouting from the side, but she seemed afraid of Shen Yao. She was hiding behind a woman in her 40s when she spoke. That woman held a peachwood sword and wore an odd-looking robe that resembled a Taoist outfit. Was she here to exorcise the ghost? Did they think Shen Yao was a ghost? What a strange situation. Led by old woman Fang, for women blocked the entrance of the cottage. They looked both scared and fearful when they saw her. Shen Yao didn't want to disturb Shen Nan, so she stepped outside a little. As she moved, the others retreated, including the fortune teller. Shen Yao looked at her and knew this was superstition. Although she knew that crossing into this story was also superstition, a fortune teller driving away ghosts? That was just too funny. If she really had the ability to return to her own body, she would thank her. It's a pity, though. This fortune teller clearly looks like a con artist. Trust her? No way. Are you saying I am possessed by a ghost? Haha, you're right. I am a wicked ghost, returning from hell to seek revenge on you. Shen Yao deliberately said this, then pretended to rush at them. She had planned to tease them from the start. The women indeed screamed loudly and backed away in fear. It was quite funny. But before Shen Yao could finish her laugh, suddenly everything went dark. Someone grabbed her from behind, quickly stuffed a cloth into her mouth, and put a bag over her head. She was completely caught and unable to move. Then she heard someone say nearby, "Quick, catch her. Now that no one is around, let's send her to the Liu family." Oh no, she had been tricked. Shen Yao never expected that these people were just bait. The real danger was behind her. From the sound of it, it seemed to be Fong Daquai and Fong Daquai from the Fong family. This family really knew how to do things. Master, isn't she possessed by a ghost? What are you planning to do now? Yang's voice came confused and puzzled. Fong Daquai, while tying Shen Yao with a rope, said fiercely to Yang, "Foolish woman, if she really was possessed by a ghost, she wouldn't be so bold in the daytime. She's just pretending. This girl is a master at pretending to be weak. Hurry up, while no one is around. Send her away. Once the deed is done, I'll be the one laughing. When the time comes, I won't even have to thank myself. Quick, lift her and take her away." Shen Yao had a cloth in her mouth and her hands tied behind her back. She was carried onto a pre-prepared ox cart. A bag covered her head, and everything around was pitch dark. "Father, this might not be a good idea." Zidong Fong suddenly appeared from nowhere and said to Fong Daquai, who was driving, "Zidong, what's not good? The Liu family is eager to get her. We're sending this dead girl over. Once the deed is done, we'll see how she still dares to act tough." Fong Zidong understood this principle, but unfortunately, Shen Yao was not listening at all. So she quickly tried to persuade her. "It's not like that. Think about it. Shen Yao isn't listening to any advice now. Sending her to the Liu family isn't a marriage, it's more like making enemies. If she hurts old Master Liu, wouldn't that be worse?" Fong Daquai agreed with this reasoning and nodded immediately. "Zidong, you're right. You're truly our family's lucky star. You're so thoughtful. Yang Shi, come over. You're her mother. Please try to persuade her properly. If she still doesn't listen, when we get to the town, I'll give her some medicine to make her dizzy. Then see how she struggles. Yang Shi was stunned the whole time until Fong Daquai stepped forward and pulled her, pushing her into the ox cart. Only then did she react. Head of the household, maybe we should wait a bit longer. How can we force her onto the cart like this? Yang Shi's timid nature was fully displayed at this moment, but Fong Daquai was not so easy to persuade. He directly slapped her hard across the face.
Fool.
That's the Liu family. If they want someone, do you dare refuse? Have you forgotten what happened before? If we offend the Liu family, we might as well be dead like your useless husband. Shen Yao, inside the cart, overheard this and was shocked. It was very similar to what Dr. Liu in town had said. Her father's death really had secrets behind it. She wanted to listen more, but Fong Daquai seemed to have concerns. He muttered a few more words to Yang Shi, but Shen Yao couldn't hear exactly what was said. However, she was deeply affected by her father's death. After this incident, she was determined to find out the truth about her father. Although Shen Yao wasn't the most upright person in her morals, she knew the principles of repaying debts and justice for murder. If her father really died at their hands, none of them would have a good life. The ox cart started moving forward. Shen Yao struggled a few times, but to no avail. Yang Shi saw this and quickly said, Yao, be obedient. After we go to the Liu family, your life will be better. Mother is doing this for your good. After speaking, Yang Shi patted Shen Yao to comfort her, but Shen Yao was very angry. She kicked out with her foot. Although she didn't hit her target, her embroidered shoe was kicked off and fell onto the dirt road along with the cart's wheel. You are such a stubborn child. No wonder your grandmother thought you were possessed by water spirits. Your father is right. No ghosts dare to come out during the day. You're just pretending, like your dead father, always putting on a show. Mrs. Yang didn't expect Shen Yao to kick her. Being bullied by everyone was one thing, but Shen Yao was her daughter. How could she treat her like this? Naturally, she spoke without any politeness. She even roughly tore off the cloth bag from Shen Yao and looked at her with anger. I've suffered so much for you. Not only do you show no gratitude, but you're also so unfilial. I heard you even went to find your brother? Donated everything your father left for him to the villagers? You're really out of your mind. I already sent your second uncle to find the village chief. The things you said before don't count. Your brother will be adopted by your eldest uncle. Just go marry someone now. Is this really her biological mother? So cruel to her son and daughter. Shen Yao whimpered and struggled, but Mrs. Yang didn't care. She vented all her frustration on her daughter. As women, we must accept our fate. Your mother and father arranged such a good marriage for you. You should be grateful. You don't understand now, but once you're married, you'll understand what I mean. Shen Yao slowly stopped struggling. She realized that trying to escape now was useless. She was tied up and couldn't move. She could only wait and see, hoping to find a chance to run away when they reached the town. Meanwhile, Xiao Shan, carrying a simple bag and heading to meet Master Hong, who was escorting a courier, was walking along the village road just after the ox cart passed. But not long after he started walking, he saw a blood-stained embroidered shoe on the ground. He had almost stepped on it, but suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned back to pick up the shoe and examined it carefully. When he looked at it, Xiao Shan was stunned. Wasn't this the shoe his mother embroidered for Shen Yao? Why was it here? It was still stained with blood. Had something happened to Shen Yao? Now, looking at this shoe, especially the dried blood on it, Xiao Shan immediately wondered if something had gone wrong. Especially since the cart that just ran past was driven by Fong Daquai. Could Shen Yao have been on that cart? But then he remembered Shen Yao was planning to become a concubine, and Xiao Shan thought he might be overthinking. There probably wouldn't be any danger. However, just yesterday, he had confidently said he would take care of Shen Nan. This woman was indeed not kind-hearted, but at the same time, he felt there was some contradiction between these two thoughts, which confused him. Xiao Shan felt uneasy inside, as if something was about to happen. But he was injured in his leg, so even if he sensed something, he couldn't catch up to the fast-moving cart. He kept telling himself that Shen Yao was clever and didn't need his help. She was ruthless enough not to save others in danger, so nothing would happen to her. He thought this, but his steps still felt a little unnatural and quickened slightly. He had arranged to meet Master Hong afternoon. First, Xiao Shan went to the pharmacy to say goodbye to Dr. Liu, who he often dealt with. As he reached the pharmacy door, he saw Fong Daquai sneaking out with a package of medicine. Xiao Shan wanted to chase after him but was stopped by Dr. Liu, who was just about to leave. Xiao Shan, why are you here? Is something wrong? Are you here for your leg? Dr. Liu asked, noticing Xiao Shan's leg wrapped in a wooden stick.
But Xiao Shan shook his head. No.
I'm here to say goodbye. I plan to go northwest with Master Hong for a few years. Go northwest? I heard there's a lot of fighting there now. Your leg is hurt like that. It might not be a good time to go. Xiao Shan looked down gloomily, then raised his face with a hint of helplessness. Risk comes with reward. I'm just following Master Hong's bodyguards. I'll be riding in a carriage the whole way, so it shouldn't be dangerous. Dr. Liu saw that Xiao Shan was determined and didn't press further. Instead, he asked the pharmacy boy to bring some medicine for him to take along, then warned him, "It's good for a man to explore the world. But when will you and Shen Yao get married? Now that you're leaving, it seems you won't be back for at least 3 years. The girl's bloom is precious, so you must not delay. That child is good. She even came to see me yesterday. She should already understand Lu's intentions. I think she knows what's going on, so you shouldn't worry about those things anymore." Hearing Dr. Liu's words, Xiao Shan was surprised. Why did his words sound so strange? Did Shen Yao come here yesterday? Yes, she brought some fresh bamboo, leaf green tea. My master gave her 2 and a half taels of silver. Just then, the medicine boy came over and immediately chimed in. After all, that bamboo leaf green tea wasn't worth 2 and a half taels of silver. Her master gave her extra. Stop talking. Dr. Liu scolded the medicine boy and took the tea from him, then slowly said, "That girl is very clever. I don't think she's as proud as Dr. Shen said. She understands things well." Hearing Dr. Liu praise Shen Yao so highly, Xiao Shan thought that Dr. Liu might be mistaken. But bamboo leaf green tea? Isn't that the snake Shen Yao took after refusing to help? Why is it so strange? Xiao Shan thought for a moment and decided to ask, "Dr. Liu, the person just now took out a package of medicine. What kind of medicine was it?" Medicine? Dr. Liu looked puzzled at where Fong Daquai had gone, then turned to his medicine boy. "Disciples, did that person come to get medicine just now?" "Yes, master. That person brought a prescription. I told you earlier he was asking for that kind of medicine." The medicine boy covered his mouth, looking a bit cautious and sneaky. Dr. Liu was surprised and understood immediately. Xiao Shan, standing nearby, asked doubtfully, "Is it a sleeping potion?" "Foolish boy, it's medicine for spicing up couples." Xiao Shan was shocked. Could something serious be happening? If Shen Yao was willing to be a concubine, why would Fong Daquai need to buy such dirty things? His face changed instantly. Without hesitation, he was about to follow. But Dr. Liu suddenly grabbed him and said, "What are you doing?
Who cares what medicine they buy?
Do you know that person?" Xiao Shan felt bitter and embarrassed. He wanted to explain but was afraid Dr. Liu might get into trouble.
He was so anxious he didn't know what to say.
Instead, the medicine boy, who also knew some inside details, came over and said, "That person seems to be Fong Daquai, the man who married Madame Shen's daughter later." "Oh, is it him? He's definitely not a good person." Dr. Liu was a bit confused, but the medicine boy clearly knew more and continued. "When I went to the market today, I heard from Lu's family that their master plans to welcome his new wife today." Could Fong Daquai be involved? Xiao Shan's heart sank immediately. Things were really bad. Without waiting for the medicine boy to finish, Xiao Shan, limping, rushed toward the direction where Fong Daquai was leaving. Luckily, it was broad daylight. Fong Daquai had to do anything secretly. The ox cart stopped at the back door of the Dong Lion. Shen Yao was carried on someone's shoulder and thrown into a place that looked like a shed. Fong Daquai, exhausted and panting, looked at Yang and said, "Take good care of her. I'll go get the medicine. Lu's family will send someone soon. As long as this girl is safely with Lu's family, we don't need to worry about anything." Yang nodded and watched Fong Daquai walk away. Shen Yao stared at Yang, wishing she could see inside this woman's mind. Does a man really matter more than a son or daughter? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you understand your mother's hard work? When you go to Lu's family dressed in fine clothes and eating well, you'll naturally appreciate me. The cloth in her mouth was taken out. Shen Yao sneered coldly, looking at this woman who seemed kind but was actually doing the most evil things, and said coldly, "What's the difference between you and selling a daughter?" Yang's face suddenly turned pale.
You.
How can you say that about your mother? When did I ever sell you? When did I ever sell you? Ha, you sold me twice. The first time for 20 taels of silver, the second time to Lu's family for 30 taels. I don't care what other mothers are like, but I know this. My mother is heartless and shameless. Smack. Yang raised her hand and hit her hard. Shen Yao pressed her tongue against her palate, spat out some blood, and looked at Yang with colder eyes, like a stranger. Am I wrong? You and Fong Daquai have known each other for a long time, right? Even before my father died. Yang was struck by lightning, suddenly stepping back in shock, staring at Shen Yao in disbelief. How did she know? How could she know? Seeing Yang's expression, Shen Yao knew her suspicion was correct. They really knew each other.
You. What are you talking about?
No, we don't know each other at all.
Is that so?
If you don't know, then forget it. Yang thought Shen Yao had some secret knowledge. But this was different from what she expected. Shen Yao, stop pretending. I'm not pretending. I just want to warn you about something. What is it? I told you before, if you go to the Xiao family asking for money, our mother-daughter relationship will end here. Now, you've gone against my wishes again, forcing me to sell myself. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. I, Shen Yao, will no longer be your daughter. Yang's tears suddenly fell. She looked blank, her eyes dull, as if she had been hit hard. But Shen Yao didn't care about that. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Fong Daquai came in holding a teapot. Seeing this, he immediately asked, "What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you not to talk to her? Come here and give her this medicine." Fong Daquai was a bit overweight and slightly hunched, a common trait for waiters. He was used to bowing and scraping, used to this posture. Fong Zidong looked very much like him. Both had natural smiles and spoke with a smile, making it hard to believe they could be so ruthless and cold-hearted. While Shen Yao was observing them, her hands behind her back didn't stop moving. She was from the 21st century. She knew many ways to break free from online restrictions. It was only a matter of time. Shen Yao quickly looked around. This was a wood storage room, and behind the door, there was a wood chopping knife. She had a plan. She watched Fong Daquai walk toward her with a cup. She timed it perfectly. When both of them were focused on the cup, she suddenly jumped up and ran toward the door. The two men were stunned. When they reacted and tried to chase her, Shen Yao had already grabbed the wood chopping knife and turned to slash at Fong Daquai. Shen Yao was a doctor. She knew exactly how to avoid vital spots when attacking. So, Shen Yao directly swung her knife at Fong Daquai's arm. Although the knife was dull, Shen Yao used full strength. The blow cut through Fong Daquai's cotton coat, leaving a deep gash on his arm, and blood was pouring out. "Oh no, my hand! Oh no!" Fong Daquai cried out in pain, clutching his arm. Mrs. Yang was completely stunned, staring blankly at Shen Yao, unable to shout. "If you won't give me a way to live, then we all die together. When we get to the underworld, let the king of hell judge. Look at how you are kidnapping girls. Maybe you'll go to the 18th level of hell." At this moment, Shen Yao, holding the knife, looked like a fierce demon from hell, standing there with a terrifying aura. Especially since she had already caused blood to flow, they believed Shen Yao might really kill them. Mrs. Yang finally reacted and cried out to Shen Yao, "Yao Yao, you're crazy. How can you hurt your own father? My father." He died long ago. He's waiting for you below. I don't have a father anymore. If you care so much about my father, then you and this beast can go meet him together." Mrs. Yang was shocked, seeing Shen Yao ready to attack her too, and immediately her legs went weak with fear.
No, no.
"I am your mother. I am your mother. I told you, I have no mother. I have no mother. Please spare us. Spare us. If you don't want to marry, then don't. Please don't kill us, don't kill." Fong Daquai never expected that the usually insignificant girl, who was like a lump of mud and often bullied, would actually dare to kill. Her arm was still bleeding heavily, and the blow was too harsh. She truly wanted to take his life. What should they do now?
What can they do now?
Not killing you means I can still live? Ha! You cut off my way to live, so don't expect to survive either. Today we all die. Seeing Shen Yao still looking fierce and terrifying, Fong Daquai swallowed nervously. The girl was really pushed to the limit.
How could this be resolved?
Not only would they have trouble explaining to the Liu family, but it would also be hard for them to stay alive. Fong Daquai looked at Shen Yao almost ready to kneel, but he was already close to it. He covered his arm and sat down on the ground, watching blood flow from his fingers. He had never suffered such a big loss before. Today, he had been defeated by a young girl. It was a mistake, definitely a mistake. Shen Yao didn't really intend to kill these two, but she definitely wouldn't let them go easily. While she was thinking about what to do next, she unexpectedly saw a white object sticking out from Fong Daquai's chest. She stepped forward quickly and pulled it out. Suddenly, she was shocked. She saw a document with 3 big words, "Contract of Sale," signed Shen Yao. Sure enough, they were planning to sell her. Shen Yao's anger burned inside her. She raised a wooden knife and aimed it at Fong Daquai's thigh, slashing again. This time, Fong Daquai was so scared that he immediately leaked a liquid, and a foul smell filled the air. But Shen Yao didn't stop. She raised the knife again, pretending to cut toward his head. As soon as she raised her hand, Fong Daquai let out a sharp scream, tilted his head, and fainted.
Bah!
Useless thing. Yang sure saw that Fong Daquai not only had his hand injured, but also his leg was cut by Shen Yao. She turned pale with fear. "Yao Yao, don't kill me. I am your mother. I am your mother." "Humph, mother? Do you deserve that? Look, this is the document selling me to the Liu family. As long as I sign and pledge on it, I will be a servant for life. I will never be free. Yang sure, you are so cruel. Was it the same when you treated my father? You didn't save him, and he was beaten to death by the Liu family." Yang Shi was shocked and frightened. She never expected Shen Yao to know so much. How did she find out? How could she know? "No, that's not true. I didn't just watch him die. I didn't. Your father had consumption. It was consumption." Still not telling the truth? Didn't you all say I changed a lot? Let me tell you the truth. When I fell into the water, my father appeared in my dream. He said it was you and Fong Daquai who teamed up to kill him. It was you who caused his death. Yang Shi was just an ordinary village woman. Hearing Shen Yao speak so confidently, her mental defenses collapsed instantly. She burst into tears, unable to hold back. "No, I didn't want to either. I told him to sell the snake to the Liu family, but he didn't want to. He must be very sick with consumption and can't be cured. Why not sell the snake for some money and leave some for us? I didn't mean to tell Daquai, but I didn't expect the Liu family to find out. Your father is not dead because of me. He was beaten to death by the Liu family, and I have nothing to do with it. So that's the truth about Shen father's death." Shen Yao was angry and frustrated that this was ancient times. If it were modern, she would record these words as evidence. But now, hearing this, she felt helpless. The only certainty was that Shen father's death was definitely connected to them. The Liu family was the murderer. Shen Yao couldn't really have killed her parents. She looked around and saw the teapot on the table, which had been drugged. She took it and handed it to Mrs. Yang. "Drink this, Fong Daquai. You drink it too. Otherwise, I will kill all of you here today." Mrs. Yang dared not refuse. Seeing her daughter now, She looked like a dangerous demoness. She obediently took the teapot, drank a large sip, and then poured the rest into Fong Daquai. After they finished drinking, Shen Yao glared fiercely at Mrs. Yang and then turned to leave the woodshed. But she cleverly pressed the door shut outside so they couldn't follow her. After doing all this, Shen Yao hurried back with a sickle. She hadn't forgotten what Mrs. Yang said, that they had already sent the second branch of the Fong family to find Uncle C. Shen Nanju must not fall into danger again. Shen Yao had just wounded Fong Daquai twice, and her clothes were stained with blood. She still held the sickle. It was near noon, and the people in the inn were busy in the kitchen. No one would notice her for a while. So she quietly slipped out through the back door. As soon as she stepped outside, she bumped into someone. It's you. It's you. Shen Yao never expected to meet Xiao Shan here. How could he be in the back alley of the Dong Lion? Xiao Shan was also surprised to see Shen Yao suddenly appear. When he saw her holding a knife with blood on her, he seemed to realize something. Without hesitation, ignoring the pain in his leg, he pulled Shen Yao and ran into a small alley. Until there was no one around, Xiao Shan cautiously looked at her and said, "What did you do? Did you kill Fong Daquai? Are you crazy? It's daytime. If they find out, you won't have a chance to live. If you don't want to live, don't drag Shen Nan into it. If people find out Shen Nan has a sister who committed a crime, he's finished." Shen Yao looked at the man she had offended so badly. He kept mentioning Shen Nan and seemed genuinely concerned about him. So, Shen Yao patiently said, "I will take responsibility for my actions. It has nothing to do with Shen Nan. Nonsense. If someone in your family commits a crime, Shen Nan can't study medicine, join the army, or even take the imperial exams. It's hard for him to become merchant too. You women are clearly up to no good, trying to ruin Shen Nan's future." Shen Yao hadn't expected this. It seemed she needed to learn more about the laws of Xia and the Wang dynasty. Xiao Shan saw Shen Yao remain silent, thinking she was scared. He loosened his grip on her, looked around, and took off his outer shirt to drape over Shen Yao, saying, "Put this on. Follow me. If anyone sees your blood-stained clothes, guards will come and arrest you immediately." Shen Yao looked at the man with confusion. "Why are you helping me?" Who wants to help you?"
I'm helping Shen Nan.
"Besides, Dr. Shen has been kind to me. You should be grateful that you're Dr. Shen's daughter. This man has a sharp tongue but a kind heart." But seeing Xiao Shan in only a thin undergarment after taking off his outer shirt on this cold day, Shen Yao didn't take his clothes. She didn't want to owe him too much. She immediately said, "No need. I have nothing to do with you, and I won't accept your kindness. Since we are clear, we should have no more ties. I won't drag Shen Nan down, and I won't tarnish my father's reputation." After saying this, Shen Yao didn't look at Xiao Shan again. She lifted her skirt and ran to the other end of the alley. Xiao Shan, who already had a leg injury, couldn't chase after her. He could only watch Shen Yao disappear into the alley, helpless. He was furious, glaring at the woman who had brought this on herself, feeling angry and resentful. Even now, she refused to acknowledge him.
Fine, Shen Yao.
"Since you want to die on your own, don't blame anyone else." Humph. Xiao Shan ignored her and turned to walk in the other direction. "Xiao Shan, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hurry up, we need to leave." Xiao Shan had only taken a few steps when he saw Master Hung looking for him. It was already noon and they should be setting out. However, for some reason, Xiao Shan, who was looking forward to the trip, couldn't bring himself to move forward. He felt nervous and worried that Shen Nan might get involved, as he was the only descendant left by Dr. Shen. Of course, only Xiao Shan knew whether he was also worried about Shen Yao. Anyway, seeing his promising future and glancing at his own leg, he made up his mind and, feeling guilty, said to Master Hong, "Master Hong, I'm sorry." Shen Yao was holding back her anger as she ran toward the village, worried that if she was late, something might happen to Shen Nan again. As for Fong Daquai, who was hurt by her, Shen Yao wasn't afraid at all because she had a contract that could make Fong Daquai suffer. Since her family name was Shen, if Fong Daquai wanted to sell her, it would be considered human trafficking. Selling civilians in ancient times was a serious crime. Shen Yao gathered her strength and hurried to the village entrance, half running, half walking. At that moment, a familiar figure carrying a hoe walked past from a vegetable patch near the village entrance. Shen Yao, Aunt Shen, surprised, called out to stop her. "It's midday. Are you going to the town?" Shen Yao, panting, stopped and looked at Aunt Shen with concern. Her eyes reddened, and tears started to fall. Aunt Shen immediately noticed that Shen Yao looked very disheveled, with loose braids, a flushed face from running, and bloodstains on her yellow linen dress. Aunt Shen was shocked and quickly stepped forward, worried, and asked, "Shen Yao, what happened? Did something happen to Shen Nan?" Shen Yao grabbed Aunt Shen's hand and choked on her words. "Aunt Shen, it's not Shen Nan. It's me. I almost couldn't come back." Then she recounted everything that had happened in the morning with Fong's family. She also showed Aunt Shen the contract Fong Daquai had prepared for her. Aunt Shen was illiterate, but she recognized the official seal on the sale contracts for Xia and Zhao. Her own cousin from her maternal family had been sold because of poverty, so she knew what a sale contract looked like. She was immediately stunned, almost unable to believe it. "How dare they? Your surname is Shen, and theirs is Fong. Why are they selling you? This is outrageous. The Fong family is from Hehe village. Why are they selling someone from Shangha village? Let's go find your Uncle C and ask him to settle this. People from Hehe village are being too cruel." Aunt Shen was truly worried about this girl now. "Luckily, you have good luck and you're not soft-hearted. Someone like that deserves to be punished." Aunt Shen couldn't imagine if Shen Yao was really sold to the Liu family as a concubine, with life and death in their hands. She feared she wouldn't last long. "It's a terrible crime." While Aunt Shen was sighing and feeling emotional, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I just saw the second branch of the Fong family come to our village. I knew it, they have nothing to do with us. So why are they here all of a sudden? It turns out they're up to something. Let's go quickly and see. We mustn't let them push Shen Nan into more trouble." Seeing Aunt Shen so hurried and anxious, regardless of whether she was worried about losing what they wanted or something else, Shen Yao felt a deep sense of gratitude. She had woken up here and become a minor female character, facing a series of difficult people. She experienced the darkness and ugliness of human nature. But not everyone is bad. There's always some kindness and goodness, enough to make her see that this world is worth living in. The unintentional kindness she received in the past, she would repay someday. Shen Yao took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and quickly followed Aunt Shen toward the village. When they reached Uncle Shen house, they saw villagers gathered around, noisy and lively, with occasional crying sounds. "Is that Shen Nan?" Shen Yao was anxious and pushed through the crowd to get inside. Sure enough, Shen Nan was kneeling on the ground, being pulled and dragged by her uncle and aunt on either side. Shen Nan was still shouting, "I won't go. I don't want to leave with you. I want my sister. I want my sister." Shen Yao looked at the scene with a shocked expression and shouted loudly, "Stop. Let go of my brother. Shen Yao, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to?" "Supposed to?" Fong Daquai, from the second household of the Fong family, pointed at Shen Yao with wide, round eyes that looked very much like Fong Daquai's, showing a look of panic and disbelief. Shen Yao ignored him and quickly grabbed Shen Nan, who was being held back by her great-uncle and great-aunt. Shen Nan was already weak and was crying hard, his face pale as paper. When he saw Shen Yao, he looked like a savior and trembled even more. Big sister, save me. Shen Nan, don't be afraid. Big sister is here. Big sister has come." The couple, Shen Dalong and his wife, who had just been pushed away by Shen Yao, looked at her in surprise. Wang Xiaoji looked like she had seen a ghost, pointing at Shen Yao and asking, "Didn't you go to Lu's house to be a concubine? Why are you here?" The villagers around, already annoyed, saw Shen Yao suddenly appear and asked eagerly, "Yes, Shen Yao, what is going on? The deal we agreed on yesterday is not happening now. You suddenly changed your mind? What's going on?" "Yeah, Shen Yao, didn't you say you would share those things with everyone? Now you're not sharing anymore. Are you just messing with us? Everyone was unhappy with the accusations. Shen Yao didn't rush to explain. She still had a bundle of firewood tied to her waist and bloodstains on her body, looking fierce and intimidating. She coldly stared at Shen Dalong and his wife, who wanted to grab Shen Nan again. Wang Xiaoji felt nervous under Shen Yao's gaze and awkwardly stepped back, hiding behind her great-uncle. The great-uncle knew he couldn't back down now and said, "Yes, just now Fong Daquai said you no longer support Shen Nan. Shen Nan is still part of our family, and he said your words yesterday don't count. Shen Yao, Shen Nan is my child. If you want to be a concubine, you can't take Shen Nan away." Shen Yao sneered and asked them, "I said yesterday that I won't marry anyone and that I will raise my brother as a daughter. Did my great-uncle and great-aunt forget so quickly?" Wang Xiaoji's face twitched unnaturally with shock and panic, and she took a long moment to calm down. "But Fong Daquai said you were already married and that you hurriedly entered the Liu family this morning." Hearing Wang Xiaoji's words, Shen Yao, who was behind and just managed to squeeze in, didn't wait for her to finish. She immediately spat and loudly scolded, "Nonsense. Shen Yao didn't marry into the Liu family. It was Fang's entire family who kidnapped Shen Yao early this morning. If Shen Yao hadn't been lucky and escaped, she would have been sold by Fang's family by now. Everyone should stand up for Shen Yao. When did people from Xiaoan village start coming to our Xiaoan village to kidnap and sell others? Head of the household, we can't let them bully our village people like this. Shen Yao is a commoner. Why should they be allowed to sell her?" Shen Auntie's words hit like a thunderbolt, shocking all the villagers who had been watching the scene, leaving them stunned and angry. Just now, they heard Shen Yao was about to marry someone again, and the land and property promised to them would no longer be shared. Almost everyone's opinion of Shen Yao plummeted, and they even wished she would die outside. But now, hearing that all this was secretly done by people from Xiaoan village, Shen Yao still intended to share her property with everyone. The atmosphere instantly reached a boiling point. The villagers were furious and looked at Fong Daquai, shouting, "You, Fong Daquai, not only did you sell our village's people, but you also dare to blame us? We can't let this go. Let's go to Xiaoan village and confront them. Let's go." To prove they wouldn't believe it, Shen Annie took out the contract Shen Yao had shown her earlier. This was clear evidence. Only Shen Uncle, who could read, was in the village. He took it and, upon seeing the 3 characters Fong Daquai written on it, immediately burst into anger and shouted at Fong Daquai, "What's going on here? Why is our Xiaoan village Shen family's girl being sold by your Fong family from Xiaoan village? Come on, let's find the village elder. If we don't get an explanation, we'll report this to the authorities." Fong Daquai, who was usually timid and only foraged in the fields, was suddenly so frightened that his legs went weak. He kept explaining, "It's not my fault. I don't know anything. I really don't know. It's my 3rd brother. You should go find him." "I don't know anything." Seeing how cowardly Fong Daquai looked, everyone showed expressions of disdain. But Shen Yao wouldn't let this cowardly person get away easily. "Second Uncle Fong, this morning you personally put a sack over my head. How can you say you don't know? You said that selling me to the Liu family could get 30 taels of silver, and your 2 sons could get married. I have served your family sincerely for half a year, working hard and never complaining. I never thought that my honesty would be repaid with such treachery. 4th Uncle, please help me settle this. I am from Xiaoan village. Our village has always kept peace with the neighboring Jing water village. Even if there were disagreements, it was just about water sources. Now they're even willing to kill and sell people. Does that mean in the future, if our villages fight over water and they lose, they might kill everyone in our village?" Shen Yao's words caused everyone to gasp in shock. This was serious. Only Uncle Shen looked at Shen Yao deeply. He hadn't expected that this girl had such a clever mind, able to stir up conflict between the 2 villages with just a few words. Seeing how angry the villagers were, this matter had to be resolved with the people from Xiaoan village. Of course, Shen Yao had indeed suffered a lot. Uncle Shen looked at her with some suspicion. He had seen through her plan, but Shen Yao really had no other choice. She had to make a big fuss, or else it would be troublesome if she didn't. Fortunately, Uncle Shen didn't immediately expose her. Instead, he said in a deep voice to everyone, "All right, now go to Xia village and demand an explanation from their village chief." After that, a large group of people, including Shindali, headed towards Xia village. Shangha village and Xia village, as their names suggest, were built along the water source, separated by a village road in the middle. The two villages were on either side. At this moment, almost all the men from Shangha village had gone out, along with Uncle Shen, the village chief, and some women and children who came to watch. They marched in a mighty procession to Xia village. When they arrived under the big locust tree at the village entrance, villagers hurriedly ran to find the village chief of Xia village. Apart from the annual water source disputes during busy farming seasons, the two villages usually have no conflicts during normal days. Now that winter has arrived and farming is on hold, the large group from Shangha village has come over, which probably means trouble. Soon, people from both villages gathered under the big locust tree. Uncle Shen saw Fong Sanpao, the village head of Xia village, and pointed at Fong Daquai, saying, "You people from Xia village are too much. You ran to our Shangha village, captured our girl, and sold her. If you don't explain this to us, we will go to the officials and ask for justice." Fong Sanpao, who has been the village head for many years, had never heard such a strange story before. How could the people from Xia village go to Shangha village to capture a girl and sell her? If that really happened, they would be ashamed to face anyone afterward. The men wouldn't be able to marry, and the girls wouldn't be able to marry. They definitely shouldn't take the blame for this. But when Uncle Shen explained the full story and showed the evidence, Fong Sanpao's face turned pale and then red, and his face was a mix of shock and anger. Other village elders were also very angry. "Go call the Fong family members here." Some villagers had already gone to call them. When the Fong family arrived and saw Shen Yao's expression, which was just as shocked as Fong Daquai's, they looked stunned and couldn't believe it. Just from how the Fong family reacted, Fong Sanpao knew this story was probably true. However, the reputation of the Fong family couldn't be easily damaged. If they admitted it, it would cause big trouble for the whole village's marriages. "Li Shi, the people from Shangha village say you secretly sold their girl Shen Yao. What's really going on?" "I remember Shen Yao and her mother, Yang, have already remarried into our village," Fong Sanpao said, trying to advise the old lady of the Fong family. This old lady was quite fortunate herself. She had 3 sons. Her eldest was the only scholar in the village, the second was good at farming, and the third worked as a waiter in town. Most importantly, all 3 sons were very filial, with 4 grandsons and 1 granddaughter. The family was thriving. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to offend this family. The old lady of the Fong family was wise and experienced. After hearing the explanation and the villagers' account of the full story, she had already thought of a plan. He immediately shouted, "Falsely accused. There's no way the girl from Shangha village would dare sell herself to us. We only promised to marry her granddaughter." Mrs. Fong's words were echoed by everyone in Xia village. Exactly. She's marrying a grandson, not selling herself. Knowing they would deny it, and having dealt with these people many times before, Uncle Shen directly said, "Granddaughter? Where does that granddaughter come from?" Yang was remarried and took Shen Yao with her, but Shen Yao has the surname Shen. If she didn't change her surname, she's not your Fong family's child. Moreover, Shen Yao lives with your family now. She gets up before the rooster crows, goes to bed late, works harder than a donkey, and eats less than a pig. Is that what a granddaughter would do? That girl is your granddaughter, old lady Fong. I think she's about the same age as our Shen Yao. But look at her. What does she look like? And what about Shen Yao? Fong Zidong had no idea she was about to be caught in the middle. Since Shen Yao returned, Fong Zidong knew things were completely different from her past life. Shen Yao wasn't possessed by water spirits, which meant she had been hiding her true face all along. You could tell because Shen Yao didn't want Xiao Shan to know she had saved him. Shen Yao was actually very good at hiding her true self. But why didn't she notice this in her past life? Now, everything was suddenly coming to light. Fong Zidong believed this was closely related to her rebirth. In her previous life, She had lived to over 60. She knew that small, seemingly insignificant changes could lead to many other things shifting as well. At the moment, Fong Zidong couldn't think of a good plan, but she knew one thing for sure. She must not let her father be branded as a trafficker. Otherwise, her marriage prospects would be ruined. Since they're both granddaughters, why is there such a big difference? Old Lady Fong, what do you think? Mrs. Fong was truly at a loss for words. She turned to her eldest son, who was the hope of their family, the only educated person in Xiaoan village. Fong Wunan wished he could find a hole to hide in. He had no idea that his third brother's actions were so unreliable. Their mother had promised to give him 30 taels of silver, so he could prepare for the spring imperial exam. Although he had been taking the exam for over 10 years and hadn't succeeded each time due to various reasons, he felt confident this year. He believed he would pass. However, if a family member commits a crime, it will make their path to success difficult. So, this matter must not be admitted under any circumstances. Uncle Shen, I think this is a misunderstanding. Even if Shen Yao is not from our family, her marriage is still arranged by her mother, which is normal. Since marriage has always been decided by parents and matchmakers, Yang's engagement with Shen Yao isn't selling her. Hearing this, the Fong family gained confidence and the people in Hehe village started to shout. Uncle Shen expected them to say this, so he immediately revealed the prepared evidence. If Yang arranged the marriage, we have nothing to say. But on this contract, the seller's name is Fong Daquai from your family. Tell us, how can this be fixed? If not, we will go to the officials. Fong Dalong is a scholar, so he knows the law better than us. This is about Fong Daquai trying to sell our daughter from Hehe village. We must get an explanation. When Fong Wunan saw this, especially the contract, he felt uneasy. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What should he do now? The surroundings were noisy and chaotic. Just when the Fong family didn't know what to do, someone suddenly shouted, Fong Daquai is back. Fong Daquai and Yang have been brought back. Everyone turned to look. They saw Fong Daquai and Yang sitting in a bullock cart. One was covered in blood, with legs and hands wrapped, and the other was dressed in ragged clothes, with a messy hair bun, being carried back by 3 young men. Seeing so many people, one of the young men shouted, Who is Fong Dalong? Our master told us to bring Fong Daquai back. He's really disgusting. He and his wife were caught doing shameful things in Arin's kitchen. Our master said we can't keep such a person in Arin. Oh, and where is the wife you promised to send? Quickly call her out. We want to take her too. You took our master's money, so you can't ignore us. Our master is waiting for the wedding night. I spit, I've never seen such cruel people like you. If you weren't your daughter, you wouldn't dare to sell her. Why don't you sell your own daughter instead? This matter must be taken to the officials. Fong Wunan was so anxious that he walked over to his third brother sitting on the ox cart. He didn't care about his injuries and just woke him and Yang sure up. They had been fooling around in the firewood shed, and the medicine was wearing off. The cart was bouncing along the road, and with a rough movement, they immediately woke up. Fong Daquai was fine, but Yang sure saw so many people around and noticed her disheveled clothes. She was instantly ashamed. She hadn't forgotten what happened in the shed. Shen Yao had locked them inside, and Fong Daquai, as if possessed, despite bleeding from his hands and legs, insisted on doing something inappropriate with her. She didn't know why, but she felt very hot all over. Confused, they started fooling around in the shed. That wasn't all. Later, a worker carrying firewood bumped into her, and she fainted from embarrassment. Now, seeing the situation, she wished she could faint again. She covered her torn clothes from Fong Daquai's wild behavior, crying and unable to say a word. Fong Wunan quickly explained the situation. Only then did the crowd stare in shock at Shen Yao. Fong Daquai shouted, falsely accused. Shen Yao wants to kill me. She's the one who cut my hands and legs. Village chief, elder brother, you must stand up for us. That wicked girl wants to kill her father and mother. Today's scene was getting more and more lively. Even the young servants who were eager to marry their aunts looked interested, standing there watching the show. Shen Yao looked coldly at the two of them. She stepped forward and faced Fong Daquai directly. Uncle Fong, don't falsely accuse me. My father is buried in Xiao Slope in Shangha village. What do you think I am to him? As for her, she sold me for her own greed and money. I don't have a mother like that. Yang sure only cried, but Fong Daquai already knew that if he didn't handle today's matter well, the whole village would be involved. Then he really wouldn't have a place to stand. Do you dare say I wasn't the one who hurt me? Do you dare? I dare say it was clearly you who wanted to give me medicine, but Yang mistakenly took the wrong one and made you drink it. You suddenly went crazy, grabbed a firewood knife, and tried to attack me. If I hadn't snatched the knife and run away, I don't know if you would have hurt me or even killed me. Your injuries are from when you lost control and hurt yourself. Didn't those young men say that? You were also causing trouble in their firewood shed. If you are fine, why were you causing trouble in their shed? Very reasonable. Although she was lying, neither Fong Daquai nor Yang could find words to argue back. They couldn't say that the medicine was meant for Shen Yao because if they did, they would be completely at fault and unable to turn the situation around. Just when Fong Daquai was at a loss, Fong Zidong, who had been silent, muttered softly. It was unclear if it was an accidental whisper or what, but she said, "If we really go to the officials, when parents accuse their children, the children also have to suffer." Fong Wenen's face lit up with joy. Yes, he had forgotten about that. At this moment, he didn't care about manners and suddenly pushed Yang. Yang's clothes were disheveled. When he pushed her, he accidentally touched her waist, which was not covered. Not to mention, Yang was thin, but her skin was smooth and tight, much better than his chubby wife. He had a playful, slick feeling in his hand, but he knew his limits and understood this was not a joke. He suppressed his feelings and whispered in Yang's ear, "Let Shen Yao go to the officials. When she's brought to justice, she'll have to sleep on the chopping block and take the punishment." With this reminder, Yang suddenly seemed to have a clear mind. She immediately glared at Shen Yao with hatred and shouted, "You lied. You used a knife to attack Daquai and drugged us. You heartless thing, I don't want you as my daughter. If you want to report us, fine. I'll report your disobedience and make you sleep on the chopping block and take the punishment. I'll beat the disobedient girl out of you." According to the law, when parents accuse their children, the children must sleep on the chopping block and endure 20 beatings before they can appeal. No matter if the parents are unkind or not, children must suffer first because their bodies and skin are given by their parents. He believed that filial piety could govern the country. Yang thought this was enough to scare Shen Yao into submission, making her admit she attacked Fong Daquai, then obediently marry into Lu's family. At this moment, even Shen's Uncle Si and others thought Yang had truly become ruthless this time. They were all worried about Shen Yao. If the Yang family really reported her, Shen Yao would be in big trouble. What should they do now? Shen Yao knew she and Yang had completely fallen out. But she didn't care. Everything was part of her plan. Looking at these people, especially the Fong family members, they probably thought they would be afraid when they heard about the beating. Haha, but they would be disappointed. Shen Yao also started crying and loudly shouted at Yang, "Even if I have to sleep on a chopping board and get beaten, I won't recognize you as my mother. You sold me twice. First to force me and Xiao Shan to break off the engagement for 20 silver coins, and second, you conspired with Fong Daquai to sell me again. They say once you have a stepmother, you get a stepmother. That's true. Since you want to sell me, from now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Report to the authorities? Fine, go ahead. As long as I have breath left, I will go to see my father with a clear conscience. I was born a Shen, and in death, I will be a ghost of the Shen family. You people who harmed me, even as a ghost, I won't let you go. I will wear red clothes and become a vengeful ghost, seeking revenge on you every day." Shen Yao's words were firm and full of anger. The villagers nearby were all trembling when they heard her. Her words were so harsh. It seemed Shen Yao truly hated Yang deeply. "Yes, you sold your sister. From now on, you are no longer our mother. We don't want you anymore. We don't want you. If you cause my sister's death, I will wear red clothes and hang myself at your door, becoming a ghost to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, Shen Nan also spoke at this critical moment. Both children said such things, and the Fong family members were truly frightened. They had never seen such a cruel curse before. Ancient people feared these things most, but these two children said them so seriously and with such conviction. Even Fong Daquai was still trembling with fear. The little servants who were watching the joke couldn't help but comment, "This is shocking. What kind of worthless mother is she? She forces her children to hang themselves and become ghosts, and she won't be spared even in death. No wonder she went to the tavern's kitchen to have an affair with a man. How terrible she is. Fong Daquai, hurry up and hand over the lady, or else you'll have to pay double the silver. Choose for yourself." This made Yang feel so embarrassed. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. It was already shameful enough, and now the servant's words made her too ashamed to lift her head, with her stomach hurting badly. And to think she might have to pay double the silver? Her mother-in-law probably wouldn't forgive her easily. Indeed, when Fong's family heard about paying double the silver, they all felt terrible. They had no money. But Lu's family was powerful and well-connected with the county magistrate, so they couldn't afford to offend them. For a moment, Fong's family felt like they were being roasted on a fire. Finally, the second wife, Zhang, stepped forward and said, "Please, everyone, give us a little more time. Let us think it over. We will give Lu's family an answer tomorrow." After speaking, Zhang signaled to the old lady Fong. The old lady Fong understood immediately and stepped forward. The servant wouldn't let them go easily. He deliberately nodded his head. Seeing this, the old lady reluctantly reached into her pocket and handed a string of coins to the servant. The servant nodded happily, saying, "Give you one more day. Tomorrow either see the person or see the money." Then he and the other two people drove away in a cart pulled by oxen. After sending them off, the villagers looked at the person in the middle, unsure of what to do. This child was fearless, not afraid of death. If they decided to report everything, Fong's family would definitely suffer. Fong Sanpao, the village chief, saw the situation and had to swallow his pride to make peace. "De Lang, you're the eldest son of Fong's family. This is your decision. This child is determined to report you, even risking his life. If he does, your exams will be affected. You need to decide." Old Lady Fong, hearing this, exclaimed in shock. "What? Affect the exams? That kid is a troublemaker. We should divorce her and send Yang away. She's no longer part of our family. Let her and her children suffer the consequences." Her words truly frightened Yang. She suddenly knelt on the ground, begging and kowtowing. She had married once before and couldn't be divorced again. Yang was kowtowing and holding her stomach, feeling that now even her belly was being bullied, and the pain was getting worse. Suddenly, a warm flow of liquid came out. She was frightened and looked back. Ah, she's bleeding. Is she having her period? Yes, it looks like it. Seeing this, Aunt Fong's heart sank. She quickly called the barefoot village doctor and said, "Uncle Lu, hurry and check her." Aunt Fong had her own plans. The third brother's house didn't have a son, and now that she saw the bleeding, if she was really pregnant, Yang would have to stay. Uncle Lu, the village's barefoot doctor, saw Yang's condition and reluctantly went over. After checking her pulse, he exclaimed, "Fong Daquai, your wife is pregnant, but the pregnancy is in danger. She needs good care." Fong Daquai was first surprised, then happy. He only had a daughter and had been hoping for a son. Now Yang was pregnant. Although he also wished to divorce her, hearing this news, he couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. Aunt Fong's expression softened a little and said to her second daughter-in-law, I didn't expect she would have such good luck. Zhang brought your sister-in-law back. Don't embarrass us here." Yang was overjoyed. She had been longing for a child, and now, in this dangerous moment, the child had truly come. This child was her lucky star, born to help her, unlike Shen Yao and Shen Nan, the two rebellious sons. "Mother, Daquai, since they don't want me to be their daughter, I will cut ties with them. I don't want them anymore, I really don't," Yang said confidently, but the Fong family thought she was just a woman with a problem in her head. They had been holding back because Lu's family had an urgent marriage proposal. Otherwise, they would really have to pay 60 taels of silver as compensation. Yang, stood up. Seeing the Fong family's attitude, the village chief knew they didn't want to give up. He warned and reminded her, Yang, you already have a child now. If you cut ties, just do it. Besides, your family has a daughter too. Don't go causing trouble for others. If you really go to the county office and cause trouble for our village, your Fong family won't be welcome here anymore. That's final. The village chief personally spoke, and the Fong family members really shouldn't speak out of turn, or they might gain a bad reputation again. Haven't you noticed that everyone in the village now looks at them differently? Hearing this, Fong Zidong, who had been paying attention, broke out in cold sweat from fear. Currently, she is the only daughter in the Fong family. If Shen Yao doesn't marry, it will be her turn. Is she going to become Lu's concubine? That's crazy. She is the future county princess. No, she can't marry. But at this moment, Fong Zidong had no right to speak. She could only stand aside anxiously, hoping there might still be a chance. Seeing that the Fong family finally calmed down, Fong Sanpao stepped out to negotiate with Uncle Shen. Yang agrees to cut ties. Since that's the case, let's forget the hatred between the two families. Uncle Shen had caused a fuss with the whole village, but he wasn't just after a small benefit. He thought, do you think we're 3 years old? Our Shen family girl would rather die than acknowledge her mother. We won't acknowledge her. But the matter of Fong Daquai selling our girl isn't over yet. Fong Sanpao was very worried, especially about the contract of sale, which was clear evidence. Then tell me, what do you want? If we go to the officials, both villages will be embarrassed. Fourth uncle, isn't this just a family matter? Even if it's a family matter, Shen Yao is from Shanghe village. She shouldn't suffer unfairly. People from both villages immediately started arguing. In the end, because of the contract, after a long whispering discussion, Uncle Shen approached with a grim face and announced, next year, Shanghe village will use the water first, then release it to Xiahe village. Everyone in Xiahe village was unhappy. Every time there was a water dispute, Shanghe village always lost. As a result, their crops grew especially well due to the ample water supply. If next year Shanghe village's people get the water first, what will happen to our crops? The villagers were unhappy, but Fong Sanpao shouted, everyone shut up. If this contract goes to the officials, no one in our village will dare to marry or take a wife. Sure enough, compared to the marriage prospects of all the children in the village, even if they didn't want to, they had to accept it. The two villages immediately found paper and pens to sign agreements. Shen Yao became more cautious and asked Uncle Shen to write a formal promise, requiring Yang's family and their siblings to sign at the same time. The sales contract as proof was to be burned. This matter was finally settled. From then on, Shen Yao, Shen Nan, Yang's family, and the Fong family had no more connections. Shen Yao also felt a big relief. Tomorrow, when Lu's family comes, based on how much they love the main character Fong Zidong in the story, they probably wouldn't really let her marry for less than 60 taels of silver. So, the Fong family was destined to suffer a big loss. As for other issues like Shen father's death, Shen Yao had some clues but wouldn't cause trouble now. She believed in taking things step by step. She was not so easy to deceive. Revenge for murder was Shen Yao's firm belief. When the time comes, neither the Fong family nor the Lu family should think about escaping. The whole village gained a lot, but Shen Delang's family was the least happy. If Shen Yao didn't marry, she would have to take Shen Nan away, and all the belongings in their house would have to be taken out, which was even more painful than cutting flesh. But Shen Yao was quick and decisive. When the villagers returned, she suggested they quickly divide the belongings from before so she and Shen Nan would have a place to stay. Next year's water source would be used first by Shanghe village, which was a big happy event. Everyone was happy about it, especially since this was related to Shen Yao. Hearing her say so, they all agreed immediately. Gaining more land was a great bonus. Even Uncle Shen nodded without hesitation. Aunt Shen was more cautious and said, Yes, today we divide everything, and we can also help Shen family move. After all, with so few people it would take days to finish. Yang Xiaoji looked even more upset. She felt Shen Yao was sent by heaven to punish them. It was really unlucky. But they knew Shen Yao's reputation was very good now. Securing the water source for next year meant they couldn't cause trouble anymore. They could only follow the villagers back to Shanghe village with a gloomy face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fong Zidong, who was walking at the back, didn't want to go home immediately. She knew very well that although her family loved her, when compared to 60 taels of silver, they would definitely choose money over her. She does not want to become a concubine. She absolutely refuses to become one. While Fong Zidong hesitated and kept thinking of ways to avoid going back, a hurried figure was approaching along the village path. As soon as Fong Zidong saw the person, she instinctively blurted out, just like in her past life when she faced trouble, "Big brother Xiao, what should I do? They want to send me to be a concubine. Please help me, take me away." After saying this, not only Xiao Shan was stunned, but Fong Zidong also suddenly realized, seeing Xiao Shan in tattered clothes and limping, that Xiao Shan was now very poor. She had misjudged the situation. But her words had already been spoken, and an awkward silence fell between them. What should she do now? Fong Zidong regretted saying those words immediately, but once spoken, they were like spilled water. Regret was useless. She could only awkwardly and helplessly explain, "Big brother Xiao, I was just panicked and spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart. I should go now. I'm leaving." As she prepared to leave, Xiao Shan suddenly spoke, stopping her. "Miss Fong, you saved my life, and I must repay you. I will remember this. Although I can't take you away, I will find a way. Lord Lu's house is in a good place. Miss Fong, you are a good person and deserve to marry into a good family as the main wife." Fong Zidong turned sharply, surprised to see the limping man before her. Xiao Shan lowered his head slightly, avoiding her gaze. But Fong Zidong was already thinking deeply. If she remembered correctly, in her previous life, Xiao Shan had already gone to the northwest after being humiliated by Shen Yao, and 5 years later, he returned as a wealthy man. If Xiao Shan hadn't gone to the northwest now, he wouldn't have had the chance to become rich, right? Isn't that what she wanted? To be reborn. She didn't want Xiao Shan to become successful, nor did she want to go back to those days of superficial harmony and inner conflict. She was the future county mistress. She should have her own pride. Zidong understands the truth. Better to be a poor wife than a rich woman's concubine. Zidong, a girl from a good family, will never become someone's concubine. So, she thanked Xiao Shan sincerely, apologizing for causing trouble. "Thank you, big brother Xiao. I must go now, or my father and the others." "Goodbye, big brother Xiao." Fong Zidong bowed politely and turned to leave. She knew Xiao Shan well and understood that once he spoke, he would definitely follow through. Now that Xiao Shan said he wanted to save her from suffering, he wouldn't go to the northwest to seek his fortune, which meant she would miss the opportunity she had in her past life. Even if she had pretended otherwise just now, it was worth it. However, Fong Zidong didn't realize that Xiao Shan, still standing in the same place, was feeling increasingly uncomfortable because of her words. If Fong Zidong knew the truth that it's better to be poor and married than to be a rich concubine, why would her family force Shen Yao to become a concubine? On second thought, she believed that Fong Zidong, being a kind and noble person who risked her life to save him, wouldn't be the kind to ignore someone in danger. Maybe her family's influence was too strong, and she couldn't oppose her elders' decisions. But her family's actions were too unreasonable. He needed to think of a way. Shen Yao was safe now, but Fong Zidong was in danger. He couldn't just stand by and watch her get into trouble. Xiao Shan looked at his injured leg, frowning. Perhaps Master Hong's suggestion wasn't impossible to accept. But if he did, he wouldn't be able to return for at least 5 years. Oh well, a man's ambition is to explore the world. He decided to go out and seek his fortune for a few years. As for Xiao Shan's situation, Fong Zidong didn't know. She thought she had cut off Xiao Shan's path to wealth and was quite satisfied. When she returned to the Fong family, she saw everyone gathered in her mother-in-law's room. She nervously approached. At this moment, her mother-in-law was holding back the urge to scold Yang, telling her to go back to her room and rest. She also said that if the baby was not a boy, the Fong family would definitely divorce her. Frightened, Yang hurried back to her room and didn't dare to come out. The Fong family then sat down to discuss what to do next. 60 taels of silver? Their family didn't have that much money. Mother, besides the 30 taels from the Liu family, where else can we get 30 taels? Our eldest brother has spent all the family's savings on his studies over the years, Zhang muttered unhappily. But her mother-in-law shot her a sharp look, and she immediately fell silent out of fear. Today, Fong Wenan's wife had taken her son back to her parents' house, so she was not at home. So Fong Wenan naturally wouldn't argue with his younger siblings. He looked at Madame Fong with a guilty face and said, "Ultimately, it's my fault. I've studied for many years, but I'm only a young scholar now. Although I'm the only young scholar in 10 or 8 villages, I feel guilty. I can't honor my mother, and I let her suffer. Mother, don't worry. When I pass the exam, I will ask for a noble title for you so you can enjoy a lifetime of happiness." Madame Fong was touched by these words and immediately said to her eldest son with concern, "Oldest son, I know you're the most filial. Next spring, you'll go out again. I believe you'll succeed." A flicker of discomfort crossed Fong Wenan's face, but he still nodded gratefully to Madame Fong. Zhang knew this would happen. Every time her mother-in-law was convinced by her eldest brother's words. Only she still believed that Fong Wenan, who had studied for over 10 years, would pass the exam. Zhang secretly nudged Fong Daquai, who was too afraid to fart and just stood there with his hands in his sleeves, looking down and silent. She knew she couldn't rely on him. She had to step forward herself and say, "Mother, we can't come up with 30 taels of silver. We will have to give them a concubine. Our family only has Zidong, a girl who is lively and charming. Zidong is also our lucky star. If she really becomes a concubine at Lu's house, it would be such a pity." Zhang genuinely cared for Fong Zidong. After all, she was the only girl in the family. She was sweet-tongued, and the old lady loved her most. Naturally, they also favored her a little more. Fong Zidong heard this and looked at her second aunt with gratitude. She couldn't marry out. She was going to be a county lord. How could she become someone's concubine? Fong Daquai, who had been silent, also didn't want to see his daughter leave. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Mother, why don't I try to find a way?" This was a good idea. Others were about to agree, but Madame Fong suddenly glared fiercely at her third son and sternly shouted, "Stop thinking about that. Our family doesn't need you to borrow silver, and Zidong won't be married off." Everyone was secretly happy. Does that mean the family has 30 taels of silver? Yes, earlier, Yang had taken back 20 taels from the Xiao family, and an additional 10 taels would be enough. There was no need to worry. Just when everyone thought the elderly lady had already made plans, she suddenly turned to Zhang and Fong Daquai and said, "Maya is 14 this year. After being with your older brother's family for so many years, it's time to bring her back. Zhang, go to your mother's house today and bring Maya home." Zhang thought she had misheard, and even Fong Daquai looked surprised and looked up at his mother. "Mother, you must be mistaken. Maya was adopted by my eldest uncle's family when she was 1 year old. She is now his daughter, not ours." Zhang felt both shocked and angry and hurriedly said, "Yes, mother. Maya is already 14. She's about to get engaged. How can we bring her back now?" But Madame Fong seemed determined and scolded the two of them. "If Maya can't go to the Liu family, what should we do? We only have a little silver in the house. Next year, your older brother will take the imperial exam, and your 2 brothers will get married. Isn't that money needed? Second son, are you not listening to mother? I am doing this for both of you." Fong Daquai was very timid, especially when facing his mother. He didn't dare to say a word. He had just spoken bravely, but when his mother scolded him back, he immediately stopped talking and kicked his feet. Zhang was annoyed and looked around for help. Her eldest brother pretended to be clueless and turned his head away. Her third brother covered his leg and sat silently. She could only look at her most favored niece, Fong Zidong, hoping she could help her. But she was disappointed. Just now, she had helped Fong Zidong avoid danger, but when Fong Zidong looked at her for help, she deliberately looked away and ignored her. Her heart sank. But for her daughter, whom she had not taken proper care of, she mustered her courage and said, "Zidong, your cousin is only a year older than you. She didn't grow up with us. You don't want to harm her, do you?" Before she could finish, Fong Zidong's own two biological sons spoke in unison. "Mother, how can you ask sister? How can sister answer? Besides, you said May is a year older than her. Wouldn't it be better for her to get married?" "Exactly, mother. Anyway, May isn't close to us. It's better for her to get married than Zidong. Mother, next year my brothers will be getting engaged. If we really spend all our money, how will we afford to marry?" Madame Zhang never expected that she would end up hurting herself with her own actions. She had harmed her own daughter, her own flesh and blood. "Zhang, choose between your sons and your daughter. Think carefully before you decide. Your sons are already grown." Hearing this threat, and seeing that both sons clearly sided with Fong Zidong, Madame Zhang realized she had no choice. She lowered her head in resignation. She felt deeply sorry for her daughter, truly sorry. When Fong Zidong saw her second aunt nod, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't care what happened with the Xiao Shan family, but she still needed those helping hands. Besides, her second aunt was never a good person. In her previous life, when the Xiao Shan family took revenge on them, the second aunt was the first to cut ties with the Fong family and demand separation. Although their branch of the family hadn't taken part in the wrongdoing that led to Dr. Shen's death, they had still enjoyed the benefits that came from it. Yet when danger came, they were the first to abandon the Fong family. So Fong Zidong thought that even if Yang's daughter had to marry in her place, it was what she deserved. She had brought it upon herself. Moreover, she had heard that the girl, May, was clumsy and plain-looking. Perhaps Master Lu wouldn't like her and might not even accept her as a servant. As long as she herself was safe, Fong Zidong didn't care. She had lived for years as a respected lady, surrounded by servants and luxury. Those who served her were just ordinary people with simple lives. She was no longer the kind, gentle girl who once couldn't bear to harm even an ant. She had changed, become stronger and more determined. Everything she did was for her future, to marry into a noble family and become a capable mistress. Yes, that was her goal. So she felt no guilt, none at all. Madame Zhang kept looking at Fong Zidong. When she saw that there wasn't even a trace of guilt on the girl's face, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy pit. This girl hid her true nature too well. She had always seemed sweet and clever, and since she was the only girl in the family, Madame Zhang had truly loved her as her own daughter. Who could have guessed that when trouble came, this girl would think only of herself? Under pressure and criticism from everyone, Zhang finally had to muster her courage and return to her parents' house. It seemed like the problem was resolved, and Lady Fong was exhausted. She dismissed everyone except for Fong Daquai. When the door closed, only the two of them were left in the room. Lady Fong started scolding Fong Daquai loudly. "You foolish boy, what have you done? I ask you, were you planning to go find that person just now? Don't think I didn't warn you. Back then, we agreed that as long as we treated Zidong kindly and didn't bother her, our life would be peaceful. But if you go to find her, our Fong family's third branch might be in danger. Who is that person? What is your status? Think about the whole family. Think about Yang's child in her belly." Fong Daquai was so scolded he didn't dare lift his head, but he still tried to explain, "Mother, I was just desperate. Besides, I don't even know where that person is now, so I can't find her." Lady Fong heard this and finally relaxed a little. But to prevent her son from making a mistake again, she warned him, "Remember this. Zidong's mother left you when she was just a year old." The separation was officially recorded by the government. Not long after, she fell off a mountain cliff and died on her way home. That woman is no longer in this world. You must remember, if anyone finds out that she's still alive, think about the methods that man might use. Our whole family might not survive. Fong Daquai nodded fearfully. He realized he had been reckless earlier and dared not think about it anymore. He must not. Hiding at the door, Fong Zidong listened to their conversation and felt a sense of confirmation. It seemed her grandmother's kindness toward her was all because of the Marquis' stepfather. Now her mother was probably in the capital. She knew what would happen in the coming decades. Maybe she could see her mother sooner, and perhaps her father's title could be further improved. Yes, she wanted to see her mother sooner. Thinking of this, Fong Zidong had an idea in her mind. Everyone's effort makes a difference. With the help of the whole village, even if the eldest uncle's family didn't want to, they could only pack up and leave. Eldest uncle had 3 sons. The eldest, Shen Dong, was 16 and already engaged to a girl from Lu's family in Xiaoan village, planning to marry next year. The second son, Shen Shi, was 14, also at the age for marriage. Shen Bei, the third son, is 5 years old, 1 year younger than Shen Nan. He is at a mischievous age. Everyone in the village helped with the move. The 3 sons of Shen Dalong argued constantly, but they couldn't stop the whole village. Even Shen Dongxiao, who was engaged, knew that the reason he called the girl from Lu's family was because her family gave 3 times the usual bride price and had a large brick and tile house left by their second uncle. Without these, the marriage might fall apart. So, he was the first to refuse to move back to their old, broken house. However, no matter how much he caused trouble, Shen Xi's uncle just stood there, and Shen Dongxiao only dared to glare fiercely at Shen Yao. He didn't dare do anything else. Soon, the house was emptied quickly. The belongings of Shen Dalong's family were just a few clothes, and even the bedding and pots were provided by Shen's family before. With Shen Xi's aunt helping, Shen Dalong's family couldn't even steal a drop of oil. Because of this, Shen Yao was very happy to see the 4 large tile houses cleared out, along with the ready-made bedding and utensils. Even though their family only owned this house, a 1-acre field behind it, and a small hill where Shen's father was buried, everything else had been divided. But Shen Yao and Shen Nan still felt grateful and satisfied with what they had now. Big sister, do you think we won't have to sleep in the grass hut anymore? Shen Yao pinched Shen Nan's nose.
Why?
Does Shen Nan dislike sleeping in the grass hut? Not at all. It's just that if we had to spend winter in the grass hut, we would freeze to death. Though I'm not afraid of death. Silly boy, it won't happen. Even without these things, I won't let Shen Nan freeze. Alright, your body isn't fully recovered yet. Lie down and rest for a while. I'll go next door to Granny Wang's house to get some rice and grains, and then I'll cook millet porridge for you. After saying this, Shen Yao was about to leave, but Shen Nan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no! We forgot to bring the quilt back. Big sister, we need to go get the quilt from the grass hut, or someone might steal it." That was a kind person's quilt, and Shen Yao almost forgot about it. In the middle of winter, without that quilt, Shen Nan probably wouldn't have survived yesterday. Thinking of this, Shen Yao felt very grateful to the person who helped in the snow, though she didn't know who it was. Older sister, go get it. Just stay at home, okay? Yes, older sister, you must bring it back. I will wait patiently at home. Shen Yao smiled and reminded him to lock the door before she carried a basket and headed toward the grass hut. She was also thinking of taking a blanket and digging up some fishy grass, which is good for Shen Nan now, cooling heat, detoxifying, and helping with swelling and urination. Shen Yao's days became more hopeful, and even her walk seemed more lively. Her small cold was ignored completely. Soon, she reached the edge of the grass hut. Just as she was about to go in, she saw a familiar figure. It was someone carrying a blanket out of the hut. "Are you stealing my blanket? Xiao Shan, what grudge do I have with you? You won't even leave my family's blanket alone." Xiao Shan was a little embarrassed when caught, but hearing Shen Yao's words, he suddenly got angry and shouted harshly, "Open your dog eyes and look clearly. There is a 3-character mark sewn on it. This is my Xiao Shan's blanket." Shen Yao really didn't expect that this was Xiao Shan's blanket. Is this person crazy? One moment, he was going to the villagers and acting like a troublemaker, exposing himself and refusing to let her take care of Shen Nan. The next moment, he was bringing them a blanket? How can the main character's actions be so confusing? If I wasn't worried about Shen Nan being harmed by you, I wouldn't have taken my blanket. Now that you are going back to the Shen family, you don't need this broken blanket anymore. I can take it back and it won't bother you. So, what else is there to misunderstand? He was just going to Shen Nan. He really cares about Shen Nan, but to her, that's like comparing winter cold to blazing summer heat. Xiao Shan hugged the blanket and was about to leave. Shen Yao just watched his back, lost in thought. Suddenly, after taking a few steps, Xiao Shan seemed to remember something. He turned around and said to her, Fong Jia has now arranged for Miss Fong to marry in your place. You are no longer in danger. From now on, take good care of Shen Nan. If Shen Nan ever faces danger again, I won't let you go. What is this? Fong Zidong is replacing her in marriage? So, in the main male character's brother's mind, Fong Zidong is the victim? Is Shen Yao the scapegoat she found? It seems she is destined to be the female supporting character, completely incompatible with the main male lead. Xiao Shan, you need to understand. It was the Fong family who sold me first. I only tried to save myself later. They made their daughter marry someone. That was their own fault. As for Fong Zidong, blame her for being the daughter of the Fong family. You're just being unreasonable. Miss Fong is kind and good-hearted. How can a woman like her become a concubine? Why should she bear the sins of the Fong family? So, the main characters had feelings for each other from an early time. Kind and good-hearted?
I really can't see that.
If she were truly kind, she wouldn't have deliberately reminded Fong Wenin to accept punishment for his mother today. Because she can't be reborn, you know. As soon as she was born, she became part of the Fong family. And also, I have a wicked heart. I just can't stand to see her doing well. That's enough, right? What? You think Miss Fong is good, that's your business. You can't expect everyone to agree with you. If you want to control our opinions, fine. Wait until you succeed and can decide my life and death before you say such things. Xiao Shan was angry. Looking at this sharp-tongued woman, he wondered why he never realized how eloquent Shen Yao was before. And she was warning him. He was a poor man, struggling to get by, with nothing in his house. I may be poor, but Shen Yao, in 30 years, you'll pay for everything you've done. After saying that, Xiao Shan turned and left in a huff. Shen Yao looked annoyed. Why did he get so sensitive? Was it really necessary? Yes, she's poor. That's true. But being poor and sensitive at the same time? That's not good. If you're poor, just work harder. Can a living person really be suffocated to death by urine? Is it so easy to get upset? Unbelievable. Shen Yao didn't bother to deal with him anymore. She knew he would retaliate sooner or later. She had already decided. Before he became successful, she would live better than him, be more outstanding, so he couldn't afford to offend or bother her. What a joke. The male lead is so great. Muttering to herself, Shen Yao carried her bamboo basket and continued up the mountain. The large patch of fishy-smelling herbs she saw earlier was still there. It seemed the locals really didn't like eating it. Shen Yao dug up a big basket of herbs. This time, she didn't go deep into the forest, just wandered around nearby. She also found a few yam bulbs, excellent things. After collecting everything, she slowly headed down the mountain. Grandma Wang, are you at home? I want to exchange some grain with you. Once I go to town tomorrow to buy things, I will return it. Is that okay? Grandma Wang looked at the now more clever girl. In the past, she was always like a dull gourd, staying at home and not going out. But after going to Fong's house with her mother for half a year, she seemed to have changed. It seems that a person only truly understands the importance of standing up for themselves and protecting their family when they are pushed to the limit. Why borrow? I've watched you and your brother grow up. I don't have extra grain, but I do have some corn flour. Here, I've prepared it for you. As soon as she opened the door, Shen Yao saw Grandma Wang holding a big bowl filled with bright yellow corn flour, handing it to her. In that moment, Shen Yao was overwhelmed with gratitude, and tears filled her eyes. Foolish girl, what are you standing there for? Hurry and take it. I know what kind of person your eldest Anne is. There probably isn't a single grain left at home. This stuff can last us a couple of days if we save it. Tomorrow, come over and learn how to make embroidery with me. If you sell it at the embroidery shop in town, you can earn some coins. When spring comes and the snow melts, you can plant crops. With food, you and your brother can survive. What are you doing with this stinky grass? Hurry and throw it away. Even pigs here wouldn't eat that. Child, you've suffered enough. When Shen Nan gets a bit older, life will get better. Shen Yao didn't realize that Grandma Wang had thought so carefully for her, even teaching her how to care for her brother and what to do. This was the only genuine warmth and protection Shen Yao had felt in this strange world, free of any selfish motives.
Thank you, Grandma Wang.
Actually, this stinky grass isn't really stinky. If you don't like the smell, you can cook it and eat it. My father said it clears heat, reduces swelling, helps with urination, and is a very good medicinal herb. It's not poisonous. Grandma Wang looked surprised at the basket Shen Yao was holding, still covered in mud, and shook her head. I can't get used to this. Just smelling it, I find the smell too strong. But from what you say, you've learned some from your father? That day when you gave your brother an injection, it seems you're not just fooling around. So she simply said, I have always looked at the medical books my father left behind, and sometimes he would give me some advice. But I am a girl and there are few women doctors, so I don't have many chances to see patients. That day, I was really desperate when I gave Shen Nan an acupuncture treatment. Grandma Wang suddenly understood. So that's why the girl rarely goes out and prefers to stay at home. It turns out she is secretly learning medicine from her father. That's good. Learning skills means she won't have to worry about her future. However, since girls practicing medicine is rare, it might affect her reputation. But thinking that she is only 13 years old and also has to take care of her younger brother, Grandma Wang looked at Shen Yao carefully. She wanted to say something but held back. The two exchanged a few words. As Grandma Wang closed the door, Shen Yao placed about 10 copper coins in her vegetable basket outside the door, then left with a bowl of cornmeal. Grandma Wang is an old widow with no children, so Shen Yao couldn't just take her things for free. Carrying the bowl of cornmeal home, Shen Nan was still sleeping. He probably hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time. His face was rosy and adorable as he slept. Shen Yao smiled and went to the kitchen with the food. The Shen family's old house has 4 large tiled rooms. One is the main hall, also called the main room. To the left is Shen father and Shen mother's room, and to the right are Shen Nan and Shen Yao's rooms. The woodpile and kitchen are connected behind Shen father's room. In front, there is a spacious courtyard paved with blue stones. On both sides, there are 2 jujube trees. In the original owner's memory, every summer when the jujubes ripened, she and Shen Nan liked to hit them with bamboo sticks. The beautiful memories from the original owner's childhood even made Shen Yao feel a little longing. Her childhood was spent in an orphanage, so she never experienced such a relaxed and carefree time. Yam balls were chopped up and cooked with cornmeal into a porridge. Before removing from the heat, cleaned fish mint was added. Soon, the fish mint would become soft and sticky, with a very good taste. Wow, it smells so good.
What is my sister making?
Is it cornmeal porridge? Seeing Shen Nan, who had just woken up, run into the kitchen with a greedy look, Shen Yao smiled affectionately. Your little nose is so clever. Go wash your hands quickly. Breakfast is almost ready. Okay. All the seasonings at home had been taken by Aunt and others, so this bowl of corn porridge was pure and natural, without any added spices. However, for the 2 hungry children, these simple grains tasted better than any delicacy. This corn porridge is so delicious. It's the best I've ever had. Sister, what is that long white thing? I've never seen it before. Shen Yao pointed to some leftover fishy-smelling leaves and asked, Can you see what it looks like? Shen Nan thought for a moment and exclaimed, Stinky grass. It has another name called fish mint. It's a kind of medicine that's good for health. Medicine? Sister, you know so much. No wonder Dad always says you're smarter than me. Shen Yao smiled and watched Shen Nan lick his bowl clean. She wanted to stop him, but she knew that children who are hungry and poor are very passionate about food, and words can't easily describe that feeling. The pot still has some. I'll serve you another bowl. But Shen Nan suddenly grabbed Shen Yao's hand, looked longingly at the pot, and shook his head desperately. No need, sister. I'm full. We can save the rest for tomorrow, so we won't go hungry then. This child was so sensible it made her heart ache. Shen Nan, I have a way to feed you. Trust me. But Shen Nan still worried and said, I'm only 6 years old. Aunt Shen Si said I need 10 more years to grow up and get married. If I wait, you'll have to suffer and take care of me for 10 more years, and I should listen more and eat less. Sister, I can be easily taken care of. I can even survive on just 1 meal a day. I used to eat only 1 small bun at Uncle's house, and I was never hungry. Shen Yao felt so sad she couldn't put it into words, only feeling a deep ache in her heart. Look at this. Shen Yao took out the money she earned from selling snakes and showed Shen Nan. Sure enough, Shen Nan looked surprised and asked about the countless copper coins. Sister, why do you have so much money? Earlier, I found a green bamboo snake in the mountains and took it to Ping'an Hall in town. Master Lu at Ping'an Hall is a good friend of Dad. He knows me, so he paid me more than usual for my snake. There are 5 taels of silver. Starting tomorrow, Grandma Wang will teach me how to make jewelry, which I can exchange for money in town. I also know some herbs, and after harvesting them, I will sell them to Master Lu. Shen Nan, your sister will take care of you. She will definitely do it. Seeing so many coins, Shen Nan was very excited. Although he didn't know how long these silver coins would last, he understood his sister's words. Since his sister learned Grandma Wang's skills, she could definitely support him. He no longer had to worry about being sent back to his older uncle's house. Big sister, I can still eat 1 more bowl of porridge. Just a small bowl, and I will save the rest for tomorrow. Shen Yao almost laughed at this little boy, but she was happy to serve him another bowl. Watching him eat happily, Shen Yao finally relaxed. Raising a child, especially such a sensitive one, is really not easy. In some ways, Shen Nan is quite similar to Xiao Shan. Both are very sensitive. Xiao Shan? That man who would never give up on her. She wondered when he would start his journey to success. Right now, Xiao Shan, who Shen Yao was thinking about, looked at his family with a serious expression. What did you say? Selling yourself? No, I won't agree. Your sister has already sold herself into slavery. How can I let you do the same? Our family can't have 2 children with slave status. Xiao Shan, are you trying to push your mother to death? How can I face your late father? Faced with her mother's repeated questions, Xiao Shan could only desperately explain. Mother, what I mean by selling myself is different from what you think. I'm not becoming a servant, and I won't have slave status. I am working in exchange for my freedom, and I can't return for 5 years. After 5 years, or maybe even sooner, if I earn more money than what the master paid for my selling, I will be free and can save my own money. When Zhao's mother heard this, she still didn't quite understand. But the 3rd brother, Xiaolin, seemed to have an idea. Second brother, does that mean the master lent you money and you work for him? When you pay back the money, you can save your own. Xiao Shan heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, his 3rd brother was clever. Otherwise, he might not have been able to explain it clearly. Big brother Xiao, however, was a bit unhappy. He was an honest man and didn't understand many things, but he knew that second brother had already contributed a lot to the family. Years ago, he even married into the Shen family to pay for their father's medical expenses. These things are clearly what he, as the eldest son, should do, but everything was left to the second son. Now, to make life at home easier, the second son still wants to go to the Northwest, a place of war and chaos, and it will take at least 5 years before he can return. Just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. Second son asked Master Hong if I can go instead. You stay at home. Your leg isn't fully healed yet. If you go now, it could be very dangerous. You've already done a lot for the family over the years. I should go. Of course, Xiao Shan didn't want to agree. The Northwest is at war, and if the eldest son goes, it would be too risky. Over the years, Xiao Shan has learned about herbs and become quite agile, especially after working with Dr. Shen in the forest. Maybe he could even find some wealth. So, Xiao Shan naturally refused. Big brother, they want me.
Please don't argue with me.
The family still needs you. You and little San and little C should stay home to take care of mom and look after the crops. That's more important. I will buy back little sister. Moreover, the master is kind and promised that I can leave after my leg heals before the new year. Xiao Sun, Xiao Lin, and Xiao Mu, the three brothers, felt uneasy hearing their second brother's words. But they knew Xiao Shan always had big ideas. Their eldest brother is honest, little San doesn't talk much, and little C is too young. The family almost makes decisions for him. At this moment, even their mother's few words of advice couldn't change anything. The whole family had to accept it. Why not wait until after the new year to leave? Can't we stay at home for the holiday? Mom, the fighting in the northwest will stop once winter begins. If we go after the new year, there's a risk of war restarting. It's better to go before the holiday. That's how it is. The family really doesn't know what to say now. The master has allowed them to stay for another month. Xiao Shan's leg should be almost healed, but Dr. Lu said there might be some after effects. No one knows exactly what condition Xiao Shan's leg will be in after he recovers. This year, the village's water supply will be prioritized for the upstream village. We don't know if it will affect next year's harvest. Honestly, Shen Yao is quite brave. She managed to distribute all of Dr. Shen's assets to the villagers. I never saw her as such a perceptive person before. Yes, now everyone in the village has to support her. Life will be much better from now on. Mom, big brother, why are you supporting Shen Yao? She's a bad woman. If it weren't for her, little girl wouldn't have been sold. The youngest Xiao Sun was very unhappy to hear his family praising Shen Yao. It was Shen Yao who caused their family to fall apart this time. Shen Yao got all the benefits. Why should she? Xiao Si, also Xiao Sun, felt the same way, but Xiao Da honestly said, Shen Yao didn't do anything wrong to us. Repaying debts is the right thing to do. Also, once the marriage is settled, your second brother can come back without becoming a son-in-law. That's a good thing. Xiao Da's words eased everyone's worries a little. Yes, that's true. If the marriage hadn't been cancelled, the second brother would have to become a son-in-law, which is considered shameful. Maybe that's for the best, but it's a pity for little Ya. Xiao Shan also felt uneasy. He knew that not becoming a son-in-law was good, but after so many years, he had already accepted it. Plus, his leg was injured because of Shen Yao. That's just life. Xiao Shan and his family talked for a while longer. Then, he went to town to find Xiaoya. Once he got the money from the East family, he could buy her back. However, when Xiao Shan went, he found out that the wealthy family who bought Xiaoya's family had gone to the capital for a family visit, and they wouldn't return soon. This made Xiao Shan feel uneasy, worried about what might happen. On his way back, Xiao Shan met Fong Wangshi and a young woman on the country road. As he passed by, he overheard Zhang Shi speaking to the young woman with guilt and flattery. Mother is not capable. She caused you trouble. Your grandmother favors you. Even though you've been adopted by your uncle, she doesn't want to part with Fong Zidong and wants you to marry in her place.
I'm sorry, dear.
Boo-hoo. There's no need to apologize to me. Whether it's being sold by you or by my aunt, it's the same. I just envy Fong Zidong. She's just a girl, but she's so loved. Whenever Fong Zidong was mentioned, Zhang Shi's anger flared. She didn't care if anyone was around and shouted, "That ungrateful girl Fong Zidong." I was worried about her before, even pleaded for her. But when the old lady asked her to be a substitute, she hid aside and didn't say a word. I must have been blind to be so kind to her all these years, treating her like my own daughter. And now she's betrayed her own sister. She's just a treacherous wolf, a treacherous wolf. Hearing Zhang's constant curses, Xiao Shan showed a surprised expression on his face. Are they talking about Fong Zidong? Is she the same Fong Zidong he knows? Although Xiao Shan and the Fong family are both from Xia village, their family is considered an outsider family. Unlike most native Fong families in the village, theirs lives on a hillside and owns no land. Zhao's father fled here with his wife 15 years ago. Due to limited money, he only bought 2 acres of good farmland. However, Zhao's father was skilled at hunting, and his mother could weave cloth. Their family lived quite comfortably. Gradually, with the birth of several younger children, their family became more prosperous. But misfortune struck. Zhao's father fell ill, and despite spending a lot of money, he couldn't recover. Not only did they sell all their good land, but they also owed Shen's father 20 taels of silver, forcing Xiao Shan to marry into another family. This is how the Xiao family fell into poverty. So, the Xiao family is truly poor in Xiaohe village. If villagers were ranked, the educated people and those working in town, like Fong Posi's family, would be considered upper class. Xiao Shan's family, which rents land to farm, is considered lower class. There is little to no interaction between upper and lower villagers. Naturally, Zhang doesn't know Xiao Shan, and she only learned about the Xiao family because of Shen Yao's marriage. She has never been interested in what Xiao Shan looks like. At this moment, when she saw a young man passing by, Zhang didn't care about losing face. She loudly shouted as if everyone in the world should know Fong Zidong's shameless actions. I used to think that girl was good, but when trouble came, she ran faster than anyone. If it weren't for her saying that our family should build good relations with Lu Yuanwei, the owner of Dong Lion, to help your eldest uncle with the imperial exams and your third uncle to become a senior manager, why would your mother agree to let that outsider Shen Yao marry as a concubine? It's a sin that Fong Zidong is so shameless. Now, even your two brothers are all focused on her.
Mother, I can't bear to see this.
I can't bear it. Zhang scolded and cried loudly. The more Xiao Shan listened, the more his heart felt confused. Is Fong girl really like that? Watching the young girl awkwardly and painfully pulling Zhang away a bit, Xiao Shan still found it hard to believe. However, seeing that honest and simple girl about to marry into the Lu family as a concubine, Xiao Shan felt very sad. He took a step to the side, as if talking to himself or deliberately, and his voice was a bit louder than usual. Rich families all want pretty girls as concubines. If the girl is ugly, she's just a servant. After saying this, he entered the nearby woods. Zhang, who had just realized what was happening, stopped crying and turned around in disbelief to look at the young man. He seemed familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. Still, he was definitely from the village. But his words made sense. Rich families treat their concubines like objects. They sent Shen Yao because she looked very much like her mother. Yang, though poor and thin, had very good features, and Shen Yao resembled her. But what if they sent an ugly girl instead? Zhang turned her gaze sharply and somewhat menacingly at Fong Xiaomé, as if she was ready to do something. May girl, don't blame your mother. I'm just trying to find a way for you. Better to be a poor wife than a rich man's concubine. Old Lu is already 60. I've always been unworthy of you, and now I can't let you be harmed. After saying this, Zhang picked up a stone from the ground and, before Mei could react, suddenly threw it at her forehead. A long cut appeared, and blood flowed freely. Xiao Shan secretly watched from the shadows as Lady Fong made her move. Though he felt pity, he knew that the greedy and lustful old Lu would never look at an ugly girl like Fong Zidong. In a rural family, some girls might recover from minor injuries, but in wealthy households, it's not so simple. Perhaps she was saved that day. But was Fong Zidong really the two-faced person Lady Fong said she was? Xiao Shan thought he should find out the truth. After all, she had saved his life. He believed in repaying kindness and punishing evil. But when it came to villains, he would also have his own way of settling scores. As a result, Xiao Shan was about to find Fong Zidong when he saw Xiao Sun rushing over in a hurry, calling out anxiously, "Second brother, quickly go home." Just now, a little girl sent a message back, saying that the master is interested in her zodiac sign. When she turns 14, he plans to take her as a concubine. We need to think of a way. She will be 14 after the new year. Xiao Shan was shocked and looked at his brother in disbelief.
How could that be?
He immediately stepped forward and hurriedly headed home with Xiao Sr. Shen Nan obediently finished his medicine and went back to his room to sleep. Shen Yao looked around at the messy house and decided to tidy it up. The bedding and everything else were dirty and greasy from being used by Uncle Shen's family. If Shen Nan didn't need rest, Shen Yao wouldn't be able to sleep either. She boiled a large pot of hot water and carefully cleaned every corner of the house, especially the room of Shen's parents, which she planned to lock up. When Shen Yao entered, she saw how messy it was and knew that Fong Daquai and his wife had searched the place again before moving out. All the remaining money from Fong's family had been taken, leaving the place as if swept clean, with even the bricks on the wall loose. Shen Yao felt helpless, but had to pick up the fallen bricks herself and put them back. Just as she was about to place a brick, she unexpectedly saw something black in the crack. A 5-step snake? It was a dried, blackened 5-step snake, only thumb-sized. It curled up, no bigger than a grown man's palm. Surprisingly, Fong Daquai and his wife hadn't taken it away. It was just sitting openly in the crack. Shen Yao was surprised but thought, ordinary people probably wouldn't recognize this 5-step snake. Since it was so small, they might have thought it was just a dead snake and left it behind. She realized the truth. At that moment, Fong Daquai and his wife were in their old house, angrily cursing, "I really hope that snake is alive, so it can crawl onto their bed and bite the brother and sister to death." Exactly, what a pity. It's already dead. Never mind, stop talking and get ready to pack up. The two of them ordered the 3 reluctant children to go back to their life from half a year ago, feeling as frustrated as they could be. But what was even more frustrating was that at this moment, the door was knocked. "Matchmaker Qian? Why are you here?" "Oh, are you moving? I came to inform you. The Liu family said they won't marry off their daughter unless you have a big tile house. So, I brought the original betrothal gifts to cancel the engagement. Your marriage with the Liu family is off." Shen Dong was the first to protest and immediately argued loudly with the matchmaker Liu. But Shen Yao didn't care much about their quarrel. Right now, she was very happy because she had caught the 5-step snake. To avoid trouble later, Shen Yao woke Shen Nan. Since it was still early, they hurried to the town. Dr. Liu looked at the recovered 5-step snake, which was well preserved. It was better than a dead snake or one soaked in wine, which would have less effect. This time, Dr. Liu paid 8 taels of silver, making Shen Yao and Shen Nan very happy. "Dr. Liu, you already gave us extra silver last time. Please don't give us more this time." Dr. Liu thought Shen Yao was very smart and smiled, saying, "I heard you're planning to register as a family to take care of your brother. That's good. But you need money now. The silver I give isn't much, just the market price. The extra silver is for the fishy grass. If you find more fishy grass later, bring it to me. Fresh ones, I pay 5 copper coins per gene. Dried ones, I pay 20 copper coins per gene. How about that?" Before Shen Yao could speak, Shen Nan was already excited and shouted, Okay. Grandpa Liu, I can go dig fishy grass every day. My sister is learning to make jewelry from the neighbor's wife, so she can't hurt her hands. I will take care of her and learn to make money." Shen Yao was surprised to hear this and turned to look at him. This child's mind was really deep. He only mentioned it casually at noon to comfort him, but he remembered it perfectly. Shen Yao didn't know what to say. Dr. Liu also smiled and stroked his beard, looking at this sensible boy. He said to Shen Yao, "I remember you can read. You should teach him more. When he turns 10, send him to me as an apprentice. Then your days as siblings will be much easier." Shen Yao was overjoyed. This was a rare opportunity. Dr. Liu was so kind to their family that Shen Yao didn't know what to say. Shen Nan immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Dr. Liu. For any family, this was a way to save a life. Although Shen Yao could teach herself, there was still a gap between her and a true expert from ancient times. She didn't know exactly how skilled Dr. Liu was, but Shen's father had said he was just as good as others, so she believed he wouldn't be worse. Just as Shen Yao was feeling grateful to Dr. Liu, a man in his 30s from a farming family hurried over, carrying a child. Behind him, a woman was crying and shouting, "Dr. Liu, please save my son. Hurry. He's having a sudden fit." The village doctor said, "Only you can help. Please, take a look. A sudden fit again?" Shen Yao looked nervously at the child, whose face was turning blue and was twitching all over. Her heart sank. Could he still be saved? Dr. Liu was the most skilled doctor in the town. The farmer was sweating heavily, anxious. The child was obviously very hot, but his face was purple, and he was biting his teeth tightly. It was clear he was in serious trouble. Dr. Lu checked the child's pulse, looked worried, and finally shook his head at the child. It's too late. I can't do anything now. The farmer was okay, but the woman suddenly burst into loud crying. She knelt on the ground, holding her son who was close to death, and begged Dr. Lu, "No, it's not too late. We came quickly. The child is still breathing. Please, Dr. Lu, help us.
Don't just stand by.
We'll pay any price. Please save him." Her words made Dr. Lu feel terrible. The crying also attracted many villagers who came to watch. The woman's family and Dr. Lu were soon surrounded. Dr. Lu truly had no way to help. If a child had a sudden fit and wasn't treated in time, he could die. This was one of the most common and dangerous illnesses among farmers' children. Every year, he saw several children die because they arrived too late for treatment. It was clear this child was already too late. There was nothing he could do. "I am truly helpless." "The child arrived too late," said Dr. Lu. No, he's still breathing. "My son is still alive. Please, Dr. Lu, how much do you want to save him? Let's work together to gather money. This is our family's 9th generation to carry on the family line. If it is lost, I don't want to live anymore. I really don't." Despite insisting on staying close to Dr. Lu, Shen Yao couldn't bear to see this. She understood these patients' feelings very well. She felt sympathy for their situation but also felt annoyed by their aggressive attitude, especially when some people, who didn't understand the full story, were stirring trouble nearby and unfairly blaming Dr. Lu. As a fellow doctor, Shen Yao truly felt sorry for him. If this child's condition were in modern times, with proper intravenous access and advanced equipment, he might still have a chance. But now, the situation is very dangerous, and even Shen Yao isn't sure she can save him. Dr. Lu stood nearby, sighing deeply, helpless as the woman kept kowtowing. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd caught Shen Yao's attention, making her turn around unexpectedly. Because that voice was related to her in a big way. A young man looked at the woman on the ground and pointed at Shen Yao, saying, "Big sister-in-law, Dr. Lu isn't good at treating children, so he can't help." But Shen's daughter learned her father's skills from Shen and just the day before yesterday saved her brother, who was having a sudden fit. "If you want to save your son, let Shen girl try. She can definitely save him." Those words were truly harsh and cruel. Shen Yao looked at the man who was clearly causing trouble. If the child couldn't be saved, Shen Yao would be responsible for his death. Was he trying to push her into a dangerous situation? She also looked at the man who was hostile toward her, but was pulling back the man named Xiao Senator especially when she saw the person standing beside him. Shen Yao recognized who he was. Xiao Sun, the 4th brother of Xiao Shan, and the least liked member of the Xiao family. It seemed she had really offended the entire family. Now they were trying to put her in danger. Shen Yao coldly glanced at Xiao Sun and then at Xiao Shan, who was holding on to Xiao Sun tightly and not speaking. What's the point of holding him now? She thought they believed they could only cause trouble if they became successful, but it turned out they were eager to act before that. "Really? Miss Shen, please help me save my son. Please save my son. Yes, Miss Shen, since you have the skill, please help save someone. Everyone is having a hard time. Your cold attitude really tarnishes your father's reputation." Xiao Sun kept adding fuel to the fire, but Xiao Shan finally got angry and shouted, "Shut up," causing Xiao Sun to stop talking. However, everyone heard what was said. Suddenly, people started arguing and making noise. Although Xiao Sun was stopped from speaking, he looked at her with malice, clearly trying to embarrass her and cause trouble for her today. Dr. Lu was very anxious on the side. He used to stay calm, but now his forehead was sweating heavily. He had never heard Dr. Shen mention having a family heirloom. He believed Shen Yao could identify some herbs, but this medical skill. No, he couldn't let this girl get into trouble. Shen Yao looked at Dr. Lu, who seemed ready to risk everything, holding a silver needle to try to save the child. Shen Yao quickly stopped him. If he really pricked the needle, the child would be beyond help, and Dr. Lu would face big trouble. So, she thought for a moment and said, I did help save my brother, but that was just luck. Your son is very sick and I might not be able to save him. It's okay, you can save him. We believe in you, we trust you. But what if he can't be saved? If he can't be saved, please don't blame her. She's just a child. Your son is really serious now, Dr. Lu added from the side. He then addressed the onlookers. Everyone, please witness. Shen Yao just happened to save my brother. The child's condition is indeed critical now. If I had a way, I wouldn't hesitate to save him. So, please bear witness. If this child really can't be saved, don't blame this young girl. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me. I will go to the authorities and accept whatever punishment they give. Shen Yao was grateful that Dr. Lu stood up for her at this moment, especially since he even mentioned taking responsibility for her. Shen Yao knew she had to show her best skills this time. Dr. Lu, don't worry. I will do my best. I need your silver needle, as well as Sichuan Qing, Dangui, Huangqi, and other medicines. Please help me prepare them. Dr. Lu looked at the medicines Shen Yao mentioned, which were effective for calming and dispersing wind, and he gained some confidence in her. He immediately ordered the medicine boy to go prepare them. He watched Shen Yao hold the silver needle and without hesitation, insert it into the main point of the child's body. Just by watching her technique and strength, Dr. Lu's confidence was instantly solidified. Shen Yao is truly skilled in medicine. Moreover, he knew her silver needles well. Shen Yao used the thinnest needle among all silver needles, inserting it 4 inches into the flesh. Because of this, Dr. Lu's impression of Shen Yao changed almost instantly. He knew that even with the thinnest needle, he could only insert 3 inches into the flesh. Shen Yao's skill was definitely better than his. This young girl, only about 13 years old, was actually more capable than someone who had been practicing medicine for decades. He was truly amazed. It seemed that Dr. Shen had passed on all her knowledge to her daughter. Sadly, because she was a girl, despite her excellent medical skills, she had no place to practice them. While Shen Yao carefully and confidently inserted each needle, the small boy, who had a pale face and was burning hot all over, suddenly started to convulse. Dr. Lu was startled. He quickly pressed down on the child's hands. The child's legs were still kicking wildly. He was about to call the medicine boy over when he saw a pair of large hands firmly pressing on the boy's legs. It was Xiao Shan. Dr. Lu glanced at Xiao Shan, but Shen Yao turned to the child's father and said, Come here, hold the child's head down so he doesn't move around. The man was already shocked by what he saw. Hearing this, he reacted and stepped forward. 3 adults held the child tightly. Shen Yao continued to insert needles. Soon, needles were placed in the head, chest, and navel area. She carefully twisted each needle, and after about 15 minutes, she watched the child's face change from pale to rosy in the blink of an eye. Only then did Shen Yao breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone watching was amazed. The nearly dying child was actually saved by this girl, who was only a little over 10 years old. All right, Dr. Lu, it's your turn now. The child should be out of danger. Dr. Lu immediately checked the child's pulse. Sure enough, the child had passed the dangerous period. Now, it's wind evil invading the body. As long as we dispel the wind and cold and reduce the fever, the child will be saved. Oh my, she is practically a divine doctor. The man and woman finally relaxed and were overwhelmed with joy, tears filling their eyes. They hurriedly bowed to Shen Yao and Dr. Lu. Thank you, living Buddha. Thank you, living Buddha. You are a miracle doctor, truly a miracle doctor. Shen Yao was worried about gaining such a reputation. She was only 13 years old and, in front of the elderly Dr. Lu, she couldn't afford to be called a famous healer. She quickly explained loudly, I'm not a miracle doctor. I just happened to learn a way to treat sudden seizures. I was just trying my luck. If I hadn't treated this child, you and your husband might not have left easily, and you would have let Dr. Lu down. I was just trying a last resort. The real key is ongoing treatment. You still need to rely on Dr. Lu. But we also want you to understand that doctors sometimes feel helpless too. For those beyond help, doctors feel even worse. They blame themselves for not being skilled enough, and they also face criticism from family members. Not everyone can be saved. Please understand this. Dr. Liu was deeply moved by these words, and the couple felt ashamed. Even Xiao Shan, standing nearby, looked at Shen Yao with surprise he had never shown before. He had never known she could be a healer. She always stayed inside and never went out. Dr. Shen said she was very smart, but Xiao Shan often sneered at that. Especially after Shen Yao remarried Shen Mu, he thought Shen Yao was the most foolish woman in the world. But the truth was, Shen Yao seemed to have completely changed. Which version of her was the real one? Or perhaps, during the 3 years of their engagement, he never truly knew Shen Yao? She had nothing to do with this anymore, so Shen Yao naturally decided not to stay. Before leaving, she cast a deep look at Xiao Sun, who was standing among the crowd. As for Xiao Shan? Sorry, she chose to ignore him, acting as if he didn't exist. Shen Yao was very curious. Usually, she only had small disagreements and minor frustrations. Why, this time, did Xiao Sun act so aggressively, making her the target of blame? If he was truly incapable, it could lead to serious legal trouble. If not, it could ruin her reputation for not helping in time. Look at what you're doing. I tell you, don't think you're so impressive just because you stabbed twice. They like you, but I don't. You're a cruel woman. You hurt my little sister. Now she's about to be taken in by a wealthy family. It's all your fault. You caused this. Shen Yao was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Could the story be happening earlier than expected? Isn't it supposed to be another year before Xiaoyo is taken in? What's going on here? Xiao Sun hurriedly shouted this out. Actually, he wasn't without fear, especially when he saw Shen Yao really holding a silver needle to save someone. He even felt a bit regretful. That was a life, after all. If she couldn't save it, would he be indirectly responsible for someone's death? But just thinking about Xiaoya's current situation, he hated Shen Yao so much that his teeth itched. At this moment, he boldly retorted to Shen Yao. Before she could speak, Xiao Shan explained for Shen Yao. We received a letter from Xiaoya. The master of the household is interested in her fate. When she turns 14 next year, they will take her in. But her master and his family went to Beijing, so we couldn't find them. That's why my second brother was anxious. Don't blame him. Hearing that his second brother was explaining things to Shen Yao, Xiao Sun, with his fiery temper, snapped. Second brother, why are you telling her all this? She's a cold-hearted woman. If her mother hadn't come to ask for 20 taels of silver, Xiaoya wouldn't have been sold. Shen Yao found it strange how this family kept blaming her for Yang's sins. Was it right or wrong? My sister didn't ask you for 20 taels of silver. The money was taken by that woman. They forced my sister and brother Xiao Shan to break off the engagement. Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. My sister couldn't make the decision herself. Why do you blame my sister? Blame that woman and the Fang family. I used to think fourth brother was good, but now I really dislike you. I hate you. Shen Nan's words made Xiao Shan and Xiao Sun both look embarrassed and uncomfortable. Being criticized by a 6-year-old was truly shameful, especially since others were watching nearby. Shen Yao knew enough was enough. Anyway, it was all a muddled mess now. Shen Nan's support meant a lot to her, and she was very grateful. As for Lilia, she needs to gather more silver quickly. Once she has enough, she will be bought back immediately. From then on, Shen Yao no longer owes anything to the Xiao family. Shen Yao left with Shen Nan, but Xiao Shan and Xiao Sun stood there feeling uneasy. Let's go. We also need to go to the carriage shop to send a message to Lilia. No matter how much we talk now, it won't help. Let's save more money and buy her back. But second brother, Lilia's message said that the master said they won't let us buy her back without 100 taels of silver. That family is really cruel. They want so much money. Can your master give you that much in advance? Xiao Shan didn't expect that he thought 20 taels of silver would be enough to buy Lilia back. But unexpectedly, a monk from a temple in the capital suddenly declared that she had passed a deadly ordeal, saying she was destined for great fortune and would bring prosperity to her family. This news made the family, which had no male heirs, very happy. Now, just as they had started to hope, little Ya was about to be taken in, at age 14. Then I will work harder for the master for a few more years. I will send the message first. The two were about to leave, but Lu Daifu, who had been watching them, called out to stop them. He also spoke very directly to Xiao Sun. Xiao Shan, is this your brother? Lu Daifu, this is my fourth brother. Lu Daifu's face suddenly turned serious as he looked at Xiao Sun and said bluntly, Xiao family's fourth son. Do you know that if Shen Yao couldn't save that child just now, given the temper of those parents, Shen Yao would have faced big trouble? At best, she would lose her reputation. At worst, she could end up in prison or face disaster.
You
are so reckless. Xiao Sun knew he had been impulsive, but he had no choice. His sister was completely innocent. Shen Yao is the one who harmed my sister. I was just fighting fire with fire. How can you say she harmed anyone? When your father was seriously ill, I also treated him. I told you then that his illness required expensive medicine to cure, and it cost a lot. Your father was only expected to live 6 months, but Dr. Shen managed to extend his life by another 6 months. Do you know how much those precious medicines cost? Just the Chinese knotweed needed every 10 days is worth a lot. 20 taels? Dr. Shen must have given you a discount. Furthermore, Xiao Shan and Shen Yao withdrew from the marriage. Her mother wanted to get back 20 taels of silver, which is not unreasonable. Once the engagement is cancelled, the bride price should be returned. Moreover, Shen Yao did not spend a single coin of that money, and she even cut ties with Yang Shi because of this. You really shouldn't blame Shen Yao for this matter. That's all I have to say. You brothers should think carefully about this. Being scolded so sternly by the respected Dr. Lu, their faces looked very unhappy. However, Xiao Shan's opinion of Shen Yao had genuinely changed a bit. To be honest, she didn't really do much wrong. After all, she now has her own household and is living with Shen Nan alone. But Shen Yao really looks down on him. Under this kind of conflict, Xiao Shan slowly led Xiao Sun toward the carriage shop. Meanwhile, Shen Yao took Shen Nan to a fabric store. Big sister, are you really going to buy me new clothes? Yes, I will buy you new clothes. The ones you're wearing can't be worn anymore. I'll buy you a simple set to wear for now, and once I learn how to make clothes, I'll make you a new one for the new year. Shen Nan was almost bursting with excitement. He hadn't worn new clothes in a very long time. Big sister will also wear new clothes for the new year. Shen Yao's current clothes could still be worn, but she needed to buy a pair of shoes. The shoes she was wearing were a torn pair of cloth shoes given by Shin Si's wife, with toes exposed and very worn out. Big sister will sew cloth at home to make shoes. Shen Nan looked a bit reluctant when he heard this, and Shen Yao quickly said, but I will buy a new pair of shoes for myself and also buy a pair for Shen Nan. Shen Nan was happy again. This money looks a lot, but we have to save it. Shen Nan, you are the man of the house and the head of the family, so I need to discuss with you. Once we save up 20 taels of silver, we will buy back your little sister. Being a concubine in a wealthy family is not a good thing. Being bullied by the main wife and being a servant, even if you are tortured to death, you can't argue with them. So I thought your little sister also suffered because of our family. Wouldn't it be good to buy her back? Shen Yao looked at Shen Nan. This child is simple, protective of others, and very kind-hearted, especially to those who treat him well. He remembers kindness easily. When Shen Yao said this, he immediately nodded and said, yes, little sister Xiaoya treats me very well. She even sews clothes for me and secretly gives me bread to eat. Sister, I don't need new clothes. Let's save the money and buy clothes for sister Xiaoya when we have enough. But sister can buy new clothes and shoes. Girls should dress nicely. Wow, where did this little angel come from? So adorable. Shen Yao has seen many children, especially orphans, but Shen Nan is the first one who is so caring, sensible, and cute. She really can't help but treat him well. Foolish child, there's no need to rush. If we catch a cold and get sick, or delay earning money, that would be worse. Shen Nan, remember, when helping or saving others, we must first avoid putting ourselves in danger. Know your limits. Hearing this, Shen Nan nodded seriously. The brother and sister then held hands and went to the clothing shop. Honestly, Shen Yao and Shen Nan look just like beggar siblings right now. Especially Shen Nan, whose clothes are torn, showing the straw inside. Shen Yao's clothes are thin, her shoes are hanging off, and she has some bloodstains. Both of them look very ragged and shabby. Go away, beggars over there. Shen Yao looked surprised at the shop assistant. They are indeed in a bad state, but being spoken to like that is quite embarrassing. People who know them understand their situation. Their appearance might affect business, so Shen Yao patiently said to the shop assistant, "Brother, we are a brother and sister, and our clothes are indeed dirty. We want to buy some clean clothes, rough cloth, and cotton. Here is 1 or 2 silver coins. Please help us pick some suitable ones." The shop assistant, used to seeing poor people come in winter hoping to borrow old clothes, had never seen someone so polite and straightforward with money. 1 or 2 silver coins is enough to buy several sets of rough cloth clothes. Sorry, I was mistaken. Please come in. I'll help you choose some rough cloth. This year's new cotton is here. White, fluffy, and warm. It's perfect for making cotton clothes, and it's not expensive. Only 30 copper coins per jean. Calm and gentle, without shouting or insulting others, they quietly entered the shop. Shen Yao looked at Shen Nan and said, "Don't think others look down on us. When we have strong skills, we don't need to explain. People will respect us naturally." Hearing this, Shen Nan didn't react much. The second brother leading the way turned around with a surprised look. It's true. Usually, some customers look down on us, but every time they cause trouble and then apologize, the matter is settled. But haven't we always been the ones losing money afterward? Only this time, they took out money voluntarily, didn't make a fuss, and even made him feel embarrassed by offering the lowest price directly. What a clever girl. The fabric from this shop is indeed good. Of course, if you think badly of them, there's nowhere else to buy fabric, because this is the only shop in town. No wonder their tone was so sharp just now. Shen Yao chose 2 pieces of dark blue fabric, 1 dark red, 2 pairs of shoes, a boy's outfit, and 3 jeans of cotton. That was all. These items cost Shen Yao 2 taels of silver. She felt a bit distressed to spend so much. Then, she took Shen Nan to the grain and oil shop. Their home had no seasonings or leftover grains. They bought some oil, salt, and soy sauce, and also measured some corn and rice. Shen Yao filled her basket completely, then led Shen Nan back home step by step. After a busy afternoon, it was almost dark when they finally entered the village. The surroundings were quiet, with faint smoke rising from cooking fires, and the smell of food filled the air. Occasionally, they heard dogs barking. If there weren't so many disputes here, it would be a perfect peaceful place. When Shen Yao returned home carrying her basket, she saw a girl she had never seen before standing at her door, so unfamiliar that Shen Yao couldn't even remember her. The girl had a wand on her head wrapped in white cloth. When she saw Shen Yao and Shen Nan approaching, she immediately stepped forward and said, "Fong Zidong gave her father the idea to find trouble tonight and kidnap you and your brother to send to the Liu family. You should run with your brother now." Shen Yao thought she must have heard wrong. "Who is this girl?" "Miss, who are you?" "I am Fong Xiaomé." Fong Xiaomé looks very ordinary, with a round face inherited from the Fang family, some freckles on her face, a sturdy build that doesn't look fat, and a simple, honest expression. She has a thick braided hair and wears an old, slightly small dress that seems uncomfortable for her, often pulling at it with her hands. Shen Yao has seen this dress before. When the original owner was alive, she washed it many times for Fong Zidong. The original owner loved this dress very much and often sneaked into it, even getting caught by Fong Zidong once. But every time, she looked at the dress with dislike and asked her to wash it again. Now, unexpectedly, it was given to Fong Xiaomé. But why would Fong Xiaomé come to tell her these things? If they could give away the dress, maybe their relationship isn't good? Wait, she vaguely remembers that Yang mentioned Fong Xiaomé was adopted by Fong Wang's family, which... Did they take you back to marry Fong Zidong as a substitute? Fong Xiaomé didn't expect this girl to be so clever. She nodded honestly. That's quite rare. Are you unhappy? Did they hit you on your head? Seeing that Shen Yao didn't seem as malicious as her mother said, but rather quite kind, the girl shyly shook her head. No, it was my mother who hit me. She said if my looks were ruined, the Lu family master wouldn't want me. Then I could just be a maid, and not a concubine. In a few years, when my mother saves enough money to buy me out and find a good family, this will be over. My father and grandmother won't force us anymore. Hearing her hopeful and honest face, Shen Yao believed her. Maybe the first part was true, but to buy her out? Without dividing the family, Fong Wang's family wouldn't have money to spare. This girl might end up being a servant in the Lu family for her whole life. So, why did you secretly tell me they want to kidnap me? Because everyone in the village says you don't want to be a concubine, and the Fong family is cruel and wants to hurt you.
My aunt also said so.
I didn't want anything to happen to you, so I came to tell you. This girl is so honest, even blushing and looking scared after saying it. Oh my goodness, such a good girl from Fong family. If that is really the case, she must be prepared and absolutely cannot let the Fong family succeed. They truly have no intention of giving up. However, seeing how Xiaomé looks now, they probably know that the Lu family won't give up easily either. They are likely making plans on both sides. I didn't expect them to even involve Shen Nan this time. It seems I need to think of a way to handle this. Xiaomé, if you don't want to marry, then don't. Why do you have to go back to the Fong family with your mother? Xiaomé looked down sadly and whispered, My mother argued with my aunt. My aunt called my mother ungrateful and said I would be ungrateful too. Anyway, if I'm not arranged to marry by my grandmother, then I'll be married off by my aunt to a widower in the village. It's all the same. This girl's life is really hard. Shen Yao genuinely feels sorry for her. Since she also gave her some news, Shen Yao thought for a moment and pointed her in a clear direction. Big sister, what should we do? Are those bad people still not leaving us alone? After Xiaomé left, Shen Yao calmly said, Let's see who is really not letting go this time. Sometimes, if you keep retreating, they think you're easy to bully. So, either don't make a move, or if you do, make sure the other side has no way to back down. That's how they learn their lesson. Shen Nan listened carefully to Shen Yao's words, while Shen Yao started organizing the miscellaneous items she bought. It was still early, just dinner time in every household. The Fong family would only make their move late at night when everyone was asleep. So, she was not in a hurry. After sorting everything and tidying up what needed to be, she began preparing dinner and heating water. Both she and Shen Nan needed to wash up properly. Even in the cold winter, she could smell the stench on both of them. Just now in town, Shen Yao bought a bone stick. Shen Nan's stomach was weak, and eating too much greasy food would give her diarrhea. It's a typical sign of deficiency. This time, Shen Yao broke the bone into pieces and boiled it in a pot over high heat. She added a little ginger and Sichuan peppercorns. Once the broth turned white, she skimmed off the surface oil, preparing it for cooking tomorrow. The remaining pure white, rich bone soup was put into some rice and simmered gently. Then, from the vegetable garden behind the house, a few fragrant scallions and a small bok choy were picked, chopped finely, and added to the soup before serving with a pinch of salt. Wow, that smell! It made Shen Nan drool, and he refused to leave the kitchen. Shen Yao cooled down a bowl of soup for him, then took a piece of bone and prepared a big bowl of bone porridge to deliver to Grandma Wang next door. Tonight, no one could stay in the house. Even if the news was false, Shen Yao wouldn't risk it. So, it was very necessary to stay at Grandma Wang's house for a night. Big sister, we could actually stay in the cellar. No one would know there. Shen Yao was tempted, but it was too cold outside. The cellar was airtight, and she didn't dare to take that risk. Let's forget it. Although the cellar seems safe, what if they set fire? Staying at Grandma Wang's house means we can also keep an eye on what's happening here. Shen Nan nodded. Bad people are really annoying. He wanted to grow up quickly, so he could protect his sister and never let anyone bully her again. Drink the porridge slowly when it's cooled, and don't burn your mouth, okay? I'll deliver this to Grandma Wang and come back. Shen Nan nodded obediently. Shen Yao took the bowl of porridge and went next door. I just smelled something delicious earlier and wondered who was cooking pork.
Turns out it was the bone soup.
It's good. Kids need to eat it to get stronger. Yes, I made some for Shen Nan to help him get stronger. Grandma, try my cooking too. You're such a polite girl. I won't be polite either. That smell is so tempting. It's making this old glutton come out. Seeing Grandma Wang not hold back, Shen Yao felt relieved. Next, she didn't hold back and told Grandma Wang everything about what Fong Xiaomé had said tonight. Grandma Wang exclaimed immediately, "Oh my, how could I forget? This afternoon, I came back from the fields and saw your eldest uncle Shen Dong and Fong's third son Fong Daquai standing under that old locust tree by the village road, whispering secretly. They looked very suspicious. I was thinking then, why are these two together? Yao, do you think this has anything to do with what Fong Xiaomé said? Today at noon, your eldest uncle's family caused a big fuss. The Liu family came to cancel the engagement, saying they wouldn't marry their daughter without a big tiled house. Sure enough, Shen Dong, the boy, was so angry he hurt the matchmaker and even went to the Liu family to cause trouble. But the Liu brothers are many, and he couldn't win. He came back injured and frustrated. I think his temper isn't good. He'll probably come looking for trouble with you. You need to be careful." After hearing the story, Shen Yao guessed what might be happening. That Liu girl is from Xiaoan village. If there was such a big fuss, how could the Fong family not know? Maybe they planned it, waiting for the right time to attack Shen Dong and the siblings. Shen Yao immediately didn't dare to relax and told her purpose. Granny Wang naturally agreed happily. She was an old widow and hoped someone would keep her company. Shen Yao took an empty bowl and went back to her yard, carefully locking the door. But the yard wall is less than 2 meters high. A tall person could jump over and see inside. She felt uneasy. After tonight's events, she decided to find someone to make the wall higher. She looked around. Shen's father often went up the mountain to pick herbs and sometimes set traps to catch game to improve their diet. So, they had some small traps and devices at home. Since they were made of iron, no one in Uncle Shen's family used them, so they were covered in dust in the corner. Now, Shen Yao took all of them and carefully placed them at her and Shen Nan's door. Anyone passing by at night wouldn't see clearly and would trigger the traps, making escape impossible. "Big sister, what are you doing?" Shen Nan, who had just finished eating and run outside, asked. Shen Yao smiled and said, "I'm setting a trap. If someone tries to harm us and comes into our house, they'll fall into it." Shen Nan got excited and clapped his hands. "That's a good idea. If only we had some itching powder. Dad used to make it to catch thieves. The thieves would get so itchy they begged for mercy at our door." She suddenly remembered this. Shen Yao also knew how to make itching powder. Not just that, she had recipes for many medicinal powders recorded in books. Hearing Shen Nan's suggestion, Shen Yao felt she might have found a new way to make money. Since she is still too young to go out for medical help, she will wait patiently and slowly improve over time. However, she still needs to earn money. Shen Yao became interested and carefully thought about the herbs she needed. She remembered that her father had left some herbs in the barn, which had been burned by her aunt for firewood. Without hesitation, Shen Yao took Shen Nan and went back to the kitchen to prepare. After about an hour, the outside had become quiet. Shen Yao looked at the prepared itch relief powder and the siblings who had finished bathing. She smiled, sprinkled some powder at the door, and quietly led Shen Nan into the neighboring yard. Shen Yao and Shen Nan shared a room. They listened carefully for any sounds from next door all night. But both of them were too tired and hadn't rested well these days. They both fell into a deep sleep. Just as they were sleeping soundly, a few sharp screams suddenly woke up most of the village. Shen Yao's heart jumped. She sat up quickly, listened carefully, and confirmed that the sounds were coming from next door. Fong Xiaomé was telling the truth. Someone really had come next door. Shen Yao looked at Shen Nan, who was sleeping like a pig after taking his medicine. She didn't wake him, gently tucked him in, then put on her coat and left the room. "Really came? Oh my goodness, that's so heartless. Yao, come quickly and stay with Grandma. When more people gather outside, we'll go out together." Grandma Wang's words made Shen Yao's cold heart feel especially warm in this winter. The two stood in the yard. The big black dog beside them sat in front, giving them great courage. Soon, villagers who heard the noise started rushing over, until the sounds of surprise from next door grew louder. Shen Yao and Grandma Wang stepped outside. "Oh my! Shen Dong, why are you here with Fong Daquai? What's going on?" Fong Daquai had wanted to run when Shen Dong was caught by the beast trap and was making pig-like squeals, but he suddenly felt an unbearable itch all over his body, as if he wanted to peel off his skin. He hesitated, and by then, villagers had arrived, so he couldn't escape. "That's right. This isn't your house. Where are Shen Yao and Shen Nan? What have you done to them?" Shen Shushu came late. Seeing the scene, he immediately guessed that these two people probably had bad intentions. When he asked, everyone else started questioning loudly. At this moment, Shen Yao and Grandma Wang came out together. "I am here. What is happening? Big brother, why are you all here? What's going on?" "Shen Yao, weren't you at home?" Faced with everyone's questions, Grandma Wang stepped forward to explain. "Yao Yao has been cleaning the house all day. The bedding isn't dry yet, so she can't stay there. Tonight, she took her brother to stay at my wife's house. We were sleeping when we suddenly woke up to loud screams from next door. We don't know what happened. How come Shen Dong and Daquai are here?" Grandma Wang has a very good reputation in the village. She became a widow when she was young and never had children, but she has kept her dignity for most of her life. Because of this, she is highly respected in the village. After her explanation, everyone looked at the two with suspicion. Some even said, late at night, they come to the sister and brother's house. Are they trying to steal or do something else? One person spoke loudly and a nearby woman scolded. "Stop talking nonsense. They're not here to steal. They're probably here to steal people. Oh dear, I mean they might have come to take someone away to sell. Didn't they do that before? I didn't say Shen Yao was involved." "Really, Shen Yao, I didn't mean to accuse you." Her explanation made people laugh and get angry at the same time. But it did seem to make sense. Yes, they probably came to steal someone to sell. "You too, wicked people. How could our village have such people?" "Exactly. Shen Dong, Shen Yao is your cousin. How could you do this?" When Shen Dalong and Wang Xiaoji arrived, they overheard this and were shocked. Shen Dalong looked at Shen Dong and scolded. "You brat, hurry up and explain to everyone. You're not here to steal or sell people. You're just here to see your younger siblings." But Shen Dong was a boy who couldn't stand hardship. He heard his father's words, but his body was so itchy that he couldn't resist. His legs were caught in a trap, and every movement caused sharp pain. He had never suffered like this before. He was scared and anxious, shouting without thinking, "It's not me. Daquai told me to take that girl and brother to sell them. It's not my fault. Please help me. Dad, Mom, please save me." Shen Dong's words made Shen Dalong's face turn pale and then red. Wang Xiaoji immediately rushed forward and covered Shen Dong's mouth to stop him from shouting. But it was too late. Uncle Shen Si, the head of Shanghe village, shouted angrily, "This is simply outrageous. You all treat Shanghe village like a vegetable garden, repeatedly engaging in kidnapping and selling people. If someone dies, it's on you. Our village doesn't have people like you. Shen Yao, you decide how to handle these two. Whether to report to the authorities or whatever, it's all up to you." Wang Xiaoji was shocked and immediately knelt down, kowtowing to Uncle Shen Si and the village elders. Stop. It's all a misunderstanding. Our Donger is still a child. He didn't mean to do this. He doesn't understand these things. It must be Fong Daquai who is behind this. He sold Shen Yao once before. It was him. If you want to catch someone, catch him, not my son. Don't take my son. Uncle Shen Si didn't speak. He just looked at Shen Yao. Not only he, but everyone in the village looked at Shen Yao. Shen Yao then looked at Fong Daquai with a very serious expression. "Clearly, I have no more ties with your Fong family. Why do you still want to harm me? You hurt me, and even my eldest cousin was dragged into this. Do you have some deep grudge? Is your Fong family so intolerant of us siblings?" Fong Daquai clenched his teeth. Late at night, he had gone to their house and fallen into a trap. He couldn't explain with 10 mouths. but he absolutely couldn't let them know his true purpose. He had carefully questioned Yangshi about what happened in the wine house kitchen that day. Yangshi said Shen Yao knew they had been close for a long time and claimed her father was killed by the two of them. Even though Shen Yao didn't continue to ask, only Fong Daquai knew the real truth. So, to prevent more trouble later, Shen Yao and her brother had to be eliminated. Yangshi doesn't trust you. Let me see you. This explanation was utterly weak and powerless. Haha, who would believe that? Coming to see me, your unrelated stepdaughter, in the middle of the night? Do you think we're fools? You're bad enough, but why are you also corrupting my eldest cousin? Shen Dalong and Wang Xiaoji looked at Fong Daquai when they heard Shen Yao's words. If they could, they would have devoured him alive. You wicked man, you've corrupted my son. I will fight you. Wang Xiaoji finished speaking and suddenly rushed forward to fight Fong Daquai. Fong Daquai couldn't dodge and was hit several times. Her actions made the villagers nearby feel sad and worried. Until Granny Wang spoke. Today afternoon, I saw these two sneaking around at the village entrance, whispering. Could it be that Shen Dong is blaming Lu's family for breaking off the marriage, and that's why Shen Yao and her brother are involved? Maybe that's why Fong Daquai is acting out. Granny Wang didn't want these two heartless troublemakers to get away easily. If they weren't taught a lesson this time, they might do more bad things in the future. Hearing Granny Wang's words, someone else seemed to remember something and quickly said, Yes, I saw it too. I thought I was mistaken. It looks like these two are planning something dishonest. I saw it too. It's really scary that people tend to follow what others say, so these two won't escape. Shen Yao, tell me, how should we deal with this? Shen Yao looked at the two people being teased with powder and traps, her eyes cold and straightforward. Uncle C, find two uncles or brothers and report this to the authorities. Let the officials handle it. Reporting to the authorities is the best way to settle this. It can prevent them from having such bad ideas again. No, Shen Yao, please let your older brother go. He knows he was wrong. Wang Xiaoji knew how serious reporting to the officials was. She and Shen Dalong hurriedly knelt in front of Shen Yao, pretending to want to kneel. Shen Yao was already prepared. When they moved, she quickly stepped aside and hid behind Uncle Shen. Uncle, Aunt, don't keep kneeling. The officials will surely find out what happened. As long as Big Brother was influenced and made a bad decision in a moment of weakness, he won't go to jail. But if Big Brother is trying to harm me and my brother and sister, I can't just let people bully us. Let the officials decide everything. Shen Yao's words disappointed Wang Xiaoji and the others, but they also started to think. Yes, if Fong Daquai was the mastermind, Shen Dong wouldn't be in trouble. Meanwhile, Fong Daquai was shocked. He never expected Shen Yao to report to the authorities. Shouldn't she have kept quiet like last time? If she reports this and it ruins his brother's chance at the imperial exams, what should he do? However, without waiting for Fong Daquai's thoughts, Uncle Shen had already sent two quick-footed people to escort the two individuals and rush them to the government office. The farce was finally over. As for how the officials would judge the case, that was none of Shen Yao's concern. I just saw those two people holding on to something. Shen Yao, did you put itching powder on them? Your father used this to deal with small thieves before he passed away. What are you doing? Uncle Shen said this loudly in front of everyone, clearly trying to make Shen Yao understand. Shen Yao gratefully looked at Uncle Shen. Uncle, this is indeed something my father taught me. I sprinkled the powder on the doorknob inside the yard. As long as someone didn't sneak into our house, they wouldn't get affected. Now it made sense. It seemed Shen Yao was really growing up and knew how to protect herself and her brother. Uncle Shen nodded. Trap cages too. Shen Nandu and I are too young. If we encounter other thieves from nearby villages, what should we do? So we thought it would be safer to set a trap. Once we raise a dog tomorrow, we won't need these anymore. Exactly. A girl about to be a teenager and a little boy, with these precautions, we can feel more at ease. All right, everyone, disperse now. This day, remind all the children to stay away from bad thoughts. Our village can't tolerate that. If there are any more such incidents, report them to the authorities for handling. Uncle Shen made the final decision, and everyone quickly dispersed. Shen Yao looked at Uncle Shen and Wang Xiaoji. No matter what, Shen Dong had to pay the price this time. If it weren't for the fact that they were from the same village and cousins, Shen Yao wouldn't forgive them easily. And what was she supposed to do? Give Shen Dalong and his wife advice.
Dream on.
Let them sit in jail forever. That night was full of danger, but Shen Yao slept very soundly in the second half of the night, because she knew the crisis had finally been resolved. If the Fong family dared to cause trouble again? Next time it wouldn't be as simple as itching powder. This incident reminded Shen Yao to prepare more powders and similar items in her free time. Not to harm others, but for self-protection, it was very necessary. The next morning, Shen Nandu woke up. The boy was a little unhappy that Shen Yao didn't wake him to watch the show last night. Now he was pouting and feeling gloomy. If Shen Yao hadn't promised to take him to town later to buy some thread for making nets, he would have been upset all morning. After breakfast, the two headed to the town again. However, as soon as I arrived, I saw a large group of people running toward Lu's house.
Quick, come see the excitement.
There's a very ugly woman who ran to Lu's house early in the morning, knocking on the door, claiming she's the new concubine Lu's family just took in, and she's insisting on coming in. Is that Fong Xiaomé?
It seems she really went as she said she would.
Shen Yao, along with Shen Nan, followed behind the crowd secretly to see what was happening. I am the concubine that your master paid 30 taels of silver to take in. Yesterday, your family even sent someone to our village to fetch someone. Now that I am here, they won't let me in. It's truly unbelievable. Lu's family is so wealthy, yet they want to marry a woman who is dressed in rags, covered in dirt, with straw in her hair, looking like a beggar, as a concubine? Uft. Who dares to act tough at our Lu residence like a beggar? Do they think they're brave? I am not acting unruly. Look, everyone, I even have the official document from Lu's house that grants me permission to be a concubine. I am a good concubine. A good concubine, although Fong Xiaomé couldn't read. She recognized her own name, and it was written by her eldest uncle. The housekeeper saw the document and was also surprised. It indeed bore the seal of Lu's house. No, I must quickly tell the master and madam. Seeing the housekeeper run toward the inner courtyard, Fong Xiaomé sat down on the steps. Soon, Lu's madam came out after hearing the news. Are you here to become our master's concubine? When Fong Xiaomé saw Lu's madam, she instinctively felt a bit scared, but she gathered her courage and said, Yes, my family said they would allow me to be Lu's good concubine.
Pfft, what do you think Lu's family is?
Do they want someone like you, a ragged girl? Get out of here. Lu's madam was in her 40s. Although she wore a lot of jewelry, her face showed her harsh personality clearly. She looked Fong Xiaomé up and down with disdain and continued to scold her. You're just a beggar girl from outside the city, found in a broken temple. What are you? You're not fit to be a concubine in our Lu family. Fong Xiaomé was scolded like this, and her eyes immediately turned red. It was my grandmother and my third uncle who told me that you paid 30 taels of bride price to take me as a good concubine. The document clearly states it. If you don't believe me, look. Mrs. Lu's maid immediately stepped forward and took the document from Fong Xiaomé's hands. When Mrs. Lu saw it, she was very angry and tore it into pieces without hesitation. Bah! Someone like you. Even if I give you to my family as a servant, we don't want it. Return the 30 silver taels, and this marriage is off. Fong Xiaomé had been waiting for this moment, but it still wasn't enough. She continued bravely. My mother lied to me, saying I could be a concubine, wear new clothes, and eat meat every day. Child, don't be stubborn. Being a concubine isn't good. Just return the silver quickly. Exactly. For 30 silver taels. Marrying someone as ugly as you, the Lu family isn't fools. They wouldn't accept it even if it was free. The others spoke a few words, and Fong Xiaomé started crying again. I may be ugly, but I am strong. I can eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal, and can even carry a calf. Mrs. Lu found this more and more disgusting. A village girl dreaming of climbing higher? Dream on. At this moment, a maid brought over the documents of their family's servant sale. Mrs. Lu, in front of everyone, declared, This matter is over. Everyone help me witness this so no one says our family is dirty or smelly. Return the silver now. After saying that, Mrs. Lu tore another document into pieces. Fong Xiaomé reluctantly took out the 30 silver taels from her pocket. This is 30 taels, enough to build 3 big tiled houses, or to marry my brother. Mrs. Lu, think again. I can do it. I can serve the master. The more she spoke, the more Mrs. Lu was displeased. Her little maid quickly snatched the silver, and Mrs. Lu warned Fong Xiaomé not to try to climb higher. The matter was completely over, and she led everyone back into Lu's house, closing the door. Fong Xiaomé looked at the torn-up document on the ground. She started crying, but she was smiling through her tears. She really didn't have to be a concubine anymore. That was great. Shen Nan looked at Fong Xiaomé, who was crying at the door and couldn't help asking, "Older sister, Xiaomé isn't a concubine anymore, so why is she crying?" Shen Yao smiled and explained, "There's a kind of crying called tears of joy. When you're very happy, you might cry too." "Really? Then I want to cry tears of joy too." "Yes, there will be a day like that. Let's go now. We finished watching the play and still need to buy some things." After saying this, Shen Yao pulled Shen Nan to leave. But just as they were about to go, they saw Lady Fong, along with Zhang and Zhu Fong, rushing over angrily. When they saw Fong Xiaomé, Lady Fong suddenly raised her hand and slapped her hard. "You naughty girl, did you steal the 30 taels of silver from our family?" Fong Xiaomé covered her mouth, looking a bit scared, and said to her grandmother, "The silver has been returned to the Lu family. They said the marriage is off, and the marriage documents have been torn up." Hearing this, Lady Fong was shocked and frightened. Some villagers nearby, seeing the situation, immediately spoke up in support. "Yes, we all saw it. The Lu family lady even asked us to testify that Lu would never marry this girl, and the silver was returned, and the documents were torn up." Lady Fong was furious upon hearing this and scolded Fong Xiaomé. "Shameless girl, you reckless fool. Who told you to go to Lu's house without permission? Lu's family would never want someone like you. I told you to rest and recover. Your eldest uncle said he would talk to Lu's family and arrange the marriage after you heal." She continued angrily, "You disobedient girl, not only did you not listen, but you also stole my silver. Give me back the 30 taels. "Exactly. Xiaomé, your idea was too reckless. How did you learn such bad habits at your uncle's house? Look at how angry your grandmother is." Zhu Fong, standing nearby, added casually, which made Zhang suddenly recall how she once helped young bully Shen Yao. She felt some guilt and sincerity toward her daughter. But when compared to the 30 taels of silver, that guilt and sincerity seemed worthless. After all, those 30 taels were meant for dowries for her 2 sons. If they were lost, what would happen to her sons' marriages? "Xiaomé, did you really return the silver to the Lu family? If you're not going to be a concubine, you don't have to return that 30 taels." This statement was unreasonable, but Shen Yao didn't want to get involved in this family mess. Helping Fong Xiaomé was just to repay her kindness, and now she was just watching the show. No matter what happens to the Fong family, she chose to see it as entertainment. Fong Xiaomé looked at her mother with a puzzled expression. "Mother, isn't the 30 taels of silver my dowry? I won't marry anyone as a concubine anymore, so of course I should return it. If you pay it back, where will we get the money to marry your 2 brothers? Why are you so confused about what's important, girl? Didn't we agree earlier? If you can't be a concubine, then at least go work as a servant for the Lu family." Upon hearing this, Fong Xiaomé hadn't reacted yet, but Mrs. Fong had already lost her temper and slapped Zhang's face. The slap made Zhang feel a burning pain on her cheek. "So, this is the plan your mother and daughter came up with? I always wondered why this girl suddenly had a new scar on her face. So, you're causing trouble. Zhang, I tell you, our family doesn't support useless people. Immediately send this girl back. Since she was adopted by your eldest brother, she no longer belongs to us. Hurry up and send her away, or you'll both be kicked out together." Zhang was shocked by how unreasonable the old lady was. At first, she was eager to bring Xiaomé into the family, but now that things are going wrong, she wants to send her away. Remember, she had already fallen out with her own family, and her older sister-in-law had said that even begging for food shouldn't happen at their doorstep. Now, sending her back? That's impossible. Mother, this can't be. I don't care whether it's possible or not. If you can't pay it back, then get the 30 taels of silver back and sell your daughter again. Don't forget that 30 taels are for your two brothers' weddings. My wife is fair. Either pay the money or send her away. Otherwise, you and your daughter can both get out. Mrs. Fong finished speaking and pulled Zhu Fong away, leaving Zhang standing there, stunned and dazed. Seeing her mother like that, Xiaomé didn't care about what was just said. She only tried to comfort her. Mother, I have strong arms. I'm good at farming. I can help you work and support you. Zhang was shocked and turned to slap Xiaomé across the face. Look at what you've done. I told you before, I said you shouldn't be a concubine but a servant. Why don't you listen? That money is 30 taels of silver. You'll never see that much in your life. That's the money for your two brothers' weddings. I can't believe I have a selfish daughter like you. Your daughter is wholeheartedly thinking of you, but you are so indifferent to your brother's marriage. Your mother's life was actually risked just to come here and cancel the engagement. Now that the old lady wants to send your mother away, are you satisfied? Let me tell you, you have already been adopted by me. You are no longer part of the Zhang family. Now go back to the Zhang household. I don't want you as my daughter. Mrs. Zhang was furious and turned to leave without looking at Fong Xiaomé again. Fong Xiaomé is honest and kind, but she's not stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have handled the rejection so smoothly today. Now, hearing her mother's words, is there anything she doesn't understand? It turns out her mother was deceiving her all along. She never intended to rescue her. Didn't you hear? Even now, she should stay with the Liu family. Tears streamed down Fong Xiaomé's face again as she looked at her mother's back. She felt lost and didn't know what to do. The Zhang family? Don't think about going back. After so many years, she understands. They kept her just to work for them. When she gets older, they'll take some bride price and marry her off. It's pretty much the same as the Fong family. Earlier, her aunt had already chosen a widower in his 40s. His wife had left behind 2 sons and a daughter. If Fong Xiaomé went there, she'd be treated like a servant. Fong Xiaomé didn't want to live like that. But now, where could she go? Good girl, your family is so complicated. But this is just how women's lives are. Poor girl, just go home and marry someone. That's how life passes. Yes, your family isn't close, and you don't even have a real home. How can you just stay here? These words seemed to wake Fong Xiaomé up. She ran off quickly, as if possessed by a spell. Shen Yao saw this and thought something was wrong. She didn't want to interfere, but seeing Fong Xiaomé end up like this, she worried that if something happened, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. Shen Nan, let's go quickly and see her. I'm worried she might do something foolish.
Yeah, sister.
Let's help her. She's so pitiful. No one at home wants her anymore. It's so sad. Shen Yao didn't say more. She just grabbed Shen Nan and followed Fong Xiaomé as they ran. As soon as they left the town, they saw Fong Xiaomé hanging from a crooked tree, preparing to hang herself with a belt. This scared Shen Yao very much. She and Shen Nan quickly ran over, hugged Fong Xiaomé and shouted, "Are you crazy? Even ants try to survive. Why would you do something so foolish? You haven't done anything wrong." Fong Xiaomé's face was already full of tears. She looked at Shen Yao, who was holding her, and cried even harder. "I'm worth less than an ant. Ants have a home, but I don't even have one. I can't go back to my aunt's house. My life is so hard," she said. Shen Yao was very anxious. She wondered what was going on in Fong Xiaomé's mind. She seemed strong on the outside, but was so fragile inside. Do we, your brother and sister, have it worse? No one wants us either. If no one wants us, we have to want ourselves. You said you can do everything, so you should support yourself. Her words finally made Fong Xiaomé quiet down. Shen Nan also tried to comfort her. "Xiaomé, don't think about dying. If you die, you'll have nothing. You can support yourself. Look at me and my sister. Maybe one day, when we go to pick herbs in the mountains, we can bring you along." Shen Yao suddenly felt worried. "Big brother, don't cause trouble. Fong Xiaomé is pitiful, but she can't escape the fact that she's part of the Fong family. If she's not careful, the Fong family might come after her. But seeing Fong Xiaomé's hopeful expression and bright eyes, Shen Yao couldn't bring herself to say no. "Miss Shen, can you really take me in?" "Take you in? How did it become taking her in?" She thought they were just talking about picking herbs. Were people, in ancient times, this honest? "Our situation with the Fong family is more complicated than you think, so we really can't take you in." Fong Xiaomé's eyes quickly darkened. Shen Yao was afraid she might do something foolish again, so she quickly said, "But I can help you. Our neighbor, Granny Wang, is a lonely old lady. She wanted to rent out her house for 20 copper coins a week, but she needed help with cleaning and fetching water. No one in our small village wants to rent her house, so she hasn't found anyone yet. Would you like to rent her house and live there?" Fong Xiaomé was happy to agree, but the problem was she had no money. "Don't worry about not having money. We go up the mountain to pick herbs and I will bring you along. You gather the herbs, and I will sell them all to you. I will send you silver on time. When you have money, you can rent land to farm. Life will gradually become easier. This arrangement is the best possible." Fong Xiaomé nodded as soon as she thought about it. Shen Yao was not joking. Grandma Wang had indeed said this during their chat before. She is nearly 70 years old, which is very old in ancient times. She usually lives alone, so she can't do many chores. Just fetching water has become more difficult for her. But everyone in the village has a house, so no one rents out rooms. Naturally, this matter has been put aside. Now that winter has come, her hands and feet are even slower. Shen Yao thought that Fong Xiaomé looked very diligent. Maybe she could really help. Shen Yao immediately took Shen Nan and Fong Xiaomé back to Shanghe village. Sure enough, once she explained the situation, Grandma Wang happily agreed. Fong Xiaomé's honest face and round cheeks, along with a scar on her head, made her look like a sincere villager who wouldn't cause trouble. As for her family background, they could wait and see. No need to think she would do something reckless. Fong Xiaomé's matter was smoothly settled. Meanwhile, the Fong family was already in chaos. Fong Daquai had been arrested, and this was a big deal. However, Mother, we must be prepared. Shen Yao has already cut ties with Yang in front of 2 villages last time, so she might not agree easily. Therefore, you should prepare some silver to handle the situation. When Madame Fong heard about needing silver again, she immediately felt angry and resentful. There was hardly any silver left at home. The 30 taels they just got were wasted. Now, the only silver they had was the 20 taels Yang was supposed to get back from the Xiao family. If they give that away, the eldest son's exam next year and the marriages of the 2 grandsons would be affected. Mother, if the 3rd son doesn't come back, I won't even qualify for the local exam. Unless we split from the 3rd son, but how can brothers split when they are so close? As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood. Besides, the 3rd son knows some important people. Fong Wenen's advice made Madame Fong understand immediately. Those so-called important people are. Madame Fong's eyes quickly looked at Fong Zidong, who was standing in the corner, looking down and lost in thought. She didn't want to involve that line unless absolutely necessary. After all, now that the children are grown, these influential people are very useful. She was hoping to ask for a government position for the eldest son in the future, but if he can't even take the local exam, then these influential people would have to be used early. I understand. Let's wait until Yang returns to decide. Fong Wenen heaved a sigh of relief. Since his mother said this, he knew the matter was almost settled. He believed she would come up with the silver. The whole family started to anxiously wait for Yang to come back. At this moment, Yang was indeed standing at the door of her old home, looking hurt as she stared at Shen Yao. He wants to kidnap us, sell us, and then make us go save him? You're really out of your mind. Luckily, we've cut ties with you now, or you'd harm us and we'd have to keep paying you. Why do you talk like that? I am your mother. Yang's face was full of anger, feeling that ever since her daughter fell into the water, she had changed completely, causing chaos in their family. Yang, we have already cut ties. The official documents are on record. If Fong Daquai did something wrong, he should be punished. Don't cause trouble, but it seems Yang doesn't understand what Shen Yao is saying. She looks sad, touching her belly, and says with deep emotion, "But I am pregnant. The baby can't be born without a father. Shen Yao, this is also your brother. Are you really so heartless? You're mistaken. The person inside is actually my brother." And Shen Yao pauses deliberately, then looks at Yang and whispers close to her ear with a malicious tone, "And you're the one who caused us to lose our father, aren't you?" "I'm just returning the favor." Yang is so frightened by Shen Yao's words that she almost falls down. Shen Yao quickly grabs her and says sharply, "Don't just sit down. If there's something wrong with the baby in your belly, you'll blame me again?" This makes Yang realize the truth. She still has a child inside. Just thinking about the baby being born without a father makes her hate Shen Yao so much her teeth itch. But she's also afraid of Shen Yao's fierce words, as if she truly believes her father's death is connected to her. "Get out of here quickly. Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Do you believe I'll kill Fong Daquai to avenge my father?" Hearing this, Yang is so scared she runs away quickly. But after Yang leaves, Fong Zidong, hiding in the corner, comes out. She looks at Shen Yao with a sinister expression, her face strange and eerie. "You're not Shen Yao." Shen Yao is surprised. "How does she know?" "I don't know what you're talking about. If I'm not Shen Yao, then who am I? Am I possessed by a ghost?" Fong Zidong also can't figure this out. She asks, "Do you know what happened in Xiaoan in 2021? Right now, it's Xiaoan in 2016. Isn't 2021 the year the male lead returned powerfully and killed her?" So, Fong Zidong's sudden question, does it mean she's reborn? Oh my goodness. She's going to die. What kind of strange place has she come to? Ask you, do you know what happened in Xiaoan in 2021? I do. Sure enough, Shen Yao is also reborn. Fong Zidong looked at her with a shocked face, but then she heard Shen Yao continue, "I know you must have gone crazy. Now it's summer and 16 years ago. How would I know what happened 5 years later? Are you going to die? Or are you going to go mad?" "Huh? That's different from what I thought. Shen Yao, do you know that Xiao Shan cares for you deeply? That's even more ridiculous." Now Shen Yao believes that Fong Zidong is definitely testing her. Also, that quick flash of clothing in the corner, haha, that's interesting. So, she deliberately said, "I was engaged to him. Isn't it normal to like me? Then don't you want to marry him? Fong Zidong, if you want to go crazy, go somewhere else. Xiao Shan and I have already broken off the engagement. It's impossible for me to marry him. Never." Fong Zidong, not satisfied, continued, "Aren't you afraid that Xiao Shan will regret it if he becomes successful in the future?" "Successful? Well, we'll see when that happens." Miss Fong, don't say more. Even if Xiao Shan becomes successful, he will never come back to find this woman. Haha, see? I knew I wasn't mistaken just now. The male lead has appeared. It's a classic misunderstanding scene. As the villainess who pushes the main character's relationship, she's really doing her best to bring them together. Shen Yao, don't worry. No matter if Xiao Shan has money or not, he will never marry you. She already has a bad impression of Xiao Shan. Shen Yao doesn't care. But today, learning that the heroine Fong Zidong has been reborn is quite interesting. Right, since she's reborn anyway, and she's offended them, might as well offend them all the way. It's my fault. I wanted to mediate for you. Big brother Xiao, don't take it to heart. Alright, you two, stop bothering me. Fong Zidong, I don't need you to interfere in Xiao Shan's matters. But there's one thing I need to settle with you. Fong Zidong looked at Shen Yao with a puzzled face. Suddenly, Shen Yao stepped forward and slapped Fong Zidong hard across the face, then loudly said, "You encouraged your father and Shen Dong to kidnap me and Shen Nan in the middle of the night, and even wanted to sell us. This slap is a lesson for you. If you dare to harm me again, I, Shen Yao, will risk everything to destroy you." Shen Yao always felt like she was at a disadvantage.
Why?
Because she offended the male lead due to the mess left behind by her original self. She didn't do any of those things herself. Also, the male and female leads are really one person, so offending one is the same as offending both. So, Shen Yao decided it might be better to do something real, actually offend someone to understand things better. That slap felt so satisfying. Let you come up with bad ideas and test the limits of the lady of the house. After rebirth, The female lead is definitely not the kind, cute little chubby girl from the original story anymore. She's really become extremely mean and vicious. Shen Yao finished hitting her and glared fiercely at Fong Zidong, continuing, "Fake smile. Who doesn't see how vicious you really are? Humph. Go away quickly. Don't dirty my family's reputation." After saying that, she turned around and quickly shut the door. That felt so good. Fong Zidong, stunned by Shen Yao's slap, covered her face and looked at the closed wooden door with a frightened expression. How dare she? How dare she hit her? She is the county princess, this crazy woman, this village girl. Xiao Shan, she hit me. She hit me. Fong Zidong was so angry she lost all reason. She had already forgotten that Xiao Shan was no longer the same person as before. Indeed, Xiao Shan looked at her with suspicion. If Shen Yao had said this earlier, he wouldn't have believed a word. But now, Shen Yao is living honestly. Even Dr. Lu praises her. She always tells the truth and never lies. Plus, with Zhang's words, Xiao Shan's impression of Fong Zidong isn't as good as it was at first. But because she is his savior, Xiao Shan still said, Shen Yao wouldn't hit someone without reason. Maybe Miss Fong did something to make Shen Yao misunderstand. Xiao Shan didn't want to interfere in your family matters. There's farm work to do, so he left. After saying that, Xiao Shan looked deeply at the closed door and left without looking back. They really don't take her seriously. Just wait and see. She won't let them get away with it. The message has already been sent. Soon, she will leave this place. When the time comes, she must make these two people pay the price. The Fong family saw Yang return empty-handed, so they had Fong Wenin take the money to the county office to handle things. But no one knew what Yang was thinking. She insisted on going along. She also showed rare strength in this matter. Only Yang herself knew she was afraid. She was very scared because of Shen Yao's words. She had to tell Fong Daquai immediately that Shen Yao had indeed learned something about Shen Fu's death. Fong's wife was about to get angry, but Fong Wenin, with a thoughtful look, said, "Mother, let my sister-in-law go. She's pregnant. If they don't release him, she can cry and shout. Maybe the county magistrate will feel sorry and let our third brother go." That made sense. Fong's grandmother looked at Fong's posture and her belly, feeling a bit sorry, but thinking of her son, she finally said, "Go with her. Remember to protect the baby in your belly. If anything happens to you, don't come back." After hearing such threats many times, Yang was no longer as afraid as before. She nodded obediently. Under Fong Wenin's sinister and scheming look, the two of them got on a bullock cart and headed to the county office. The wooden stick on Xiao Shan's leg was slowly removed. Dr. Lu looked at the fully scabbed wound, pinched the bone, and nodded. "Your method is good. Fixing the bone with a stick helps it grow straight. I was worried it might bend, which could cause a limp." It also seemed someone had bandaged his wound. The external injury looked completely healed. Was the medicine yellow jujube? Yes, that's good. Did you change doctors? Xiao Shan immediately explained. No, I was injured and fainted on the mountain. A kind person passing by saved me. The yellow jujube and the wound dressing were given by that benefactor. Xiao Shan's injury was on his thigh. If he mentioned Miss Fong's name, it could harm her reputation. So, he kept it secret. Dr. Lu nodded after hearing this. You're lucky. It seems you met a local herbal doctor.
Keep resting.
In 10 days, you can remove the stick, and there will be no serious problem anymore. Traveling to the northwest will be easier now. Xiao Shan was very happy, actually not limping anymore. That's great news. Just thinking about what Miss Zidong did made him feel a bit conflicted. Although she's not the kindest person, she's not someone who would ignore someone in need. Overall, she's a good person. He should have spoken more kindly that day, but oh well, it's too late now. There's no point in saying more. Next time he sees her, he will thank her properly. After Dr. Lu left, Xiao Sun was even happier than Xiao Shan. Second brother, don't worry about your leg. If you go to the northwest, we'll feel more at ease. But who exactly is that benefactor? We should thank them properly. The benefactor. I'll thank them later, Xiao Shan replied, not wanting to talk more about it. Just then, he saw Shen Dalong and his wife bringing Shen Dong, who was covered in injuries, into the pharmacy. He had heard about what happened to the Shen family before. Now that Shen Dalong and his wife had brought Shen Dong back, was the case already solved? Wang Xiaoji couldn't control her words and immediately started crying and shouting, "Dr. Liu, please take a look at my son Dong. He's been whipped 10 times. It's life-threatening." Dr. Liu was annoyed with the Shen family for bullying Shen Yao and her siblings. But as a doctor, he had to save lives, so he sighed and carefully examined Shen Dong's injuries. "It's not serious. Just rest at home and lie down properly. But the child keeps crying about pain, and he's also itchy. Look, he scratched himself all over," Wang Xiaoji said. From the scratches, it was clear they were caused by itchy powder. Dr. Liu thought, "This is itchy powder, a secret recipe from Dr. Shen. I don't have an antidote. I heard from Dr. Shen that if you get it, the itching lasts for 3 days, then it will naturally ease. Go home and wait. Don't let him scratch anymore, or it will get worse," he advised. Shen Dalong and his wife looked at each other, worried.
No antidote?
"Do they have to go ask Shen Yao, that stubborn girl?" Xiao Shan, standing nearby, couldn't help but remind them. Doing wrong will lead to punishment. That's what he deserves. Even his cousin won't forgive him if he harms her. Shen Darren in heaven won't let him off. This made Shen Dalong and Wang Xiaoji very scared. They hadn't thought that this matter could be connected to Shen Erling.
This.
Recalling how that thief once knelt at Second Young Master's door begging, and how Second Young Master said there was no cure, saying it would take 3 days of itching before it would stop. It seems that Donger is about to suffer a big hardship this time. Any more of these little schemes, and Dr. Shen might come after you for revenge. I won't dare anymore. I won't dare again. I'm sorry, father, mother.
Please save me.
I was wrong. Seeing their son like this, Mr. and Mrs. Shen felt both heartbroken and angry, but they couldn't do anything. They were right. That wicked girl was very evil, and they dared not provoke her, nor would they ever again. They are just ordinary villagers, living simple lives. They dare not think about things that don't belong to them. County jail cell. When Mrs. Yang saw Fong Daquai, tears streamed down her face. She felt so wronged and didn't know who to tell. Why are you here? You don't care about yourself or the baby in your belly. If anything happens to my son, I will take your life. Mrs. Yang didn't expect Fong Daquai to treat her like this upon seeing her. She became even more aggrieved and dared not speak. Fong Wenin looked at Mrs. Yang's timid appearance, feeling a bit disgusted. Compared to Zhu Fong, this kind of woman seemed more like a real woman. And Mrs. Yang's skin was really beautiful, smooth as silk. Just thinking about the wild night at the inn yesterday made him restless, wanting to do it again. Now, seeing her fair neck and the shivering shyness when she was afraid, he felt tempted. Don't look at things you shouldn't, don't look at things you shouldn't, the old master said, and he was right. Third brother, your wife came all this way to see you.
She's worried about you.
I already asked my classmate to arrange things. Shen Dong pushed everything onto you, and this time, things won't be easy. Hearing this, Fong Daquai didn't care about Mrs. Yang anymore and immediately said, Big brother, save me. I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail. Shen Yao has the whole village testifying that you kidnapped and sold people.
You're in real trouble this time.
I've already discussed with Mother. She wants to find someone to help get you out, but you have to write the letter yourself, so. Hearing this, Fong Daquai understood. He looked at Mrs. Yang. You go out. Big brother, and I need to talk. Yang's Nua glanced at Fong Daquai and then at her scary eldest uncle. She wondered if her uncle would tell Daquai about what happened last night. If Daquai found out, she would be finished. He would definitely stop loving her. Even though her uncle forced her, he claimed she seduced him. He is a scholar and would never break proper manners. She felt wronged, truly very wronged. But she knew no one would believe her because she was a widow who remarried, and she couldn't be talked about again. So, she could only swallow her pain and keep quiet. Yangs obediently left the house. Under Fong Wenin's signal, Fong Daquai wrote a letter asking for help. Compared to going to jail, escaping was more important. 10 days later, what? Fong Daquai was released. Yes, I think the Fong family paid a lot of money. Shen Yao, your herbal remedy was good, and this phoenix oil is a rare good. You used quite a few eggs, right? Phoenix oil, also called egg oil, is made by frying eggs. It is a top medicine for stopping bleeding. Most people wouldn't know how to make it. Seeing this, Dr. Liu was very excited and said immediately, "It's just a little. I'll give you 3 taels of silver for this jar. If you have more, just bring it to me. I want as much as you can give." Shen Yao looked at the small jar of phoenix oil, which was worth 3 taels of silver. Sure enough, her idea was right. Making medicines was a very good way to earn money. She was hopeful about making a fortune. Shen Yao happily took the silver and headed out. But as soon as she reached the village entrance, she saw someone come out from the side and stop her. "Shen Yao, I am leaving." Shen Yao looked at Xiao Shan, who was carrying a bag. The main male lead's older brother was up to some trouble again. "Just go if you want." "Why, tell me. If you don't leave, how can you come back strong after 5 years? Safe travels, and have a good journey." "Are you really so annoying? Can't wait for me to leave." "Did you hear that? Did you hear? It just shows that we are not compatible." Damn it, he ran off saying he was leaving. She already wished him a good journey. What more does he want? Is that not enough? Why does he care whether she likes him or not? "Big brother, I find that every time I talk to you, I get so tired. You keep calling me big brother again, Shen Yao. You will regret it. You definitely will." After saying that, the boss angrily turned around and left without looking back. Ha ha, what a joke. Where exactly is the mistake in calling me big brother? Where is the problem with that title? What a character. Shen Yao was too tired to bother with this spoiled person. She carried her hope for the future and went home to count her money. After Shen Yao left, Xiao Shan, who hadn't gone far, suddenly stopped and turned back. He looked at Shen Yao, who was leaving without hesitation, and felt a strange pain in his heart. It was like losing something he couldn't hold on to. He thought, what if he had been more persistent back then? What if he hadn't broken off the engagement? Or what if he had more money to give her as a gift instead of marrying into her family? Would the ending have been different? Forget it, just take a chance. Maybe if he saved enough money, Shen Yao would look at him differently. Since she can't get married, he would just wait and see. Xiao Shan then completely left. Meanwhile, Shen Yao, who was about to enter the village, suddenly seemed to remember something and turned around quickly to chase after him. Did she just see that Xiao Shan's leg was no longer lame? Was she seeing things? She wanted to follow, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Was she just seeing things?
Probably.
After all, the key to the ending where the main characters end up together is that the heroine finds a doctor who cures the hero's leg. So, she must have been seeing things. Alright, the hero has become successful. She also wants to start her own path to wealth. Let's go for it. What did you say? Xiao Shan left? How is that possible? Fong Daquai looked at his daughter in surprise. Shouldn't she be more concerned that he finally came back? What's wrong with you? When we were coming back just now, I saw him carrying a bag. He must be going far away. Alright, stop worrying about others. Aren't you happy that your father is back? Fong Zidong quickly put aside her discomfort and changed to a happy expression. Of course, I'm happy that you're back, Dad. Ha, that's good. I have something to make you even happier. Fong Zidong's mind was in turmoil. She was still trying to find a way to cause trouble for Xiao Shan. When she heard her father's words, she had to focus on responding. What's the matter, Dad? What do you want to say? Fong Daquai looked around carefully, even quietly walking to the door to close it. His actions made Fong Zidong instinctively shrink to the side, feeling a bit scared. As for why she reacted this way, even she couldn't explain. But when she saw Fong Daquai close the door and look at her mysteriously, he said, "Your mother sent someone to pick you up." Fong Zidong was shocked and quickly stood up from her chair. What? Are you surprised?
Ah, Dad tricked you.
Your mother is alive. She's doing well now in the capital. She sent someone to pick you up to enjoy a good life. Fong Zidong never expected that what was supposed to happen 5 years later would happen early. Could it be because of her letter? If that was the case, then it was wonderful, so wonderful. A noble lady from a noble family. She was coming. Big sister, why are you burning your hair? Shen Nan looked at her sister in confusion, watching her burn something in the pot. It smelled bad and was really unpleasant. This is blood residue. But isn't that hair? Why is it blood residue? Hair is the leftover blood. Hair is an extension of blood vessels. When burned to charcoal, it becomes blood residue charcoal. Blood residue charcoal can stop bleeding, reduce swelling, promote urination, nourishing, and stop bleeding in the heart area. When stir-fried with cooked egg yolks, it becomes egg yolk butter, also called phoenix oil, which is a top remedy for stopping bleeding. Now, because winter has paused the fighting in the northwest, but come spring, this stuff will be hard to find there. Master Lu said we can take as much as we want, so the more we make, the better. Hearing her sister say this, Shen Nan nodded as if he understood but was still a bit unsure. He looked at his sister with admiration. Why could she understand such complicated things so well? Don't understand? That's okay. Shen Nan is still young. You'll understand slowly over time. I will read the medical books Dad left for you. But when she mentioned this, Shen Nan didn't feel happy. Instead, he looked down sadly. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? When Shen Yao saw Shen Nan, she immediately checked his pulse. However, Shen Nan pulled back his hand, tears welled up in his eyes, and he looked very upset, as if he had been treated unfairly. What's wrong? Is there something you can't tell your sister? Why are you crying? Boys shouldn't always cry. This time, Shen Nan really started to cry, looking guilty and afraid to meet Shen Yao's eyes. Sister, I'm so stupid. I can't remember the medical books you told me. I listen, but I forget right away. So that's what it was. I thought something serious happened. It's okay. If you can't remember, just read them again. But every time I go to town and listen to their lessons, I remember everything after one try. Sister, I try very hard to remember, but I just can't. Hearing this, Shen Yao was surprised. Lessons? Could it be the private school behind the clinic? She remembered that whenever they went to the clinic, Shen Nan would sneak to the back to play. So he was secretly listening at the private school? Shen Yao thought she had arranged a good path for Shen Nan, never considering whether he liked it or not. Everyone thought studying medicine was a good way out, but they ignored Shen Nan's own wishes. Maybe he didn't really like it that much? Shen Yao understood this and looked at Shen Nan calmly asking, Shen Nan, do you really remember what the private school teacher teaches after just one time? Shen Nan nodded hard, as if afraid his sister wouldn't believe him, and immediately recited, People are born good. Word for word. Shen Yao was shocked. They had only been to town a few times? And Shen Nan remembered everything? Could it be that he has a special talent for studying? If that's true, she might need to change her plans for his education. Shen Nan, you're amazing. You're so talented. Sister, do you still blame me? I can't remember the medical books. Your sister doesn't blame Shen Nan. Shen Nan remembers. If you like something, don't change it easily. Work hard, study carefully, and turn what you like into an essential part of your life. Sister, do you mean I can keep listening at the private school? Eavesdropping? Of course not. No, you shouldn't eavesdrop. Shen Nan looked a little disappointed. So, his sister didn't allow him to go. Shen Yao looked at Shen Nan's unhappy expression and explained, because my older sister is sending Shen Nan to a proper school. We're going to study, real studying. Shen Yao now has a total of 21 taels of silver. After setting aside 1 or 2 taels for daily expenses, Shen Yao decided to use the remaining 20 taels to buy back the little girl first. As for Shen Nan's schooling, it will have to wait until after spring. Shen Nan's health is poor. He often catches colds, has a small body, and poor digestion, making it very hard to care for him. In ancient times, a cold could be deadly, so Shen Yao didn't dare risk his life. Shen Nan also knew he was not healthy enough for school, so he has been very obedient lately. Because of the continuous rain, he hardly goes outside anymore. Every day, he stays at home, playing with the small dog they brought back from the village. Playing with animals in moderation can help children build resistance. Shen Yao shared her plan with Shen Nan and he agreed. With less than 10 days until the new year, bringing the little girl home now would let her celebrate a good holiday at home. Also, Shen Yao asked Dr. Liu to keep an eye out. She said that the whole family had gone to the capital to visit wealthy relatives, but because the eldest daughter-in-law had a slight pregnancy issue, they returned halfway. The little girl was with them. This was a lucky chance. They had saved enough 20 taels of silver and were just waiting to buy her back. Shen Yao felt happy. Seeing her past mistakes slowly being paid off, she felt very relieved inside. Even when she went to pick herbs, her lips were curved in a smile. Yao, are you very happy today? Because it was very cold, Shen Nan was sent to Granny Wang's place and wasn't allowed outside. Only Shen Yao and Fong Xiaomé carried baskets and small hoes up the mountain. Of course, they only went as far as the middle of the hill. Shen Yao carefully looked at the wild grass on the roadside to see if there were any herbs, while smiling and saying, "You're about to meet a friend soon, so you're very happy. By the way, it's been almost a month. Are you sure you won't go back?" Fong Xiaomé is much happier now. At Granny Wang's, there aren't many chores, just helping to wash clothes, fetch water, and cook. She can eat well, and most importantly, she can earn money. This is a life she never dared to imagine before. She doesn't want to go back. Instead of returning to marry someone else and become a servant, she would rather stay here and be with Grandma Wang. I've saved up 2 silver coins now. That's the most money I've ever seen. I can eat every day, even if it's just cornmeal porridge. I feel very content. Shen Yao nodded. Although she didn't know how Fong Xiaomé used to live, she guessed her life at Fong's family was probably similar. After all, they are both burdens, right? But you have parents, and your household registration isn't here. Your parents' wishes and the matchmaker's words matter. What if your aunt insists on arranging a marriage? Shen Yao's worries weren't unfounded. She didn't want the girl to harm herself before, so she brought her here. Now that everything seems to have calmed down, Shen Yao wants to talk to her about this issue. Fong Xiaomé hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it later. But if they really want me to marry that widower, I won't try to hurt myself anymore, but I will cut my hair and become a maiden." Huh. As long as I have no hair, no one will want to marry me. Then it won't matter. Who told you that? No one will marry you if you have no hair. Fong Xiaomé looked at Shen Yao with surprise. Don't you know? In our Xiaoan culture, if a woman cuts her hair, it means she has broken ties with her family. Her family won't accept her, so she can only become a maiden. Wow, I didn't know there was such a rule. What if a maiden wants to return to her original life? Return. Women without hair are considered unlucky. Even if they do, no one will marry them and they'll be laughed at. This is the difference between ancient and modern times. Short-haired girls are common nowadays, and some punk-styled or even bald girls can be seen. But as long as she doesn't try to harm herself, being a maiden for now isn't a big deal. Who knows what the future holds? We'll see when Fong Xiaomé's uncle's family comes to visit. Just as Shen Yao found a patch of yam and was about to dig it up, a loud shout came. "Again you! Why do you always try to take what belongs to us? These yams are ours. We saw them first." Shen Yao, you're so shameless. You deserve to be an old maid for the rest of your life. It was like he didn't check the calendar before going out. What a troublemaker. Xiao Shan, you better watch your words. A grown man like you being so rude. What kind of man are you? If I hear you speak dirty words again, I'll make sure you can never speak properly in your life. Instead of calming down, Xiao Shan got even angrier when he heard this. He kept scolding Shen Yao. "I'll say what I want. You don't want to be a concubine, but now my sister is in big trouble because of you. Now the Qin family says they won't let our little girl buy back her freedom unless we pay 100 taels of silver. Where are we supposed to find so much money? My second brother has already sold himself to the northwest. Our family is falling apart, all because of you. You're a bad omen, a traitor. May you have a miserable life." Shen Yao was shocked. Just earlier, she was happily thinking they had enough silver to buy back the girl. Now, this brat was saying the price had doubled? 100 taels? 5 times more? People from poor families can't afford that much silver in a lifetime. Is the Qin family crazy? Do they do business like this? Are you telling the truth? My fourth brother? though outspoken, wouldn't say such things lightly. My second brother originally exchanged 20 taels of silver with his employer, but then my little sister said they only agreed to release her if we paid 100 taels. They also said the Qin family said my sister's good luck and fortune would bring prosperity to her husband and children. So, if Shen Yao didn't believe Xiao Shan's words, she had to believe the honest and kind-hearted Xiao Da. So, she still needed to gather more silver. Seeing Shen Yao silent, Xiao Shan felt even more justified. He swung his hoe and dug up the yam with force, even smashing it to pieces, grumbling angrily. "You've ruined my sister's life, and now you're stealing my yams. Even if I break them all, I won't give you any. I won't." After saying that, he struck the yams several more times, splattering its white pulp everywhere. "You're so wasteful. These yams are good food. It's such a pity to see them destroyed like this." Fong Xiaomé really couldn't stand Xiao Shan's behavior. This food could feed people, especially in winter when many families don't have enough grain and might starve or freeze to death. Isn't that too sad? But she didn't expect Xiao Shan to be so reckless. He looked at Fong Xiaomé and started scolding her without any reason or explanation. "You and Shen Yao, that ungrateful person, are in this together. You're not a good person either. I want to dig up this food so you can't eat it." Fong Xiaomé had experienced hardship. When she was at home hungry in winter, she used to dig for wild yams in the mountains. Now, seeing the food being wasted, she immediately used her small hoe to stop them, regardless of her safety. She was used to farm work, and her strength was much greater than Xiao Shan's, who was only 15. At this moment, Xiao Shan was hit so hard that his hand went numb. He took a big step back, almost falling to the ground. "How dare you hit me? I won't let you get away with it," Xiao Shan said and tried to rush forward to fight Fong Xiaomé. In that split second, Xiao Da stepped forward quickly, blocking Xiao Shan and shouting, "The girl doesn't want you to ruin the food. You didn't stand firm because you're not strong enough. When did she hit you? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry back and see how precious this food is being wasted." Fong Xiaomé's initial nervousness eased as Xiao Da's words calmed her down. She looked up shyly at Xiao Da. If her older brother wasn't sensible, she and Shen Yao might have been beaten today. Just as she looked up, Xiao Da also looked over and they exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit embarrassed and lowering their heads. Shen Yao, who had been quietly thinking nearby, didn't see this scene. Fortunately, Xiao Da soon dragged Xiao Shan away. Fong Xiaomé watched the two walk off and then pulled Shen Yao aside. "Yao, they're gone. What are you thinking about?" Shen Yao snapped out of her thoughts, looked at the broken yams on the ground, and sighed. "I thought I would see Xiao Yao soon, but it seems I can't. Let's go and keep looking for yams. Is Xiao Yao the little sister sold from the Xiao family? So the friend you said you'd see soon is her? Do you know?" Qingmei looked at Shen Yao shyly and then said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your affairs. I just overheard the village ant talking while I was washing clothes by the river." Shen Yao shrugged casually. "Did they also say I'm not smart? That Xiao Shan is so good but still broke off the engagement." Qingmei's face turned red with embarrassment, but she explained, "But the village ant also said it was Yang's foolish mistake. You're now the best girl in the village, just registered as a daughter-in-law, so in the future, you'll only be a concubine. Yao, if you hadn't broken off the engagement with Xiao Shan, he would still come to take care of you and your siblings. That's really good. People are main characters after all. How can a supporting character be with the main hero? And besides, now they are deeply hostile to each other. There are some things you don't understand. Xiao Shan has his own opportunities. I'm not suitable for him. He can find someone better." Qingmei shook her head. "I may not understand everything, but Yao, you have a kind heart. I believe no one is better than you." Hearing Qingmei's praise, Shen Yao felt a bit shy. But her mood gradually improved. People say honest folks don't tell lies. Am I really that good? Qingmei immediately patted her chest to assure her. Yes, of course. Everyone in the village says you're good. I think so too. Look, I'm surnamed Fong, and you don't dislike me saving you. There's no one better than you in this world. Shen Yao smiled even more happily and deliberately said with a bit of a teasing tone. Really? You're the first person to praise me. Xiaomé, you're so kind. If you praise me a few more times, I might feel even happier. Qingmei, a simple and honest girl, immediately started thinking hard and said, Yao Yao, you have a kind heart, good medical skills, and you know herbs. You're capable and talented. You're the person more impressive than Old Master. Shen Yao couldn't help but giggle. More impressive than Old Master? That's not possible. But being praised felt really nice. The cost to buy her freedom increased, and Shen Yao was indeed quite troubled. However, she thought it was best to find a trustworthy person to ask around and figure out the real reason. After all, how could a simple country girl be worth 100 taels? Is it really because of her birth chart? What kind of birth chart could be so impressive? Shen Yao went to the town again. Earlier, when I visited the Qin family to see the young madam, I heard their servants mention it. They said all their servants' birth charts were cursed, and they were sent to the provincial capital to Master N at the Great Buddha Temple for a reading. Master N is very skilled at reading birth charts. He once even read for a prince. Hearing this, Lu Doctor became interested. Old-fashioned fortune-telling? That sounds intriguing. He immediately asked, how is he so powerful? He said she might face a deadly accident and not live past 30, but if she meets a noble person in her life, her fate could change. Noble person? Who? Lu Doctor stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, a married woman. Really? Lu Doctor smiled. Surprising, isn't it? It caused quite a stir at the time. Coincidentally, the Duke was in the provincial capital when he was bitten by a rat at the relay station. His condition worsened, and he was in danger. They tried many doctors, but no one could help. Even the emperor's doctors were helpless. Then guess what? A woman came to offer medicine, claiming her family's secret recipe could treat rat bites. The Duke had no choice but to try her medicine. Unexpectedly, it worked perfectly. Later, the Duke sent someone to take the woman's birth chart to Master N at the Great Buddha Temple. The master's comment will bring prosperity to her husband and children. Very good. Shen Yao was amazed. What happened next? The Duke must have rewarded her greatly, right? But Lu Doctor shook his head. Not just gratitude. I heard the Duke eventually married her as a concubine. What? Did her family cause trouble? Ha ha ha, silly girl. Common folk and royalty, do you think they would cause trouble? They happily signed a divorce agreement, and from then on, the man and woman had nothing to do with each other.
Wow.
Such mysterious stories seem hard to believe. Not only that, but it sounds familiar too. The lady's mother? Isn't she the princess consort? And she is a woman who remarried after being married before. No way. Is it really her? What a coincidence. Shen Yao suddenly seemed to realize something important and quickly stood up from her seat. Her surprised look surprised even Dr. Lu. Girl, what are you so startled about? You almost gave me a heart attack. Shen Yao finally calmed down and looked at Dr. Lu with an apology.
I'm sorry, Grandpa Liu.
I just remembered something. As soon as Shen Yao finished speaking, there was a noise of wheels at the pharmacy door, followed by a familiar voice. Zidong, remember to write to Grandma often. Grandma will miss you. Yes, Zidong. Write back often. Father will also miss you. When your brother is born, Father will bring him to Beijing to see you. Hearing this voice, Shen Yao went outside to look. 4 richly decorated carriages were passing by the pharmacy entrance. On the front carriage, old lady Fong and Fong Daquai sat, while inside was the beautifully dressed Fong Zidong.
Is she
going to Beijing? Don't worry, Dad and Mom. When I get to Beijing, I will write often. I haven't been close to my mother before, so I don't know if she will like me. If my letters are late, please don't be mad. Fong Zidong, the main female character, actually left 5 years early to meet her mother in Beijing? Is it because of rebirth? And what about Xiao Shan? Now, they are growing further apart. How can they stay together? But then she thought, since the female lead has reborn, she must have 100 ways to have a chance encounter with the male lead.
She doesn't need to worry about that.
The reborn female lead is like a little cunning snake. Staying away is probably better. Anyway, She just needs to wait 5 years for her passionate love story with the male lead and the likely overwhelming revenge from them. Time is tight. 5 years. Can she turn things around before they become successful and keep them under control? She must. Absolutely. Future, let's go. Listening to the gossip from Dr. Liu, she also gained some understanding. Coincidentally, a young servant entered the medical clinic and said to Dr. Liu, "Dr. Liu, my young lady is feeling a bit unwell in her stomach. Please come and take a look. Is it the Chen family?" Yes, such a coincidence? Dr. Liu, carrying his medical box, was about to leave when Shen Yao quickly stepped forward, took the box, and looked at Dr. Liu with a pleading expression. Dr. Liu felt helpless under her gaze and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense once you're there, and don't walk around freely. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand. I promise I won't say anything." Dr. Liu nodded and glanced at the curious young servant, then said, "This is my granddaughter. She knows some medical knowledge, so it's more convenient to have a female family member who understands medicine to look after your young lady." The young servant thought that made sense and respectfully invited the two onto a carriage. The carriage jostled for about an incense stick's time before arriving at the Qin family's private courtyard. 2 large stone lions at the gate showed the family's high status. As soon as they got off the carriage, a maid came to lead them inside. She explained again with a smile and happily welcomed Shen Yao and Dr. Liu into the inner courtyard. Shen Yao knew that wealthy families had many rules, and since it was her first time visiting such a rich household in ancient times, she didn't dare to be disrespectful. She didn't even look around much, afraid they would think she was a country bumpkin. Anyway, she thought, with all the shows on 21st century TV, it was like visiting a park. This thought made Shen Yao feel more at ease. Even though the Qin family's decorations were exquisite, with elegant pavilions and towers, she didn't dare to glance too much. Unbeknownst to her, her behavior made a young maid at the Qin household look at her with more respect. The young maids at the Qin family all wore tall, elaborate hairstyles and pink dresses. They moved lightly and quietly, making no sound as they walked. Soon after entering the inner courtyard, they reached a small yard. Inside, four maids stood at the door. The lead maid pushed aside the curtain, and an older woman came out, looking at Dr. Liu and saying, "Young lady has been feeling uncomfortable in her stomach since early this morning. Please, Dr. Liu, take a look." Shen Yao carried the medicine box behind them. Only then did she dare to lift her head and look around the room. The paintings and antiques didn't need explanation. Shen Yao couldn't understand them anyway. She only knew that they were famous works, and even if they weren't, they had been around for hundreds or thousands of years, still considered valuable. Inside the room, incense was burning, with a smell similar to mugwort. The scent was a bit sharp and strong. Since the window was not open and the charcoal fire was burning, the air felt stuffy and uncomfortable. A very wealthy lady was lying on the bed, wearing only a simple headband across her forehead. The young lady, Mrs. Chen, was only about 20 years old. She looked very delicate and pretty, but her face was pale, and her hands were swollen. Despite having a small frame, she had a large belly, which made people feel worried at first glance. Her face showed a strange kind of pain that was hard to describe. Shen Yao sensed something was wrong just by looking at her. Especially her belly. It was so big that it didn't seem like a typical 7-month pregnancy. It looked like there might be more than one baby. "Madam, how have you been eating lately?" "This morning, I had a bowl of red date millet porridge, a piece of yam cake, and a small plate of vegetables. I haven't eaten anything since then. I just feel dizzy, want to vomit, and my stomach is uncomfortable. Doctor, is Our Lady all right?" Dr. Liu's face grew more serious as he checked her pulse. He looked at her large belly and thought for a moment before speaking to Shen Yao. "Shen Yao, come here." Shen Yao didn't expect Dr. Liu to call her over at this moment. "What is it, Grandpa?" Dr. Liu didn't answer Shen Yao directly. Instead, he looked at Mrs. Chen and said, "Madam, this is my granddaughter. She knows some medical skills. I will ask her to feel your belly later. Is that okay?" Dr. Liu was about 60 years old, with silver hair that looked very wise and kind. He was the best doctor in town, so Mrs. Chen trusted him deeply. Now that she heard he wanted his granddaughter to feel her belly, she felt even more confident. It was a way to protect her reputation. Her husband had already arranged for a famous doctor from Beijing to come, but it would take at least 2 days for him to arrive. Today, she felt her stomach was very uncomfortable. This was the first grandson in her husband's family, and she couldn't take any chances. "Thank you." After getting permission, Shen Yao was surprised but followed Dr. Lu's instructions to step forward. Wasn't she told not to speak much or interfere? Why did Dr. Lu think she could feel someone's belly? Shen Yao didn't know that her previous acupuncture treatment had already made Dr. Lu realize her medical skills. Without real ability, who would dare to do acupuncture that went 4 inches deep into the flesh? So Dr. Lu believed that Shen Yao must be a very skilled hidden expert. Alright, let's get back to the main point. Dr. Lu stepped back outside the screen. Shen Yao first washed her hands at a nearby basin, then stepped forward. She watched the maidservants lower the curtains and gently unbuttoned Lady Zhang's clothes, revealing a large belly. Seeing it directly was more clear than just looking at it covered by clothes. The belly was pale and covered with countless blue and white stretch marks. These are stretch marks from pregnancy. The belly was very big. She had a small frame, and carrying such a child would be very hard for her. Shen Yao reached out and touched it. Sure enough, she found twins.
Wow.
No, maybe triplets. This is very dangerous even in modern times. She didn't expect to encounter this so soon in ancient times. Shen Yao carefully examined Lady Zhang's belly. Later, under Lady Zhang's surprised gaze, she even took her pulse secretly. But the conclusion surprised Shen Yao. It took even longer to figure out. Shen Yao didn't communicate with Dr. Lu at all during the process. After a full incense stick of time, Shen Yao finally looked up at Lady Zhang's face. Seeing her pained expression and her gentle, worried tone, Shen Yao said, "Young lady, is my pregnancy not good?" Young lady? That title didn't sound as comfortable as calling her doctor. But Shen Yao seriously replied, "I will explain everything carefully to Dr. Lu. Later, Dr. Lu will examine you." After saying that, Shen Yao gently massaged her lower back. Soon, Lady Zhang's face softened a little. It seems the pain has eased a bit. Hearing this, Shen Yao stopped her examination. "It's better for the lady to rest in bed. Please avoid walking around." Then she washed her hands at a basin nearby, stepped out from behind the screen, and joined Dr. Lu. At this moment in the side room, "Grandpa Lu, is this a multiple pregnancy?" Sure enough, this young girl was quite capable. "What else did you find?" "One of the babies is in a wrong position, and I feel her pulse is rapid, like a string turning into a pearl. I think this young lady is about to give birth." Shen Yao's heart skipped a beat, feeling that things might become even more difficult, possibly involving both adults and children. Since ancient times, giving birth to twins has always been a dangerous ordeal. Lady Qin might face some hardships this time, but unexpectedly, Shen Yao heard this and said, "No, it's not twins. It's triplets." This caused Dr. Lu to be greatly surprised. "Triplets? Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. One of the babies is very weak. If I hadn't felt her belly myself, I might not have noticed." Dr. Lu was now quite unsettled. He hadn't expected such a big problem right at the start. "Remember, don't speak about this for now. What's wrong? Let's talk outside." Although Shen Yao didn't understand why, she knew Dr. Lu was kind-hearted and wouldn't ignore someone in need. But he was also not a fool. She nodded immediately. "I understand. I'm just a medical maid right now." "Good." The two of them walked out of the side room, one after the other. Dr. Lu handed the prepared medicine to a maid nearby, then said to Lady Qin, "Because the lady is carrying triplets, her situation is more complicated than others. She is over 7 months pregnant. Most triplets are born early. Although her water hasn't broken and she hasn't gone into labor, we still need to prepare for the worst." Not only Lady Lu, but even the maid was shocked. "Dr. Lu, are you saying Our Lady is about to give birth?" Before the maid could finish, a loud shout came from the doorway. "You incompetent doctor! Our Lady is not dead yet. I have delivered many children, at least 80 out of 100, and I also delivered our young master myself. I never made a mistake. This morning, I checked the lady and everything was fine. Maybe she was slightly disturbed yesterday by that troublemaker, which caused a little premature movement, but she just needs careful rest. There's no sign of labor now. A fierce-looking maid suddenly entered and argued back at them, her tone full of disdain and scolding. Most importantly, Shen Yao noticed that Lady Qin seemed to avoid this maid. Seeing her speak like that, she also looked patient and didn't immediately argue back. Instead, the maidservant beside Mrs. Qin immediately said, "Madame Kong doesn't need to be so upset. Why did Chunju suddenly come to tell our young lady those things? We will find out the truth. Although you were sent by the old lady, you must also show respect. You are just a wet nurse, not a doctor." Naturally, we followed the doctor's advice. This wet nurse was quite bold and commanding. I didn't say the baby would be born immediately, only that preparations are underway, and the lady needs to rest in bed. No unnecessary movement. Hearing this, the wet nurse refused to back down and said, "Our young lady is carrying twins. If she doesn't move around and exercise, it will be more difficult when she gives birth. And you say you're not an incompetent doctor, yet you want our young lady to stay in bed? Our young lady isn't bleeding or showing other problems. She's just a bit heavy and lazy. Do you even know how to examine a patient?" After saying this, the maid seemed to think that wasn't enough and added, "Someone has already gone to the capital to invite a doctor. When the famous doctor arrives, we won't need these local doctors anymore. They're just fooling around with country folks." Throughout, Dr. Liu remained silent, still wearing his kind and gentle expression. Suddenly, Shen Yao realized that this might be exactly what Dr. Liu wanted her to learn. What is the most important thing for a doctor?
To stay calm.
To be humble and respectful. To remain neither sad nor overly happy. Being able to do this, that is the mark of a true doctor. The prescription is left with me. Perhaps once the famous doctor examines her, the medication will be more effective. If there's nothing else, my grandson and I will take our leave. Actually, Qin Xiao believed a little in Dr. Liu. After the nurse just massaged her, she felt much better. She didn't want to move, but Madame Kong's confidant, sent by her mother-in-law, was persistent.
Xiaoan.
The famous doctor invited by her husband would arrive in 2 days anyway. She decided to endure it. "Chun Tao, see Dr. Liu out and remember to give a tip." Yes, as they left, Shen Yao heard Madame Kong's knowing tone behind her, still urging the young lady not to be lazy and to get up and move around. Whether the young lady listened to Shen Yao or not, she didn't know. When they left the inner courtyard, Shen Yao and Dr. Liu looked at the empty gate with a wry smile. They decided to sit in a carriage and walk back themselves. If others saw this, they might have been furious. But Dr. Liu was so generous. "This scenery is nice. Let's take a good walk, Grandpa and I. My granddaughter agrees. Since you accept me as your granddaughter, I won't change you." Shen Yao was surprised at first, then looked up at Dr. Liu and smiled sweetly. "No change. I gained a wise old man. I would never trade you, Grandpa. Yes. I also gained a good granddaughter. Let's go." Shen Yao didn't expect her grandfather to value her so much. But this old Master Liu was definitely the person who helped her the most since she arrived in this ancient time and showed her the most kindness. On the way, they talked about the strange things in the Qin family estate. "Do you know your grandfather was also from the capital before?" "Oh? Tell me more." "My ancestors were imperial doctors, even my father's generation. But palace fights are not easy to handle. My father offended a noble, and the whole family was punished. Later, we returned to our hometown in Pei City. But my father died not long after. Before he left, he told me to stay out of palace disputes and avoid interfering in household matters." Shen Yao understood. She thought, so today's trouble is also caused by palace conflicts? That midwife seems very strong today. Could it be part of the palace struggle? Exactly. And do you know where the Qin family really comes from? Shen Yao truly didn't know. "Please, Grandpa, explain." "The Qin family is not an ordinary family. The old master of the Qin family is a third-rank official in the capital, close to the emperor. He has 1 son and 3 daughters. His only son works outside as an official. Now, The young mistress of the Qin family is the daughter-in-law of the old master, and the child in her belly is the third generation of the Qin family. This was strange. If it's the third generation, shouldn't they be very important? Why does it seem like the mother-in-law hired that midwife for some reason? Is it because the mother-in-law is not pleased? Dr. Lu was very wise, seeming to know everything. He stroked his beard and sighed. Of course, it's because her son is not the legitimate heir of the old lady. I see. But are all the family connections passed down without considering their importance? That's because Madame Chen originally had a son, but he was harmed by the son of Lord Chen's concubine. How could she have good feelings for her enemy's son and daughter-in-law? Oh my, that's so frightening. Just hearing about it makes me uneasy. Madame Chen is resting in Pei City, probably hiding from her stepmother's persecution. Indeed, big families are hard to interfere with. Yes, so they don't trust us, and since they've also hired famous doctors, it's not our concern anymore. Shen Yao finally understood, but she felt a little regretful that she didn't get to see the young girl. Oh well. Just as Shen Yao was feeling disappointed, a carriage hurried up from behind. Dr. Lu, please wait. I'm sorry I'm late. I just received news from the inner courtyard that you've already left with your granddaughter. Our young lady asked me to make sure to see you both off. Shen Yao really didn't want to get in, but Dr. Lu suddenly turned around and got into the carriage. Thank you so much, young man. Seeing Dr. Lu get on, Shen Yao had no choice but to follow. But as soon as the carriage started moving, she heard Dr. Lu ask the young servant, Young man, do you know if there's a girl called Little Ya in the new maids recently bought by the estate? Little Ya? Yes, she's called Chuanju now, but she's a favorite in our household. Shen Yao and Dr. Lu looked at each other in surprise. Chuanju? Isn't she the girl mentioned earlier by the maid Momo and Madame Chen, the one close to the lady of the house? Is she Little Ya? What do you mean? Haha, Dr. Lu, you don't know. A few days ago, the old madam was worried about our unborn little lord and wanted to carefully select someone to serve him. So, everyone from the steward to the coachman had to report their birth dates. It turns out that Chuanju's birth date was chosen by the master of divination, who said she's incredibly lucky. Her fate is so noble, and breaking her bad luck will surely bring prosperity and good fortune. I heard that when she turns 14, she will be presented to our young master as his wife. Now, she's very popular in the estate. Exactly as expected. But Shen Yao was surprised to learn that even the old madam was involved. She felt anxious, unsure of what to do next. Dr. Lu smiled and said, That girl really has good luck, but the young servant pouted sadly and said, Yes, isn't it luck? But that girl threw a fit and refused to cooperate. She even went to the young lady and cried. Now, the young lady has lost her baby. If the baby isn't okay, she might lose her life. He continued, Our young master has only been devoted to the young lady all these years. He doesn't have any other women. Making her a concubine is a blessing she earned in her past life. I really don't understand what she's thinking. At this point, Shen Yao was truly worried. If the girl got involved, her life could be in danger. Although the story later mentioned that she was eventually married, the main heroine had already gone to the capital early. What if this girl also died early? Shen Yao was now too afraid to take any chances, and could only worry quietly. And then there was Mrs. Chen, pregnant with her third child and giving birth naturally, something unthinkable in modern times. Could she survive in ancient times? There was a 90% chance she might die. If only she had 100 taels of silver. She would immediately go to buy the girl back. But 100 taels was a lot. She had saved only 20 taels after a month, so it would take 5 months to gather enough. By then, the opportunity might be gone.
It was so frustrating. It was all so complicated.
Soon, the carriage arrived. After getting out, Dr. Lu looked at Shen Yao but said nothing and returned to his clinic. Once there were no outsiders around, he finally said, Yao, are you really going to get involved in this? Honestly, the girl being sold has little to do with you. It made sense, but emotionally, Shen Yao felt very guilty. If Yang didn't ask for that money, their family wouldn't be like this. I'll consider it as repaying Yang for her kindness. I must save that girl. But we can't get into the Chen family. Didn't you hear? They've already called in a famous doctor from the capital. They won't trust us small-town doctors. That was true. Shen Yao felt very anxious and didn't know what to do. She could only think of other ways. After saying goodbye to Dr. Liu, Shen Yao bought some bones and meat and slowly walked back to the village. As soon as she arrived home, she saw Shen Nan squatting in the yard, holding an injured pigeon and applying herbs randomly. Shen Nan, what are you doing? Big sister, look, this pigeon landed at our house. It almost got bitten to death by Daquai just now. Its leg is badly injured. Shen Yao took the pigeon from Shen Nan Hui. This isn't an ordinary pigeon. Is it a homing pigeon? There was something tied to its leg. When she looked closer, Shen Yao was shocked. There was a banknote for 100 taels of silver and a note. The note read, 200 doses of hemostatic medicine sent to the Northwest camp. Wow. Where is this homing pigeon supposed to fly? It flew here and got hurt. This is a problem. How do we send it back? It's one thing if it's a normal place, but the Northwest camp? This is a big trouble. Big sister Little May said roasted pigeon is good for health. If this pigeon dies, we can roast and eat it. It's tasty, but since it's connected to the Northwest camp, who would dare to eat it? She immediately said, no, we can't eat it. We need to heal it and let it fly away. Fly where? To the place it's supposed to go. But even as she said that, Shen Yao looked at the injured leg and felt she was being too naive. When the leg heals, how will it fly? Will it recognize the way? Oh no. Why are there so many troubles? So many. But the other side's heart is too bold. 100 taels of silver tied to the pigeon's leg. Aren't they afraid someone will catch and eat the pigeon? Shen Yao felt conflicted and annoyed. Just now, she was saying she needed 100 taels of silver. Now, it's right in front of her. It's so tempting. And pigeon meat is actually quite tempting too. If she took this 100 taels of silver and ate the pigeon, would no one know? Yes, she could do that. This isn't modern times with cameras and GPS, haha. Once that idea popped up, she couldn't suppress it. But why does she still feel so uneasy? Is it because of the Northwest camp? Although it's winter now, spring will bring war. The Summer and Wang dynasties have lasted over 100 years through 3 reigns, but the surrounding areas are still troubled by minority groups. The area near the Northwest, especially after the princess from 20 years ago passed away, has seen frequent conflicts between the Northwest and Hojin. Since then, almost every year, there have been battles. Interestingly, the city of Pei, where Shen Yao lives, is only about 1,000 miles from the Northwest. A fast horse can reach there in 5 days, and a carrier pigeon can deliver messages in just 2 days. Pei City is quite strange. Although it has the climate of Shu, it is actually part of the north. This is because Pei City is located just behind the vast Northwest forest and is backed by a long range of mountains. This makes its climate quite different from typical northern weather. After learning this, Shen Yao became even more hesitant to take the 100 taels of silver. If those blood-stopping medicines, which could cost the lives of thousands of soldiers, were caused by her, she would feel deeply guilty. But then she thought she also knows how to make blood-stopping medicine. If she worries about her conscience, she could make some herself and have the carriage driver send it to the Northwest camp. That way, taking the silver wouldn't feel wrong. Shen Yao suddenly understood everything and felt much calmer. She realized that her skills could help her succeed everywhere. She was grateful to her master, thankful for her past diligent studies, grateful to the person who sent the silver, and grateful to the carrier pigeon. She decided not to eat pigeon meat anymore and to raise this lucky pigeon well. It was a treasure, a true blessing. Big sister, look, the pigeon is about to die. Why don't we roast it and eat it? When she heard this, Shen Yao immediately snapped out of her thoughts. She quickly grabbed the lucky pigeon from Shen Nan and, as she went into the house, said to Shen Nan behind her, No, this is our family's lucky treasure. I must save it. Shen Nan didn't understand why the pigeon was considered a treasure, but when he saw his sister applying medicine to its leg, he immediately shut his mouth. His sister had said that when doing something important, she must focus, especially when treating patients, and should not be disturbed. Shen Nan looked at the rescued, lucky treasure, with some regret. It seemed there would be no pigeon meat to eat tonight, but he believed his sister's medical skills would surely save the pigeon. What a pity! Pigeon meat must be very delicious. She was carefully examining the little bird in her hand. Its head and tail are black, with a wide white band across its body. Its underside is pure white. There is a small bite wound on its left thigh that is still bleeding. Its bright eyes are staring at you as if it knows she is healing it. It is very obedient, not struggling or pecking at her, and makes soft cooing sounds that sound quite cute. Little bird, once you heal, you can fly again and be a happy little messenger pigeon. Shen Yao carefully tended to its wound. Worried that the small dog outside might catch it, Shen Yao decided to keep it in her room. She made a small nest with torn cloth and sprinkled some rice inside. After finishing, she felt less guilty about keeping it safe. She locked the door and looked at the remaining herbs in the main room. These herbs wouldn't be very useful in the Northwest camp. They couldn't wait for a war to start and then use the medicine once it's ready, right? So, Shen Yao decided to make medicinal powder to quickly stop bleeding by sprinkling it directly on the wound. This method should be more reliable than using liquid medicine. She made up her mind, checked the remaining herbs, and made a list. She planned to gather more herbs from the mountains without spending too much money. Shen Yao kept all costs under 20 taels and aimed to make plenty of good blood-stopping powder. Xiaomé, if you see these climbing vines and licorice, pick more. But don't just gather from one place. If they don't grow next year, it would be a pity. We can harvest them, but don't damage the roots, understand? As Shen Yao walked, she taught Xiaomé about the herbs. Once learned, this knowledge would benefit her for life. Xiaomé was honest and diligent, and gathering herbs was much easier than farming, so she paid more attention. The two continued collecting herbs on the small slope. This time, although they didn't meet the Xiao family members, they saw Shen Dong and Shen Shi chopping firewood. When they saw Shen Yao, they quickly stepped back in fear. Shen Yao looked at them with a smile. "Big brother, why are you so afraid of me? Did I do something wrong again?" I didn't expect that Shen Yao would become so important that even the Qin family came to invite her. Yes, she truly inherited her father's skills. Last time she treated Shen Nanji, we thought it was just luck, but now it seems she has real talent. Exactly. From now on, if we have any minor illnesses or fevers, we should go to her. Ha, you guys are so naive. Do you know about the Qin family's big event? Their young wife gave birth after a day and night of hard labor. It was a difficult delivery. Shen Yao, a 13-year-old girl, doesn't understand much about these things. If she can't help, will the Qin family forgive her? You really lack experience. Shen Dalong was unhappy to see Shen Yao step forward. Although he was afraid to provoke them now, he still felt happy to see their misfortune. But the villagers didn't agree. Aunt Shen, in particular, shouted at him. "Shen Dalong, don't be so scheming." No matter what, the fact that the Qin family sent a carriage to invite her shows Shen Yao's ability. Besides, childbirth is dangerous. The Qin family wouldn't blame Shen Yao, a young girl, for this. Haven't you heard? The town's doctors have all gone there. They wouldn't make things difficult for Shen Yao. Aunt Shen couldn't stand Shen Dalong's family. Since her husband was the village head, she spoke out, and Shen Dalong mumbled for a long time, but didn't dare to argue back. Everyone disperse. Once Shen Yao returns, everything will be clear. Seeing everyone leave, Shen Nanji worriedly followed Fong Xiaomé into the house. "Shen Nanji, don't worry. Your sister is so capable, she won't be in trouble." Shen Nanji thought for a moment and nodded firmly. "Yes, my sister is amazing.
She'll be fine.
I'll wait patiently for her to come back." Qin residence. When they entered, the orderly Qin residence was now in chaos. Especially the small courtyard of Madame Qin, which was crowded with people. Almost all the town's doctors had come, including some recent arrivals, plus the famous doctors from the capital invited by the Qin family. They all gathered in the side hall. What surprised Shen Yao most was that the young girl she had wanted to see was there. But her situation was bad, soaked and kneeling on the ground, with her hands tied, her hair messy, looking like she had committed a serious mistake. She had sunken cheeks, dull eyes, and looked completely lifeless. This is... Do not be offended, medicine girl. That maidservant recently upset the young madam, causing her to have an early delivery. The young master made her kneel here as punishment. If anything happens to the young madam or the young master, this maidservant will also face consequences. Shen Yao was shocked. Consequences? Facing punishment together? She froze in place. Just then, Dr. Liu came out from outside to fetch her. Seeing her like this, he was worried she might cause trouble and quickly grabbed her, whispering, "Don't go over there. If you go now, it will only make things worse for her. As long as the young madam is safe, the little one will be fine." Shen Yao snapped back to her senses. Yes, that makes sense. But the young madam is pregnant with her third child. It's already complicated, and one of the babies is in a difficult position. Giving birth will be even harder. Grandpa, I can't just watch the little one die. Dr. Liu saw Shen Yao's eyes red with worry. She looked anxious and hesitant. At that moment, the maidservant beside the young madam hurried out and called to Shen Yao, "Medicine girl, come quickly. The young madam wants to see you." Everyone's eyes turned to Shen Yao. The young madam wants to see a medicine girl? Who is she? Be careful. Protect yourself if needed. Old Master Liu firmly held Shen Yao's wrist. A drop of phoenix blood fell into her palm. Shen Yao quietly clenched her hand around it, nodded firmly, and under everyone's watch, she entered the delivery room. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Inside, the crowded room was filled with the sound of blood being cleaned up, making people feel anxious. "Medicine girl, the young madam specifically asked to see you. Please do your best to help her." Zheng, the maidservant who had been following the young madam, was excited and worried as she held Shen Yao's hand. Her eyes were red, filled with fear and concern. "I will do my best." Zheng knew Shen Yao was just a medicine girl, but now the young madam was in serious trouble, and she felt helpless. She had a bad feeling in her heart. But desperate times call for desperate measures. Since the young madam insisted on seeing Shen Yao, she didn't know why, but could only send someone to invite her. Now, people don't know if they can turn danger into safety. When Shen Yao entered the inner room, she saw a young nobleman anxiously pacing nearby. The old midwife, Granny Kong, was still beside him, trying to persuade, "My dear son, this is the delivery room, filled with so much blood and chaos. If you disturb it, what will happen? You should leave quickly. If the lady finds out, I can't bear the blame." The young man, about 20, wore a sky-blue robe and a jade crown on his head, standing tall and handsome. But his worried eyes showed he was nervous about his wife inside. "Granny Kong, how is the young lady now? You said twin babies wouldn't be a problem. Why hasn't she given birth yet?" Granny Kong looked surprised and uncomfortable but argued, "Oh, my young master, I am innocent. Even if I have great skills, the young lady must listen to me. She refuses to move around and only trusts that unskilled doctor, lying still. Without moving, how can the baby be born smoothly?" Granny Kong kept defending herself. When she saw Shen Yao approaching, she pointed at her and said, "It's her, the healer girl, and her grandfather. They must have given something to the young lady, making her lie still in bed. That's why she's having trouble giving birth." The young man turned to look at Shen Yao after hearing Granny Kong's words. His brow furrowed, and he looked very serious as he asked, "Are you the healer girl the young lady has been looking for?" "Yes, sir. She is the healer girl." The young lady said she felt much better after the massage you gave her. "Maybe you should let the healer girl check on her first." Before the young man could speak, Granny Kong shouted again, "No, a little girl who hasn't even grown a full set of teeth knows nothing. If she disturbs the young lady, who will take responsibility? Madam Zheng, you are the young lady's nursemaid. How can you allow such reckless behavior? This is nonsense." Madam Zheng hated Granny Kong now. She thought she was extremely annoying. "I also want to ask Granny Kong, are you here to help deliver the young lady or just to cause trouble?" The old lady claimed to be skilled in delivering twins, but it's been a whole day and night. "What have you done? Has the lady given birth yet?" "Humph. The young madam is having her first child, and it's twins. It can't be that fast." I've seen women labor for 3 days and nights. Although her water has broken, she's only 2 fingers dilated. It's not time yet. At such a critical moment, Madame Kong's indifferent attitude was truly unbearable, especially when she mentioned that the water had already broken. That made things even more worrying. Who told Madame Kong that the young madam is carrying twins? Shen Yao, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. As soon as she did, everyone turned to look at her. Madame Kong sneered and said, "See? This little girl doesn't even know whether the young madam is carrying 1 or 2 babies. How can she treat her? Get her out of here before she brings bad luck." Young Master Chen and Madame Zheng both looked disappointed. So, there was really no way to save the young madam? They had hoped this young healer might have a solution. But she was only 13. What could she possibly do now? "Sigh. Please ask the healer to leave," young Master Chen finally said. But just as the maid came forward, Shen Yao raised her voice again. "Young Master Chen, you may not know, your wife is not carrying twins, but triplets." The room fell completely silent. "What nonsense are you talking about? Triplets? What do you know, little girl? Didn't we invite a famous doctor from the capital? Let him examine her again." Shen Yao's words made young Master Chen pause and thought. Madame Kong tried to speak again, but he cut her off sharply. "Madame Kong, be quiet. If you keep talking, you can leave as well." Madame Kong had no choice but to close her mouth angrily while young Master Chen called for the doctor again. "This young healer says my wife is carrying triplets, not twins. Dr. Luo, could you please check her pulse again?" Dr. Luo, a man in his 40s with a strong northern build and a kind face, looked surprised when he heard this. He turned to Shen Yao and asked directly, "You know how to take a pulse?" Shen Yao thought for a moment and said honestly, "I once examined Madame Shen's belly and found that she was carrying triplets. When I checked her pulse again, I noticed that one of the babies seemed very weak and might be in danger. My grandfather and I both advised that she should stay in bed to prevent an early birth, but Madame Kong insisted we were incompetent and ignored our warning. We even left a prescription just in case, and there should be a record of it in the household." At these words, Madame Kong was shocked and tried to explain, but Madame Zheng spoke first. "It's true." Madame Kong refused to let the lady rest and insisted she walk around, saying it would help with the delivery. She even had the prescription burned. Young Master Chen was horrified when he heard this and looked at Madame Kong with anger in his eyes. "Dr. Luo, please check my wife's pulse again." Dr. Luo didn't hesitate and went straight into the inner room. "Miss Healer, come with me." Shen Yao didn't refuse. She also wanted to see how the young madam was doing. The smell of blood in the room was stronger. The young madam was lying weakly on the bed, her face pale, kept alive only by strong medicine. Shen Yao's heart sank at the sight. Dr. Luo's expression was also serious. He said nothing and immediately checked the pulse. "There are still 2 pulses, but one is extremely weak. I'm afraid this will be a difficult birth." Hearing this, Shen Yao quickly placed her hand on the young madam's belly. The moment she did, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Earlier, only one baby was in the wrong position, but now both were. No wonder Dr. Luo said one pulse was weak. What should we do? What can we do now? Young Master Chen was beside himself with worry. Madame Kong rushed forward again and shouted, "All the doctors said it's twins. How dare this girl speak nonsense? Take your filthy hands off Our Lady and throw her out. Enough. Whatever grudges you have, I don't care. I'm here to save lives." Shen Yao shouted angrily. Dr. Luo was startled, then asked Miss Healer, "Do you have a way? I can try to correct the baby's positions by hand. Please prepare medicine to help with the delivery, and if possible, use acupuncture to protect the lady's heart." Dr. Luo was astonished. "You know how to correct the position?" "What? Upright position? I have delivered many babies, and if the baby is in the wrong position, it can be very difficult for both mother and child. Sometimes the mother might survive, but be very weak. You, young girl, are talking big without knowing the facts." Nanny Kong probably didn't expect to reveal the truth in her hurry. When Master Chen heard her words, he understood immediately. It seemed this was another scheme by the legitimate mother. Now, there was no hesitation. Using strict measures, she ordered the maid to take her away and not let her get any closer. Shen Yao watched Nanny Kong leave and felt relieved. She took out her needle kit and pulled out a thick, long silver needle, more so than usual. Without hesitation, she aimed it at Lady Chen's heart and stabbed. The movement was so quick that Dr. Luo shouted, "No!" just as Shen Yao moved. Yet, Lady Chen's eyes opened rapidly, as if she was waking up. Everyone was shocked. She is a miracle doctor. I am using a silver needle to protect her heart. Dr. Luo, please prepare labor-inducing medicine and hemostatic medicine. If necessary, use the needle to stop bleeding. Dr. Luo was stunned by the girl's needle. He remembered that years ago, he became famous for inserting a silver needle 3 inches into flesh. Now, this girl, who was no more than 13 or 14 years old, used the most difficult long acupuncture needle and boldly pierced her heart. And it was correct. She was so calm and confident that this was not her first time doing this.
Who is she?
How can she be so powerful? But that's not all. Dr. Luo saw the nurse roll up her sleeve, quickly pour strong alcohol onto her hand, and then start pressing on Lady Chen's belly. Dr. Luo, please prepare the medicine quickly. Shen Yao's words finally woke Dr. Luo from his shock. He immediately nodded. But it was clear that just the two of them might not be enough. Shen Yao understood this well, so she added, "My grandfather is outside. He's over 60, so there's no need to hide. But whether or not there's an issue, I hope Master Chen won't blame my grandfather." Master Chen was not an unreasonable person. Hearing this, he saw the girl's skill and thought her grandfather must be extraordinary too. He immediately said, "I, Master Chen, am not unreasonable. Everyone do your best. No matter the outcome, I will not blame anyone." After giving these orders, Dr. Lu also came in. Seeing the long needle, he understood everything clearly. This girl is very brave. But she quickly moved aside to talk with Dr. Luo. Her calm attitude made Dr. Luo think that Shen Yao's medical skills were taught by her grandfather, who was also an expert. So, he modestly asked Lu Daifu for advice. When Miss Chen woke up, she saw the nurse fussing over her belly. She was in a lot of pain but still kept some reason and looked at Shen Yao. "Last time you touched me, I felt much better. Nurse, I trust you. Save my baby." Hearing her serious words, Shen Yao knew she couldn't take this lightly. "Hold on, it will be very painful," Miss Chen nodded. With the help of Grandma Zheng, screams filled the room. After a while, the labor medicine was given, but her cervix was not fully open. "Why can't you give birth? What should we do?" Shen Yao knew every second counted. The water broke too early, and if they delayed, the baby might suffer from lack of oxygen, which could be deadly for both mother and child. She thought for a moment and said to Grandma Zheng, "Find me scissors, a bottle of strong alcohol, and some thread."
Tevet?
"Nurse, what are you going to do? Cut the cervix. Help the lady give birth." "No, if you cut it, what about Our Lady and the young master afterward?" Grandma Zheng looked at the young girl, who was not yet married, and felt helpless. Shen Yao understood what she meant. She remained calm and said firmly, "Trust me." Her eyes were so steady and strong that Grandma Zheng hesitated no more. "Nothing will happen. People's lives are more important than anything. The 3 children. Your lady won't have to worry for the rest of her life." This gave Grandma Zheng great confidence. Yes, the 3 children. Even if the love between husband and wife was gone, these children would secure the lady's position as the young mistress of a Qin family. Surely, one of the 3 must be a son. There has to be a son. "All right, I trust you." Everyone behind the screen was shocked by Shen Yao's actions. Cutting the cervix?
How could she do that?
But Shen Yao was ready. Others stood outside the screen, unable to enter, only watching Shen Yao begin her work. She first used a silver needle to seal the acupuncture points near the lower abdomen to prevent heavy bleeding. Then she carefully disinfected the area around the birth canal with strong alcohol. Next, she took sterilized scissors and, in front of everyone's frightened eyes, cut directly. for people held Mrs. Chen tightly. Shen Yao remained calm and continued her work. Until, see the baby's head. Push hard. You have 3 children. If you don't want them to be orphaned or mistreated by stepmothers, do your best. Don't give other women a chance to hurt your sons. Push hard, push hard. These words gave Mrs. Chen great strength. Her face turned red as she used all her might. A loud cry of the baby woke everyone outside the screen. 2 more to go. Keep going. The process was very slow, but the ending made everyone very excited. Oh my, there are really 3. Miss, keep pushing. There's 1 more. You already have 2 sons and now the last one. Nanny Zheng was so anxious, she changed her way of speaking. Everyone watched nervously as she spoke, staring at the screen. Finally, a very faint cry came through. Everyone relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. What a blessing! 3 sons. The Qin family, which usually only has 1 generation passing down, now had 3 grandsons at once. Such great happiness. Truly a big joy. But just as the happiness began, Nanny Zheng exclaimed, "Oh no, she's bleeding. Medical girl, the young lady is bleeding heavily." This was expected by Shen Yao. At this moment, Dr. Liu quickly spoke up.
Give her that medicine to take.
Shen Yao remembered the phoenix blood that Dr. Liu had given her before entering. She immediately gave it to Mrs. Chen, then quickly sealed several key acupuncture points with silver needles. Dr. Luo hesitated to come in because of politeness. But Dr. Liu entered at this time. He and Shen Yao worked together, inserting needles into her major acupuncture points. Finally, everything was stable. The wound has been stitched up. Don't move around. Every day, use mugwort to boil water and clean her lower wound. I will come back in 7 days to remove the stitches. Now, Shen Yao's words were more powerful than an imperial decree. Nanny Zheng followed her instructions completely. Her face was filled with uncontrollable happiness. Having 3 sons is unprecedented for Xia and her family. Although the 2nd and 3rd sons are a bit weak, with so many people, they are not worried about caring for the 2 children. Shen Yao was already exhausted, covered in blood and dirt, looking very messy. As soon as she stepped out, Dr. Liu put a piece of ginseng into her mouth. A bitter taste spread through her body, and she instantly felt more energetic. Ancient remedies are really good, natural, and not artificially grown. Please, the young lady healer, come with me to change clothes. The young master said to have the 3 of you change, and then dine in the side room. Our Qin family will surely thank you greatly. For Shen Yao, the so-called thanks are nothing compared to the life of the little girl. But just now, the little girl who was kneeling on the ground had already been taken away. Shen Yao looked at the young girl leading her, confused. Miss, may I ask where the girl who was kneeling just now is gone? Since Shen Yao was a great benefactor of this household, Chun Tao, hearing her question, immediately explained kindly, replying to the healer, her name is Chun Ju. Because she broke a taboo in the house, she's now being taken to the woodpile. Tomorrow, when the young master is free, she will be sold. Sold? Does that mean she will be sold again?
Wait.
Could it be that in her past life, this little girl's fate was not in the Qin household? Was she with another wealthy family? Damn it, why don't the novels explain things clearly? Now she's confused. Where exactly did the little girl have her trouble? Where? She changed into a clean, fine cotton dress and a colorful ribbon wrapped around her hair on her right shoulder, tying it into a neat braid, looking tidy and fresh. Shen Yao was still young, only 13, with a face like a bean sprout, innocent and childish. Actually, her features were quite good. Both she and Shen Nan inherited Yang's looks, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a straight nose. But after the past half-year of hardship, her skin was dark and her figure thin, looking like a child who had suffered greatly in a farming family. When she arrived at the side hall, she saw a table full of food. Shen Yao watched Dr. Luo and Dr. Liu chatting happily. After greeting them, she sat down without hesitation and started eating. She was really hungry, but even so, she ate politely and gracefully. While chatting, Dr. Luo kept observing Shen Yao. If an ordinary person saw so much blood and violence, they would probably feel sick and unable to eat, just like him and Dr. Lu. But this girl seemed to enjoy her food, eating happily and without hesitation. If she were a man instead of a woman, her achievements would surely be extraordinary. However, as a woman, she is destined to stay within the inner rooms. This is also why Dr. Luo never thought of feeling jealous of a female doctor, because her gender limits her future prospects. Miss Shen, you have a good appetite. Hearing that Dr. Luo no longer called her a female doctor, she looked up and smiled. Yes, I'm very hungry. I need to eat more, or I won't have the strength to go back later. That's true. But I think Miss Shen might have some deficiencies. Dr. Luo is known as a famous doctor, and it's true. Both she and Shen Nan were born prematurely and have weak bodies from a young age. She is doing well now, as Shen's father passed away when she was 13, and with his care early on, her foundation was strong. But Shen Nan, only 6 years old, was hurt badly by overwork, which affected her health. In the past 6 months, she hasn't been properly nourished, but with gradual care, she'll be fine, Dr. Luo nodded, trying to make a good connection. He took out a small white porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Shen Yao. This is my homemade blood tonic, made with some rare ingredients. I only produce 10 bottles a year. This one I give to Miss Shen as a sign of respect for her impressive medical skills, which are rare for a woman. And I hope Miss Shen stays healthy and can treat more patients. Shen Yao was surprised by these words. Why was Dr. Luo so generous? She instinctively wanted to refuse. But unexpectedly, Dr. Lu smiled and said, Haha, it's only proper to return kindness. Yao Yao, you should accept it. The phoenix oil you developed was so effective that it helped Lady Chen recover quickly. Today's exchange is a good way to build a friendly relationship, now she understood. This is how colleagues in ancient times shared knowledge and learned from each other. She felt it would be rude to refuse. They all chatted happily. After eating, they went to the main hall. At this moment, the whole estate was filled with a joyful atmosphere. The doctors they had invited earlier had already left, and young Master Chen had changed into new clothes, smiling happily as he looked at the three of them. A small gift, just a token of respect. There were 3 trays, each covered with a red cloth. Shen Yao didn't need to look to know that there must be a lot of silver underneath. But she hadn't come for money. So, of course, she wouldn't accept it. The same went for Dr. Lu and Dr. Luo. Especially Dr. Luo. He was already well known and didn't lack money. As for Dr. Lu, he was a man who cared little for fame or wealth, so he didn't mind either. Unexpectedly, all 3 of them declined the gift. Dr. Luo said nothing more, but young Master Chen turned to Shen Yao and Dr. Lu. Please don't refuse. After all, we owe much to Miss Shen for her help this time. Dr. Lu smiled and pointed at the trays. Instead of giving us these 2 trays of silver, how about letting my grandson and me ask for a person from you, young Master Chen? Everyone in the room was surprised. Oh. And who might that be, Dr. Lu? Shen Yao, grateful for Dr. Lu's kindness, stood quietly beside him, listening to the conversation. It's the young maid who was kneeling in the courtyard today. As expected, everyone looked at them in surprise. Dr. Lu, you know that maid Chunju? To tell the truth, Dr. Lu said her family and mine were old friends. But due to some misfortune, she was sold into servitude. At this point, Shen Yao also stepped forward. Young Master Chen thought for a moment. He had originally planned to punish Chunju severely or sell her off. But since Miss Shen and Dr. Lu had spoken up for her, he couldn't refuse. Very well, take her with you. Just as he finished speaking, Madame Kong suddenly rushed out and shouted, You mustn't, young master. Chunju's fate was personally read by Master Liao, who said she was destined for great things. The madam has already decided that after the young madam gives birth, Chunju will become your secondary wife. If you send her away now, how will you explain it to the madam? Young Master Chen already knew about the shady dealings in his household, including Madame Kong's actions, which had nearly harmed his wife. So, in an uncharacteristic move, he called out toward the door. Guards, take Madame Kong away at once, and send her back to the capital for my father to deal with. Madame Kong was shocked and cried out in panic, "Young master, I was the madam's personal maid. You can't do this to me. Take her away." Two maids stepped forward to pull Auntie Kong away. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the door. "Stop." Everyone turned to look. A woman in her 50s, dressed in luxurious clothes, entered surrounded by a group of maids. "Mother, why are you here? Is this Madame Chen? The old lady who made her young maid her concubine? This is trouble." Shen Yao looked at the sudden appearance of the old lady. She was different from Madame Fong, whom Shen Yao had seen before. This woman looked more like an ancient noble lady, proud and commanding, with an air that made her seem difficult to approach. Shen Yao didn't want to get involved with Madame Chen, but now that the contract was almost signed, the old lady had arrived. "Are these the doctors who treated Miss Cui? Bring them here. I will reward them with 100 taels of gold. Our Chen family's third generation has been born safely, and we must thank the three of you." 100 taels of gold? That's 1,000 taels of silver. Quite a generous gift. Even Master Chen looked surprised. But Shen Yao didn't want this so-called big reward. She only wanted the young maid. "Thank you, madam. No need for thanks. I only want the girl who offended your family." Madame Chen was already seated at the main seat. When she heard Shen Yao's words, she didn't get angry. Instead, she spoke calmly. "I didn't expect a young maid to be worth so much fuss." Just now, at the door, 3 young men were causing trouble. They said they were Chuanji's brothers, trying to buy her back. "Bring those 3 in." Shen Yao was surprised. Were they the 3 brothers of Xiaoda? Sure enough, when the people were brought in, it was Xiaoda, Xiaomu, and Xiao. Senator Shen Yao had seen Xiaoda and Xiaosan before. They looked ordinary and not very striking, but Xiaomu's appearance surprised her. All 5 siblings of the Xiao family were good-looking, but Xiaomu was especially stunning. If he were in modern times, he would be a top celebrity, handsome and charming, a true handsome man. Xiao Shan was also good-looking, but he looked similar to Xiaoda and Xiao's senator, only Xiaomu looked different from everyone in the Xiao family. Alright, I will get sidetracked. Shen Yao saw these 3 people, and just like they were surprised to see Shen Yao was also very surprised. Xiaoan shouted, "Shen Yao, what are you doing here?" "Great, you're causing trouble again," but Shen Yao ignored this fool. Young people like him are impulsive and shouldn't be provoked. His hormones are too high, and he's always on the verge of exploding. Shen Yao didn't bother with him. He felt embarrassed, especially since Xiaoda had pulled him. He looked at the elderly woman sitting on the high seat. Xiaoda, who usually isn't good with words and speaks awkwardly, gathered his courage and took a step forward. He made an awkward bow and said, "Madam, we heard that my sister accidentally offended the young lady and the household plans to sell her. Could we, your brothers, buy her back? We will find a way to gather the money." It turned out they came after hearing the news.
No wonder.
The old lady picked up her teacup, seeming very calm. She took a sip and then slowly said, "That is my own chosen concubine." Who said, "I want to sell her." Suddenly, everyone was silent. Oh no! Is the main wife about to compete with the concubine? Shen Yao immediately looked at Mr. Chen. Sure enough, Mr. Chen looked very upset. He didn't care if these people were present and quickly said, "Mother, Chuanji went to Cui's house and spread rumors, disturbing Cui's wife, which caused her to have a miscarriage. How can I accept such a son? Please, mother, reconsider your decision." Mrs. Chen was an expert in household disputes. When she heard her son's words, she said in a deep voice, "I already know the details. Cui's wife is narrow-minded and cannot tolerate others. Since she's pregnant, I plan to let Chuanji wait until next year to buy her back. But now, it's better to buy her back early so she can learn her duties as a wife." This was a bit harsh. At least, Shen Yao thought it almost made Mrs. Chen seem jealous. And helping the concubine fight the daughter-in-law, does Mrs. Chen not realize what she's up to? "Madam, please forgive me. I don't want to be a concubine. I don't want to be a concubine. Please, madam, reconsider your decision. Please reconsider." Just as the young girl was brought in, She immediately ran in, knelt down, and bowed her head in respect. The girl was still soaking wet, looking very messy and like she had suffered a great misfortune. Little girl, when she heard Xiao Shan calling her, she turned her head in a daze. Big brother, third brother, fourth brother, why are you here? She never expected her 3 brothers to be here. Moreover, when she looked around the room, she saw Shen Yao standing not far from them. Could it really be Shen Yao? Are those people really the doctor girl they mentioned? Did she save the young lady? Alright, this isn't a marketplace. Chunju, do you even know what you're saying? The stage was already set, but the performer refused to cooperate. Was she allowed to do that? Ha, dream on. Madam, please, let the servant go. I really don't want to become a concubine. Please, I beg you. The girl bowed her head again, but Madam Chen looked completely indifferent and said coldly, since you've already sold yourself into slavery, you are a servant now. Your marriage is not up to you. Don't want to be a concubine in my Chen family? Then go sell yourself to a brothel as a girl. Even Shen Yao was shocked. Did this old lady have to be so cruel? And she didn't look like she was joking at all. This. No, old madam. Since you're going to sell my sister, why not sell her to us? We'll pay silver. Yes, we can pay silver, really, but a cunning old woman beside Madam Chen sneered. Pay silver? If she's sold as a kiln girl, Chuanju's looks are worth at least 1,000 taels. Can you 3 come up with 1,000 taels? Xiao Shan couldn't hold back anymore and shouted. You're too much. When Xiao girl was sold to your family, it was only 20 taels. Later, we clearly gathered enough money to buy her back, but then you asked for 100 taels. Fine, we paid 100 taels, but it wasn't enough, and now you want 1,000 taels. How can you be so unkind? It's truly disgusting. Your family just had a son, and you don't know how to do more good deeds to bring blessings to your son. Oh no, as soon as Xiao Shan said that, Shen Yao knew he was going to offend someone. Sure enough, not only Madam Chen but also young Master Chen looked at Xiao Shan with displeasure. How dare you? This is not a place for you to cause trouble. And you dare to bring up my newborn brother to talk nonsense. Come here, take this person out for me. Shen Yao knew that the stick wielder would end up like this. He was indeed too outspoken. Last time, he almost caused her trouble, and now he was talking about a newborn baby again. There's a Sichuan saying that fits him perfectly. A bad luck child deserves it. No, please, young mistress, spare my 3rd brother. He didn't mean it. Madam Chen, however, looked at Chuanju indifferently. If he becomes a concubine, your brother will naturally have some connection to our household. He won't just be beaten out, he'll also become a guest of the Chen family. So, little girl, you better think carefully. Do you want to be a maid in the kiln or become a concubine in our house? Think it over carefully. Unexpectedly, even at this moment, the old madam was unwilling to let Chuanju go. Young Master Chen was already very upset, and hearing this, he shouted angrily, Mother, how can you do this? Respect for elders is a must. This girl has been personally approved by Master N. I am doing this for the sake of the Chen family. Even your father knows this. Don't say I am mean. Maybe she prefers being a kiln girl over becoming your concubine? Who knows? Madam Chen looked at young Master Chen with a confident, disdainful expression. He blushed with embarrassment and turned to look at Chuanju. For a moment, the little girl was caught in a battle of emotions. Just then, a servant came in with a stick, ready to force Xiao Shan out. The girl was suddenly frightened and almost instinctively blurted out, I want to be a concubine. She chooses to be a kiln girl. The room instantly fell silent, so quiet that even a needle drop could be heard. Before Chuanju could finish calling her mother, Shen Yao had already spoken first. A kiln girl? Everyone turned to look at Shen Yao. Not to mention that Madam Chen could even plan for her unborn child, let alone a young girl. If she doesn't leave now, she will surely die in these people's fights, just like in the story. However, if she enters a brothel, as long as she has money, they will definitely allow her to buy back her freedom. Moreover, Shen Yao has many ways to help the young girl protect herself in the spring house, so her words are definitely not empty talk. Shen Yao, you beast, you treacherous wolf, you're trying to harm my sister again. I want to kill you. Xiao Shan's eyes turned red with anger. Even Xiao De looked at her with a face full of resentment. But Xiao Mu's reaction surprised Shen Yao because he only looked confused, without much anger. But Shen Yao didn't care about their reactions. She just looked at the young girl. "Little girl, trust me. I won't hurt you. Don't believe her. She's a troublemaker. Don't trust her." The young girl was very conflicted. The difference between serving as a concubine and serving many men was clear to any normal person. But Shen Yao was no longer the same as before. She had previously saved the young lady, but Shen Yao's new skills were a mystery to her. She knew about the struggles within the household. Even a foolish village girl would realize after staying in the Qin family for over a month. She bit her lip, looking very distressed, especially when she saw that the person had already gone inside, making her even more nervous. "Chuanju, don't be confused. A woman's reputation is very important. Not to mention becoming a brothel girl. If you enter a brothel, you'll never marry again in this life. Our family is good. You won't have to worry about clothes or food, and you'll be served well. If you're lucky and have a son or daughter, you'll have no worries in life. Even your brothers will benefit from you, understand?" Someone nearby was trying to persuade her kindly. Shen Yao knew that those who could speak like this genuinely cared for the young girl. But Shen Yao also knew the story. The young girl would definitely die otherwise. Why would Xiao Shan come back to seek revenge? Moreover, young Master Qin and Madam Qin clearly loved each other deeply, and they had 3 sons. Were they really caught in the middle being used as pawns? It was almost madness. She wanted to say a few more words, but unexpectedly, old Master Lu held her back, preventing her from speaking further. Everyone has their own fate. If you do your best and she doesn't understand, you shouldn't force it. Life is in your own hands. This strong statement was clear and powerful. Others might not have heard it, but the little maid close to Shen Yao and Dr. Lu, as well as the 3 brothers from the Xiao family, definitely caught every word. The little maid's knees suddenly buckled as she knelt down. She grabbed the ground with her hands, gathered all her strength, and looked up to say loudly, "I am willing to become Sister Yao of the Kiln." As soon as she finished, young Master Qin looked at the kneeling girl with a complicated expression. When she first approached him voluntarily, he hadn't paid much attention to her. But now, she truly caught his eye. A girl willing to leave the Qin family to become a courtesan. Was she really clever? Or just too naive? Madam Qin also looked at her unexpectedly. Clearly, one was living a luxurious life, and the other was used as a pillow by many. Even a fool would know how to choose. Yet this Chuanju was even worse than a fool. Haha, since she's so shameless, don't blame her for being ruthless. Is it just because she has good luck? There's a saying that good luck only comes after surviving a deadly crisis. If not, it's a dead end. It seems this pawn of hers is doomed to be wasted. Since she doesn't want to, sell her to the brothel immediately. Where is the servant girl? Take her away. Soon, the servant girl came forward and led the little maid away. "Little maid, big brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, you all go. Don't worry about me." The outcome was decided. Shen Yao watched as the servant girl took the girl away. The 3 brothers from the Xiao family naturally didn't stay and left too. Only a few of them remained in the hall. "Since the affairs of the house are complicated, I won't keep you any longer. Please accept this money." The Qin family never owes anyone, huh? Only asking Dr. Luo to accept it? Sure enough, Madam Qin continued. "Just now, Miss Shin said she wanted to exchange this money for that girl. Since we didn't keep her, it seems Miss Shen and your grandfather don't want it either. So, thank you, Miss Shen and Dr. Lu, for your generous help." Seeing such shamelessness, Shen Yao had never seen anyone so brazen before. It was like she was cheating and freeloading, wasn't it? She was just planning to use this money to save the girl. This old woman is really ruthless, truly a master at palace intrigues. "You're impressive. If you don't give me something, you should at least give old man Lu. This family is really shameless. Dr. Luo, please come in." Dr. Luo looked awkwardly at Shen Yao and her grandson, wanting to refuse, but old man Lu smiled slightly at him. appearing indifferent. He seemed to think of something and then accepted. Old man Lu didn't say anything from start to finish, pulling Shen Yao, who wanted to argue with them, out of the Qin residence. Shen Yao was so angry. She always underestimates how shameless these ancient people can be. They truly have no bottom line. In the future, never ask her for help. Even if you do, it won't help. Feeling upset, Shen Yao left the Qin residence and immediately saw the three brothers arguing with a young man. As she approached, she heard the three brothers exclaim, 1,000 taels? We don't have that much money. Why is our sister worth so much silver? The young man had already made up his mind. Just now, the girl at the Qin residence had offended a noble person. How could he not take this chance to get some benefit from her? So he refused to give in. Shen Yao knew these poor guys probably didn't have that much silver, but they wanted to take a piece of her skin anyway. Even if they didn't pay, if the girl became a prostitute, she could still make a lot of money. This business was definitely profitable. Seeing this, Shen Yao's face grew even more displeased. She clenched her teeth and stepped forward. Before she could speak, Xiao Shan slapped her. If Shen Yao hadn't dodged quickly, her face would have been swollen from the slap. Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. You harmed my sister, caused her death. You might as well have let her be a concubine. It's your fault for meddling and speaking out. I will beat you, you ungrateful wolf. I will beat you to death. After saying this, Xiao Shan was about to strike again. But unexpectedly, Xiao Mu, who had been silent, stepped forward and grabbed him, making a hand gesture. This immediately calmed Xiao Shan down. Then, Xiao Mu turned around and signaled to Xiao Da. At this moment, Shen Yao remembered that in the original story, one of Xiao Shan's brothers was adopted and mute. Later, after Xiao Shan became successful, he sent him to a famous doctor for treatment. After being cured, they found his family. Is this Xiao Mu? Shen Yao, we don't want to see you. You should leave. There's nothing for you here. Xiao Da tried to send her away, but she would never leave since she was the one who started this matter. She had nothing else in her bag, but the 100 taels brought by little Fu Bao were still there. So she cautiously said to the young man, her redemption money isn't worth that much. If you ask for 1,000 taels, you're pushing us to the limit. Why don't we make a deal? Shen Yao, I told you to shut up. Xiao Shan kept shouting, but Shen Yao ignored him and continued negotiating with the young man. What kind of deal? Are you trying to buy or sell someone? Shen Yao clenched her teeth, looking at the desperate expression of the young girl and the angry looks from everyone, and said straightforwardly, 100 taels. Sell her to me, and I will treat the girl's illness. The Xiao family members silently left with the young girl. Only old Lu was left behind, furious and stomping his feet. He even pointed at Shen Yao, rarely angry. Do you still care about your reputation? Do you even realize what you just agreed to? A decent girl shouldn't enter a brothel. How will you explain this in the future? You're going to make me so mad. Seeing old Lu so angry, Shen Yao realized he was truly upset because she didn't take the 100 taels of gold earlier. She deliberately smiled and explained, Grandpa, I've already registered as a woman, so my reputation is gone. Actually, this can help save more people. Many young women who get sick can't find anyone to treat them, and they pass away early. They're not at fault. If they weren't sold, they wouldn't suffer like this. So, saving common people and helping them is the same. It's just that their actions make it hard for others to accept. Do you really think that way? Grandpa, do you think I would lie to you? But have you thought about this? If this gets out, and people find out Shen Nan's sister is treating brothel girls, where will Shen Nan's reputation stand? You said before that he's interested in studying. If he wants to take the imperial exams, would that not ruin his chances? Shen Yao, you must be careful. Acting impulsively without considering the consequences is dangerous. I really hadn't thought about this. This is ancient times, not modern. If I cause trouble for Shen Nan, then, if it really can't be helped, I will cut ties with Shen Nan. As long as he has nothing to do with me, he won't be affected. Hearing Shen Yao say this, old Lu knew she was determined. The person who had been standing nearby turned around and looked at the grandfather and granddaughter, smiling. Looks like I'm quite lucky to have met a kind-hearted person. Dr. Lu, you know me, Wang Mahua. I'm not a unreasonable person. This girl was the one who caused a big fuss before about adopting her younger brother, right? I never thought she would be so capable. She even saved the 3 children of the Qin family's young mistress without taking a single silver coin. In our line of work, although it's a bit shady, we value loyalty. Since the girl is loyal, we won't refuse to help. How about this? From now on, if you need help, you can come to my tea shop for treatment. I promise not to take Shen girl to a brothel. What do you think, Dr. Lu? Hearing Wang Mahua's words, Dr. Lu's face finally relaxed a little. Since there's no problem, it's settled then. Shen girl, I'll be waiting for you at the tea shop tomorrow. Shen Yao nodded and watched Wang Mahua leave. Then she carefully explained to old Lu, promising she would never go to a brothel, and only then did the old man agree. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Shan was walking down the street, looking very upset, as if his face was on fire. He felt terrible, especially since no one was speaking. Even after bringing back the little girl, everyone seemed to show no happiness at all. We absolutely cannot let others find out about this. We must keep Shen Yao's secret. She's risking her reputation for us. Hearing his older brother's words, Xiao Shan felt very uncomfortable. Big brother, I didn't expect that girl to do this. Don't worry, I'm not that bad. I won't say anything. Second brother, Shen Yao is changed. Not only did she save Madame Chen and her 3 children, but I think they left empty-handed. It seems the old madam didn't give her the 100 taels of gold, and she didn't take it. She really wants to save me. What? 100 taels of gold? Xiao Shan was shocked.
How could that be?
They had forced her to sell her daughter over just 20 taels of silver before. Would Shen Yao be so generous? Shen Yao, that greedy woman, only disliked our second brother for being poor and broke off the engagement with him. Then she sent her mother to ask for money, which forced you to be sold. Would she really refuse that 100 taels of gold? That's 1,000 taels of silver. Who among us has seen so much money? Not in all our lives. I just can't believe it. Really can't. But the young girl in the mansion wasn't just idling around. She had some people she could talk to. When they were taken outside earlier, a maid whispered in her ear that she was lucky to have been saved by Shen Yao with medical fees. The young master had agreed, but then the old madam suddenly appeared, causing everything to turn out like this. So, the girl believed Shen Yao probably didn't want that 100 taels of gold. I've told you so many times, Shen Yao and her mother have cut ties. That 20 silver coins her mother gave to the Fong family, she no longer has anything to do with them. You're really stubborn, refusing to change your bad ways. If you speak nonsense again, I'll beat you to death. Even Xiao Da rarely got angry at Xiao Shan, slapping him hard on the back, making him almost spit out blood from the pain. But Xiao Shan didn't dare say a word. He knew Big Brother didn't get angry easily, and when he did, it was serious. Right now, Xiao Da's opinion of Shen Yao was like heaven and earth apart. He used to think Shen Yao was very annoying, but now he felt grateful and guilty toward her. Shen Yao is our family's benefactor. She risked her reputation for the young girl, and we must repay her kindness. From now on, we should treat her politely and kindly. If we can help, we should. It's not easy for her to take Shen Nan alone now. Everyone, including Xiao Mu, nodded, except Xiao Shan, who awkwardly nodded under everyone's gaze. This honest man's anger was really frightening. His slap just now hurt so much he almost fainted. But Shen Yao seemed a little different now. She used to be much more annoying, right? Should we also tell second brother? He doesn't have to sell himself anymore, and can come back soon to reunite with us. Yes, I almost forgot about this. Tomorrow, we'll ask someone at the carriage shop to send a message. Let's go home now, mother is still waiting. If she finds out young girl is back, she'll be so happy. Exactly, let's go home, go home. Shen Yao took a nice bath and only got out when she was completely tired. She slowly stepped out of the tub. While drying her hair, she looked at Fong Xiaomé and Shen Nan, who were waiting in the bedroom with excited curiosity. Why are you two still here? Why aren't you sleeping? I told Granny Wang I would take care of Shen Nan, so I don't need to stay out. I'm staying here instead. We want to hear how you saved little Yao. Also, Is it true that Madame Chen had triplets? All boys? That's amazing. This is the first time for us in Xiaoan. Come on, tell us. We've got our popcorn ready. Eating popcorn so late? Aren't you worried about getting a stomach ache? I roasted these pumpkin seeds yesterday. They're so fragrant and won't cause fire in your stomach. Try some, they really know how to make her talk. Gossip is fun. Fine, I'll satisfy your curiosity. When Madame Chen was giving birth, the doctors were helpless. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and this little doctor girl descended from the sky. Madame Chen sold little Yao to someone. Then, big things happened. Shen Yao was full of enthusiasm, telling her story with emotion and gestures. The story was full of twists and turns, making Shen Nan and Fong Xiaomé gasp now and then. In the end, although it was a happy ending, they still had questions. Did the person really agree to pay 100 taels to buy back Sister Xiao Yao? That person is quite easy to talk to. But Yao, how do you have so much silver? I know it was brought by little Fu Bao. Right, sister? Shen Yao smiled and said, Yes, I took a medicine order and that's the payment for the medicine. Hearing this, Fong Xiaomé suddenly understood. Oh, no wonder you've been needing so many herbs lately. That's why. All right, after hearing all this gossip, you can go to sleep now. Sister, I want to sleep with you tonight. Shen Yao smiled but didn't refuse. The child was now 6 years old. Next year, when he starts school, he might not want to sleep with her anymore. In ancient times, boys and girls didn't share beds after age 7, even siblings. Shen Yao cherished these moments very much, so she happily agreed. When Fong Xiaomé went to Shen Nan's bedroom to rest, Shen Nan obediently sat in bed and asked Shen Yao, Older sister, why didn't you let me tell Xiaomé that the 100 taels of silver were brought by Fu Bao? I knew this kid would ask. Silly child, even if Xiaomé is very close to us, you must understand that this is our family matter. It must never be known to outsiders. This is our secret. Do you understand? Shen Nan nodded. I understand. In the future, our family matters must not be casually shared with others. Yes, Shen Nan is very smart. Older sister, did you really use 100 taels to buy back little sister? Why do I feel like you haven't told me the truth? Huh?
So perceptive?
Shen Yao thought for a moment. If this matter were ever exposed, Shen Nan really had the right to know. So she didn't lie and explained everything again. Unexpectedly, Shen Nan looked at Shen Yao with a very serious expression. No, I don't want to be separated from older sister. Even if I don't take the imperial exams, I will never cut ties with you. I want to stay with you. Older sister is saving someone. You are the best person in the world. This child really made Shen Yao unsure of what to say. Don't get so excited. No one can say what will happen in the future. But I promise you, I will never let go of your hand easily, unless you grow up and choose to let go of my hand yourself. But Shen Yao only thought this in her heart. For the young Shen Nan, Shen Yao still wanted to protect his innocence for the few years they had left. Once little sister's matter was settled, Shen Yao finally relieved a big worry. In the morning, Shen Yao took Shen Nan to town to eat 2 big meat buns they both loved, each one satisfied and happy. Shen Nan went to Grandpa Lu's pharmacy. Shen Yao knew he was probably eavesdropping on the private school lessons behind her back. She remembered last time, he was still reciting the 3-character classic. This morning, she heard him reciting the disciples' rules. This child's learning ability was truly astonishing. But Shen Yao also decided that it was time to prepare for Shen Nan. After the new year, she would send him to a private school. The guest return tea shop is right across from Donglai Tavern. When Shen Yao arrived, she saw Fong Daquai sitting behind the counter at Donglai Tavern. She didn't expect that Fong Daquai, who had been dismissed earlier and clearly offended the owner, could still work at Donglai Tavern. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be somewhat like a head manager. Servants who spoke to him nodded and bowed, trying to please him. If there was no strange thing about this, Shen Yao wouldn't believe it. Especially after learning that Fong Zidong's mother might have been appointed as a side consort by the Duke because of Masteran's prophecy, and due to the matter of offering medicine, Shen Yao no longer looked down on the Fong family. After all, in terms of ruthlessness, few could compare to the Fong family members. Considering the complicated relationships, plus the fact that Fong Zidong was reborn and had entered the capital early, the Fong family was definitely the top. That Fong Daquai probably has some background. It's said that Lu Yuanwei personally went to Hehe village to bring him back to be the head of this tavern. Miss Shen, if you meet him again in the future, you should be careful. Shen Yao turned to look at Wang Mahua, who was eating sunflower seeds and leaning against the door, watching Fong Daquai. This person knew a lot. Miss Shen, don't take it the wrong way. In this 100-mile radius, I know everyone. If I don't know something, it's because I haven't heard of it. This man, Wang Mahua, in her 40s, with a dusty look, owned the only brothel in town. That's why she was very attentive when Shen Yao mentioned treating a girl from the brothel for a skin disease. Wang Mahua was a bit plump, dressed in a dark red jacket and skirt, with a flying hair bun decorated with a large, bright velvet flower. She wore heavy makeup, giving her the look of an old-fashioned matchmaker. Especially her large black mole at the corner of her mouth. It was very noticeable and made her look theatrical. However, when she spoke, her mouth carried a faint, unpleasant smell. Shen Yao frowned and said, "Boss Wang, you might want to change your makeup. The thicker the powder, the more spots will appear on your face, huh?" She actually knew she had spots on her face? Oh, I've truly met a miracle doctor. Miss Shen, please take a look at my face and tell me what's going on. Why are there so many spots this year? They weren't like this last year. Shen Yao thought for a moment and looked into her eyes. Why don't you sit down? I'll check your pulse first. Wang Mahua immediately sat down, not daring to be rude. Weak and slippery pulse, indicating liver and gallbladder damp heat. Have you been sweating a lot at night recently, waking up frequently, and sometimes feeling pain under your ribs? Wang Mahua was startled, and her answer was exactly right. Yes. I haven't been sleeping well at night, and I often feel a dull pain under my ribs. What kind of illness do I have? Shen Yao took the prepared paper and pen, writing as she spoke. The problem is with your liver. It's damaged. Don't drink alcohol. Eat light food. I will prescribe some medicine to strengthen your spleen. After taking it, your night waking should improve. With proper care, in about 10 days, your condition will get better. It may take a month or 3 months to see full results. The spots on your face won't disappear completely, but will fade a little. You should use less makeup, as it only does harm. Remember, absolutely no more alcohol. Wang Mahua nodded immediately, holding the prescription like a treasure. Then she called over 3 young women who had been waiting nearby. All 3 looked somewhat pale and unwell, with purple lips. Most importantly, they appeared to be around 30 years old, which in this ancient time was considered quite old for women in a brothel. At this age, still working in a brothel? Miss Shen, these 3 women are getting older now. They have fewer clients, and their health isn't as good as before. But I, Wang Mahua, am not the kind of person to abandon them. I can't pay the redemption money, but I can't just watch them die, can I? Shen Yao sighed. She didn't have the right to judge others' lives, but these 3 women all had a common modern problem: gynecological inflammation. It's not hard to treat. But in this ancient time, if the inflammation is left untreated for too long, it can develop into a serious illness. You can keep this prescription as a backup. After boiling the herbs into a decoction, use it to wash your private parts when warm. Remember, it's not for drinking, but for washing. If possible, boil your personal clothes once a day. During treatment, avoid having sex. I will prescribe different medicines for each of you based on your conditions. Shen Yao spoke for a long time. Wang Mahua and the others didn't react much. When she finished writing the prescription and handed it to Wang Mahua, she was surprised. Are you saying this prescription can be kept for future use? What's wrong with that? Many girls keep anti-inflammatory wash liquids at home. In modern times. But we forget, this is ancient times. Yes, these medicines are not expensive. Boss Wang can let the girls in and use this for cleaning. It's harmless. It would be even better if they clean themselves after each time they are together. This statement once again surprised Wang Mahua. A girl only 13 years old talking about intimacy and private parts without hesitation. It made her feel a bit embarrassed. After all, she is still a young girl. Miss Shen, you are so loyal. I, Wang Mahua, won't forget that. If you need anything from me in the future, just ask. I can't promise everything, but I can still speak well of Wangjin Old Spring Town. Shen Yao, while tidying up the table, smiled and said, All right, I won't be polite. If you need anything later, just ask Boss Wang. Don't refuse. Deal. After saying that, Shen Yao packed her things and left the tea shop. As she stepped out, she bumped into Fong Daquai, who was walking out. Shen Yao? You daring girl. You still dare to appear in front of me. When did you build this official road? And when did you build this house? I'm just walking here. Why can't I appear here? Your face is thicker than a city wall. You can claim anything as your own. Wang Mahua, who was seeing Shen Yao off, thought he might go help her, but hearing this, he burst out laughing. Hey, Fong shopkeeper, our families have always kept to ourselves. Did Shen girl bother you by drinking tea at my tea house? If that's the case, then none of our customers can come to your side of the road?
Whose rule is that?
Did Lu's family set it? Then let old turtle Lu come out, and I'll speak to him myself. Calling Lu the old turtle directly? Wang Mahua and Lu probably have some past conflict. Thinking about it, this Donglai Tavern is the best in town. Opening a small tea house across from it and doing good business makes peaceful coexistence unlikely. So having conflicts is not surprising. Boss Wang, I didn't mean it that way. I'm talking about that stubborn girl. You don't know, she's my stepdaughter, but she's disobedient and even tries to bully me. I'm just teaching my own daughter a lesson, not targeting you. Oh, Fong Daquai actually looked a little scared of Wang Mahua's attitude. But Shen Yao almost laughed out loud. How dare Fong Daquai claim she is his daughter? You're so shameless, and you still deny it. Your surname is Fong. Mine is Shen. We are not related at all. Could she be your girl?
Bah.
My brother and I have cut ties with Yang's family. We signed a formal agreement to end the relationship. Don't try to come close just to seek attention. Fong Daquai was so angry. His wound had only healed recently. He had suffered quite a bit in prison, but thanks to a noble person, his luck had turned around. Still, seeing Shen Yao's stubborn girl made him furious. His eyes were full of anger and threats as he stared at Shen Yao and said, Shen Yao, don't be stubborn. Walk the night road long enough and you might meet a ghost. Huh, was that a threat? Come on, who's afraid of whom? Same to you. Looks like you've forgotten what that itchy powder feels like. Want me to remind you again? Hearing this, Fong Daquai was so scared, he quickly stepped back, eyes wide with fear as he looked at Shen Yao. Being itchy for 3 days was the worst day Fong Daquai ever had. His whole body was scratched raw, and because he couldn't get treatment in prison, many wounds got infected and pus flowed out. Even now, he still had those scars from scratching, suffering greatly. And he couldn't do anything to Shen Yao. After all, Shen Dong, that coward, pushed all the blame onto him. He endured 20 lashes before finally getting help from a powerful person. Now, just thinking about that itchy powder made Fong Daquai terrified.
You.
I will report you to the authorities. You want to harm me? To hurt me? Shen Yao almost laughed out loud. Oh, when you threatened me, you didn't mention reporting. Now that I give you a taste of your own medicine, you want to report me? Go ahead, let the officials come and investigate. Catch the thief, catch the adulterer in bed. Accuse me of poisoning? Haha, go on, hurry up. Anyone who doesn't go is a coward. He was very arrogant. Fong Daquai never expected that his quiet, unnoticeable stepdaughter, who rarely showed herself at home, would one day act so boldly. Not only did she threaten him, but she also showed no fear of him. It was truly shocking. But the girl was right. Without proof, he couldn't do anything to her. Moreover, the person who came to save him had already told him that he wouldn't interfere with any more matters involving people's lives. This made Fong Daquai a little scared. He glared fiercely at Shen Yao. Stupid girl, just wait. One day, you'll regret it. When his daughter gained a firm position in the palace, he would see how he would deal with her then. Not just one day from now, but right now. Come on, try to punish me. After saying that, Shen Yao deliberately took a step forward. Unexpectedly, Fong Daquai was so frightened that he turned and ran away immediately. He thought he was brave, but in the end, haha, I didn't expect that. Fong Daquai is such a coward. Miss Shen, what method did you use? Why does he seem so afraid of you? Shen Yao looked at the people around watching the show. Hearing Wang Manhwa gossip so openly, she also got interested and deliberately said loudly, "He once went to our village trying to kidnap women and children to sell, but he was beaten by my itching powder. It took 3 days of itching before he stopped. I guess he's probably scared now." Oh? So he's a kidnapper. Kidnapper? That's a good way to describe him. Yes, he's a kidnapper. He likes to secretly snatch children and women. This Donglai tavern actually employs such a kidnapper as the head manager? Lu Qian, that old turtle, is really heartless. Everyone, don't eat there anymore. You might get poisoned or drugged, and when you wake up, you'll be sold. Seeing Wang Manhwa so confident, it seemed her problem with Donglai Tavern was quite serious. Shen Yao didn't care. She still had to settle Lu family's accounts. If they got into trouble, she would be happy. So, seeing the villagers start to cause trouble, Shen Yao happily returned to the medical clinic to pick up Shen Nan. Eating is done one bite at a time, and tasks must be completed step by step. The most urgent matter, her little girl, was taken care of first. Next was the matter of the Northwest medicinal herbs. She had taken 100 taels from someone. If she didn't hear that money, how could she be satisfied? Honestly, I just can't get past my conscience. Yao, how did the medicinal water turn into powder? Fong Xiaomé looked confused at the dark, thick liquid in front of her. Shen Yao had been boiling it all morning. Not only in this room, but even outside the gate, the strong smell was so overwhelming it was almost suffocating. Yet, Shen Yao seemed unaffected. Once it's cooked, we fry it. Making medicine looks simple, but every step must be perfect. The order of adding ingredients and the heat used in frying are very important. Such a complicated and difficult process. How are you so smart? How did you learn this? Shen Yao smiled. You can think of it like cooking. The spices, meat, and vegetables, each one is added step by step. Isn't that the same? Fong Xiaomé nodded as if she understood, though she thought cooking was much easier than making medicine. After all, as long as it's cooked, it can be eaten. But if there's even a tiny mistake in making medicine, the whole batch is ruined. Will it really be okay to use that bamboo tube later? Yes, I've already boiled the bamboo tube with hot water. Then I seal the opening with wax. The medicine can be stored for 6 months to a year without spoiling. Seeing how skilled and organized Yao was, Fong Xiaomé admired her and thought she was very capable. Is the pigeon in your house healed? If not, we could stew it and eat. It's very nutritious. Shen Yao thought about the little fu bao in her house. The wound from the bite had already healed and scabbed over. In a couple of days, it should be fine. Oh, what's that? Fong Xiaomé was still imagining how delicious the pigeon would be when suddenly, something seemed to fall on her head. She reached up and touched it. Oh my goodness. Pigeon droppings? Oh no, the pigeon actually pooped on my head. Shen Yao almost burst out laughing. She hadn't expected Fu Bao to take such a clever revenge on Xiaomé. Could it be that the little guy really understood what they were saying? Looking at Fu Bao flying onto Shen Yao's shoulder and then landing, he looked at Fong Xiaomé with a strange expression, almost as if challenging her. You little thing, you actually pooped on my head. Do you believe I'll kill you and roast you to eat? Fong Xiaomé glared angrily at Fu Bao, but the little bird chirped twice, then flew off Shen Yao's shoulder and hovered over her head. Before she could react, another droplet of pigeon droppings fell onto her hair. Hey, you pigeon has become so clever that it remembers grudges. It's making me so angry, so mad. Shen Yao looked surprised, but she had also heard that animals are very intelligent and can be vengeful. Especially birds like pigeons, which are very smart. Maybe it was using its own way to get back at Fong Xiaomé. Also, this little Fu Bao finished eating and then flew back to sit on Shen Yao's shoulder, still looking down on Fong Xiaomé with a disdainful expression. This made Fong Xiaomé very nervous. She was scolded twice by a pigeon. Now she was really afraid to provoke it again. She covered her head and ran away. Watching her run, Fu Bao suddenly flew to the place where Shen Yao had just lit the fire. Shen Yao was amazed. Little one, you really are getting back at her. I didn't know you could be so understanding. But don't worry, no one will hurt you. I am here. I am the boss lady around here. Coo coo, coo coo. It seemed to be responding to Shen Yao. Shen Yao felt even more happy. She started chatting with the pigeon in the kitchen, making cooing sounds back and forth. On the third day, Yao Yao, are the people from the carriage service reliable? Just the fare from here to the northeast camp costs quite a lot, right? Shen Yao wasn't sure, so she decided to ask Wang Manhwa. When Wang Manhwa heard she wanted to take things to the northwest camp, she immediately smiled and said, "Silly girl, just tell them your things are for the northwest camp. No one at the carriage service dares to steal your stuff. Come on, this way you won't have to worry about them charging you extra. With me, Wang Manhwa, around, no one will dare to cheat you." Shen Yao carried a big basket, wrapping it tightly several times before she was satisfied. They arrived at a market outside the city. From the back entrance, they saw a line of loaded wagons being packed. "Hey, Wang Mama, what wind blew you here? Is this your new girl? She's still so young. Hasn't even grown her fur yet? She's too tender. Bringing her here to be with us rough men, are you trying to show off?" The people at the carriage service spoke very bluntly. They were quite rough. Wang Manhwa was used to these kinds of words, but she thought about Shen Yao, this little doctor with talent and loyalty. She couldn't let anyone take advantage of her. He immediately spat at the speaker and loudly said, "Shut your dog mouth. She is a proper young lady from a good family. I was just asked to carry something to the northwest." Upon hearing this, the coachman touched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at the young girl dressed simply in rough cloth, with no red ribbon on her hair. She was clearly from a humble family. "Oh hat, saw thee. I drank a little horse urine and couldn't hold my tongue."
Please don't mind.
"Miss, what are you taking to the northwest?" "Where exactly?" "Our cart is leaving this afternoon, and we should arrive at the northwest gate within 10 days. Hearing his apology, Shen Yao didn't mind and handed over her package, saying, "My older brother is in the Northwest Army. I prepared some medicinal herbs for him. Could you please help deliver them?" "So, for the Northwest camp?" "That's easy. Just give me the items. I will personally deliver them to the Northwest camp gate in 10 days. Do you know your brother's name? I can pass on a message then." "What name?" Shen Yao didn't know either. She could only say, "Just deliver it to the Northwest camp gate, and someone there will know. My brother is on duty at the gate. That should be fine, right?" The coachman looked at the girl more carefully, surprised that she was quite cautious. "Oh well, it was an easy task anyway. All right, since Miss Wang brought it, I'll take 1 tael of silver as travel fare." 1 tael? That's quite expensive for shipping. But it was about what she expected. 20 taels for the herbs and 1 tael for the fare. 21 taels of silver, just spent.
Ha!
Back to square one. The goods were successfully delivered, and Shen Yao let out a small sigh of relief. She had written a note herself, but she didn't know if the other side could see it. But once they saw it, it would probably be after the new year. As they stepped out of the carriage shop, Wang Manhwa looked at Shen Yao with a mysterious smile and said, "I know you don't have an older brother. The only person going to the northwest is that young man Xiao Shan, who you rejected." "How does Wang Manhwa know everything?" "Haha, I told you before. I, Wang Manhwa, have eyes and ears everywhere. There's nothing in Old Spring Town I don't know. You're quite clever, girl. I really don't understand how you could listen to your mother and reject Xiao Shan. That young man is quite impressive. Before, he went to find old Turtle Lu Qian to seek justice for you, but he was beaten and had his leg broken. They threw him out, dragging his bloodied half-leg behind him. I was worried for him, but I have to say, being willing to stand up for his fiancée shows he's a real man. I thought you two would be together, but I didn't expect you to break off the engagement so soon. TSK, even I, Wang Manhwa, can be mistaken sometimes." Shen Yao was surprised and looked at her in shock. "Are you saying Xiao Shan was beaten and had his leg broken because he stood up for me?" "Yes. I was at the tea house and saw and heard everything myself. That boy is brave, criticizing the Lu family for forcing you to be their concubine when you had a marriage agreement. Shen Yao's heart sank deeply. So, there was more to this? It's over now. I thought I didn't owe him anything, but it turns out I owe him a lot. Is this never-ending? Shen Yao's feelings about Xiao Shan became more complicated. This male lead's actions totally surprised Shen Yao. Usually, when she thought she understood him, he would surprise her with something big. If it were her, she probably would hate herself for causing her own leg to be hurt. Oh no, headache. Now she needs to think carefully about how to repay him for his leg. Really hoping the heroine will go? That would mean she'd owe him for life. No, that's definitely not okay. But if she saves him, wouldn't that change the love story of the main characters? Why is this so complicated? Shen Yao returned to the medical clinic feeling conflicted. As soon as she entered, she saw Dr. Luo sitting in the main hall, talking with old Master Lu about something. Most importantly, there was a tray in front of them. It was covered with a red cloth, but Shen Yao could see a glimpse. Was that gold? Yao, you're back? Come here quickly. Dr. Luo brought you gold. He said that the work we did at the Chen residence was a joint effort, and the fee should be split 3 ways. Is this what they call wealth returning after loss? Isn't that too much? Maybe we should just forget it. Dr. Luo smiled happily at this awkward girl. Take it. This time, Madam Chen gave birth. The Chen family insisted on using my name to spread the news across the capital, despite my objections. I feel truly ashamed. This time, Lady Chen was saved thanks to Miss Shen and Dr. Lu. And I only have an empty reputation. But, unfortunately, Luo still has a wife and children in the capital, and the Chen family is powerful there. I cannot offend them, so I am truly ashamed.
So that's why.
However, Dr. Luo is quite honorable in his profession. Although he gained a reputation, he made it clear that he cannot afford to offend the Chen family. The 100 taels of gold are quite a lot. Giving it directly to them as a share is rare for someone who values money so little. Let Grandpa decide this matter. Yes, Dr. Lu, please take charge of this. Dr. Lu stroked his gray beard and thought for a moment, then said, let's split it into 3 parts. That way, Dr. Luo won't feel pressured and we all understand. Shen Yao nodded too. 1/3 is about 330 taels, which is a lot of money. It seems this year will be very good indeed. That's perfect. I will leave for the capital today. If Dr. Lu and Miss Shen come to the capital in the future, please visit Ping'an Hall. Luo will welcome you warmly. After saying goodbye to Dr. Luo, Shen Yao looked at the shining gold and was amazed. The 3 piles of gold were so bright. Is this hers? Truly hers? Look at you, girl. Your eyes are almost fixed on it. Shen Yao chuckled awkwardly and said helplessly, isn't it normal? I've seen so much gold before. In modern times, everything is digital banking. Where would there be such real gold and silver? Have you thought about how you'll spend this money? Without hesitation, Shen Yao replied, yes, I have. Next year, Shen Nan will start studying privately. I need to pay the teacher's tuition and buy writing supplies. Old Master Lu nodded and asked, and then, with the New Year coming, I plan to buy some New Year goods. After the festival, I'll buy vegetable seeds and also ask the villagers to raise the wall around our house a bit higher. These plans are quite reasonable. Dr. Lu looked at her and had nothing to add, so he simply said, I think your plan is good. With this arrangement, leaving you 100 taels of silver should be more than enough. Huh? What does that mean? Shen Yao looked at old Master Lu in surprise. The old man, under Shen Yao's teasing gaze, took 2 of the 3 gold ingots and held them in front of himself. He pointed at them and said, as for these 2, I will donate them in your name to Peiqing Yuan Hall and use some of the funds to buy medicine supplies for the Northwest, not just now but in the future. Every time you earn money from treating patients, you should donate 2/3 of it to charity. A doctor must never be greedy for money. Shen Yao was truly stunned. This was exactly what her former master used to say. Back then, she had developed a medicine, and the profits were so great that her master told her not to be greedy, fearing it would corrupt her heart. Now, she never expected old man Lu to say the same words as her master. She couldn't say she was not surprised. This made her feel a rare closeness, as if her master had come back. If someone truly cared for her, they wouldn't speak to her like this. Old man Lu saw Shen Yao silent for a while and thought she was unhappy. He sighed. You are only 13 years old. Now you are somewhat famous and many people want to see you. But you must know a tall tree attracts the wind. Because you're young and not yet strong-willed, it's easy to be tempted into actions that go against medical ethics. If someone uses you, it could ruin your reputation or even endanger your life. Yao, don't blame Grandpa for being strict. Your father only left you as his heir, and your younger brother is still small. Grandpa is worried. I'm over 60 now. How many more years can I watch over you? When he spoke emotionally, his eyes even turned red. He truly regarded Shen Yao as his granddaughter. Shen Yao was moved to tears. Grandpa, I understand. I will donate. From now on, I will give away most of the money I earn from treating patients. If I see someone who can't afford treatment, I will give medicine for free. I swear, Shen Yao will never seek profit from medicine in my life. I will only help the people and treat the poor. If I break this vow, I pray for thunder to strike me, for 5 bolts to hit me, and for me not to reincarnate after death. Old man Lu looked up, touched by her words, and watched the young girl who had just sworn her vow with pride and hope. He felt deeply emotional. Many years later, when the old man could no longer walk and sat leisurely in the courtyard, watching Shen Yao, now a mother, he would recall this moment as if it were still happening. 30 taels of broken silver and 100 taels of silver notes. Shen Yao took Shen Nan to buy New Year supplies. Big sister, what should we buy for the New Year? Shen Yao thought for a moment and looked at the small vendors in town, noticing more people than before, and said, food, clothes, toys, probably these. Should we invite Grandpa Lu to celebrate the New Year with us? Of course. Since we consider Grandpa Lu as our elder, he's like family. He's only one person, and Nan will go home for the holiday. So, tomorrow morning, we'll tidy up the house and go pick up Grandpa Lu. I've already told him. Shen Nan nodded obediently. Will we call Grandma Wang and Little Mei too? Yes, you can call them. It will be lively, and we'll all celebrate the New Year together. Big sister, can I have some candy? Do we have enough money now? Since Shen Yao's money pouch was full again, she wouldn't refuse Shen Nan. She nodded immediately. Yes, I'll buy you candy and dried fruit. But remember, after eating, brush your teeth with a horsehair brush or you might get cavities and that wouldn't look nice. I know. I brush my teeth with a horsehair brush every day. Big sister, that's the dried fruit shop. Let's go. Children are like that. When they hear something tasty, they can't help but want it. Thanks to Shen Yao's care over the past month, Shen Nan's health has improved a lot. She's gained some weight, but she still hasn't grown taller. Shen Yao knows that Shen Nan has been overworked, so she plans to take it slow. Holding hands, they headed toward the dried fruit shop. Just as they were about to get closer, they saw a man and a woman pulling and tugging as they went into the alley beside the shop. At first, Shen Yao didn't want to interfere, but she was very curious about who they were. Who could they be? Haha, it's Fong Wunan and Yang Shi, an uncle and his sister-in-law. How did they end up together? Big sister, what are you looking at? Nothing. Shen Nan, you pick the dried fruit. I'll sit over there. The shop's window just happened to let Shen Yao overhear their conversation. She sat down nearby, watching Shen Nan choose things while eavesdropping on the gossip. What she heard shocked her. What did she hear? Infidelity. Yang Shi was having an affair? And she is actually with her older cousin? Oh my goodness. This is a dangerous situation. Is she crazy? Has she lost her mind? She is pregnant with Fong Daquai's child. These two are so bold. Big brother, what if someone sees us? My mother-in-law finally agreed for me to come shopping with my sister-in-law. If she finds out, she will be furious. Yang hesitantly avoids Fong Wunan's touch. But Fong Wunan seems unafraid and actually enjoys teasing Yang. The more she is scared and shy, the more excited he becomes. Are you still afraid of that fierce woman? Once Big Brother passes the spring exam, I will leave that fat woman for good. Xiao Hui, look what I bought for you. This hairpin was chosen by me personally. Let me put it on you. I know your third brother hasn't been in a good mood lately, and seeing his injuries must be upsetting. If you're unhappy about anything, just tell me. As long as I am here, your mother won't trouble you. Yang listens to Fong Wunen and feels a little touched. He even gave her a simple, plain hairpin, but it was the first gift she received from someone in years. Her heart softens toward Fong Wunen. Lately, whenever her mother-in-law tries to cause trouble, her big brother always helps her. On the other hand, her own man, because of Shen Yao, the troublemaker, ended up with scratches all over his body, and she was blamed. If she weren't pregnant, Fong Daquai might have hurt her even more. So, even though Yang knows her big brother's feelings for her are inappropriate, she feels like she's under a spell, initially rejecting him but now actually looking forward to and longing for him. Fong Wunen sees that Yang is easily persuaded by his words and feels very proud. They are in an alley where no one can see them. Tonight, at the usual place, you go cut pig grass, and I will come find you then. Then there are sounds of cloves rustling and Yang occasionally making strange, unpleasant noises. Shen Yao is utterly shocked by what she sees. She is now very glad she cut ties with them early on. These two are actually together. And Yang, who is so obedient to Fong Daquai, is actually willing? Does this mean she once truly loved Fong Daquai? Or was it all a lie? Is it enough if he's a man? Or do men always matter more than children? I'm already pregnant and have listened to their words more than once. When did they get together? Are these two really not afraid of anything? Big sister, I've made my choice. Shen Nan's words pulled Shen Yao back to the present. Anyway, they are no longer related as siblings, so don't blame them. The Fong family's matters are off limits. They must not get involved. According to the original story, Fong Wunen did pass the provincial exam the following year, then started to succeed, and the Fong family became powerful. I wonder if things are still the same now as in the story. Fong Wunen later became an official, but his ending wasn't good. He was accused of corruption, but it was because he had a good niece. Although he was dismissed from his position, he still lived a wealthy life, just like before. The book also mentioned that Fong Wunen exploited the common people and misused disaster relief funds. If he hadn't repaid the money in time, he wouldn't have been lightly punished. I really don't understand why the author made him a successful official in the story. Is he healthy? Xiaoan, if you want to be an official in the future, you must be a good one, understand? Big sister, Xiaoan isn't even in school yet. It will take more than 10 years to take the imperial exams. Does big sister really want Xiaoan to be an official? Yes, I guess I was overthinking. Xiaoan is only 6 years old. It will take at least 10 years to prepare for the exams. Anyway, you have to promise your sister that no matter how many years it takes, you will be a good official. If you dare to exploit the people, I will personally stop you. Shen Nan had never heard his sister speak so harshly before. He immediately nodded seriously. Yes, yes. I will be a good official in the future and never exploit the people or sit idly by. They paid for some dried fruit and walked out of the fruit shop hand in hand. Unbeknownst to them, an old man nearby watched them thoughtfully and nodded. He recognized the child. The child often sneaked into his private school to listen in. He thought the child was from a poor family, so he never drove him away. He let him learn as much as he could. But today, Lu Dafu mentioned that the child's family was indeed poor, yet his sister had worked hard to support him. Since he was unwell and needed some time to recover, he would start school next year. At first, she was just curious to see what would happen. But now, after seeing her sister and hearing her words, she felt differently. The old man nodded, setting a good example. With such an honest sister, her younger brother would surely grow up to be a good person. He was looking forward to training another good student. Big sister, should we let little Lucky go today? Why not wait until the first day of the new month? Shen Yao carefully tied the small note to little Lucky's leg. She had her own reasons for doing so. Little Lucky's leg injury had healed. Recently, it had been flying out during the day and only returning at night. Shen Yao knew that pigeons are trained from a young age. Keeping it here all the time wasn't good for it. So, after making sure little Lucky was fine, she decided to let it leave early. She didn't think little Lucky would understand her words, but she still mumbled to it for a while. If you see bad guys, hide. Don't fly straight. Turn corners instead, okay? And if you're tired, rest. Be careful of snakes in the trees, owls, and other predators. Stay safe and reach the northwest, got it? If you get a chance, come visit me. I will miss you, little Lucky. Because you brought back 100 taels of silver for my redemption money, I will be grateful to you forever. Even though I earned that 100 taels back now, your 100 taels are the most important. I remember it all. After speaking, Shen Yao pointed to her small pouch on the side, which held 100 taels of silver notes. Little Lucky looked at the blue cloth pouch. Just as Shen Yao turned to feed it more rice, a gentle breeze blew past. A blue shadow flashed before her eyes. By the time Shen Yao reacted, Little Lucky had already grabbed the pouch with the silver notes and flown away. Flown away. Just flew off. Yao Yao, don't be upset. I knew that ugly pigeon wasn't a good bird. Look at it. Not only does it poop everywhere, but it also steals.
It's a little thief.
From now on, whenever we see a pigeon, we'll chase it away until pigeons are gone from the world. Thinking about it makes me sad. That 100 taels of silver was a lot. Eating pigeons, I bet I could get sick of them. Fong Xiaomé comforted Shen Yao nearby. How many copper coins would 100 taels buy? If someone insulted her like that, she'd probably get a headache from the beating. However, Shen Nan, who was nearby, was holding a New Year gift from Grandpa Lu, a beginner's book. He was practicing writing strokes on a sand tray that Shen Yao had given him, completely ignoring their conversation. His focus and seriousness gradually calmed Shen Yao's initially annoyed mood. The silver money was spent quickly, and then it came again. But again, it was spent just as fast, and there was nothing left. His mood was like a roller coaster. But Shen Yao knew one thing. As long as he was alive, that was the most important thing. Fortunately, he still had over 20 taels of broken silver. The little thing probably couldn't carry it, and if it could, it wouldn't have left it behind. So, from start to finish, only those 20 taels of silver were truly still in her pocket. Haha, all that fuss was just a waste of time. 3 days later, at the Northwest Camp Uncle Hong, the carrier pigeon is back. Xiao Shan excitedly entered the room holding the pigeon. A man in his 30s, with a pale face, was lying on the bed. The room was warm from the charcoal fire, and the man was naked, leaning against the headboard. There was an arrow shaft still stuck in his shoulder. They must have received our help request. Now, the Northwest Camp has taken all the hemostatic medicines and is saving them for next year's battle. Uncle Hong, the doctor said if you don't get that arrow out soon, it could be very dangerous. We don't know when they will send the medicine back to us. Xiao Shan spoke excitedly while taking the note from the pigeon's leg. But when he saw it, his smile disappeared instantly. What's wrong? Did something happen? Xiao Shan looked at Uncle Hong nervously. Under his questioning, he forced himself to speak. The pigeon flew to the wrong house. That family left a message. Uncle Hong didn't look disappointed, just asked, "Oh? What did it say?" It said the pigeon flew to my house by mistake, but the medicine supplies are ready and have been sent to the Northwest Camp. Please check carefully. So it was found by a kind person. Looks like my luck isn't over yet. But Xiao Shan pointed to the small blue pouch on the pigeon and said, "Uncle Hong, it's useless. Look, they returned the 100 taels of silver again. There's no such thing as free medicine supplies for us. Oh no, what should I do now?" Uncle Hong's hopeful eyes gradually darkened. Yes, if they really needed medicinal herbs, why would they ask for money? Forget it, it's fate. My injury won't heal quickly, so from now on, you must handle negotiations with those people. Xiao Shan was stunned. That man was powerful in the Northwest. Can he handle negotiations? Is that possible? Uncle Hong, how can I do it? It's necessary, Xiao Shan. Do you want to be a lifelong servant or rise above and become a leader? The choice is yours. Hearing this, Xiao Shan felt like he'd been struck by lightning, as if someone had told him the same thing before. Once you become a leader, then you can decide my life and death. Suddenly, Xiao Shan felt a strong, unexplainable courage inside him. He wanted to become a leader. Yes, a leader. All right, I'll go. Uncle Hong, teach me how. Hong En looked at the young man who was easily convinced with just a few words. His heart felt complicated, but remembering the command he received earlier, he had no choice but to push forward. He just hoped this young man wouldn't blame him, since he had offended a powerful person. He was fine, but his family was still in the capital. He couldn't afford to take risks. Now, you need to go to the northwest camp yourself. Only by admitting your mistake can the situation be eased. Since we deal in medicinal herbs with the northwest camp, who knows if bandits might steal them halfway. If that happens, we won't have any goods to deliver, and admitting fault or being held accountable, what do you think is better? If we buy some time, we can prepare more herbs. This incident will blow over, and we can pretend it never happened. It's better than losing money. The general should forgive us, I believe. Xiao Shan, inexperienced as he was, just did what Uncle Hong told him. Hearing this, he had no objections. It made sense. Admitting fault was better than doing nothing. Go and apologize first. I'll send a message by a pigeon to get another batch of herbs.
Oh, all right.
I'll listen to Uncle Hong. And what about this pigeon? Uncle Hong saw the pigeon, which clearly hadn't been well cared for and might fly to the wrong place. It was useless. He thought, take it. Head to the northwest camp now. Xiao Shan glanced at the tired little pigeon, knowing it was disliked. But he had never seen a carrier pigeon before. Even if he knew it flew the wrong way, he still found it interesting. He immediately picked it up and walked out. As he left, his servant at the door finally came in. Master, General Hu Wei is unpredictable and likes to fight. If Xiao Shan goes, it might be very dangerous. But who knew? Hong En, lying on the bed, suddenly looked serious and warned his servant. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Remember, his death would be much worse than the death of your master and family. Arrange the carriage and start the journey back to the capital immediately. We can't afford any mistakes on this northwest route. The servant respectfully agreed, feeling that Xiao Shan was unlucky. But he thought to himself, if a friend dies, I won't die easily either, and just accepted that his own life was fragile. And what about Xiao Shan's family? Hong En thought for a moment and said, send 50 taels of silver and say he was killed by bandits on the way. Yes. Northwest Camp Xiao Shan felt very nervous. This was his first time meeting such a high-ranking official, General Hu Wei, who almost ruled the Northwest. Are you sent by Hong En? Yes. Lift your head. Hearing this, Xiao Shan slowly raised his head. When General Hu Wei looked at Xiao Shan, he paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Xiao Shan also secretly observed this Northwest ruler. He had a thick beard, a strong build, and a tall, high hairstyle. Most importantly, he had a long scar across his eyebrows, making him look even more fierce and commanding. But strangely, Xiao Shan felt a strange sense of familiarity with this General Hu Wei. Are you afraid of me? Hearing this, Xiao Shan immediately bowed and saluted. Yes, I am. Afraid? I haven't seen you show fear. But since you're here for Hong En, do you know why he sent you? Xiao Shan remained respectful, lowering his head calmly and replying, I know. I made a mistake and asked if the general could delay the delivery of that batch of goods. Who knew? When the general heard this, he burst out laughing. Then he quickly stopped laughing and said to the silly boy, Boy, Hong En didn't send you here to talk with me, but to send you to your death. Xiao Shan looked up at the general in disbelief, clearly not believing his words. But General Hu Wei was not in a hurry. He spoke slowly. A month ago, I ordered some medicinal herbs from Hong En, and we agreed they would be delivered by the end of the month. Who knew you would encounter bandits on the way? Hong En was badly injured, and is now still in the inn. Isn't that right? That was true. Xiao Shan nodded. So, do you know that this batch of medicine was meant for our army to use when the war started in spring? When Hong En took this business, he made a life and death promise with me. If the medicine didn't arrive, he would pay with his life. Now that you're here, tell me, if he's not sending you to your death, what is he doing? Xiao Shan clearly didn't believe it. General Hu Wei was happy to let the boy be a smart fool. You left the inn first, and they were already preparing their carriage to leave the Northwest. They should have already gone past the Northwest City Gate. Don't believe it? Let someone take you to see for yourself. Xiao Shan was shocked. He wanted to ask more, but General Hui didn't want to say more. He simply ordered, "Take him to see." I, Shaolin, have never been a fool. Seeing the truth will help him understand. General, after he sees, what should we do with him? Beat him to death with a stick. The village was filled with a festive atmosphere. Although the villagers were poor and had little silver, the firecrackers on New Year's Eve made Shen Yao and the others feel excited too. Early on the first day of the new year, Shen Yao and Shen Nan received lucky red envelopes from Old Lu and Granny Wang. Shen Nan's face lit up with happiness. "Big sister, go Dan," and the others called me. "I want to go to the village to visit everyone." Go ahead, go ahead." Shen Yao put a handful of candies into Shen Nan's pocket. According to village customs, on the first day of the year, almost every family prepared some food. If they couldn't afford candies, they would give things like sunflower seeds or peanuts. As long as the children didn't go home empty-handed, it was fine. Shen Yao also prepared some peanuts and candies, waiting for the children to arrive. The villagers of Shanghai are simple and honest. The new year is very lively here. Yao Yao, go visit the elders in your family to wish them a happy new year. I will stay here and look at the notebooks your father left behind. Shen Yao saw that the old man had found something to do and didn't hesitate. She first went to visit some elders in the village. Everything was already prepared. Each family received a pound of pork and 2 packs of pastries. This was a generous gift for farmers. The first place Shen Yao visited was Aunt Shen Si's house. Aunt Shen Si now has excellent medical skills, and Shen Yao's impression of her is getting better. When she saw Shen Yao bringing such a big gift, her face lit up with a big smile. "Happy New Year, Uncle and Aunt. I'm here to wish you well. Happy New Year. Come, sit and eat some sunflower seeds. I won't sit long. I need to visit other families." Aunt Shen Si looked at the gifts and noticed that her family received a piece of colorful cloth that was more than others. She felt proud and thought Shen Yao was very thoughtful. "All right, go quickly. You're just a young girl. It's better for you to join them and have some fun eating sweets. Can I ask Aunt Shen for some candy first?" "Of course. All of it is yours. Here, take it all." Shen Yao received a handful of roasted sugar-coated peanuts from Aunt Shen Si. She happily popped one into her mouth. The sweet taste was really delicious. She didn't stay long in one place and started visiting other families in the village. But she didn't go to Shen Dalong's house. "Just joking, if you're going to take us away and sell us, why would I visit?
I'm shameless."
Anyway, the first day of the new year passed peacefully. On the second day, the married girls returned home. Shen Yao and her family skipped this part, so they just ate and drank peacefully. On the third day, they visited relatives. But unexpectedly, someone came to visit Shen Yao.
Who was it?
Haha, it was Xiaoda and Xiaoya. They nervously held a basket, inside which was a 2-jin piece of meat, fat and less lean, and a big grass carp that looked to weigh about 3 jin. It was a very heavy gift. "What are you doing?" Xiaoda was so nervous, he didn't know what to say. But Xiaoya was a bit more confident and quickly explained. "Shen Yao, this is a small token of our kindness.
Please accept it."
Shen Yao looked at the gift and, knowing their family situation, politely declined. "No need. This gift is too heavy. Besides, we should just keep things as they are and not bother each other." Xiao Shan is still outside. This time, Xiaoda didn't need Xiao to speak. He immediately said, "We've already written to Xiao Shan and sent him 20 taels of silver. We told him to talk things over with his master and then come home. Shen Yao, we're sorry. We misunderstood you before. Please forgive us and overlook our mistakes. An apology? No, thank you." Just thinking about what Wang Manhwa said, that Xiao Shan's leg was because of her, made Shen Yao feel uncomfortable. She didn't want to accept their apology. Let it go. Forget it. There's nothing to apologize for. It was my fault first. Let's consider it even. When Xiao Shan comes back, let him live happily and find a good wife. Hearing Shen Yao say this, their guilt grew stronger. They wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. At that moment, Fong Xiaomé came over. Seeing the two, she greeted naturally. "Xiaoda, you're here? Happy New Year. Fong Xiaomé was so honest that people who didn't know her wouldn't be so proactive. So, why did she seem so familiar with Xiaoda? While Shen Yao was puzzled, Xiaoda's reaction made her even more confused. Because Xiaoda blushed deeply, so red it reached his neck. He also looked very shy, nodding at Fong Xiaomé, then awkwardly not knowing how to stand. This feels like some secret affair. Something's wrong with these two. But before Shen Yao could figure it out, a loud shout came from the village entrance. Fong Xiaomé, come out here. Fong Xiaomé. Looking for Xiaomé? Xiaomé, this is my aunt. That's my aunt's voice. Shen Yao, help me. They're coming to catch me. Shen Yao saw Fong Xiaomé look terrified and run toward Granny Wang's house. Seeing the situation, Shen Yao knew something was wrong. Apart from Zhang's family, there was also Zhang's wife and a man in his 40s with a fierce look, rushing towards her aggressively. Well, you little brat. I didn't know yesterday, when your mother returned home, that I thought you were at the Fong family's place. Turns out you've been hiding here in Shangha village all along. Come with me to my house. I've already arranged for you to marry Zhou the butcher. From now on, you're part of the Zhou family. Pack your things and go to his house. The worst fears indeed came true. She was truly promised to a widower in his 40s. The butcher was one thing, but Shen Yao had learned that this man had a violent temper. His previous wife had left early because she was beaten by him. Now, she had left behind 2 sons and a daughter and passed away. Fong Xiaomé, only 14 years old, was married off. Not only would she have a stepmother, but she would also be beaten and mistreated, used as a servant. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Recently, Shen Yao and Fong Xiaomé had become friends, and Shen Yao naturally couldn't stand to see her only friend in trouble. Which village are you from? How dare you come to our Shangha village and cause trouble? Do you think we're easy to bully? Shen Yao's brave act made Zhang's wife extremely angry, and she shouted at her, I knew this little brat had the guts to run away from home. Turns out, you were kidnapped by her. I want to ask you, the people of Shangha village, what's going on? Why are you kidnapping girls from other villages? No kidnapping. I wanted to leave on my own. It has nothing to do with Shen Yao. I don't want to be sold like a piece of merchandise. I don't want to marry that man. I don't want to, marry or not. It's up to you. You've been adopted by my family, so the marriage is naturally decided by us. Fong Xiaomé, don't be mischievous. Today, even if I have to tie you up, I'll take you to the Zhou family. Fong Xiaomé's aunt, by Shi, was dressed in a plain yellow homespun dress, her hair tightly tied with a wooden hairpin, and her face looked fierce and intimidating. And you little girl. I'm not like those weak Fong family folks. I won't be fooled by your words. This is our family's matter. Even if we tell everyone, outsiders like you have no say, and you stubborn girl. If you want to become a daughter of the household like her, you'll have to wait until your parents pass away. Now your parents are still alive and well. You should give up on this idea and accept it. This woman is really fierce. In just a few words, she blocked Xiaomé's way out. Even Shen Yao feels sorry for Fong Xiaomé. Such a strict aunt. I wonder how Xiaomé has managed to survive under her care all these years. Stop talking nonsense and making a fuss. Hurry up and come with me. I've already given 5 taels of silver as a bride price. Tonight, we'll have the wedding night. Once she becomes my person, let's see how she runs away. It would have been better if Zhou the butcher hadn't said that. But once he did, Fong Xiaomé's eyes turned red with fear. Mrs. Zhang felt sorry, but this time she had finally repaired her relationship with her family. Still, she had to persuade her daughter to marry. Her sister-in-law from her family would also give her half a tael of silver. After all, Fong Xiaomé is her own daughter. With this money, she would have some private savings. At last, she wouldn't be completely broke. Plus, this girl had hurt her feelings before and caused her son to lose his dowry silver. She was angry with her. She immediately tried to dissuade her. Xiaomé, listen to me. Don't follow Shen Yao, that stubborn girl. She doesn't learn well and wants to drag you down too. Girls are supposed to get married. The butcher is good. He won't worry about food or drink. If you marry him, You'll eat meat every day. Isn't that a good life? Your aunt really cares about you. Go on, go. Sure enough, with Mrs. Zhang's support, Bai Shi looked at Fong Xiaomé with disdain. Did you hear that? Your mother has spoken. Hurry up and come with me. Let's take her away. After saying this, a few people stepped forward to pull Fong Xiaomé. Her uncle was silent, but when he decided to act, he was quick and firm. The villagers had started to gather around. Shen Yao knew that, according to ancient rules, she couldn't interfere in others' affairs. But if Fong Xiaomé was really taken away, her life would be over. She didn't want to get involved in the Fong family's matters, but Fong Xiaomé was an exception. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Fong Xiaomé also decided to fight back. She didn't know where she got the scissors, but she grabbed them and tore her hair, shouting at them. I may have cut my hair and become a girl, but I will never marry him. After speaking, I only heard a loud snap as a long black hair fell to the ground. Bad luck, so unlucky. During the new year, I cut my hair. I don't want this wife anymore. From the Zhang family, return my 5 taels of betrothal money. I don't want a daughter-in-law as my wife. Zhou the butcher was clearly unhappy. He reached out to ask Bai Shi for money. Bai Shi never expected her daughter to dare cut her hair. She was furious. I'll beat you to death, you ungrateful girl. I've raised you all these years, and this is how you repay me? Bring back the hair. Bring it back. Oh my money. My money. You ungrateful girl. My hair. My hair. This money was meant for your cousin's wedding. If I lose this money, I swear I'll punish you severely. Her fierce attitude was truly astonishing, comparable to Aunt Wang's Xiaoji. But as Fong Xiaomé said, it's true that ancient people really valued hair more than expected. Then go ahead and punish me. I definitely won't get married. Fong Xiaomé's words made Bai Shi even angrier. She slapped Fong Xiaomé hard. Hey, why are you hitting people randomly? To Shen Yao's surprise, the person stepping forward to defend Fong Xiaomé was actually Xiaoda. Fong Xiaomé had already cut her hair. Now her hair was loose and looked quite disheveled. She also had a scar on her forehead. Honestly, her appearance was very ordinary. Bai Shi was already furious. Once a girl cut her hair, she could only be considered a daughter-in-law. No one would want her anymore. Her heart was filled with anger. She was so upset that she felt like her money was flying away. No wonder she was so mad. She couldn't understand it anymore. Now that someone had come forward, her anger instantly focused on him. My child, I can hit you whenever I want. Who are you? Mind your own business. At this point, Bai Shi suddenly seemed to have found a new energy, grabbing Xiaoda and shouting. Well, I see why this girl doesn't want to marry. Turns out it's because of you, this little white face, your lover. Otherwise, why would you be willing to stand up for her? Since she won't marry Zhou the butcher, then marry you. 5 taels of silver, for me. Take this dead girl away. What is going on? Not only was Xiaoda confused by Bai's clever move, but Shen Yao was also stunned. Let Xiaoda take over? Without knowing if Xiaoda and Fong Xiaomé have any secret relationship, just looking at Bai's way of thinking, Shen Yao admired her. Fong Xiaomé initially didn't react much, acting as if she didn't care whether they did anything to her or not. But now, seeing Bai pulling Xiaoda and refusing to let go, she became anxious. She even took scissors and pointed them at her own throat, glaring at Bai with anger. If you keep pushing me, I will die right here. I tell you, I won't marry anyone. I won't be sold. Don't even think about it. Her hair was cut, and she still had the will to die. With such a determined Fong Xiaomé, who would dare want Zhou the butcher? He pulled Zhang Daqiang and started causing trouble. Zhang Daqiang, give me back my money. I don't want to bring a dead person home. My wife is supposed to work for my family. If she's always struggling and dying, I can't take it. Pay up, or I'll beat you to death. Zhang Daqiang, who is Fong Xiaomé's uncle, was surprisingly timid. As soon as the butcher grabbed his collar, he quickly took out the money, so fast that Bai didn't even have time to refuse. Now Bai was even more upset. She cried and made a fuss, desperately holding on to Xiaoda. I tell you, We canceled the marriage for you. If you don't give 5 taels of silver, I will report you to the authorities for kidnapping a good girl. Bai was really something else. Shen Yao was about to step in, but suddenly, Wang Papa, who had been behind her, unexpectedly grabbed her and stopped her from intervening. She even pointed at Xiao Da, looking confident. Could it be that these two really have a plan? Shen Yao looked at Xiao Da, and then at Fong Xiaomé. Xiaomé was indeed looking at Xiao Da, but her eyes were full of confusion and unease. Especially when she saw Xiao Da slowly bow his head. That look of despair was something Shen Yao could feel. The scissors in her hand slowly moved closer. Shen Yao's heart was pounding in her chest. Just as the scissors were about to pierce her throat, suddenly, a shadow flashed past in front of her. Stop. I will marry her. I will give you the bride price. I will marry her. Everyone was stunned. Fong Xiaomé looked on in shock as Xiao Da held scissors, blood still dripping from his hand. You've gone crazy. I'm not crazy. Are you going to marry me or not? Shen Yao watched with excitement. Xiao Da was truly a remarkable man. Very brave. But I've already cut my hair. I'm a girl now. Silly girl. You haven't taken the vow yet, so you're still a girl. You can still turn back. I don't care if you turn back or not. If you want to marry, give me 5 taels of silver quickly. Bai Shi was worried this might change again, so she stepped forward to cause trouble. Xiao Da felt a bit embarrassed, really short on money. Xiao was also looking worried. They were willing to marry, but the 20 taels of silver had just been sent to second brother. Now, the family really couldn't afford that much silver. Seeing this, Bai Shi got angry again and started causing a fuss. Shen Yao sighed. For Fong Xiaomé's sake, she decided to let it go. She secretly slipped a small silver fruit into Zhao's hand. Xiao was surprised at first, then raised the silver and shouted, "Now we have money. But everyone needs to help us witness this. We've given the betrothal gift, so no more fussing in the future." Bai Shi's expression changed quickly, like flipping through a book. Seeing the silver was back in their hands, she was happy. Her hair was cut, and if it weren't for this girl willing to pick up this broken thing, she would have thrown it away. Later, that girl might even cause trouble here and get herself into more trouble. And this girl looked poor. Don't think I didn't see. The silver was given by Shen's daughter. Such a poor family. In the future, this girl will suffer. Marry? She can marry wherever she wants. Anyway, with this silver, this girl is no longer part of our family. Give me the silver and you can take her away. It was like selling livestock. Money was all that mattered. Bai Shi caused a fuss and pulled Zhang Daqiang away. Zhang followed without even glancing at Fong Xiaomé, only hearing her ask Bai Shi for that half a tael of silver. The scene was strangely cold. All right, stop gathering here. Xiao Da, go home and ask your mother to come and talk about the marriage. Xiaomé will leave from my house. At this moment, Granny Wang came out, grabbing Fong Xiaomé and preparing to take her inside. As a result, Xiao the fool looked at the slowly closing door, then bent down to pick up Fong Xiaomé's hair, holding it tightly in his hand. Be good to Xiaomé from now on, don't let her down. At this moment, Shen Yao also spoke. But as soon as she finished, Xiao Da and Xiaoya both bowed to thank her at the same time. Thanks again for helping us, Shen Yao. We will pay you back this money. Yes, we will definitely pay you back. Thank you, Shen Yao. Seeing these two siblings, Xian Maoxian thought, I only helped Xiaomé. Shen Yao looked at Xiao Da, whose hand was still bleeding. She took out a small bamboo tube from her pocket. Now she always carried some small medicines. This stops bleeding. Apply yourself. I'll go see Xiaomé. You guys stay here. After giving instructions, Shen Yao turned and went into Granny Wang's yard. Xiao Da and Xiaoya looked at each other, then hurried home. They went out and surprisingly found a wife. They really didn't know if it was luck or what. Now we owe Shen Yao even more. Yes, but big brother, are you happy to be getting married? But don't dislike big sister-in-law. She's bald to protect herself. I know. She's a good girl. I won't dislike her for being bald. Xiaoya looked at her big brother, who was still staring at the gate of the yard with a silly look, and couldn't help teasing. Big brother, do you know her? Sure enough, Xiao Da's face turned red, and he looked down without speaking. Xiaoya seemed to discover something new and exclaimed, "Wow, you really know her."
What?
"You've met her so many times secretly?" Fong Xiaomé's face was red. Everything that happened today was too shocking. She still hadn't fully recovered. "I see her every time I pick herbs. Sometimes, if the place is too dangerous, she helps me. But we don't talk much. Haha, so there's really feelings." But thinking of Xiao Da's honest and simple look, helping out voluntarily, that's like having a secret romance. No, it's not a secret romance, it's love, subtle and reserved love. After the new year, Fong Xiaomé's situation was well resolved. Shen Yao's heart couldn't help but feel excited. A few days later, Shen Yao received news from the Xiao family. Xiao Shan had died. He was killed by bandits on the way to the northwest. This news shocked not only Shanghe village, but the entire Laoquan town. Shen Yao immediately refused to believe it. He is the main male character in the story. Could he really die so easily? But since the main female character can be reborn, what if the male lead also faces some accident? And if there was really an accident, how could the female lead not try to prevent it? This is truly a contradiction. Shen Yao even considered going to the northwest to investigate herself. But obviously, that's not possible. So she went to town to ask Wang Manhwa for help. Seeing Shen Yao's nervous look, Wang Manhwa teased her. "Hey, I knew it. I said you care about Xiao Shan, right? You didn't believe me. But don't blame me for being unlucky. Xiao Shan probably really is in danger. I heard that Xiao Shan and the convoy he was with hurried back to the capital last night. Usually, he would stay in Laoquan town to rest, since it's the main route from the capital to the northwest. But last night, he only sent money to the Xiao family in Hehe village and left without stopping, just took someone and left. It's very likely that this news is true." Shen Yao's heart skipped a beat. Really? What should she do now? While Shen Yao and Wang Manhwa were chatting happily, a sinister voice suddenly sounded behind Shen Yao. "You naughty girl. You dare to come back. Did you tell everyone I'm a thief? Now our restaurant business is so bad because of you. I'll beat you to death." Fong Daquai, not sure where he got his courage, was no longer afraid of Shen Yao's powder. He took off his shoes and prepared to throw something at her. Shen Yao didn't hesitate. She took out a small medicine pouch from her pocket and threw it at him. This was a mistake. Fong Daquai was so scared he shouted and cursed. "Ah, I've been poisoned. Naughty girl. You poisoned me again. I'll report you. You better watch out, you won't have a good ending. Sooner or later, you'll end up like that cursed Xiao Shan."
Huh.
It felt like something inside my mind was exploding. Shen Yao watched Fong Daquai run away, like a madman. Why did he say those things just now? Why did he involve herself and Xiao Shan?
Or does he know something?
Ignore that crazy person. Fong Daquai must have gotten some lucky break. I heard his daughter gained a powerful supporter in Beijing and became her goddaughter. Now, she's living well there. Yesterday, someone from Beijing sent them some things. They returned to Beijing together in Hong En's carriage. You mean yesterday Hong En picked someone up and brought them back to Beijing? The person who delivered things to Fang's family? Yes, exactly. What's wrong? This is too suspicious. It's just too coincidental. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? Could Xiao Shan's death be connected to the original heroine? That doesn't make sense. Wasn't the original heroine supposed to love Xiao Shan deeply? Why would she harm him? But then, another question arises. If she truly loved Xiao Shan, why didn't she stop him from going to the northwest? Wouldn't it be better to tell him some shortcuts in advance? Why didn't she think of this before? She used to believe the original heroine didn't want to interfere with the hero's success. Now, thinking carefully, it's terrifying. Could it be that, after rebirth, the heroine actually didn't want to be with the hero at all, and even wished for his death? The moment this idea appeared, Shen Yao broke out in a cold sweat. If that's true, what? What exactly happened? Could it be that the so-called family favorite story ended after the two got married? While Shen Yao was lost in thought, the carriage that had earlier sent her things to the northwest just happened to return. The coachman, as usual, stopped by Wang Manhua's place for a drink. Sure enough, They arrived right at the door. Boss Wang. Oh, the young lady is here too? Perfect timing. I've taken everything you asked me to bring and delivered it to the gate of the northwest camp. Wang Mahua quickly pulled the two people aside and led them into the tea house to sit down. He ordered drinks for them before sitting down himself and asked, "Drunkard, you better think carefully. That's my sister's brother. This is no joke. Have you heard of Xiao Shan?" The man called the drunkard grinned and then took a sip of wine. After satisfying his thirst, he said, "I've heard of him. How could I not? Hong An's convoy was attacked by bandits and all the medicinal herbs were stolen. He was badly injured too. Everyone on this route has heard about it. Did something serious really happen? What about Xiao Shan?"
About that guy.
The drunkard paused and looked around cautiously. Then he whispered to the two, "I heard he was betrayed by Hong An, tricked into the northwest camp to take the blame, and General Weiwu personally ordered him to be executed. One said he was robbed and killed, the other said he was beaten to death. Who is telling the truth?" No matter which story is true, everyone agrees, Xiao Shan is dead. Truly dead. Xiao Shan's death became a topic among the people of Liquan Town. After his death, the story about his broken engagement with Shen Yao was brought up again. Shen Yao was just arriving at the village entrance when she saw Grandma Fong and Yangshi coming back from afar. Now Yangshi was visibly pregnant. She carefully followed behind Grandma Fong, while Grandma Fong was holding hands with Fong Wenen's wife, Zhu Shi. When the three saw her, they immediately frowned and covered their noses, saying, "Such bad luck, meeting this jinx. If we hadn't asked for a good fortune stick for the eldest, we might have to go ask the gods again." Shen Yao didn't want to run into these bloodsuckers either. Poor conduct, no matter how many prayers you ask, it's useless. "Young girl, what nonsense are you talking? We asked for a civil service fortune stick for your eldest uncle. He's about to leave for the provincial exams. If you curse him, just watch, I'll deal with you." Not only Shen Yao, but Grandma Fong and Zhu Shi also didn't expect Yangshi, who usually seemed so gentle, to suddenly get angry. And she was angry at Shen Yao. Shen Yao naturally understood what was happening and immediately retorted, "I am speaking about the matter itself, and it was you who provoked first. I see that your family members are all the same. Only the officials can set fires, while common people are not allowed to light lamps. I don't want to bother with you." After saying this, Shen Yao turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Yang refused to let her go. She stepped forward, grabbing Shen Yao and shouting, "Hurry up and spit it out. Say it again. You must say your eldest uncle wants to pass the exam. Say it again." Seeing how Mrs. Yang was acting like she had lost her mind, Shen Yao wondered if she was crazy. "Are you out of your mind? What you demand is your business. Don't drag me into it. Also, he's not my eldest uncle and I don't know him. Even you are not my mother. We signed a sworn agreement." Mrs. Yang was furious and raised her hand to hit Shen Yao. But Shen Yao quickly jumped back, as if Mrs. Yang had touched something dirty. She immediately said, "You're really sick. You have problems in your head. You go your way, I go mine. I just don't understand why you're so crazy about Fong Wenen. Are you ill?" Mrs. Yang seemed to be touched on a nerve and immediately pointed at Shen Yao, looking anxious. You. Old Lady Fong watched all this unfold. Mrs. Yang's behavior today was quite impressive, but Shen Yao was like a bad omen. Better not to get involved. "All right, Mrs. Yang, it's good that you care. But it's better if this girl doesn't get involved. Not only does she curse her father and you, but she even caused Xiao Shan to die from a distance of 8 miles. Everyone nodded in agreement. Exactly. Xiao Shan even hid in the northwest to escape her curse. Isn't she a bad omen? You all. I spit on you. You're the real bad omen. Why did Xiao Shan go to the northwest? That's your family's fault, not Shen Yao's. It was your family who forced Shen Yao to withdraw her marriage proposal. Your family came to demand money from us. Old Lady Fong, you've done so many wrong things, and you're not afraid of losing your conscience." Shen Yao didn't expect that at this moment, Zhao's mother would stand up for her. She turned around and saw Zhao's mother leading a group from the Xiao family, carrying small bamboo baskets. It seemed they had just finished offering incense, and there was paper money inside the baskets. The young girl nodded kindly at Shen Yao. Did this family really not blame her? Shen Yao looked at them in surprise, especially Xiao Shan, who was so clumsy. Surprisingly, this time Xiao Shan did not glare at her angrily. However, he also didn't look happy. He simply turned his head away when he saw her. Big Xiao nodded kindly at her, and Xiao Mu did the same. Strange. Why didn't they blame her? Had they wanted to hit her before? This family is really strange. Xiao family, are you crazy? Shen Yao caused your son's death, and you don't blame her. Madame Fong didn't want to see Shen Yao do well. She tried to stir trouble in front of Mrs. Xiao, but Mrs. Xiao snorted coldly and shouted at her. Our Xiao family may be poor, but we know that wrongs have their causes and debts have their owners. How can a young girl decide her own marriage? Isn't it all controlled by Yang's complicated schemes? And the people asking for money from us are Yang and your family, not Shen Yao. What does she have to do with this? Old Lady Fong, doing wrong will lead to your own downfall. It's better to do good deeds often, so you won't end badly. We're leaving. After speaking, Mrs. Xiao grabbed Shen Yao's hand and left. Until they reached the village, Shen Yao was still a bit stunned. But Mrs. Xiao had already let go of her hand. She looked at Shen Yao with red eyes and even gently tucked her hair behind her ear, smiling very kindly. Annie has wanted to see you for a long time, but she didn't dare. Honestly, I was also angry with you before because my little girl. But I understand what you did. You were helpless. You managed to stand up and take care of your brother, and I am happy for you. It's not your fault about Xiao Shan.
Don't worry about it.
He was destined to face this hardship. No one is to blame. I don't blame anyone. Only his fate was too weak, and he wasn't lucky enough to be with you. Mrs. Zhao's words made Shen Yao feel a little shy. She was so understanding and kind. Did ancient people really have such gentle and peaceful elderly women? Actually, Mrs. Xiao didn't look old at all. She had 4 children. Xiaomu was adopted, but she looked no more than 40. Despite the grief of losing her son, her hair was well-groomed. Her clothes were simple and patched, but very clean and tidy. She spoke softly and gently. When she held Shen Yao's hand, her fingers were slender, and her nails were clean and well-kept. Although her palms had some calluses, she didn't look like a typical farmer's wife at all. Shen Yao felt suspicious, but thought she might be overthinking. If she really had a hidden identity, she wouldn't force the young girl to sell herself. So, she decided she was just imagining things. She looked like a refined old rural lady. Auntie, thank you for not blaming me. Xiao Shan, I asked Xiao to find out. If possible, I want their brothers to bring Xiao Shan back. Bring him back? The ancient people probably wanted him to rest in peace. But spring was coming soon, and once spring arrived, the Northwest would likely start fighting again. Annie, the Northwest is far away, and the war is very chaotic. You see, we must go. It might delay Xiaomei's marriage a bit, but we need to go to Wang's house to talk about Xiaoda and Xiaomei's wedding. With that, Shen Yao felt she couldn't say more. And since the Xiao family was going through a tough time, it wouldn't be right to talk about other things now. Oh, all right. You go ahead. Xiaomei will understand. She's a good girl. After watching the Xiao family enter Wang's house, Shen Yao still felt a bit sad. As soon as she entered, she saw Shen Nan sitting quietly on the doorstep, surprisingly not holding his beginner's book. Shen Nan, why are you sitting here? It's so cold. Go inside and sit. Big sister, is brother Xiao Shan really dead? Hearing Shen Nan's question, Shen Yao felt a strange guilt for the first time. She couldn't quite tell if this feeling was from herself or her original self. She knew Xiao Shan truly cared for Shen Nan, and Shen Nan also genuinely liked Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan had often opposed her, all for Shen Nan. Even before he left for distant lands, he hoped she would take good care of Shen Nan. Shen Yao walked over and sat beside Shen Nan. She looked into the distance, thought for a moment, and slowly said, "Now, everyone says he's dead." Shen Nan didn't reply, but tears kept falling from his eyes. Shen Yao reached out and hugged him, wanting to comfort him but unsure what to say. Before, Brother Xiao Shan used to buy me food, make little wooden boats for me, and even let me ride horses, sister. Brother Xiao Shan is a good person. Good person? Yes, in Shen Nan's eyes, Xiao Shan is indeed a very kind person, perhaps the only warmth he remembers from childhood. When I was hungry, Brother Xiao Shan knew and saved his own bread to give me, even though he was hungry and drank cold water. Sister, I don't want Brother Xiao Shan to die. I don't want that. Shen Yao also doesn't want him to die. If he dies, she feels like she owes him even more. Sister, do you think Brother Xiao Shan might not be dead? Who knows? Sister, let's go to the northwest to find Brother Xiao Shan. Huh? This really scared Shen Yao. Is this kid having a fever? She touched Shen Nan's forehead to make sure he wasn't talking nonsense, then asked, Why do you want to go to the northwest to find Brother Xiao Shan? Because I want Brother Xiao Shan to come back. He once said that when a person dies, they should return to their roots. After his father passed away, he and his older brother sent Uncle Xiao back to the capital for burial. If Brother Xiao Shan is dead, I also want to bring him back and send him to the capital for burial. Another surprise? Is the Xiao family's ancestral home in the capital? Didn't they escape to Laoyuan town? Shen Yao wanted to ask more, but Shen Nan was too young. Remembering past events was already rare for him. So, Shen Yao couldn't ask much. But for Shen Nan's grand wish, she suddenly understood why Aunt Xiao had said they should go to the northwest to bring Xiao Shan back. Returning to roots. That must be a deeply rooted idea for everyone. Brother Xiao and the others will go find Xiao Shan. Don't worry about it. Let's go too. We'll go with them, but your health can't handle such a long journey, and the northwest isn't safe. War is about to start. Sister, Brother Xiao Shan helped me. I can't just leave him to die in the wilderness. Sister, I want to go. If you won't take me, I'll go alone. This little guy, only 6 years old, has never been bratty in front of me before. And now, he's even talking about going himself. Shen Yao couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, and she had to carefully explain. Do you know how far it is from here to the northwest? Yes, 1,000 miles. Then tell me, if you want to go, how would you do a 1,000-mile journey? Take a car? What kind of car? With whom? Is it safe? How will you find a place to rest at night? What will you eat if you're hungry? Have you thought about all these? Most importantly, do you have money? Shen Yao's continuous questions made Shen Nan, who was originally full of confidence, slowly lower his head. Remember, if you want to do anything, you must be fully prepared. If you are ready and have a plan, I won't stop you, and I will even go with you. But if you have no preparations and rush out blindly, that's like risking your life. Shen Nan, think about the difficulties you might face on the way. What if you get sick? What if you encounter troublemakers? How will you handle these situations? It's not enough to just say you're determined. Do you understand? Shen Nan listened carefully to Shen Yao's words and finally nodded thoughtfully. It seems this matter is settled for now. The Xiao family also agreed to delay the wedding date with Fong Xiaomé. Meanwhile, Xiaoda and Xiao Sun are really packing their bags to go northwest to find Xiao Shan. A few days later, Shen Yao made some egg and oil dishes to exchange for some silver coins from old Lu. When she got home, Shen Yao looked everywhere but couldn't find Shen Nan. Finally, she saw a note under the sand tray, 3 people, a woman, a man, and a little boy. In the picture, the little boy was with the man who was drawn lying across the paper. Shen Yao was shocked. Although she had to guess, she understood Shen Nan probably really went to find Xiao Shan. This was trouble. Oh my goodness. How come you're here? Does your sister know? When did you start following us? Xiaoan didn't expect that just as he was about to contact the car service and get in, he saw this little troublemaker sneaking out from behind. It was shocking. I want to go find Brother Xiao Shan with you. Sure enough. Although her words sounded touching, seeing this kid leave with a small bag on his back made them feel uneasy. Does your sister know you're coming along? No. But I left a letter for her. She said as long as I think carefully about how to go and what to do, she won't stop me. Oh my goodness. Xiaoda and Xiaoan don't really believe, okay? So, how did you plan it? I can go with you all. You don't need to take care of me. I can take care of myself. I brought some silver coins. Look, I have many copper coins, but I bought lots of buns. Seeing Shen Nan pull out a small pouch from his pocket, jingling with coins, probably about 20 or so copper coins. So, this kid wants to rely on these 20 coins to travel thousands of miles to the northwest? I really want to laugh. What should I do? But because this kid is truly sincere to Xiao Shan, we can't help but smile. Xiao Shan didn't waste his love on this kid. Big brother, fourth brother, take me with you. I want to go pick up brother Xiao Shan and help him return home. Fourth brother, even though you bullied my sister last time, I really dislike you. But I can temporarily stop disliking you. Please take me along, Xiao Shen's inner voice. Haha, I really thank you for not disliking me anymore. Kids can be so annoying. The journey is long and dangerous. I'm not afraid. I brought some itching powder and a sleeping potion. My sister made them. She's really amazing. What if you get hurt? I also brought some bandages for stopping bleeding. This little thing's bag jingles with coins and other items, so it seems he packed quite a lot. How long have you been planning this? Shen Nan seriously counts on his fingers. 3 days. I think about and plan every day. 3 days? That's quite a long time. But no matter how long your plan is, we can't take you. The Northwest is very dangerous, and a war is about to start. You, as a kid, can't handle the rough journey. I can handle it. I'm very strong now. Really, I feel great. Afraid they wouldn't believe him, Shen Nan even stretched out an arm to show his little muscles. Everyone, including the coachman, couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Just as everyone was amused by this little guy, a loud shout came from outside the carriage window. Shen Nan. Oh no, Shen Yao is here. Seeing Shen Nan, Shen Yao's mood was a mix of excitement and fear. Especially when she saw him carrying a small bundle, her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. I always thought this kid was sensible and obedient, but I never expected him to be so stubborn and mischievous at times. He started with a big move, running away from home, and heading to the northwest. It's unbelievable. Big sister, don't hit me. Let me go, please. I beg you, let me go. Shen Yao looked at Shen Nan with a pitiful expression, begging. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said a few words. Go, I'll go with you. Xiao Da and Xiao Shan sat in the corner of the carriage, trying to stay far from the brother and sister. I really can't understand why Shen Yao would agree to take Shen Nan to the northwest. Has she gone crazy too? Shen Yao isn't crazy. She's never raised children, but she knows that once someone has a strong obsession and starts acting on it, no one can stop them. During the big earthquake, everyone in the village was buried in the mountains, except her, who was in the town hospital and escaped. But when she found out her whole family was buried, the first thing she did was ignore everyone's protests and rush into the mountains to find her family. That year, Shen Yao was 7 years old. She was only a year older than Shen Nan, but she secretly ran inside while the medical staff weren't paying attention. Everyone else was trying to escape, but she went in. She wanted to find her family, even thinking that she would rather die with them. Later, if it weren't for the soldier uncle she met, Shen Yao isn't sure she would have survived that disaster. So she knows very well that when a child has a strong obsession, it can be even more terrifying than an adult's. And she's grateful for her determination to go back home, because whenever she thinks about it, she has no regrets. Now, when facing Shen Nan's impulsive decision, Shen Yao's actions seem angry, but inside she supports him. Because she doesn't want her brother to become cold and indifferent. She's happy that he can be so brave with Xiao Shan. Maybe you two should take the next bus back. We have the money. Xiao Da rarely says such a thing. Honestly, what kind of thing is it to bring a woman and a child along? And it's not for fun. They're going to find Xiao Shan's remains. Shen Yao listened to Xiao Da's words and appreciated his advice. She thought to herself, "Thank you, big brother Xiao. I understand. Rest assured, we won't hold you back. If anything happens along the way, we can take care of ourselves." Although Xiao Shan didn't show anger or scold Shen Yao, he wasn't in a good mood either. Women shouldn't be out of the house, wandering around. If something happens, don't blame us. A single man and woman going out together. What if people gossip? You're fine, but my older brother is already engaged. Hearing Xiao Shen's unpleasant words, Shen Yao didn't hold back and added, "Are you trying to say that since you're not engaged and we're about the same age, I might cling to you?" Xiao Shen's face immediately turned red. This woman spoke so bluntly, and her skin was really thick. "You're shameless, fourth brother. You can't scold my sister. If you bully her again, I'll hit you." Shen Nan pouted, and Shen Yao's anger eased a bit. But when facing Xiao Shan, she didn't need to be gentle. She didn't want him to think she had special feelings for him. "I'm just speaking honestly. I have a household registration as a woman. If you want to marry me, I wouldn't mind. And I'm older than you. You're only 14 by lunar calendar, but I've already turned 14 this year. You, fourth brother, shut up. Don't say anything more. Don't act like a girl whining. We're not here to pick a fight when we go to see your second brother." Xiao Shan finally clenched his teeth and held back his anger. The carriage jolted along the rough road. Shen Yao occasionally lifted the curtain to look outside. She had never been to the northwest and didn't know what it was like. She only knew that the closer to the northwest, the more sandstorms there were, and the weather was hotter and drier. The carriage stopped and started several times. After traveling about 100 miles, they finally paused to rest. Suddenly, a team of swift horses galloped along the official road. The leader shouted loudly as he ran, 800 miles urgent. Make way ahead. 800 miles urgent. Make way ahead. Oh no, 800 miles urgent. The Northwest is at war. We can't go any further." "What?" Everyone was stunned and looked toward the Northwest. The new year just passed, and now there's a war? Can they still continue their journey? Now what should we do? If we go back, we can be home by tomorrow morning at the latest. But if we keep going forward, the nearest town is over 200 miles away, and even if we travel all night tonight, we won't arrive until tomorrow evening at the earliest. Also, the incident with the second brother happened on that road, and I heard that there are many bandits there." Hearing Xiao Shen's analysis, Shen Yao understood that this was probably true. However, there was one thing Xiao Shan didn't know, which she had heard from the drunken coachman. That is, not all carriages are targeted by the bandits nearby, only merchant caravans. Like their carriage, which clearly belongs to common people, the bandits wouldn't bother with it. The reason Xiao Shan's carriage was attacked along with Hong Un's was because Hong Un had taken a large order of medicinal herbs. These herbs are extremely valuable in the Northwest, even more so than silk or tea. That's why the attack happened. But the drunken coachman also said that Xiao Shan wasn't actually attacked here. He was ordered to be executed by General Hui. Who should they believe? Shen Yao thought for a moment and finally spoke. "Since we've come this far, turning back now would be a waste. I think we should privately rent or buy a carriage and keep going. If we only have one carriage, the bandits might not bother with us." Xiao also thought the same, but he knew that Shen Yao and the others didn't really need to follow along. "Our plan is indeed to do that, but you siblings should stop following us. With the Northwest at war, many people are fleeing here. If we run into trouble on the road, what should we do? Exactly, we don't want to be a burden later. My second brother was killed crossing Tongcheng, and if something happens to us..." Shen Yao understood their meaning. After some thought, she decided to share the information she had gathered. "I've learned some news that I think you should know." Seeing Shen Yao being so cautious was rare. Xiao Shan didn't think much of it but still listened carefully. Xiao Shan wasn't killed by those bandits. Instead, Hong Un pushed him out to be the scapegoat because the goods weren't delivered on time. General Hui ordered his execution, so I don't know which of these stories is true or false anymore. I can't be sure. Shen Yao's words surprised Xiaoda and Xiao Sr. Are you sure? My second brother wasn't killed by bandits. He was murdered by someone else. I said I'm not sure. That's just what I heard. Hong Un left overnight and didn't stay in Liaoyuan town, which doesn't make sense. So I think Xiao Shan was more likely killed by him. Xiaoda and Xiao San were furious. They wanted to go back immediately and cut Hong Un into pieces. Then we must move forward. We are heading northwest, and we must go northwest. Only Xiaoda looked at Shen Yao deeply. So, even though she had broken off the engagement, Shen Yao still cared a lot about Xiao Shan. She wasn't heartless or unfaithful. In fact, She loved her second brother very much. Because of this suspicion, Xiaoda didn't stop Shen Yao and the others from following him later. The four of them made a strange decision. While everyone else was busy returning, they bought a carriage and kept going. Big sister, why did General Hui want to kill brother Xiao Shan? Xiao Shan is innocent. Shen Yao knew the answer well. Shen Nan, officials don't care if you're innocent or not. If they decide you're guilty, you're guilty. If they decide to behead you, you'll be beheaded. The old emperor is foolish, and the officials he raised are just as foolish. Just wait and see, sooner or later. Shut up. You're talking more and more without thinking. What did I tell you? Don't discuss court affairs. If you can't remember, don't come out with me. Xiaoda suddenly interrupted Xiao Shan, which made Shen Yao feel strange. This family was becoming less and less like farmers. Farmers wouldn't know about court affairs? Would they know these things? No, that can't be right. Xiaoda and Xiao Shan fell silent, just sitting in front and driving the carriage. Shen Yao held Shen Nan and slept inside the carriage. The deeper they went inside, the colder it got. They were about 200 miles from where they had rested earlier, crossing a mountain along the way. This mountain made the climate of Pei City feel like the southwestern region. The closer they got to the mountain, the colder it was, but once they crossed it, the climate changed again. This area of forest has definitely gone through all 4 seasons once. Wow, it's so cold here. We need to move quickly, or the horses won't last. We can't stop tonight no matter what. Exactly, everyone take turns. We must not stay here tonight. Even Shen Yao spoke up. You, as a woman, should stay and look after Shen Nan. Just as Shen Yao was about to reply, a loud horse neighing sound came from nearby, startling their horses. The horses screamed and suddenly stopped, refusing to move forward. What's wrong? Did something happen up ahead? Why are the horses not moving? Night visibility is limited. Hearing the neighing, Shen Yao was alarmed. She quickly lifted the curtain and pulled Xiao Shan inside, taking his place. Hurry and find a place to hide. What's going on? Xiaoda and Xiao Shan looked at Shen Yao with confusion. Shen Yao moved even faster, holding the horse's reins, guiding the horse to the side of the mountain while saying, "Something's happened ahead." That horse's scream was so loud, it must be a serious problem. Isn't this area known for bandits? Let's hide first. Shen Yao's words made Xiaoda immediately become alert. Without hesitation, he pulled Shen Nan, and they quickly moved the carriage to the side. Once in the woods, Xiaoda instinctively carried Shen Nan on his back. The 4 of them hurried uphill until they found a large rock to hide behind. Are those really bandits? It seems unlikely. That's too frightening. As soon as Xiao Shan finished speaking, they heard the sound of hooves approaching. Then dozens of torches appeared, illuminating the mountain below. Now they could see clearly. Indeed, dozens of bandit-like men were chasing 2 carriages. Around the carriages, there were also dozens of soldiers, but they were all clearly injured. This was definitely more than just a simple fight. Someone shouted, "Take the money. Kill everyone else without mercy." Yes. The bandits acted quickly, jumping onto the carriages and looting everything. Then they started killing. All the injured people were slaughtered on the spot without exception. After killing everyone, the bandits set fire to both carriages, igniting them completely. The flames shot up into the sky, lighting up the mountain below brightly. "Ha ha ha, let's go." The bandit holding the money looked at the burning carriage, waved his arm, and immediately turned to leave with his men. Shen Yao and the others watched the scene very clearly. They were all so surprised that they couldn't even speak. Shen Yao had never seen so many people killed right in front of her before. This was the first time she felt like she was truly in ancient times. Killing and war, these were no longer just stories in books or on TV. They were real. The shocking sight left Shen Yao and the others stunned for a long time. Until, wow, there are still survivors. Except for Shen Nan, who had his eyes covered tightly by Shen Yao, everyone else looked in the direction Xiao Shan pointed. They saw a person slowly crawling out of the burning carriage. "Quiet, are you crazy?" Xiao Shan was so scared he quickly covered his mouth. Shen Yao looked at the people who had already run far away and boldly decided to go down the mountain. But Xiaoda grabbed her firmly. Are you crazy? Why are you going down? To save him. He's already at the foot of the mountain. Those people probably won't notice him. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Xiaoda hesitated but looked around. Fine, they really couldn't just watch him die. The group quietly moved back. When they got close to the foot of the mountain, they saw a man covered in blood lying in the bushes. His wounds were deep and frightening. He was crawling on the ground and had already fainted. Turn him over. Let me see if he can be saved. Xiaoda was strong and quickly turned the man over. But as soon as he did, Shen Yao hadn't reacted yet, and Xiaoda and Xiao Shan both exclaimed, Second brother? Is that second brother? Is he alive? Shen Yao looked at the man with a beard and a long scar on his face. Could it be Xiao Shan? How could he look like this after so long? This was impossible. Shen Nan shook his head, then nodded, then shook his head again, looking at the unconscious man with confusion. Big sister, I can't recognize him either. He looks familiar, but brother Xiao Shan doesn't have such a long beard, and he doesn't have scars on his face. But brother Xiao Shan is as strong as him, so I don't know if it's really him. Shen Yao glanced at the people outside the car, sure they were Xiao Shan's brothers. She clenched her teeth, ready to lift Xiao Shan's clothes to see what was underneath. The snake bite wound should be there, and Xiao Shan has a deep scar on his leg, so those should be visible. Therefore, Shen Yao thought that finding these two signs would confirm his identity. But when she lifted the man's clothes, Shen Yao was stunned. There was indeed a wound on his shoulder, but it was from an arrow, so the snake bite wound was no longer visible. Oh no, she was wrong. Shen Yao looked down further, and then Xiao Nan exclaimed in surprise. Wow, sister, his leg looks so scary.
I'm so scared.
Hearing this, Shen Yao looked over quickly. Goodness, no wonder Shen Nan was afraid. The man's thigh to his knee had a very deep scar, and even the skin above the knee was torn open. Forget it. She didn't need to look further. Xiao Shan's leg had been cut again? The original wound hadn't healed properly, and now this. What bad luck this person has. She quickly took out her medicines and started treating him immediately. How is he? Why are his injuries so serious? Shen Yao looked at the person who had been stripped completely and saw that he was badly hurt, covered in blood, with many knife wounds. I've used silver needles to seal a few major acupoints, so he won't bleed anymore. But these wounds need to be treated quickly. It would be best to find needle and thread to sew them up. Xiaoda and Xiao Shan looked at Shen Yao with very strange eyes. Sew them up? Do you think you're sewing clothes? I knew you women are unreliable. What do you know?
You don't know anything.
As soon as Xiao Shan spoke, Shen Nan stepped forward and stood in front of Shen Yao, angrily saying, You keep bullying my sister. My sister is a great doctor. She even saved the young wife of the Qin family. The old man Lu in town also says my sister's medical skills are better than his. Fourth brother, do you believe I will hit you now? I hit people, and it hurts a lot. Shen Nan's angry look made Shen Yao very proud. This boy really protects his family. Of course, it's normal to doubt her medical skills, since Shen Yao didn't know any of this before. No, we don't doubt your sister's skills. Shen Yao, don't be angry. It's just that Xiao Shan was lost and found again. We don't want any more accidents. Shen Yao has seen many family members of patients like this in the 21st century, so she said, It's okay. Let's leave quickly. We should be able to get back by tomorrow morning if everything goes smoothly. And don't forget, his injury was caused by bandits. What if they come after us? So, leaving quickly is the best choice. Xiao Shan still wanted to find a place to rest first and look for a more reliable doctor. But after thinking carefully, Xiaoda finally made up his mind and said, Listen to Shen Yao. We'll go back first. Staying here worries me about more trouble. Let's go. After deciding, they quickly packed up and continued on. At that moment, they didn't see a man in black on a big tree nearby, making a hand gesture behind them. The others followed Shen Yao and the others' horses and carriages. Oh my!
What's going on?
Is this Xiao Shan? Old Lu recognized the person at a glance. Shen Yao suddenly realized She didn't know much about Xiao Shan. So many people recognized this bearded man, but she was the only one who didn't. I'm not very good at treating external injuries, but I think if we sew up the wounds, they might heal faster. Old Lu looked at Shen Yao and asked directly, "But what about the way you treated Lady Chen earlier?" "Yes, that's right. If we do it like that, the wounds should heal in about 7 days." Old Lu thought for a moment and said, "Then you do it. I'll help you seal the acupoints with silver needles to prevent him from waking up in pain." Shen Yao was already very tired, but when she saw the person's breath and pulse gradually weaken, she still gathered her strength to act. Time slowly passed. Xiao Sun and Xiao Da sat outside, anxiously waiting. Shen Nan had already fallen asleep nearby. Xiao Sun looked inside and asked Xiao Da nervously, "Big brother, second brother isn't dead. Why did Hong and send us 50 taels of silver? And how could second brother be on that carriage with so many soldiers protecting him? I feel something's wrong." Xiao Da thought for a moment, especially recalling that Shen Yao had mentioned before that some people said Xiao Shan was used as a scapegoat by Hong En. Using his limited ideas, he considered this. Maybe the general thought he wrongly accused someone and wanted to free your second brother. Since the road was dangerous, he was worried about accidents and sent someone to bring your second brother back. But on the way, they still encountered bandits. Almost your second brother was killed by them. It's a pity for the soldiers who brought him back. We should be grateful to them. Later, we can ask our mother to go to the temple and light a long-life lamp for them. Thank them. Xiao Da's words resonated with Xiao Senator. He immediately nodded. Big brother is so smart. That must be it. The general is really a good person. He didn't blame our second brother at all. Later, we should also light a long-life lamp for the general to wish him safety on the battlefield and a long life.
Achoo.
Are you awake? Shen Yao had just finished treating all the wounds and removed the silver needles when she saw the person who had sneezed slowly wake up. She was a bit surprised that Xiao Shan's physique was really extraordinary. He woke up right after the needles were removed. "Xiao Shan, how do you feel? What did you call me?" Hearing this, Shen Yao's heart skipped a beat. "Big brother? You call me big brother?" Calling Xiao Shan by his name wasn't right, and calling him big brother also didn't seem appropriate. Shen Yao looked at this man with sharp, piercing eyes, much more intense than before. How should she address him? "What should I call you? Teach me." After saying this, Shen Yao looked at the bearded Xiao Shan. But Xiao Shan only said 3 words, which almost made Shen Yao faint from shock. She heard Xiao Shan say, "Who are you?"
Wow.
Could it be that she experienced the most dramatic and unbelievable event in all the stories? Did the male lead lose his memory because of an accident? He lost his memory? You probably don't remember who you are, do you? Xiao Shan. What? I don't remember? Second brother. How could you forget? Are you confused from a fever? I'm your 4th younger brother. Big brother, look. Second brother has lost his memory. Lost his memory. Shen Yao was quickly pushed aside by these worried brothers. She stood a meter away, waiting to see how the people inside would respond, until she heard another sentence that confirmed all her guesses. "Who are you?" "Oh, the master of time travel. What are you doing? Did you really lose your memory? Shouldn't losing memory happen a bit later? Maybe after the main character's love story gets more intense, then add some drama? You just started, and now you lose your memory? What is going on?" Shen Yao felt speechless, but the old man pulled her to go outside. "Forget about the memory loss. It's better to recover what you lost. Besides, this way, you two don't have any grudges, and you can live peacefully in the future." Hearing old Lu's comforting words, Shen Yao understood the situation. But she still felt something was off. "I didn't even feel his pulse was abnormal. I thought he just had a minor injury." Haha girl, no matter how skilled we are, we can't know exactly what's inside a person's mind or stomach. Unless we open their head and look, right? Actually, that is possible with modern advanced equipment. But she knew she shouldn't say that. Forget it. Maybe her medical skills just need improvement. Otherwise, how could she have caused Xiao Shan to get hurt? As long as the person is alive, that's enough. It makes her feel less guilty. But still, she felt uneasy. Why did he lose his memory? Why did he lose his memory? While on the road, I didn't talk to you about this issue. Now that you're back, I hope you think carefully. If you disappear or get into trouble, have you thought about what your sister will do in the future? How will she face the villagers? How will she face our late father? Shen Nan lowered his head in guilt. I left a message for my sister, and you said that once I think it over carefully, I can go. Do you mean that thinking it over depends on your 20-something coins? Yes, I eat very little. I can survive on just 1 bun a day and still make it to the northwest. And what if you reach the northwest and don't come back? Hearing this, Shen Nan felt even more guilty and lowered his head. So frustrating. He only thought about going, forgetting about coming back. If you find Brother Zhao's body when you return, how will you bring it back? Do you have money to hire a cart? Even if kind people are willing to help, do you have enough money for food? You have nothing. Are you planning to beg and eat your way back? Don't forget, from Tongcheng to Taohua Town, it's over 200 miles, with bandits on the mountain. Do you think you can endure such a long journey? Shen Nan grew more guilty, tears falling down his face. But Shen Yao was not soft-hearted. She was stern and said, "No crying. A real man doesn't shed tears when bleeding. If a few tears could fix mistakes, then you shouldn't be a boy, be a girl instead. I don't want to be a girl. I know I was wrong. Sister, I was wrong. I will think carefully in the future and won't be reckless anymore." Seeing her crying nose turn red, Shen Yao decided he needed to learn a lesson this time. Recite the medical book I gave you. When you finish, you can go to the private school. Shen Nan's expression was very complicated. He liked studying, but not medical books. Whenever he recited a medical book, he felt dizzy and sleepy. His sister is so cruel, so harsh. Seeing Shen Nan look so troubled, Shen Yao finally felt more at ease. "Kid, if I don't give you a lesson, you won't know who your sister is." After resting for 3 days, Fong Xiaomé came over. "Yao, yesterday, I met Madame Zheng from the Qin family. She asked me to thank you. She said that following your instructions, she removed the stitches from their young lady and also applied strong alcohol. Now the wound is completely healed. The child is also doing well, but the 3rd young master is a bit weak and needs to take medicine regularly." Shen Yao nodded casually. She didn't want to get involved in the Qin family's affairs. When Madame Zheng personally came to ask for her help before, she simply taught her how to remove the stitches and didn't go to their house. Now that Madame Chen is safe and sound, she has nothing to worry about. Yao, Xiao came by this morning and brought me a basket of eggs. He said he wanted to thank you. Seeing the eggs in Fong Xiaomé's hand, Shen Yao accepted them calmly this time. "You look so happy. Your face is almost smiling like a flower." Fong Xiaomé shyly touched her head. Yao, I really do thank you. Wow, you're not married yet, but you already act like a big sister-in-law. Why are you thanking me?" Fong Xiaomé was teased by Shen Yao. She could only tie her hair into a ponytail, but she looked quite spirited and said seriously, "Oh, I mean it. If Xiao Shan really died, I wouldn't have the face to marry into their family. Because I cut my hair, everyone says I'm unlucky. I wonder if it's because I cut my hair that Xiao Shan was cursed by me. Yao, I feel really guilty. But I didn't expect you to be so amazing. You not only found Xiao Shan but also saved him. Although he doesn't recognize anyone now and has disfigured himself, we're all happy just to see him alive."
"I see."
Shen Yao shrugged nonchalantly. But then Fong Xiaomé continued passionately, Yao, since Xiao Shan is alive now, have you thought about letting him marry into your family? Today, Xiaoda told me that Aunt Xiao also has this idea. They want Xiao Shan to marry into her family, so he can take good care of Shen Nan in the future." "What? Oh my goodness. Don't play with her like that, okay?" When Fong Xiaomé heard this, she covered her mouth and giggled secretly. "Who told you to get married?" "It was Xiao Shan who married you. He moved in to support you. Don't be silly." "I don't want him to move in. I'm not interested in men." "Ancestor, I call you ancestor, but you're not suitable to be a matchmaker." "Just forget I said that." "Why not?" Fong Xiaomé was quite confused. "Is it because he was disfigured and has a limp?" "No, of course not. It's because he's the main male lead." "But how to say this?" Shen Yao thought for a long time and just said, "It's because our birth charts don't match. I feel like I might be bad for him. Really, if we stay together, our charts clash, and that's not good." When Fong Xiaomé heard it was about the birth charts, she immediately stopped talking. If their charts really don't match, it's not good for them to be together. Just then, Fong Xiaomé didn't speak, but a voice came from the door. "How come I don't know our charts don't match? Have you checked Xiao Shan? He wasn't at home recovering. Why is he here showing off?" They saw Xiao Daquai carrying him, both standing foolishly at the door. Xiao Shan looked pale and tired, but carrying this tall man over such a long distance must have been exhausting. "Why did you come here?" "Shen Yao, my second brother, said he wanted to thank you himself. I couldn't stop him, so I carried him here." Shen Yao nodded and took a chair over to let Xiao put him down. By now, Xiao Shan had shaved his beard. His face was still the same, but Shen Yao thought maybe she was overthinking. His face looked a bit strange. Indeed, Xiao Shan's face looked much thinner, with hollow cheeks, and she felt like he had grown a little taller. Before, he was about 178 centimeters, but now maybe over 180. Also, the scar on his face, did he get injured in the northwest? It was pink, but it looked like it had healed for a while. Thinking about it, this man developed more slowly compared to women. Maybe Xiao Shan was going through a second growth spurt? That's why he grew taller. And his skin tone, it's a bit darker. How long has it been? Just over a month, and he's already tanned to a bronze color. Even in winter, the sun is so strong. Everything felt strange, very strange everywhere. With such a serious injury, why are you still out and about? You should be resting at home. Besides, I should be resting at home, because I am grateful to you. If my wound opens up again, all your rescue efforts will be wasted. Who knew that Xiao Shan, who had lost his memory, was quite temperamental, and his tone was cold as he said, "You saved me, so I should thank you. You are my lifesaver. From now on, whatever you need, I will listen to your commands. But please don't, absolutely don't.
Just like this is fine.
You are the main character, and I really don't want to get involved with you. I was even thinking of waiting until you become successful, so I could fight back. Please don't crush my ambition. If you want to make peace with me, I might lose my only motivation. That's not good, not good. No need, let's call it even. Neither of us owes the other anything now. But make sure you don't move your leg in the cast, not even when you shower. Don't take it off. Wait a month and see. Otherwise, you might become a cripple. Shen Yao, don't worry. Second brother knows about this. He said your method is good. With the cast, your leg won't move around. He also said if this method is popularized, it could help many people. Haha, such high awareness. Last time, she put him in a cast, but he didn't seem to have this realization. And she saved his life last time, but he didn't show any gratitude like now. So, the main character's words are just tricks. Don't believe them. Well, since you guys are here, just take the medicine back with you. I don't want to bother Xiaomé to make a trip later. Here, this is for you. Apply it to the wound every day. Remember to boil the bandage in water daily, and don't touch raw water. Shen Yao, don't worry. I remember everything. If I forget, Xiaomé will remind me. This display of affection made Shen Yao really not want to talk to Xiao Shan anymore. Better to stay silent. Xiaomu, who is quiet and reserved, is more likable. This talkative Xiao Shan is just too annoying. Annoying. I thought I had explained everything and the main character could leave. But no, he is truly the main character, speaking with all the classic lines. He asked, "Earlier, you said our horoscopes don't match. Did you check?" "Checked." "Probably checked." "Oh, not really, huh? What is that?" "What did you say?" "What do you mean, not really?" "I told you your birth chart doesn't count. I think our charts are very compatible." The two brothers from Xiao Shan left. Fong Xiaomé also left with them. Now, only Shen Yao was in the house. She stood blankly in the yard. This Xiao Shan really seems to have lost his mind. His words and actions are completely different from before. He even said that their charts weren't compatible, which doesn't count. Are their charts really compatible? Shen Yao thought he would say, "Our charts are compatible. I want to marry into your family, but there was no follow-up. He just left a message, "Come to me in 2 days, help me change my bandages." Then he left. Whether Shen Yao agreed or not, he just ordered her around. Is he really the boss? One simple command from him, and she is to do it? He's even more annoying than before, really. What a mess. The male lead is definitely the most annoying character in the story, no doubt. Big sister, the teacher said he accepted me and even said he could waive my tuition. Shen Yao was waiting outside the private school when she heard this news and was utterly surprised. Does this mean she won't have to pay tuition? She looked at the old teacher behind Shen Nan. The old man was thin, with a beard, dressed in a gray long coat, and had bright eyes that looked at Shen Yao. Teacher Lei, thank you for accepting Shen Nan. He will study very hard. Teacher Lei nodded and looked at Shen Nan happily but still spoke seriously. Don't be lazy when you go back. Keep a close watch on him. Yes, I will remember. Good, go now. Bring him here at the early hour tomorrow. Pick him up at the evening hour. Rest for 10 days, 1 day off. Yes, thank you, teacher. They sent him to school at 8 a.m. and picked him up at 5 p.m., with 1 day off every 10 days, almost the same as modern times. Watching the teacher walk away, Shen Yao felt excited, just like the parents whose children just started school. Shen Nan is really great. Did the teacher test you? No. As soon as I arrived, the teacher said I could enroll. He even said I'd get a meal every noon and told me to study hard and not let my sister down. Hearing this, Shen Yao's impression of the teacher improved a lot. The old man looked serious, but he seemed like a very good person. However, just because she doesn't charge tuition doesn't mean she can be shameless. She immediately took Shen Nan to the town study to pick out some books, along with a few decent paintings and some fine cotton cloth. She also brought some pastries to give to the teacher. Shen Yao was worried that the teacher wouldn't accept the gifts, so she handed everything to the servant and then left with Shen Nan. She also bought Shen Nan a set of writing tools and some beginner books, spending nearly 3 taels of silver in total. Indeed, reading was an expensive hobby in ancient times, especially the paper she bought for Shen Nan. It was not cheap. 1 sheet of paper about the size of a standard sheet cost 10 copper coins, and that was the cheapest paper. Better quality paper could cost dozens of taels of silver per sheet. Feeling the pain in her heart, Shen Yao became even more determined to earn more money. After all, supporting Shen Nan would take several years, and if she didn't work hard to make money, she might not be able to support him at all. Once Shen Nan's school enrollment was settled, she normally bought some bones and leisurely took Shen Nan home. Passing by the Donglai restaurant, which was already not very busy, suddenly the place was bustling with noise and people. Even Wang Mahua was standing at the entrance of the tea house, staring intently across the street, as if listening carefully. Boss Wang, what are you doing? You look so focused. Shen Yao, isn't there a storyteller hired from across the street? It looks like their business is struggling. That old turtle Lu is willing to spend money and even invited a storyteller from the prefecture. Right now, the storyteller is talking about the first battle in the northwest. It's quite tragic. The first battle was a surprise attack by the enemy and we lost. General Hui is missing, and now the court has sent a new general to the northwest. I heard they will pass through our old Quan town soon. When that happens, I want to go join the fun and see what kind of person this new general is. Lost? Losing the first battle of spring must have hurt morale a lot. How could the mighty general go missing? Wang Mahua looked around cautiously. This was not something to discuss openly. She whispered to Shen Yao. I heard from the girls in my inn, from wealthy people, that there are traitors in the court. Someone is betraying the country and setting a trap for General Hui. Moreover, it is believed to be related to the rivalry among factions, as General Hui is the niece of the Empress. Since there is no heir in the palace, everyone is focused on that position. So, it is a struggle for the throne.
No wonder.
But this is too far from her, so it doesn't concern her much. After overhearing some gossip, Shen Yao bought some vegetables and took Shen Nan back to Little River Village. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Xiao just standing there with tall Xiao Shan waiting. Is this person really here? I told you I would come today to change the medicine. Why weren't you here? Huh? Are you blaming me now? Shen Yao looked at Xiao Shan as if she was seeing a fool. Am I your servant? If you tell me to stay, I stay. Can I do something else? Shen Nan, being obedient and afraid of a fight, quickly ran to Xiao Shan, took his hand, and said sweetly, Brother Xiao Shan, Xiaoan can go to private school now. Today, sister took me to visit the teacher. The teacher said I can start school tomorrow, and I don't have to pay for lunch. Sister said we should thank the teacher, so we bought a gift for him. Later, I listened to the storyteller tell stories, and then we came back. Hearing Shen Nan's detailed explanation, Xiao Shan's expression softened a lot, and he even reached out to pat his head. This child looks much smaller than others his age, with a big head and a small body, clearly showing signs of poor nutrition and early weakness. Then you must study hard. Your sister is doing her best to raise you. I will study hard, pass the imperial exam, become an official, and support my sister. Hearing the child's ambitious words, Xiao chuckled foolishly. But Xiao Shan, perhaps recalling something unpleasant or for some other reason, seemed to be talking to himself or mocking, saying, Becoming an official? An official who doesn't serve the people is no better than not becoming one. Better not to be an official, so you don't become a tool for others, even harming your own family. Shen Yao found this statement strange. Xiao Shan seemed a bit different, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was different. They hadn't interacted much before, and now even less. Aren't you here to change the medicine?
Come in already.
Why are you standing at the door? Reluctantly, Shen Yao let them inside. The wound on Xiao Shan's arm is healing very well. Actually, better than usual. His body seems quite strong. After disinfecting and bandaging the wound, she didn't pay him any more attention. She just told him to sit in the yard and wait for Xiao, who was helping Fong Xiaomé plow the fields, to come and pick him up. Shen Yan gently held her first set of writing tools, loving and not wanting to let go of them. Shen Yao first sorted the gathered herbs and laid them out to dry in a basket, then placed them on a shelf in the yard. She worked carefully and diligently, not saying a word to Xiao Shan the whole time. Instead, Xiao Shan sat in the yard watching her busy with her chores. She was quite tall for a girl with a good height, but very thin, almost no flesh on her body. Her eyes were clear and bright, even though she didn't talk much to him. Her gaze was focused and pure, a very clean girl. Her personality was different from most girls nowadays, brave, careful, and smart. Although she was married, she didn't look down on herself or feel discouraged. She was able to support her only younger brother to go to school, which was not something everyone could do. The most important thing was she saved him. When he thought he was going to die, he opened his eyes and saw her. This young girl, only 14 years old, had such great skill to pull him back from the brink of death. His life-saving grace was greater than heaven, and he felt he owed her forever. Shen Yao was working while feeling the strange, intense gaze from the male lead. She couldn't understand what this big brother, who had eaten too much and was full, wanted to see in her. Why don't you go outside and wait? I'll bring you a stool and you can sit outside the door. Why, men and women are different. What if someone sees us chatting in the yard? Shen Yao thought this would surely make Xiao Shan leave. But unexpectedly, Xiao Shan, with his thick skin, simply said, They know already. How could they not? There are so many gossiping women in the village. I've married into a family and reputation is very important. Reputation? Yes, a girl's reputation is very important. Very important. Watching her carry herbs and seriously talk about the importance of reputation, Shen Yao wondered, reputation? During the treatment, when she was completely undressed, she didn't mention her reputation. So, he smirked mischievously and teasingly said, Then, if you apply medicine to me and see all of me, are you doing it for your reputation? Do you have to be responsible for me? She felt like she was being teased by the male lead. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. How could she have any romantic feelings for the male lead of the whole story? The male lead can only belong to the female protagonist. He can only be flirtatious with her, tease her, love her passionately, and have a love-hate relationship. With the female supporting characters, it's only about mutual teasing, revenge, and retaliation. She considers Xiao Shan as her future rival. She's waiting for his overwhelming revenge. They cannot have any other romantic storylines. Absolutely not. If they do, it's definitely not love. Not at all. So, when faced with Xiao Shan's obvious teasing, Shen Yao, being straightforward and serious, replied, I see you the same way I see Shen Nan. Not just Shen Nan, but everyone else too. They're all patience. Yes, all patience. But when these words reached the man's ears, they suddenly sounded different. His eyes flashed with anger, and even his tone grew colder. You're calling me small.
Small?
What's small? Just an ordinary patient. What does that have to do with being small? I mean, an ordinary person. You say I'm small? Shen Yao blinked in confusion, looking at him with puzzled eyes. But it seemed this man could no longer hide his anger. Suddenly, he stood up sharply from his seat. I'm small? Ordinary small? Shen Yao, do you want to try and see if I'm really small or not? After saying this, he limped over with a stick in hand, approaching Shen Yao. She watched him slowly get closer, his gaze seeming to want to swallow her whole. She gasped in shock. Damn, he was talking about the smallness of that part, and she was talking about this smallness. They misunderstood each other again. And maybe she even acted inappropriately? Who's the real troublemaker here? Shen Yao's face suddenly turned red. Seeing Xiao Shan getting closer, she seemed to avoid some disaster and quickly stepped back. I must turn this situation around.
No flirting, no teasing, no emocional ataxantes.
I will strictly follow these 3 rules. Shen Yao immediately took a big step back and pointed at Xiao Shan, saying, Stay away from me. Don't be a troublemaker. You always misunderstand what I say. I won't explain clearly, and you just imagine all sorts of things. So listen carefully to what I mean. First, I said you are just like ordinary people. The things Shen Nan has, you also have. There's no difference. Second, whether you're tall or short, as long as it's convenient for you and comfortable, I see you as healthy. Third, I've registered as a single woman. I won't marry. I want to take care of my brother and avoid trouble. Fourth, we've broken off the engagement. There's no need to say all these unnecessary things. Let's each live well and cherish what we have. Fifth, we clear our past grudges. From now on, you owe me nothing, and I owe you nothing. We can even ignore each other when we meet. All past issues are completely settled. Do you understand? Shen Yao thought that she was so clear and logical, and that the main male character should understand her now, right? Do you understand? The male lead just looked at Shen Yao, carefully analyzing each of her words. His serious face carried an unspoken aura. Even the scar on his face didn't dare to challenge him. Xiao Shan, lost in thought, made Shen Yao think he was just zoning out. Until suddenly he smiled. He grinned and burst out laughing. Then he said, Yes, you don't owe Xiao Shan, and Xiao Shan doesn't owe you. Everything is settled. There will be no more ties in the future. You'd better remember this. Never forget it, even in death. Haha, do I need to remind you? Of course I remember. Don't worry, I'll definitely remember. You remember too. Goodbye. At this moment, Grandpa Xiao and Fong Xiaomé just came back, chatting happily. Shen Yao didn't do what he wanted. She just thought this Buddha-like person could leave now. Seeing them walk out of sight, she finally let out a breath and patted her chest. Now that she's been so clear, there shouldn't be any more trouble in the future. Suddenly, there were no enemies, and I felt like I was seeking a lone warrior's defeat. I wanted to be challenged. Or maybe she would challenge me. While Shen Yao was lost in her own daydreams, at this moment in the northwest camp, someone slowly woke up, looked at the unfamiliar tent, surrounded by people, and muttered, Am I dead? General, you're awake. That's wonderful.
Huh?
Who shaved the general's beard? General? Who? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Oh no, the general has hurt his head and lost his memory. Fong Xiaomé and Xiao Da's wedding was scheduled for the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Now, it was already mid-February. Most of the girls in the brothel had ailments caused by inflammation. After using the remedy Shen Yao provided to clean their wounds, they hadn't come to see her for a while. except for Wang Mahua. That day, Shen Yao carried her acupuncture bag and a small satchel. After sending Shen Nan to school, she went to see Wang Mahua. Wang Mahua, as usual, was at the door listening to a story across the street while munching sunflower seeds. Seeing Shen Yao arrive, she immediately pulled her aside, away from the main entrance of the East Come-In, and whispered carefully, "Girl, you shouldn't come to town so often lately. Find someone familiar to help you send Shen Nan every day and stay at home yourself. If I need to see a doctor, I'll come to the village." "Boss Wang, what's going on?" Wang Mahua looked a little anxious, with deep concern in her eyes. "The last time you gave medicine to Fong Daquai, he was itchy all day. He went to the town pharmacy to see a doctor, but the doctor couldn't find anything wrong, so he didn't report you. But I heard that his daughter, who's gained favor with a noble person, is coming back. I worry she might want to get revenge on you." "Fong Zidong is coming back?" "She just left, and now she's returning so soon?" "She left not long ago, right? And she's coming back so quickly. Haha, I found out she will return with a newly appointed Northwest General." "Northwest General? Who?" "The son of the Minister of War, Jiang Wenhe. Is it him? The male supporting character everyone in the book adores, loves, and envies. There's a saying, how does it go? Every novel features a clueless, silly male lead who doesn't appreciate what he has. Alongside him, there is always a classic supporting male character whose status and devotion are even greater than the main male lead. In this story, Jiang Wenhe is that classic supporting character. Fong Zidong feels like she has been reborn. Did she meet the supporting male lead early? Or has she simply decided to follow the wishes of all the female fans and start liking the supporting male character? Shen Yao can't understand this. Anyway, after the female lead's rebirth, everything changes. For example, Xiao Shan. In this story, Xiao Shan was never written as disfigured before. But now, he has a scar that completely covers his face, which is quite shocking. Are you worried she might seek revenge for her father? Isn't she likely to? Yes, I think she probably will. So you need to stay away and avoid direct conflict. Now that there's a war in the Northwest, the alcoholics can't go that route anymore. A few days ago, someone asked me to find a job for him. If possible, let him help by picking up Shen Nan every day. He's honest, though a bit talkative, but he's a good person. His life is just unlucky. His only son has a heart condition, which has cost a lot of money over the years. The boy's illness hasn't improved, but we've spent a lot on treatment. So I thought I could help a little. Wang Mahua is truly a kind-hearted person. That's why even the lowest of the low can have their good points. He's very loyal. Alright, I also plan to do that. Do you know how much he charges? I'll go talk to him. You just tell him what you need. I give you my word, Wang Mahua. Kids, just leave this to him. If he has any other intentions, you don't need to say anything. I can make sure he pays the price. Shen Yao smiled, thanked Wang Mahua, and waited for her servant to find someone. The alcoholics really do want to find something to do. Besides taking Shen Nan to school every day, if this plan works, the medicine will also need to be sold in town. So, having a carriage is very important. The alcoholics didn't ask for much, 3 coins a month, which also covers the horse's feed. After the deal was settled, Shen Yao bought more herbs and returned to Shanghe village. This time, she rode in the alcoholic's carriage. When she arrived at the gate, she saw Xiao Shan waiting nearby. Many times, Shen Yao felt a complex mix of emotions when she saw Xiao Shan, who had lost his memory. She always felt that this person, who no longer remembered anything, didn't seem like the main male character anymore. Plus, his face was badly scarred, which made her feel even more that the two people looked very much alike. In fact, this time, not only Xiao Shan was there, but Xiao Mu was also standing beside him. As Shen Yao stepped down from the carriage, Xiao Shan quickly approached and asked, "Who is he?" "He's the coachman." "What's wrong?" Xiao Shan looked cautiously at the drunkard in front of him. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, giving off a strange pressure that even Shen Yao couldn't quite understand. The drunkard kept retreating, and it seemed that even the horses behind him were moving back nervously, perhaps just her imagination. "If you want to enter the city later, I will see you off." "You see me off?" "No, I made it clear last time. I'll go by myself." I don't want to be involved with you. Hearing Shen Yao clearly distance herself from him, Xiao Shan was calm and said, I understand. I will handle it. Handle it? How are you going to handle it? But Xiao Shan ignored her and instead said to the drunkard, Go now. Be careful in the future, and don't think about doing anything bad. The drunkard nodded timidly and then drove the carriage away. Shen Yao was very annoyed watching this scene. She had already said it was fine, so why did he act like he was protecting her? It only caused misunderstandings. Before she could even scold him, Xiao Shan spoke, cutting her words off completely. I'm here to ask you to check Xiaomu's throat. He was burned back then and can't speak now. I know you're good at medicine, so I want you to help him. Shen Yao looked at Xiaomu, a handsome man who seemed to be from a different era. She had always wondered why he became mute. But now she heard Xiao Shan say that Xiaomu's throat was burned. That was very interesting. However, probing into someone's private matters was not Shen Yao's style. She only thought for a moment before nodding and letting them into the house. Xiao Shan's injury had already healed. His recovery ability was beyond Shen Yao's expectations. Now, except for the leg that is still tied with a stick, all other injuries have scabbed over. When they reached the yard, Shen Yao opened the door and let the two sit at the entrance. This obvious attempt to avoid suspicion made Xiao Shan's eyes become even deeper and more intense. Xiaomu glanced at him and looked at him with the same strange expression, as if warning him about something. However, Shen Yao did not see the expressions on their faces from beginning to end. At this moment, she held a small wooden stick soaked in strong alcohol and also took a piece of candle for Xiao Shan to hold up. Carefully, she began to check Xiaomu. Shen Yao remembered that the book said Xiaomu's throat and Xiao Shan's leg were later treated by a divine doctor. Xiaomu even found his long-lost family members. So, she knew Xiaomu's vocal cords should be fine, and if there was any problem, it was probably just some damage. Through her examination, Shen Yao found that this was indeed the case. She touched Xiaomu's neck, not realizing that this seemingly normal action made Xiao Shan very unhappy. He stepped forward and roughly knocked her hand away. What are you doing? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. That's what you said. I also said that in front of a doctor. Everyone is equal. He's just like an ordinary person. No, you tell me how to touch him, I'll do it. Anyway, you're not allowed to touch him. This crazy person. As for your mental health, I believe it. But I also want to make it clear to you, you have no right to interfere with how I treat patients. And you have no right to stop any of my actions. We're not related. Remember that, and you don't need to create these ambiguous relationships. We can't be ambiguous. Stop doing these unnecessary things. Be normal, and I'll be normal. If you go crazy, I'll go crazier than you. Understand?
Got it.
But don't touch him. Damn it, you understand but still won't let me touch him. Meanwhile, Xiaomu stood up and looked at the two arguing. He made a series of gestures towards Xiao Shan, similar to sign language. Xiaomu's brows furrowed. Then he sat back down and signaled Shen Yao to continue. Surprisingly, Xiao Shan automatically took a few steps back and no longer moved forward. Truly a case of one thing controlling another. Xiaomu, you're really impressive, making this stubborn bull compromise.
Bull.
Your vocal cords are slightly damaged. Recovery is possible, but you may need to relearn how to speak. Since the injury has been there for many years, it will take time and practice. Do you understand? Xiaomu nodded happily, smiling with a bright expression. Even the corners of his mouth lifted. A handsome man smiling is truly attractive. Shen Yao isn't interested in looks, but she appreciates beauty. When she saw Xiaomu smile, she also smiled a little. Xiao Shan, who had just come over, suddenly acted out. He said to Shen Yao, Don't smile at him. That's none of your business. Take the medicine. Remember, don't smile at him or look into his eyes. This person really overreacts. Fortunately, Xiaomu made a gesture showing he was a bit angry when he heard this. Shen Yao glanced at both of them again. She hadn't paid attention before, but now she felt that Xiao Shan might not just be jealous or trying to stop her from looking at or smiling at Xiaomu. She even thought Xiao Shan seemed to be unusually kind to Xiaomu, almost overly respectful, like a special kind of politeness she couldn't quite explain. Wow, am I mistaken? Shen Yao became more observant and careful while watching them, trying not to show her thoughts. How much is the consultation fee? I will treat him with acupuncture and herbs. As for the money, just give what you think is fair. Most of the herbs Shen Yao collected from the mountains herself. She had promised old Lu not to use her medical skills for profit, so she didn't care much about the cost. But she didn't mind, yet Xiao Shan seemed eager to take advantage of the situation. I'll come help you plow the fields tomorrow. What? Plow the fields? Yes, to pay off the debt. Shen Yao looked at him in shock. It seemed Xiao Shan thought she didn't understand, so he boldly explained, I have no money, so I'll work to pay the debt. Wow, no money and still so bold. You're the first. Absolutely the first. Xiao Shan said he would come to help Shen Yao plow the fields, and he kept his word. He was limping, carrying a hoe, and swaggered into Shen Yao's backyard vegetable garden. It was the afternoon, and everyone was busy working in the fields. His appearance quickly spread through the entire village in no time. Hey, since Xiao Shan came back, he's been helping Shen Yao plow the fields. He really cares about her. Yes, he does. His injury isn't fully healed yet, but as soon as spring planting started, he came to help. He's a good young man. But so what if he's a good young man? Now they've broken off the engagement. How can helping like this be appropriate? There are always people who oppose. Since there wasn't much work in the fields, everyone got interested and started talking loudly. Shen Si's wife, who had a very good opinion of Shen Yao, immediately joined in. I'm not saying this to be mean, but even if they've broken off the engagement, it's still an engagement. Besides, Xiao Shan is limping and has a big scar on his face. If he doesn't move into our Shen family, who would marry him? With the Xiao family being so poor, who would dare to marry into that household? Old Six's family. Would you let your daughter marry someone like that? Hearing this, the woman from Old Six's family quickly retorted. Pfft, don't talk nonsense about Old Fourth's family. I wouldn't let my daughter work like a servant in that household. Shen Si's wife sneered. Well, it's settled. They can't find a wife anyway. What's wrong with taking back a past love? Shen Yao isn't picky, and that's enough. I think Shen Si's words are right. They're all moving in, so what's there to complain about? Plus, they know each other well. If Dr. Shen was still here, maybe the two of them would already be married. Yeah, maybe they would. Listening to these comments, Shen Yao, who was holding a small hoe and working in the field, felt she had underestimated things. It was a big mistake. How could she forget that the women in this village are the most unforgiving? Xiao Shan coming so boldly to help was just giving people something to talk about. But seeing Xiao Shan swing his hoe so smoothly, she only felt more worried. Could he really dig out a treasure with such strength? Hey, you don't need to plow anymore.
Just go away.
I can do it myself. A gentleman's word is hard to take back. I promised, and I won't go back on my word, Shen Yao sarcastically said, almost grinding her teeth. Who is she fooling? He just wants everyone to see him helping her, to ruin her reputation. Xiao Shan stopped and quietly looked at Shen Yao with his hoe in hand. Do you really think that? Yes, just think that way. The two looked at each other, as if neither wanted to back down. Finally, Xiao Shan rubbed his nose with a mischievous smile. Then, if you say so, I'll take your word for it. Why does he always do things differently? She was ready to argue fiercely and make him leave angrily. Isn't he usually very proud? Isn't he usually very sensitive? Where is your sensitivity? Where is your pride? Xiao Shan, what exactly are you trying to do? Plow the fields. I told you not to plow. Then I'll come in the middle of the night. Won't anyone see me? In the middle of the night? Coming to plow. People might think you're digging a grave. I bet you're secretly hoping I like you. You keep getting so close. What's your plan? Do you want to marry into the Shen family? Shen Yao deliberately provoked him, waiting for him to give up. Last time, she made him so angry his eyes turned red. He looked like he wanted to hurt someone. This time, I want to see if he gets mad or feels embarrassed to keep going. While Shen Yao was waiting for him to lose his temper, Xiao Shan finally stopped digging, turned to look at Shen Yao. His eyes were full of anger, doubt, and a hint of hurt. Then Xiao Shan spoke. Shen Yao was eagerly waiting for him to give up. She heard him say, "You reminded me. Yes, I think I like you. After all, you saved my life, and I should repay you. If you really want me to marry into your family, I will tell my mother my birth date, find a matchmaker, and marry you properly. I will marry into the Shen family." She teased him. She actually teased him, right in front of the whole village. It made her so angry. She was furious. Shen Yao was so upset that she locked the door tightly when she got home, refusing to open it no matter what. She sat on the doorstep, looking at the small courtyard, feeling anxious and uneasy inside. Not because of anything else, but because Xiao Shan's recent actions were completely different from what the original male lead would do. Especially since Xiao Shan suddenly acted like he was crazy and wanted to get close to her again. This was clearly something the male lead and the female protagonist should be doing. She was a supporting character, an unusual kind of supporting character, not the kind who would cling to the male lead. If she got together with the male lead, what would happen to the female protagonist? And she never even thought about being with the male lead. Her goal was to earn money to support her brother, deal with difficult people, and stay away from the main characters. Getting married? Don't be silly. Even in the 21st century, she never thought she'd want to marry in this ancient place without any marriage laws to protect her. That would be crazy. While Shen Yao was trying to figure out how to stay away from Xiao Shan and stop interfering in these matters, suddenly, a shadow flicked past her eyes. Goo 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 goo. It was Fu Bao. Little Fu Bao was back. Shen Yao immediately stepped forward. Sure enough, it was little Fu Bao. She looked at the thief who had stolen 100 taels of silver from her first thing. This guy still dared to come back. But then she saw the small note on Fu Bao's paw, and she paused to take a closer look. And when she saw it, she was overjoyed. She had lost everything but was about to get it all back. There were 200 taels of silver, exactly 200 taels. And the other person said, "The goods have been received, the effect is excellent, and I've prepared the silver. Hope to send another batch to the Western Northwest camp." Oh my goodness. A big order. She had received a large order for traditional medicine in this ancient world. She was making money, more money. Shen Yao quickly put the silver into her pocket, afraid that Fu Bao might snatch it again. Then she hugged him and kissed him a few times. Based on her previous cost of 21 taels, this business would net her about 80 taels of profit.
Wow, wow.
She was getting rich.
See?
Women shouldn't think about love and romance all the time. Isn't making money more satisfying? Isn't this silver shiny and attractive? Shen Yao instantly felt full of determination. She returned to the kitchen, first feeding some millet to Little Fortune, then quickly began counting the medicinal herbs. If I'm not mistaken, this batch of medicine must be very urgent, especially since the first battle was lost, and they might soon face a counterattack from the opposing forces. Therefore, Shen Yao didn't delay at all and immediately started preparing. When Xiao Shan returned to the yard, he saw that the main gate was tightly closed. He looked around, saw no one nearby, and then jumped into the yard on one foot. His movements were smooth and quick, without any hesitation. Not only that, he also deliberately went over and opened the door before walking inside to find Shen Yao, who had been frightened away earlier. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Fortune with big, round eyes staring at him. This pigeon looked a bit familiar. Especially when he saw the pigeon's leg and a small note beside it, his expression grew serious. He walked over, caught the pigeon that was about to fly away, and clearly read the note. It said, "Northwest Camp. Coo 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 coo." Xiao Shan's expression changed, and he looked thoughtful. When Shen Yao came out after hearing the pigeon's call, she saw Xiao Shan grabbing Fortune roughly, as if he was about to hurt it. She immediately shouted, "Let it go. It's not an ordinary pigeon. If you dare hurt it, I won't forgive you." Hearing Shen Yao's angry words, Xiao Shan looked down at the pigeon and said coldly, "Who are you in contact with at the Northwest Camp? Do you know that the Northwest Army has strict rules, and anyone secretly communicating with outsiders is considered treason? Are you planning to wash your hands and go to the chopping block with Shen Nan?" Shen Yao was shocked and looked anxiously at Fortune and the note in his hand. Did she just cause trouble? I was just providing herbs, I didn't do anything else. Also, fortune flew into my yard by mistake. It was a coincidence. The last batch of medicine I sent was said to be effective. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. Although she said this, Shen Yao already felt she had been reckless. The Northwest had just lost a battle, and some people said it was because someone was betraying the country, causing the general to go missing. Receiving this message from the pigeon at this time definitely seemed suspicious. She felt nervous inside, but tried not to show it on her face. She carefully watched the man in front of her, who had almost died in the Northwest. What should she do now? You said you already sent a batch of medicine? Shen Yao glanced at Xiao Shan. Since they had already talked about it, there was no point hiding anymore. She decided to be honest. Yes, I sent a batch and I didn't take any money. Look, it says so right there. The results are very good. So they want to buy more from you? They should have paid you this time, right? How did this man know? What are you really trying to do? Give Fu Bao back to me. This isn't your business. Even if I get beheaded, it's my problem, not yours. But after she said that, the man didn't return Fu Bao. Instead, he angrily threw her away, and Fu Bao flew far away with a puff.
Fu Bao.
Xiao Shan, what are you doing? Who told you to interfere in my affairs? My problems are none of your business. Your surname Shen. Without thinking, she knew her surname was Shen. Xiao Shan looked at her very seriously with sharp eyes, making Shen Yao feel more uncomfortable. Just tell me, what do you really want to say? Do you know that the Northwest's first battle was a big defeat and the court is very angry? I know. Then do you know why we lost? Shen Yao shook her head. Someone stole the border troop supplies. Now, not only the Northwest but also the court is on edge. Anyone who moves will risk death, or even be executed along with their whole family. If you suddenly receive a message from a carrier pigeon, aren't you afraid of some conspiracy? In this Shangha village, not only are your surnames Shen, but most villagers also have the same surname. You don't mind dying. Nearly 100 households here could be wiped out. Do you still think it's no big deal? Shen Yao was so frightened she leaned back. She really didn't understand these ancient matters. She just thought the flying Fu Bao was bringing her good luck. She never expected so much. Now, after this man's analysis, she only felt her scalp tingle, her back turn cold, and she was terrified.
But before.
Did you send the medicine before the battle or after? After. Oh no, that makes it even more likely to be investigated. Remember, you must never ask others to go to the Northwest camp. Shen Yao was frightened by Xiao Shan's words. She had no idea these things could be involved. What kind of place is the Northwest? Why is it so scary? Feeling instinctively, Shen Yao looked at this man who seemed to know everything and asked, Xiao Shan, were you killed by Hong and scheme or ambushed by bandits? Why were soldiers escorting you back later? I feel like you know everything. The man called Xiao Shan looked a bit embarrassed and then said, just like Xiao said, the general is brave and wise, and when he realized he had the wrong person, he ordered me to be sent back. But on the way, we encountered bandits again, and that's how you saved us. Really? Why does Shen Yao always feel that this story sounds strange? Alright, let's not talk about Xiao Shan for now. What should we do about the money? But this time, they not only let Fu Bao bring back the silver from last time, but also added 100 taels. We should return the money, right? Xiao Shan looked at the 200 taels in Shen Yao's pocket and then at the poor farmyard, thinking for a moment and said, First, you should prepare medicinal herbs. As for sending, I will go to the Northwest for you. You're going? Xiao Shan went back to recover from his injuries. In his words, his leg was almost healed, and once it was better, he would leave immediately. She could start preparing the medicinal herbs. Really, it sounds so strange. It feels like she's missing something. But she must not be scared into giving up her life, by Xiao Shan's words. No matter what, she can't remember. Since she arrived here, she often forgets that this is ancient times. She acts independently, and although she has taken many detours, she has managed to get by fairly smoothly. But she overlooked that here, killing 9 clans and confiscating property were very common. So, she was truly frightened by Xiao Shan's words. Now everything she does feels full of fear. At this moment, a man from Shen Yao's courtyard stepped out, looked around at the village with no one in sight. Most people were working in the fields now. He glanced at the distant treetops, made a gesture, and a man in black jumped down from the tree. "General, what is the situation in the northwest now? That person was saved by someone from Huangzhong, and now everyone thinks he is you. My subordinate." The man in black glanced at the general, hesitant to speak, but Xiao Shan sneered. "Do you think I look very much like that person? My subordinate. Dare not." "Yes, yes, no, no. What's there to dare, or not dare?" The man in black said nothing more, knowing that saying too much would only cause trouble. At this moment, the general didn't want to hear this. "Where's the pigeon?" "Here." The man in black respectfully handed the pigeon, called Fu Bao by the little girl, to the general. Shaolin looked at the pigeon, which often got lost even when delivering messages, and said dismissively, "Useless little thing." Afterward, he carefully tucked Fu Bao into his coat pocket.
"Keep a close watch on them."
After that fake death show they staged, since they think it was me, then it's me now. Those people colluding with the later Jean want to hand over the Northwest, and even plan to poison my food. Even if they go back, it won't do much good. Let them taste the danger first, and see if the tiger they're dealing with is easy to kill. Show kindness to the families of all fallen generals. Gather all troops in the east. It's time to let them see what a real mighty general looks like. Yes, but the new general sent by the court. Spread the word that the general has found someone. Just say the new general came from where he was, and let it be.
Yes.
After the man in black left, Shaolin looked at the quiet farmyard, a rare gentle smile crossing his face. But Xiao Shan and he looked alike, at least 90%, so this wasn't surprising. After all, he had just learned that the person who had been missing for many years was hiding in this small village, and had been there for 20 years. Shaolin leaned on his cane and slowly headed back. On the way, he met Xiao Mu, who came looking for him. He stood respectfully to the side. Xiao Mu looked at him and made a gesture. Shaolin smiled and said straightforwardly, "She saved me. I went to help her. That's only right. Besides, he and Xiao Shan are no longer betrothed, right?" Xiao Mu looked at Shaolin with displeasure. He was the first to realize that this person was not Xiao Shan. Likewise, this person immediately recognized his identity. So, they reached an understanding, agreeing not to reveal each other's identities and to keep things as they were. But now, it's clear that this person has developed unusual feelings for Shen Yao. He can't stand to see him bullying that girl. Xiao Mu made a gesture again. Who would have thought that Shaolin would smile even more happily and say, "Do you think Xiao Shan would still agree to be with Shen Yao? He's not going to marry into the family, especially after experiencing power and wealth. His ambition will only make him resent everyone who once humiliated him, including Shen Yao, who married into the family. So, even if he comes back, he definitely won't marry into the Shen family again. Just wait and see." This remark made Xiao Mu thoughtful. After a moment, he made another gesture. "What about you?" Shaolin looked toward the distant capital city.
"Me?"
He suddenly smiled. "If I, Shaolin, decide on a woman, what does it matter if I marry into her family? Whether I'm on the top or at the bottom, she belongs to me, and I belong to her. Have you made up your mind? Decided?" Shaolin just smiled without speaking. It's too early to say that now. Shen Yao knew that secretly sending things to the northwest could cause serious trouble, so she became even more careful about making medicine. One day, she went to Old Lu's pharmacy. After he checked the new batch of phoenix blood, he sighed heavily and said, "Grandpa, we can't send these medicines to the northwest now. All our stockpiled hemostatic medicines are useless." Old Lu nodded. "Yes, nowadays, most merchants' shipments to the northwest are robbed by bandits. Strange, though, those bandits don't take silk or salt, which are so valuable. They only want these medicines. So, now, except for the medicines sent by the government troops, it's very hard for private traders to get their medicines in." "Oh, why are bandits so strange? Only medicine? How many of them are there? Why doesn't the court send soldiers to fight them?" If there was no war in the northwest, maybe. But now, the first battle has already started there. Who would send troops to fight bandits now? Fortunately, they only loot money, not lives, so they've been able to survive peacefully all these years. No lives? However, she clearly saw those people kill many soldiers and heard them say, "Kill everyone without mercy." Could it be that the bandits she met and the old man Lu were not the same group? This medicine will eventually be delivered someday. Storing it doesn't do any harm. Old Quan Town is the only main road from the northwest to the capital. If the northwest falls, how can we survive here? Sigh. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. Hearing this, Shen Yao only felt a terrible headache. She thought she could have a peaceful few days, but why did war suddenly come? Will they really attack? Will the court send troops to help? Hearing this, Dr. Lu also became interested and started analyzing with Shen Yao. Do you know how difficult it has been for General Hu Wei to guard the northwest these years? Shen Yao shook her head. She had only been here for less than half a year, so how could she know such distant matters? She might not even know all the things about the town. Let me tell you carefully. General Shaolin, known as Hu Wei, went to battle at age 13 and has been guarding the northwest for 10 years. In these 10 years, the northwest has been very secure. There have been battles, but they all ended safely. Oh? So General Hu Wei is quite impressive. Yes, he's strong, but even the best general can't fight without soldiers. How do you think they can win? No soldiers? Shen Yao was a bit surprised. What does that mean? Since last year, the Northwest has had no more than 30,000 soldiers stationed. Meanwhile, the Jin army has been increasing their forces year after year, and this year over 100,000 soldiers are fighting, 30,000 versus 100,000. How can they fight?
How?
Isn't this sending soldiers to their deaths for nothing? And it's said that this time, General Hu Wei's disappearance and the appearance of spies are related. The spies not only drugged General Hu Wei's food but also secretly attacked him during battle, causing serious injuries and making him go missing. This really shocked Shen Yao. Doesn't that mean the Northwest is in danger? Hateful Shen Yao had only read the original story, which was a love novel, and it started 5 years later. So, she doesn't know what happened 5 years ago. But the only thing she is sure of is that at that time, a new emperor ascended the throne, and peace reigned across the land. What kind of upheaval will happen in these 5 years? That General Hu Wei is a good person. He should be able to turn danger into safety, right? Old Lu looked around. There were very few people at the medicine shop today. He spoke in a secretive tone. I heard that General Hu Wei has been found, but he is badly injured. Oh? Grandpa, your news is really quick. Hearing the teasing tone in the young girl's voice, the old man chuckled and said, It's just that I overheard a little. However, because of this, the newly appointed Minister of War's son will have to make a trip in vain. I heard he has already arrived at Laquan Town and is resting at the Dong Lion. Unbelievable, the male supporting character in the story is here. So, Fong Zidong has also returned. The main female lead has come back. Shouldn't she and the male lead have some dramatic scenes now? But just thinking about my previous guesses, I wonder if this incident in Xiao Shan and Fong Zidong are somehow connected. It makes me feel very anxious. The story has been completely disrupted. What should I do now? After class, Shen Nan headed back to the village. As he and Shen Yao parted ways at the village entrance, he saw many villagers carrying stools heading toward the lower village. Look, it's Sister Shen Yao and her brother. Shen Yao, why don't you take your brother and join the fun? You know, your family's luck isn't great. Fong's family is now prosperous and your mother is still pregnant with Fong's child. Yeah, Shen Yao, why hold a grudge against your own mother? Go ask her. Maybe she'll forgive you and your brother for being so young and naive. Exactly, Shen Yao. Why hold a grudge against your own mother? Go ask her. Maybe she'll forgive you for being so young and naive. Now Fong's family is quite influential. Hearing these kind words, Shen Yao smiled without replying and signaled Uncle Jiao to hurry home. But when she reached the door, she saw Fong Xiaomé standing there anxiously waiting for her. You're back. Just now, Yang Shi came and told you to take Shen Nan to Fong's house for a feast. She said Fong Zidong has returned, and even my mother came to call me. I'm out of ideas and don't know what to do. Seeing Fong Xiaomé looking so helpless, Shen Yao was also a bit surprised. Are we all going? Yes, it seems they're also hosting a banquet for the whole village, even a flowing feast. Wow, such a big celebration? There are still a few days before the imperial exam, so there's probably nothing to celebrate, right? Hosting a big feast now. Is it because they have extra money? Yang's family is celebrating because Fong Zidong was chosen by the prince to be adopted as a daughter. Yao, shall we go? Maybe we shouldn't go. They don't have good intentions, and if we go, who knows what they might do. That makes sense, but Shen Yao isn't someone who can be easily pushed around. If you're really inviting us, you must be hiding some tricks. If we don't go, they might cause trouble behind our backs. It's better to see for ourselves. Fine, let's go. Why not? Really going? Yes, we're going. All right, then we all go. Sister, I won't go. I don't want to see that woman. The teacher also assigned a lot of homework. Shen Nan doesn't want to go either, and Shen Yao agrees. Some arguments are better left out of children's sight. It's important to teach children by example, so they don't learn the wrong things. Okay, lock the door. I'll come back later and cook for you. Got it. After settling Shen Nan, Shen Yao and Fong Xiaomé head to Xia village. Sure enough, as soon as they arrive at Fong's house, they see a crowd sitting in the yard. When Shen Yao and Fong Xiaomé arrive, someone calls out, "Oh, Shen Yao is really here. Yang's family, come out. Your daughter is here." The Xiao family also came, but they sat in the corner, ignoring everyone. Zhao's sons have all grown up, but because they are poor, no one wants to marry them. So, naturally, they aren't well regarded. If they weren't from the same village, they wouldn't be invited to such a feast. Yang, heavily pregnant, walks to the door under Fong's mother's guidance. She looks at Shen Yao, giving her a strange, scrutinizing look from top to bottom, then reluctantly, with a tone of pity, says, "Why are you only now coming? Since you're here, go inside and help. The kitchen is busy, and they're short-handed. Help." Ha! What are they really thinking? Dreaming too big. Sure enough, everyone was talking about the Yang family, and even the lady behind her, Lady Fong, looked at her with a displeased face. It's so unlucky. If my good granddaughter hadn't said she wanted you to come to the feast, you wouldn't have tasted such delicacies in your life. Shen Yao glanced at the food on the table. There were indeed chicken and fish. Are these considered delicacies? Haha. Old Lady Fong, it was you all who insisted on coming to invite me. Do you think I wanted to come? You ungrateful girl. Yes, Shen Yao quickly apologized to your grandmother. This time, you really benefited from Zidong. You should thank her. Zidong has always cared about you. Even now that she's a young lady, she still remembers her childhood friend. What are they talking about? Yang family, what exactly are you saying? Hearing this, Shen Yao didn't even want to call her mother and felt very annoyed. But she thought that if this stubborn girl knew what was coming, she might be so surprised she would kneel and thank her. After all, not everyone has such good luck. Girl, don't be ungrateful. Zidong is now adopted by the Duke of the County. She wants to go back to her hometown to tell her relatives about this, and she will stay in the capital from now on. Zidong has always cared about you, her sister, so she plans to take you to the capital with her so you can stay close and find a good family there. Having a household registration as a daughter was not a good thing. She doesn't mind you being unlucky. Isn't this a great opportunity? You should thank Zidong and your family. Who else can get such a good thing? Shen Yao almost thought she heard wrong. What? She wants to take her to the capital? To stay with her? Isn't that just being a maid? Seeing Lady Fong's proud expression and the envy in the surrounding people's eyes, she really couldn't understand their way of thinking. Naturally, she said bluntly, "Are you asking me to go as a maid?" Yang family glared at Shen Yao. "So, what if I am?" "She's a maid in the Duke's residence. That's a big honor. I know you're worried about Shen Nan. Just let him stay with your uncle's family. Anyway, those things were left to Shen Nan by your father, and giving them to your uncle is fine. Shen Yao, don't be foolish. If it weren't for the fact that you and I are mother and daughter, would you really get such a good opportunity?" Yang looked proud and happy, while Madame Fong stood nearby, looking both generous and a little proud as she watched everyone. Under everyone's jealous eyes, Shen Yao sneered and said directly, "Then don't give me any. If anyone wants to be a maid or sell themselves, go to them, I won't go." "What? You won't go? Do you know this is a great opportunity? If your sister didn't want someone trustworthy as her personal maid, you wouldn't have a chance. You ungrateful girl, don't be so clueless. Reject a good offer when it comes." "Huh. I don't want it. If you want to serve, go ahead. It's a good deal. You can take your unborn child with you and maybe even pass the position to them later." Yang had high hopes for her unborn child. When she heard Shen Yao curse her own baby, she was furious. Now that she was pregnant, she felt more confident. Hearing this, she raised her hand and slapped Shen Yao in the face. But her slap didn't land. Someone had grabbed her hand tightly. "Ouch, it hurts. Let go. Let go of me. Xiao Shan, you murderer. Hurry up and let me go." Shen Yao looked at Xiao Shan, surprised that he had stepped forward to defend her. "Let her go. Her belly is very precious. If anything happens, she'll blame us." Hearing Shen Yao say that, Xiao Shan finally released her hand. He looked coldly at Yang. "She has nothing to do with you now. You have no right to decide whether she stays or leaves. If you want her to be a maid, you're not worthy." This was very much like a hero's words. Only a hero could speak so confidently. But here's the problem. She is the supporting female character. The hero shouldn't say such impressive words in front of her, or he might get embarrassed or slapped by the heroine. Sure enough, Shen Yao guessed right. The heroine arrived. Big Brother Xiao misunderstood. "We didn't want Shen Yao to be a maid, just to keep her company." "Do you really think Zitong is that kind of person, Big Brother Xiao? However, since the female lead has been reborn and is very cunning, she might be hiding something." Therefore, Shen Yao didn't dare to jump to conclusions and just watched the two of them silently. But from Fong Zidong's brief return from the capital, she had indeed made a big progress. Although young, her head full of jewelry and her elegant clothes, along with two maids following her, showed she was thriving in the capital. Her every move no longer had the simple rural girl's modesty. Shen Yao thought that this transformed female lead probably wouldn't look at the current Xiao Shan. She was likely interested in the second male character or the male lead who would become successful 5 years later. "Miss Fong, be careful with your words. Xiao and I are not close. Not close?" Fong Zidong looked at him in surprise, as if trying to confirm something, then bit her lip and asked, "Do you remember when Xiaoge from Ijiao Slope was injured before?" "Ijiao Slope? What happened there?" Sure enough, the male and female leads had a lot of past history. It's just a pity that Xiao Shan has lost his memory now. Ah, poor female lead. "Please be clear, Miss Fong. What happened when Xiao was injured?" Seeing the people around looking over, even the two maids sent by the princess behind her looked at her with curiosity. Now that Xiao Shan wasn't killed but was disfigured and crippled, she definitely couldn't be with him anymore. But Xiao Shan had a great opportunity. She always knew he was backed by a powerful figure, which is why his business in later years went smoothly and even made him extremely rich. But she didn't know who was supporting Xiao Shan. Because on the day they got married, Xiao Shan discovered the truth from that past. So, it can be said that apart from their wedding night, Fong Zidong's life was like she was a widow. If it weren't for the fact that she got pregnant that night and gave birth to twins, her future might have been even worse. Speaking of which, Fong Zidong also wondered about this. After all, she was later made a county princess, but Xiao Shan never looked down on her because of her status. She even tried to use her status as a county princess to pressure or discipline him. But unfortunately, she never succeeded. Even her adoptive father, the Duke, repeatedly warned her not to offend Xiao Shan. So, Fong Zidong has always wondered who is behind Xiao Shan that allows him to live so boldly. Since he is still alive, the plan must change. "I need to kill him, but first I must find out who his backer is. Then I will strike hard and make sure Xiao Shan suffers." It seems Xiao Ji's snake wound has healed completely. Shen Yao was surprised to hear this. Snake wound? How does she know? Then she saw Fong Zidong turn her head deliberately, giving Shen Yao a provocative look. Oh my, could Fong Zidong be pretending to take credit? Big sister, you are the heroine. How can you do something so unkind? Where is your pride? Your dignity?
Show it.
Shen Yao became more silent. She waited to see if this amnesiac Xiao Shan would fall into the heroine's trap. No matter why the heroine is talking to Xiao Shan now, whether to get close or something else, it's definitely not simple. Fong Zidong also carefully watched Shen Yao. Seeing Shen Yao still silent, she felt reassured. Sure enough, this woman dares not tell Xiao Shan that she saved him. She must dislike Xiao Shan, especially now that he is limping and disfigured. Such a vain woman wouldn't look at a man who has nothing going for him. Humph.
Fool. Disdain me?
That's even better. Perhaps Xiao Ge has forgotten being saved on the mountain that day by Zidong. If so, let's pretend it never happened. After all, Zidong is not someone who would repay kindness with evil. After speaking, Fong Zidong slightly bowed, showing proper manners, then turned and left proudly. As she left, everyone looked at Xiao Shan with unkind eyes. Even Shen Yao wanted to see how Xiao Shan would react. Others didn't matter, but Shaolin looked at Shen Yao with a teasing expression and suddenly became displeased. He shouted to Fong Zidong as she was about to leave. Don't go. Say what you mean clearly before you leave. Are you saying you saw me bitten by a snake and then saved me? Shaolin called out to stop Fong Zidong. Fong Zidong turned her head, looking unhappy at Shaolin. Could it be that Xiao Ge has forgotten? Oh, I really forgot. I lost my memory earlier and don't remember some things. You. Fong Zidong was shocked. Forget? Lost her memory? Damn. How can I act in this play? But since she forgot, maybe she can make up anything, and I wouldn't know. Fong Zidong continued. I see. Since you forgot, just forget it. Anyway, I never expected Brother Xiao to repay me. Don't say that. If I was truly saved, I should repay you. But I don't know what kind of snake it was or when it happened. How should I say this? 3 months ago, a poisonous snake. Oh? What kind of poisonous snake? 3 months ago, that snake should have hibernated. Why is it out now? And Miss Fong wouldn't be a doctor. How did you save me? Did you suck out the venom? Or did you call someone? Suck out the venom?
Who would admit to that?
If she admitted, her reputation would be ruined. She wouldn't marry into a noble family anymore, nor could she be with Jiang Wenhe, the son of the Ministry of War, who came with her to Laoyuan town this time. She clenched her fists and said, I want to call a doctor. Which doctor? It takes at least half an hour to get to the town. Are you sure I won't die from the poison before help arrives? You. Brother Xiao, are you worried I might lie to you? I already said not to mention saving people again. Why are you asking so persistently? Yes, Brother Xiao. Miss Fong saved you out of kindness. How can you still keep asking? Isn't that embarrassing? People around started to defend Fong Zidong. Only Xiao Lin remained very calm from start to finish. It's really Zhao's fault for needing to know. Miss Fong didn't ask for thanks. Does Xiao really think he can ignore it? I may not have much money, but I still have a few bones left. Don't let even these last few bones break. So, he wanted to ask clearly. If Miss Fong used her mouth to suck out the venom, I would die 1,000 times before I could repay her. If Miss Fong called a doctor for me, then this favor of passing on the message, I will never forget. I will definitely give a gift in return. And saving my life is a life-saving grace. I must repay it, greatly repay it. The male lead was impressive, so clear and organized. Shen Yao almost wanted to step forward and say, I saved him. So our feud is over. Isn't it better if you stop talking nonsense when you see me in the future? But she didn't dare. She wasn't planning to tell Xiao Shan, especially now that Xiao Shan kept teasing her. What if a misunderstanding happened, and he thought she was grateful for his rescue and wanted to repay her with more than kindness? Oh my, that would be too frightening. A traveling doctor, probably gathering herbs nearby. After treating you, he left. Shaolin nodded thoughtfully. I understand. I just don't know what that traveling doctor looks like. If I meet him someday, I want to thank him. Fong Zidong looked very upset. She never expected Xiao Shan to become so clever. What should she do now? How to handle this? Just when Fong Zidong was at a loss and didn't know how to get out of the situation, there was another commotion at the door. Oh my goodness! 2 fancy carriages are here, with soldiers leading the way. Everyone come and see. Jiang Wenhe was here. The male supporting character was here too. It seemed the story was getting more and more lively. Oh wow, the general is here. Fong Zidong, come quickly. The general is here to see you. Fong Daquai suddenly appeared, smiling flatteringly as he greeted such an important guest visiting their humble farm. The villagers were all surprised. They had never seen such a high-ranking official in their lives. What excited Fong Daquai even more was that many wealthy families from the county had come, and even the county magistrate was here. Their village had never had so many important people visit before. As the village chief, Fong Sanpao saw the situation and immediately ran out with a bright face. Almost everyone in the village was waiting to see what kind of person would come here. The general, our small courtyard is simple. Is it appropriate for you to come here? Fong Zidong said softly and weakly. Jiang Wenhe smiled gently and replied casually, no problem. This is your home, and it's natural to come and visit. Now that you are the adopted daughter of the Marquis, Fong Zidong, you haven't forgotten your roots and still think of your family. I really admire your character. When the people from the Fong family heard this, they felt even more proud. Everyone else also looked very happy and excited. Just now, I received news from the capital that I must leave immediately to return there. I don't know if Zitong will go with me, or if I should leave a group of soldiers to escort you back to the prince's residence in a few days. Leaving? Shen Yao understood. Probably, as the old master said, the general has already been found, so there's no need for this new general to go. Seeing Jiang Wenhe looking so gloomy, he probably also wanted to go to the northwest to show his skills. Jiang Wenhe is indeed gentle and refined, more like a scholar than a soldier. He wears fine icy blue silk, embroidered with elegant bamboo leaf patterns, and is secured with a jade hairpin made of sheep-fat jade. This highlights the extraordinary appearance of a handsome, young nobleman. When he smiles at Zitong, he looks a bit playful and charming. His chin is slightly raised, and his almond-shaped eyes sparkle like stars. He is probably only 18 years old, full of youthful spirit, and looks very modest. In the original story, this man is very deeply in love with Zitong. Even after he gets married, he always helps her whenever she needs. As a stepping stone in the main character's love story, he almost sacrifices all the key moments for the protagonists. As for why this male supporting character is so deeply in love with the heroine, it's a bit melodramatic. The heroine is very lucky, and she just happened to save him at a crucial moment. The key to her saving him is closely related to a divine doctor mentioned in the story. That divine doctor seems to be a close friend of the heroine. Anyway, the heroine is special, and everyone she knows is extraordinary. In any case, the heroine and the male supporting character are inseparable. Zitong as a young lady, the journey is long. If you travel alone to the capital, we wouldn't feel at ease. It's better to trouble the general to go with you, right, Zitong? Old Madame Fong saw clearly. Her granddaughter had also mentioned that if nothing unexpected happens, she will marry the son of the Minister of War. So, she was happy to help arrange this match. Zitong obediently lowered her head, seeming to accept whatever arrangements were made. Then, we will leave together. Zitong nodded obediently. At this moment, Jiang Wenhe spoke again. Earlier, I heard you were planning to take a sister along to Beijing for company. Did you manage to find someone? So, it was related to himself? Shen Yao stood quietly aside. Meanwhile, Xiaolin unexpectedly moved closer to her, even protectively blocking her behind him. Xiaolin's action made Fong Zidong, who saw it, furious. In 2 lifetimes, this dead man always easily favored that spoiled girl. This time with Jiang Wenhe here, I want to see how these villagers will fight against the officials. She doesn't want to go, saying she would rather die than serve as a maid. I only wanted her to keep me company, not to make her a maid. If that's the case, then forget it. Sure enough, Jiang Wenhe's expression changed. He looked around unhappily and asked, a maid? For Zitong to have a maid is her blessing. Who is so ungrateful. It's her, my stepdaughter. She's usually not very obedient. Now that she knows Zidong has good luck, she might be feeling uncomfortable. This fuss has even made her parents refuse to acknowledge her. What is telling lies with open eyes? This is it. So many people are watching, yet they dare to say such things. It seems the Fong family is determined to settle her this time. Refuse to acknowledge? Bring her here. I don't believe a small village girl has that much courage. Indeed, people are fierce and speak little. Jiang Wenhe gave the order, and soldiers stepped forward to take Shen Yao away. Shen Yao looked at the two soldiers approaching her. Xiao Shan stood in front of her with a worried look, blocking her. Shen Yao pulled him aside. Under Xiao Shan's confused and annoyed gaze, she stepped forward to the soldiers and loudly asked Jiang Wenhe, "May I ask, General, what crime have I committed? Why are you arresting me?" Jiang Wenhe was rarely seen to be surprised by a village girl. Usually, the common people would be terrified when they saw officials like him. Yet, she dared to question him so boldly. Following Zidong is your blessing in your 8th lifetime. Your parents have already agreed for you to enter the household. This is not something you can decide. The Fong family didn't expect Shen Yao to be so brave, daring to come out and question him. Everyone was eager to get rid of this woman quickly, so she wouldn't bother them all day. Them? Who are my father and mother? My father is buried just down the hill, and my mother? We already signed a legal document saying my sister and I have nothing to do with them anymore.
What?
Everyone in the 2 villages testified about this. Have they all forgotten that now? And I have registered as a daughter with the authorities, and it's on record. Why do you think you can just arrest me? And forcing me to become a servant? That's a joke. Even if you are a general, you shouldn't be so unreasonable and ignore the law. When Shen Yao spoke like this, Fong Zidong felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She thought Shen Yao would be too scared to speak up against such a high-ranking official. But she was surprised that Shen Yao dared to argue back so boldly. She didn't even give Jiang Gongzi face, which was really annoying. It was truly unforgivable. Jiang Wenhe was a bit surprised when he heard this. She had registered as a daughter? That was more complicated than ordinary citizens. The court usually treats those who register as daughters more kindly. He looked expressionless, but when he saw the county magistrate coming over, he simply asked, "Is what she said true?" The county magistrate wiped his sweat. There was indeed a girl in Xiao Shan village. Was that her? But it was obvious that the general was about to take someone away. If he lied, it would damage the general's reputation. He was just a 9th-rank official. How could he afford to offend him? The county magistrate quickly figured it out. It seemed that their official records didn't mention anything about. Before he could finish, suddenly, it was as if something was stuck in his throat, preventing him from breathing. His face turned bright red, and he collapsed to the ground, looking as if he was about to die. Although Shen Yao was paying attention to Jiang Wenhe and the county magistrate, she didn't miss what was happening. After all, Xiao Shan was standing right beside her. Just now, his finger moved slightly, and the county magistrate suddenly fell.
Did he do that?
Shen Yao turned to look at him. Xiaoan seemed to realize she wasn't fooled and didn't bother to hide it. He looked at her indifferently, as if saying, "I did it."
So what?
Are you going to tell on me? Shen Yao felt frustrated. What was this person trying to do? Is he crazy? Hurry and show this to the county lord. Someone else remembered Shen Yao's medical skills. Jiang Wenhe looked at the young girl in surprise. Another woman household and a medical girl? No wonder she has the courage to stand up for herself. She's a medical girl. Are you a medical girl? Quickly treat the lord. The general, forgive you. It's so funny. When did she become guilty? Your Excellency, please clarify. When did this girl become guilty? You.
How dare you?
I told you to treat him. Are you deaf? I heard you, but I still ask. When did I become guilty? You. Jiang Wenhe had never been spoken to so boldly by a village girl before. She questioned him fiercely. He was a proud young general, admired by many. Seeing this village girl, he was furious. He immediately ordered her to be taken away so she wouldn't suffer. She didn't realize her own strength.
But
Just as he was about to lose his temper, a loud galloping sound came from a horse, followed by a frantic shout. General, urgent message from 800 miles. Urgent message from 800 miles. The Northwest has been defeated. The later Jin has taken the Northwest Chuandong City, and now they are approaching Tong City. Pigeon messages from the capital say you must rush to support the Northwest. Another defeat? And they are already approaching Tong City? Isn't that less than 300 miles away? If they breach the city, everything will be lost. The sudden news stunned everyone here, especially that so-called general, who looked utterly shocked. How could it be so quick? How did the city fall? Wasn't General Hui found? How could the city fall? General Hui was badly injured. The later Jin's spies found out and attacked overnight. Our troops suffered heavy losses, I see. Hearing this, Jiang Wenhe didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately turned his horse around. Let's go at once. General. At this critical moment, Fong Zidong called out from behind. She looked deeply at the young general about to leave, her face full of emotion and reluctance. Jiang Wenhe was moved and softened by her sincere expression. I will leave a team of soldiers to escort you back to the capital immediately. After hearing this, Fong Zidong's heart relaxed instantly, and she looked so touched that she shouted, Be careful, General. After saying that, Jiang Wenhe turned and walked away. As for the county magistrate lying on the ground,
Haha, who cares about him?
When the carriage drove away, the county magistrate, who had been rolling on the ground, suddenly felt better after Shen Yao's blunt punch to his chest. A strange object was spat out of his mouth, and he miraculously recovered. He didn't dare cause trouble for others now. With the war so urgent, everything was about the fight. He hurried to catch up with the two carriages. The so-called banquet couldn't continue either. The villagers gradually left. This place was too close to the battlefield. As poor villagers, if war really came, they could only become prisoners or slaves of a fallen country. Heard that the people from the later Jin were cruel and ruthless. If they sacked the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one wanted to stay for the banquet anymore, even though the food looked delicious. But compared to their lives, delicious food was useless. Everyone, let's disperse. Fong Sanpao also lost interest. Less than 300 miles away, if the enemy really attacked, they could be there in less than half a day by fast horse. The whole army could be ready in at most a day. Now, who still wanted to stay? Everyone had left, including Shen Yao and Fong Xiaomé, who followed the others. Such a jinx. I knew she wasn't a good person. First, she ruined the banquet here, and now the enemy is attacking. You know, I should have drowned you in a chamber pot when you were born. Someone like you, a jinx, should be thrown into a pig cage. Suddenly, a scolding voice made everyone who hadn't gone far turn around. If it was anyone else, it wouldn't matter, but this was spoken by Yang's biological mother. Her words caused all the villagers of Hehe village to start causing trouble. They pointed at Shen Yao and began scolding her as a jinx. Shen Yao knew very well that superstitions in ancient times could sometimes drive people to death just because of soothsayers' words. Especially now, with such a big event happening, and everyone in the village pointing fingers and scolding her. If her reputation was ruined, she would be drowned in spit. Moreover, due to the fear brought by the war, she might even become a common enemy for everyone. Wow, that was harsh. Yang really went as far as hurting Shen Yao. Shen Yao looked at her with a cold, deadly stare and spat out words full of venom. Her mood was heavy and hard to describe. You're crazy. Why are you talking nonsense? When the war comes, don't blame the traitors from the later Jin. Blame yourself for giving birth to that child. Are you saying you're in league with the later Jin people? At this critical moment, Shaolin stepped forward. His words made everyone look at Yang with disdain. Yes, why not blame the later Jin? Why blame a young girl? Maybe the child in her belly is a bad omen. Just being born has caused us to go to war. You are the unlucky star. Your whole family is unlucky. You should go drown yourself. After saying this, Shaoxin spat at the crowd from the Fong family without fear of causing trouble. Shaolin even pulled Shen Yao behind him. This made the Fong family members very angry. What are you talking about? Who is the unlucky star? My son is a noble star from heaven, coming down to help us. You, with your bad luck, I'll tear your mouth apart. Yang hated it most when someone talked about her unborn child. She immediately tried to attack Xiao Senator, but at this critical moment, Fong Zidong shouted loudly to stop Yang from losing her temper. Everyone stop arguing. The war is urgent. Go home and pack your things carefully. If they attack, you might as well wait here to die. Those who want to leave, do it quickly. Maybe you can get out before dark. This was like a thunderclap. Yes, if they really attack, staying means waiting for death. They had no money, but even begging could save their lives, right? Hearing Fong Zidong's reminder, everyone started running. Even the Fong family members became nervous. They had to leave quickly for the capital. Under the emperor's watch, maybe they could survive. Seeing that the earlier words didn't cause much trouble, Xiaolin and the others finally relaxed. But watching the villagers run, Xiaolin said to everyone, "Go back first. Close the doors, count your belongings, and be careful not to let others take advantage. Shen Yao, go back and help Shen Nan pack up. I'll come to pick you up later. These days, you've been staying up on the mountain with us." Although Xiao Shan just helped Shen Yao, making her very touched, she couldn't accept staying at their house.
How could she do that?
If others found out, they would laugh at her. What is her relationship with Xiao Shan? They are no longer engaged. There's no way she would go live at his house after breaking off the engagement. No need. Shen Nan and I will keep the door closed and stay inside. Xiaolin seemed to guess she would refuse, so he didn't push. Instead, he said straightforwardly, "All right, I'll come guard you later. Big brother, you take everyone back first." Everyone looked at Xiao Shan and then at Shen Yao. It seemed that second brother or son still had some feelings for Shen Yao. Without anyone saying a word, they all quickly left. Even Xiaomu looked at Xiaolin a bit longer but said nothing and followed everyone up the mountain. "No, I don't need anything." No matter how Shen Yao called out, Xiaolin didn't turn around as if he didn't hear her. In the end, only Fong Xiaomé and Shen Yao were left looking at each other. Xiao Shan is actually quite nice. Haha, see? I knew it would turn out like this. I don't understand why he suddenly became so enthusiastic. I actually preferred his old arrogant attitude. It was easier to get along with. At least you do your thing, I do mine, and we don't interfere with each other. But Xiao, Xiao Shan isn't malicious. I can feel that he genuinely cares about you. Shen Yao knew this too. That's exactly why she didn't dare to accept. He is the male lead, and she is definitely not going to have any romantic feelings for him. Absolutely not. The male lead is just the male lead. He has a past with the female lead, but she's not a recycling bin. How could she possibly interfere? Even if there was some connection, it would only be a nodding acquaintance, nothing more. It's a bit complicated and hard to explain. Let's go back first. Shen Nan is still waiting at home. Are you going to go up the mountain with them? Fong Xiaomé thought for a moment. If I go, I'll have to bring Granny Wang along. But Yao, do you really think they will call? Shen Yao didn't know if they would call, but she knew she had to make the hemostatic medicine quickly. If they really come here, the medicine is the only hope for survival on the battlefield. When she returned home, Shen Nan was indeed waiting anxiously. Big sister, they say there might be a war. Is it true? Many people are shouting about it. Shen Yao turned around, closed the door, and looked at the low wall outside. It was indeed quite unsafe. Yes, the later gene has broken into North Sichuan City. North Sichuan? So, if we just sleep, will it reach us soon? Shen Yao shook her head. I don't know. I hope our reinforcements arrive quickly. She wouldn't forget that only 30,000 troops are in the northwest now, but the later gene has already entered. Maybe all 30,000 are gone. There are some bandits on the way, but they can't be expected to fight the later gene, right? So, we can only hope for the reinforcements. Seeing Shen Nan looking worried, Shen Yao walked over, patted her chest, and said, "Don't worry, big sister. I will protect you." Shen Yao smiled. She hadn't experienced ancient wars, but she knew clearly that if war really comes, there's no need for protection because everyone might die. Let's go. I need to check the medicinal herbs. We should prepare more for self-defense. I'll help you. Shen Yao nodded. She quickly prepared some food for both of them, then sat in the kitchen to continue boiling medicine. Outside, it was already late. The people around seemed frightened by the approaching war, all very panicked. The extinguished lamps were their only protection in the dark night. Shen Yao watched Shen Nan dozing off, carefully carried him back to his room, then returned to the kitchen to continue making medicine. The Shen family's kitchen was behind the main hall, separated by a wall from Shen Yao's backyard vegetable garden. While Shen Yao was stirring the herbs, a sudden cry of "ouch" came from the backyard. Her heart skipped a beat. Could there really be someone sneaking around? Shen Yao grabbed a fire stick and some medicinal powder, rushing out of the backyard. The flickering fire on the stick lit up the face of the person in front of her. Just when Shen Yao thought it was someone trying to sneak in, she was surprised to see Xiao Shan. Not only him, but also Xin Shi, the second son of her uncle's family, who was unable to move under his foot. What's going on? He tried to climb over the wall into your house, but I caught him. Stop, I didn't do anything. This is my cousin's house. How could I have climbed over the wall? I came here openly and honestly. Shen Yao had long said that the 3 children of their uncle's family were not well behaved. Shen Yao didn't expect that the first person to come and cause trouble wasn't someone else, but their second brother. If it had been Shindong, Shen Yao might have thought it was understandable, since the grudge was bigger. But she never thought that 15-year-old Shen Shi would do such sneaky things. Not admitting it? Well, you can't get away with that. Before Shen Yao could stop him, Xiao Shan made a fierce move. With a quick punch, he broke Shen Shi's arm. He also seemed to expect Shen Shi to scream, so he didn't hesitate and knocked out his chin. The whole process was quick and precise, hitting the target perfectly. Such skill was not something an ordinary person could do. Shen Yao was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Some confusing thoughts in her mind suddenly exploded like fireworks. Things that had been hidden were about to come out, as if they were about to be revealed, but a thin barrier seemed to block her from seeing clearly. Shen Yao, don't just stand there dazed. What should we do with this person? Staying here isn't a good idea. Shen Yao snapped out of her daze. She looked deeply at Xiao Shan, then at Xin Shi, who was crying in pain but couldn't even call out. Some people, if you don't teach them a lesson, will always think they can bully you. He's my cousin. It wouldn't be right to hurt him like this. Xiaolin thought Shen Yao was soft-hearted and about to let him go. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Yao said, "Just put his arm and chin back. Otherwise, people might say I was bullying him." Put them back? Xiaolin looked at the girl with bright, clever eyes like a fox in the dark. He chuckled. She was tough. Making him suffer twice, this lesson would stay with him forever. It was much better than just letting him keep getting hurt. All right, I'll listen to you. Crack, crack, 2 sharp sounds as the bones were put back in place, and Shen Shi fainted from the pain. You're really quick with your moves, Xiao Shan. Why are you here? Xiaolin glanced at the still-lit backyard kitchen and said, I told you I would protect you. Going to your house might harm your reputation, so I stayed here because I saw the light in your backyard. I guessed you might still be making medicine. He didn't expect to find a troublemaker. These words made Shen Yao hesitate for a moment. She had already refused him, yet he still silently stayed in the backyard. Sometimes, this person is so bold you want to punch him, but when he's caring, he's so sincere it touches your heart. It makes her feel guilty and moved, unable to suppress these feelings. Shen Yao lowered her head in thought. When she looked up again, she glanced at Xin Shi and then at Xiao Shan. She walked over, sprinkled some itching powder on Xin Shi, and said to Xiao Shan, Please help me throw him back to his backyard. Remember not to touch his clothes, or you'll be the one suffering. Is that itching powder? You know about it? I heard Xiao Sun say it's very powerful. Your father invented it when he was around, mainly to catch thieves. Shen Yao nodded. She watched Xiao Shan drag Xin Shi with one hand, limping but still walking steadily. Her brow furrowed even more. They are definitely different. I'll wait for you in the front yard. As Xiaolin took a few steps, he suddenly stopped upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he replied, Okay, I'll wait for you. The night was cool as water. The early spring chill made people anxious. Xiao Shan looked at the closed front yard gate and suddenly seemed to understand something. He smiled silently. This girl was really clever and observant. Just as he was about to jump over, suddenly, the thunderous sound of hooves came from the country road. Not only Shaolin, but everyone in the village was startled by the noise. Could it be the enemy army approaching? Big sister, are the enemies coming? Shen Yao quickly applied her prepared medicine to herself and Shen Nan. She didn't know if the enemy army was really coming, but the loud sound of hooves indicated a large group of people. And coming here in the middle of the night was definitely suspicious. It had been over 3 hours since Jiang Wenhe left. If he was riding fast, he should have already reached Tongcheng. Similarly, if the people from later Jin hurriedly rushed straight to Laoyuan town, 3 hours would be enough. Then they could see whether the visitors were enemies or friends. Big sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Shen Yao was not afraid at all. She always thought that she was able to come here because she was pushed by a yak. Maybe if she was killed by the enemy, she could die and go back again. She is afraid of death, but not of enemies. However, she seems to have forgotten one thing. Oh no, he's at the door. Shen Yao pushed Shen Nan into the house quickly, then went to the front yard to open the door, trying to let Xiao Shan come in. But the door seemed to be locked from the outside. No matter how she tried, she couldn't open it. Suddenly, noisy footsteps sounded nearby. Someone was coming. Shen Yao wanted to open the door and pull Xiao Shan inside. But the person who had been pressing against the door and refused to let her out said, "Don't come out. Don't make a sound. Go back and take care of Shen Nan. I'll be back." After saying that, Shen Yao heard a jumble of sounds, followed by the sound of many hooves, screams, and crying. No matter how she pounded on the door, it wouldn't open. She was locked inside tightly. The noisy sounds and hoofbeats lasted for about 15 minutes. When the door finally opened and Shen Yao was released, the whole village was in chaos. Shen Si uncles started counting people. After counting, no one was missing. Everyone was there. Shen Yao's mind was very confused, especially thinking about the man outside the door who kept her from going out. The only one missing was him. "Uncle Si, what was that hoofbeat just now? It sounded like 1,000 horses coming." "Yeah, it was really scary. We thought they were attacking us." Shen Si uncle thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it was a passing troop. The hoofbeats were loud and disturbed us, but they should be far away. Everyone don't panic. Since everything is fine, go back to your houses and rest." In the chaos, everyone returned to their homes. Shen Yao also took Shen Nan back to the yard. But just as she was about to close the door, Shen Yao saw a hurriedly carved character on the threshold. Wait for whom? Who carved it? Was it him? Shen Yao couldn't sit still. Xiao Shan suddenly disappeared along with the sound of the horses. She felt uneasy. She realized that Xiao Shan was not just an ordinary merchant as described in the novel.
She even sensed something strange about him.
However, before she could figure out what was wrong, he suddenly vanished. "Xiao Nan, I want to visit Brother Xiao Shan's house. Can you wait for me at Granny Wang's place? I'll go with you, sister. It's dark on the mountain, but I know the way and can guide you." Shen Yao thought for a moment. What if those people come back? She was worried about Shen Nan left alone. After some thought, she nodded and quietly took Shen Nan toward the Xia village. Unbeknownst to her, just as Shen Yao left, a person in black on the treetop whispered, "Go report to the general. Say that Miss Shen is heading toward Xia village." Yes. Meanwhile, the Xiao family was not in chaos as she had feared. Instead, everyone was gathered in one room. When Shen Yao arrived, Xiao was just nervously opening the door, ready to leave. When he saw her, he was surprised and said, "Shen Yao, you're here? That's great. I was just about to find you. Please help my second brother." He suddenly fainted, and his wounds seemed to be infected. "We thought his injuries were healing, but now they look worse. Please go check on him." Hearing this, Shen Yao was shocked. She hurried into the room and, upon seeing the person, was stunned. Was this Xiao Shan? Her heart was very complicated. All the wounds on Xiao Shan's body were ones she had helped bandage, especially the wound on his shoulder, which she had sewn up with a needle. But the Xiao Shan in front of her had only a snake bite scar on his shoulder, not the previous arrow wound. The other injuries were very different. The wounds looked similar in location, but upon closer inspection, they were definitely not the same. Xiao Shan's wounds had healed, but this person's wounds were still inflamed and looked quite bad. Shen Yao looked around at the family members. With so many relatives, surely one of them would notice something was wrong? The only thing the two had in common was a scar on their face, exactly the same. That was interesting. Exactly the same. Scar, position. How could they look so alike? The only explanation is that the scar is probably fake. Shen Yao didn't immediately expose this. Instead, she quickly checked Xiao Shan's pulse and found he was just hungry and dizzy, with no serious injury. She felt relieved. Give him some sweet water to drink. He was hurt earlier, and it affected his core. He needs good rest. Oh, little girl, go get some sweet water for your brother. Seeing the family's worry, Shen Yao knew they hadn't noticed any problem. It made sense. Only she, who kept changing Xiao Shan's bandages, could see the changes inside his clothes. But on the outside, there was no sign of anything different. Shen Yao realized she couldn't find out more now. Actually, she already knew something she needed to know. The person they rescued at the foot of the mountain wasn't Xiao Shan. The big bearded man guarded by more than 10 soldiers wasn't Xiao Shan. They had been mistaken from the start. The person with the snake wound was Xiao Shan. So, where did the other person go? Did he leave with the sound of hooves just now?
Who was he?
Why did they switch identities? And why did they look so similar? Was it an ancient mask made of human skin? Or something else? So many questions swirled in Shen Yao's mind, but she couldn't make sense of any of them. By the way, it's so late. Shen Yao, why did you come here? Oh, I heard the sound of hooves. I was worried something was wrong, so I came to check. Xiaoda, honest and simple, smiled. We should be the ones coming to see you. It's not easy for a girl and a child to go up the mountain. No, it's my fault. I feel embarrassed. I'll leave now. As long as you're all fine. Despite the family's insistence, Shen Yao and Shen Nan finally left with Xiaomu guiding them down the mountain. Xiaomu didn't talk much, so Shen Yao didn't bother to chat. Shen Nan, however, occasionally looked back and gestured with Xiaomu. Shen Yao didn't ask what about. When they reached the entrance of Shanghe village, Xiaomu nodded slightly at Shen Yao and then turned back home. That night, Shen Yao didn't let Shen Nan out of her sight. After washing up and lying in bed, Shen Nan suddenly said, "Big sister, third brother asked me to tell you, don't worry." This sudden, random remark surprised Shen Yao. "What did you say?" Third brother said, "Don't worry. Are you and your third brother just arguing about this?" Shen Nan thought for a moment and said, "Yes, third brother said that, just telling you not to worry." "Sister, are you scared?" "Don't worry, I will grow up soon, and then I can protect you." Shen Yao's heart had already drifted far away. Seeing this sensible little guy, she could only comfort him with a few words. After coaxing him to sleep, she carefully thought about what happened today. Xiao Shan is not Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan is Xiao Shan. So, where did that Xiao Shan go? Will he come back? Shen Yao didn't know. She fell into a daze, full of worries, and soon drifted into sleep. In her dream, it seemed someone kept calling her name, repeatedly telling her to wait for him, to wait for him. War is imminent. Shen Nan has already stopped classes. When Shen Yao went to the town to buy supplies, she heard the old master mention that the mighty general led a band of mountain bandits to turn defeat into victory, driving the enemy out of northern Sichuan and then continuing the fight. Shen Yao breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt curious about that mighty general. He really was working with those mountain bandits. No wonder they only stole medicinal herbs and not other valuables for such a long time. As long as northern Sichuan is safe, they are safe too. But wasn't the mighty general badly injured? How did he recover so quickly? Shen Yao felt that many things in this ancient world were beyond her understanding. Anyway, ancient people's minds are definitely not less sharp than modern ones. Just look at Xiao Shan's place. Someone could impersonate him and be recognized. Just when Shen Yao thought everything had settled down, Fu Bao flew back again. But this time, it only brought a letter. The letter read, "It's been a long time since I received the medicinal herbs. Please send them soon. Wu Yu, the general, knows about this." The letter was simple, but the key was the seal at the bottom, a stamp from the Northwest camp. Shen Yao's heart immediately settled. You think the seal could be fake? Don't be silly. This is ancient times. People risking beheading just for her few dozen tales of medicinal herbs? They wouldn't do that just to harm her. So, Shen Yao still wanted to send the medicinal herbs. After all, no one knows how many people might die in this war. Shen Yao suppressed her thoughts about the fake Xiao Shan and began quickly preparing the medicinal herbs in her hands. Like last time, once everything was ready, she asked someone to deliver them to the northwest. Old Quan Town is the main route into the northwest, with many carts passing through. Because of the war, the transportation costs are probably higher than usual. But as long as the medicine reaches its destination, Shen Yao feels it's worth spending extra money. It's just a pity for little Fu Bao. Last time, she almost thought that Xiao Shan might have harmed him. It seems that the little guy was scared and ran away at that time. No, that person isn't Xiao Shan. I almost forgot. No wonder his words and actions are so different from before. That explains it. Shen Yao stared blankly at the word, "Wait," on the threshold. What exactly happened back then? Why didn't she even have time to carve the word, before he left? She couldn't understand it, but after a while, she felt a bit self-deprecating. Why think about it? It has nothing to do with her.
He was just a passing visitor in her life.
Could there really be a story behind it? But he's not the main character. For some reason, Shen Yao still felt a heavy sense of relief. While Shen Yao was busy making the medicine, Xiaomei's wedding day arrived. As her only friend and confidant, Shen Yao had watched Xiaomei grow into who she was today. The girl they rescued back then was now happily married. Yao Yao, this money was returned to you by Xiaoda. Their family now received 50 taels of settlement money because of Xiao Shan. Aunt Xiao said that besides paying you back and preparing for Mai and Xiaoda's wedding, Xiao Shen's marriage can also start to be arranged. Xiao Shen's marriage? So Xiao Shan and Xiao Mu haven't married yet? Now it's Xiao Shen's turn? Who would have thought? Xiaomei smiled mysteriously. Foolish girl, are you really that naive or pretending? Xiao Mu's marriage proposal is difficult, so Aunt Xiao isn't in a hurry. As for Xiao Shan, Aunt Xiao wants him to be with you. She's been trying to persuade him to become a son-in-law these days. It's strange. He was quite interested before, but recently, whenever Aunt Xiao mentions it, he becomes unwilling. Xiaoda said they've argued about it several times. Shen Yao felt a bit speechless but still patiently explained, "Tell your mother-in-law not to matchmake. Really, Xiao Shan and I are not suitable. I won't be with Xiao Shan. I truly won't." Fong Xiaomé looked at Shen Yao's sincere eyes with some regret. She had hoped to be with Shen Yao for a long time. If they could marry two brothers, they would be sisters for life. But if you don't like Xiao Shan, why did you go to rescue him with Shen Nan back then? That was Shen Nan who wanted to save him. What I was worried about was Shen Nan, not him. So, Yao Yao, what kind of person do you like? Who would you marry? What kind of person? She didn't know either. Even if she were to marry, it would definitely be a marriage protected by law. At least, the most important thing is a monogamous marriage, staying together until old age. And since this is ancient times, it's even harder to say. Marriage, forget it. I haven't thought about it. I don't want to marry. What if you consider it now? Seeing this girl who kept asking questions, Shen Yao could only reply perfunctorily. Someone who would never marry a second wife and would never let me down. Fong Xiaomé carefully murmured the sentence, then paused without asking further. Meanwhile, someone watching from the treetops heard this and carefully took out a small notebook to jot it down, then quickly sent a message. A few days later, Shaolin looked at the letter in his hand and muttered, "Someone who would never marry a second wife and would never let me down. This girl really has quite the ambition."